Reverend Insanity Chapter 222 to Chapter 274. On the third day, Bai clan leader summoned Fang Yuan. In the name of hunting, she gave him a lot of yuan stone. During the banquet, besides sneaking glances at Bai Lian, Fang Yuan also toasted Bai clan leader with a sincere and grateful expression. Bai clan leader did not say it, but she was very satisfied in her heart. That night, Bai Lian visited Fang Yuan, saying that a friend of hers was poisoned and only clearing heat goo could cure it. But clearing heat goo was rare, thus she borrowed it from Fang Yuan. You can't endure it anymore? Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, and lent clearing heat goo to her without saying anything else. After this, Bai Lian was very grateful. Fang Yuan took the initiative to talk to her passionately, and the two got closer as their relationship heated up. On the fifth day, during the banquet, Bai clan leader suddenly asked, "Nephew, does your Guyue tribe want to set up camp on Baigu Mountain?" Fang Yuan quickly stood up, his expression calm, but he could not conceal the panic in his eyes. Baigu Mountain is adjacent to Bai clan village, it can be said to be your tribe's territory. Junior would not dare to offend you. Bai clan leader laughed in her heart, and was even more certain that Guyue tribe's destination was Baigu Mountain. She said hypocritically, "Nephew might not know, but the situation here is very complicated. My Bai clan is under a lot of pressure. If Guyue tribe can stay on Baigu Mountain and become my tribe's ally, that would be for the best." Fang Yuan quickly denied it. Bai Mo Xing also tried to persuade, but Fang Yuan seemed to be moved, but he did not say anything. After the banquet ended, Bai Lian also came to ask. Fang Yuan had a complicated expression, but still did not admit it. "Humph, this kid's mouth is really tight." After the banquet, Bai Mo Xing gritted his teeth and sighed. This is how a young master of a tribe should behave. I am not surprised. It is time to add fuel to the fire. Bai clan leader's gaze was deep. Thus, the next morning, before Fang Yuan could get out of bed, he was woken up by the quarreling outside the tent. He walked out of the tent and saw Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian pulling at each other. "Hunter Zhanlai, how many times have I told you to stop bothering me? Feelings can't be forced." Bai Lian shook off Bai Zhanlai's hand and said coldly, "I still have things to do, you can leave first. Today's hunting competition is about to begin. What else do you want? He went to find that pretty boy from Guyue's family again, right?" Bai Zhanlai roared angrily. "What are you talking about?" Young Master Fangjing was a kind person, lending the clearing heat goo without hesitation. If it weren't for his help, would Parkson View have recovered so quickly? "Lianer, can you not be so naive? Clearing heat goo, hee, I think he wants to be intimate with you. Didn't you notice the way he looked at you?" Bai Zhanlai said anxiously. Bai Lian glared at him. "Bai Zhanlai, stop before you go too far." "Ah, young Master Fangjing." The two quarreling discovered Fang Yuan standing outside the tent. Fang Yuan's expression was somewhat awkward, and his gaze was somewhat worried. He said to Bai Lian, "So it's Miss Bai Lian. If you have anything to say, come into the tent." "You brat." Bai Zhanlai flew into a rage and wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, but was stopped by Bai Lian halfway. "Bai Zhanlai, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy? This is our clan's esteemed guest." "What esteemed guest, he's just a stray dog." Bai Zhanlai spat and pointed at Fang Yuan's nose. "Brat, if you have the guts, let's have a real contest. Whoever loses can no longer bother Lianer." "Humph, I am rank 1 and you are rank 3, you still have the nerve to say such words. Is there no fairness in the Grand Bai clan?" Fang Yuan's expression turned ugly. "In this world there has never been fairness, only the strong and the weak. If you don't dare to compete, then you are a coward. So Guyue clan is full of cowards, ahahaha." Bai Zhanlai raised his head and laughed, his voice attracting the attention of many people. "What's going on?" Bai Mo Xing hurried over. After Bai Lian explained, Bai Mo Xing immediately reprimanded Bai Zhanlai. "You are really reckless, you dare to be rude to an esteemed guest." Bai Zhanlai raised his head. He doesn't even dare to accept the challenge, he is not a brave warrior. Since he is not a brave warrior, why treat him with respect? "You." Bai Mo Xing glared. Bai Lian said, "Only a fool would agree to such a challenge of yours." Young Master Fengjing's cultivation has declined because of his injuries. If he was at his peak, you might not be his match. A young girl speaking to Feng Yuan like this, if Fengjing was here, he would probably be extremely grateful. But Feng Yuan sneered in his heart, what a good show. I will represent young Master Fengjing and compete with you. Bai Lian continued. Bai Zhanlai was so angry that he was breathing heavily, why are you standing up for him? Also, what right do you have to represent him? He is just a pretty boy, a good-for-nothing, I can beat 10 of him. I won't compete with you, brat, stand up if you have the guts. Are you still a man if you don't say a word? If you want to compete, then compete, who's afraid of who? Feng Yuan looked like he couldn't take the provocation and said with an impulsive tone. Sir Elder, did you hear that? He agreed. Bai Zhanlai immediately shouted happily. Bai Emoxing frowned, life should be brave enough to accept challenges. Nephew Fengjing, your courage is obvious to all. But you are an esteemed guest of my clan, if anything happens to you, it will be hard for us to answer to Guyua's clan. Also, both parties have different cultivation levels, it is unfair to challenge. Sir Elder is right, this junior didn't think it through. Feng Yuan purposely hesitated. Seeing that Feng Yuan was about to retreat, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian quickly exchanged glances. Bai Zhanlai continued to speak, provoking Feng Yuan's anger and provoking him. Bai Lian clenched her teeth and walked in front of Feng Yuan. She opened her big watery eyes and said with a gentle voice, Young Master Fengjing, this one has a presumptuous request. Oh, what do you want? I sincerely request young master to accept this challenge and help me get rid of Bai Zhanlai. I really can't stand his harassment anymore. As she spoke, Bai Lian was about to cry. A young girl was begging a boy for help, asking him to chase away a very hateful pursuer. Especially this boy, he also had a good impression of the young girl. Tell me, how could this boy not agree? Thus, Feng Yuan immediately patted his chest and agreed, Miss Bai Lian, please don't worry. Your problem is my problem. I will definitely do my best to help. After a pause, Feng Yuan's tone became hesitant, but my cultivation is currently weaker than his. If I lose? Don't worry, young master, I already have a plan. Bai Lian smiled like a blooming daffodil. She turned around and said to Bai Moxing, Lord Family Elder, although young Master Fengjing has agreed to the duel, if we were to really have a duel, it would probably harm the harmony between us. I have a suggestion, why don't we use this hunting competition as an opportunity to split into 5-people teams and compete based on the results of this hunt? A good suggestion. Bai Emoxing stroked his beard and nodded, then you can choose your people. But to be fair, the 5 people must have similar cultivation. Bai Zhanlai snorted in displeasure. Yes. Bai Lian hurriedly bowed in excitement. An hour later, the 2 groups set off. On Feng Yuan's side, there were rank 3 Bai Ningbing, Bai Lian, as well as 2 other female Gu masters. Their ages were similar to Bai Lian and they had rank 2 cultivation. One of them was called Bai Xingjing, and was very grateful to Feng Yuan. Earlier, she was poisoned and was saved by Feng Yuan's clearing heat Gu. The group was very harmonious, and although Feng Yuan had the lowest cultivation, he was the center of attention. Young master, don't worry, we have already obtained detailed information and know where there are more precious prey. Just follow us. Bai Xingjing had a lively personality and was in charge of scouting. Everyone followed her, and sure enough, they killed many unique prey. Feng Yuan did not put in much effort, and the whole process was more like a field trip. Young Master Fengjing, I heard that your Guyue tribe is moving to Baigu Mountain. Is it like this? On the way back, Bai Xingjing seemed to ask casually. These are all groundless rumors. Feng Yuan laughed. Young master, you are cultured and refined, a gentleman, much better than that Bai Zhanlai. Sigh, if we can settle down on Baigu Mountain, we will be able to see each other often. Bai Xingjing continued. Feng Yuan chuckled, sneaking a glance at Bai Lian who was walking beside him. Bai Lian had a worried expression, settling down and establishing a village is not a simple matter. The first condition is to find a spirit spring. However, around the spirit spring, the primeval energy is dense, and there will definitely be beast groups or strong wild goo worms. When the predecessors establish a village, they must go through intense battles to kill the beast groups or wild goo worms. This process will definitely be accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Saying so, she looked at Feng Yuan. Actually, there are large numbers of bone beasts living on Baigu Mountain. These bone beasts have tough bodies and are hard to deal with. There is no soil on Baigu Mountain, only pure white bone stones. It is not impossible to establish a village on this mountain, but the price to pay will be very high. Oh, is that so? Feng Yuan's smile showed a trace of reluctance, his gaze revealing a trace of deep worry. However, he pretended to ask casually, I am rather interested in Baigu Mountain. Bai Lian, you are half the owner, tell me, how many dangers are there on this mountain? Bai Lian laughed, if young master wants to hear, I will tell you. She exaggerated while secretly activating the accumulating anxiety goo in her aperture. This goo's effect was like the spring breeze and drizzle, silently affecting the surroundings within 10 steps of the user. It could make one's mind heavier and their worries deeper. Feng Yuan's smile gradually faded, the worry in his eyes showing clearly. Young Master Feng Jing doesn't need to worry, this time we will definitely win against Bai Zhanlai. Bai Xingjing purposely comforted. Feng Yuan nodded and answered a few sentences, but he seemed to be absent-minded. Following that, he asked even more questions. They were all related to Baigu Mountain, especially a certain part of the back mountain. Bai Lian patiently answered all of them. This scene was playing out in the tent at the same time. The little fish has taken the bait. Bai clan leader laughed complacently. Back mountain, she started to compare the map on the table. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Iso. After a while. Bai clan leader retracted her gaze from the map, she gave up helplessly. Baigu Mountain was huge, although the range had been reduced to the back mountain, it was still far from the accurate location. Guyue clan's lad is wary of my Bai clan, he will definitely not ask for the location directly. It seems I need to work harder to find the Spirit Springs location. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth, thinking. Once they know the location of the Spirit Spring, Bai clan will carry out a detailed investigation. If there are not many beast groups around the Spirit Spring, and the price of killing them is not high, then I will make a move directly. Strike first to gain the upper hand. But if there are too many ferocious beasts and goo worms, then I will provide logistics to support Guyue clan. I will let them be the vanguard, and when the time is right, I will reap the rewards. If I do it well, I might even be able to swallow up the remnants of Guyue clan. He he he. Thinking of this, Bai clan leader could not help but chuckle. She still did not know that the so-called remnant of Guyue clan was just a fabrication. On the contrary, Feng Yuan obtained a lot of valuable information from Bai Lian. The righteous path inheritance was at the back mountain of Baigu Mountain, Feng Yuan did not hide this. However, there were many bone beasts and many goo at the back mountain, occupying an area, it was difficult and dangerous. He knew that Bai Lian's words were exaggerated. With his 500 years of experience, he got rid of the exaggerated content, and Feng Yuan obtained a fact. If he and Bai Ningbing were to reach the inheritance location, they would need at least half a year. The situation on Baigu Mountain was different from the forest. There were large-scale beast groups, and at the same time, ferocious beasts and dangerous goo worms. Many places needed to be avoided, and some places needed to be avoided. After returning to the village, it was as Bai Xingjing said, their battle results surpassed Bai Zhanlai's. After a day of rumors, this competition was widely known. The 5 of them walked in the camp, receiving much attention. Senior Bai Lian won today. That is because Lord Bai Zhanlai's luck was not good. You have to know, hunting also depends on luck. If we don't encounter any rare prey, it won't work even if we have the strength. Are the 2 people over there from Guyue's family? Who is that woman? So beautiful. Her beauty is actually not inferior to Bai Lian's. I heard that the young master of the Guyue clan is interested in Lady Bai Lian. Humph, a toad lusting after swan meat. In my opinion, this person's character is unshakable. You already have one by your side, yet you still want another. No wonder Lord Bai Zhanlai is angry. Everyone can see Lord Bai Zhanlai's feelings for Senior 100 Lotus. I heard that they were childhood sweethearts. Sigh, it's a pity that the falling flowers yearn for love, but the heartless water is heartless, many whispered and bowed their heads in discussion. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to have a heavy heart. Although he had won, he did not look happy. In the evening, there was another bonfire banquet in the central tent. Bai Xing and Bai Hua, this pair of siblings, after toasting Fang Yuan, were led away. There were a few new faces in the tent. Balian and Bai Zhanlai's competition caused them to be separated from the normal hunting competition. Therefore, the positions that were originally occupied became empty, attracting the appearance of two young talents of the Bai clan. These two men were obviously close to Bai Zhanlai. During the banquet, one glared at Fang Yuan, while the other ignored him. "Nephew, it has already been a few days. Why haven't we seen your clansmen?" During the banquet, the Bai clan leader asked. Fang Yuan showed a trace of worry. "According to my calculations, it should be in the last few days." Sigh, maybe they encountered some unforeseen events. But I think that with their strength, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. The Bai clan leader nodded. Her main concern was still on Fang Yuan. She had spent a lot of effort to build such a stage. Seeing that progress was fast and success was in sight, she did not want the appearance of Guyue's remnants to ruin this great situation. What the Bai clan leader did not know was that her worry was completely unnecessary. In this world, only the two brothers, Fang Yuan and Fang Jing, were left in the Guyue tribe. "Nephew, don't worry, I have already sent people to investigate. I believe there will be news of your clansmen soon." On the other hand, the Bai clan leader consoled Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly thanked her, while Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. It was still fine now, they could use excuses to dodge the situation. After all, encountering some unexpected troubles in the wilderness was a normal thing. But once the situation drags on, Bai clan would become suspicious. They might even be able to see through their own side. But these days, Bai Ningbing did not dare to act rashly while hunting in the wilderness. She knew that there were definitely Bai clan Gu masters monitoring the surroundings, hiding at the side. They lacked a powerful movement Gu, and the complicated situation in the forest greatly restricted their speed. From Bai Ningbing's point of view, the situation was worsening day by day. They were like sinking into a swamp, sinking deeper and deeper. If left alone, they would sink and rot sooner or later. "Then what are your plans?" Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan, who was sitting beside her. She understood Fang Yuan, and knew he was not a person who would sit and wait for death. But because of her limited life experience, she could not think of a good way to break out of this situation. In this environment, she could not directly discuss with Fang Yuan. The pressure in Bai Ningbing's heart was getting heavier. Another day passed like this. Fang Yuan's team's battle achievements were close to surpassing Bai Zhanlai's. After the banquet, Bai clan leader summoned Bai Mo Xing to discuss a secret plan. The female clan leader tapped the table with her finger. "We cannot continue like this." Bai Lian kept talking about the dangers of Baigu Mountain during today's hunt. I can already feel Fang Jing wavering. But time waits for no man. Once Guyue tribe's main force appears, Fang Jing will have found his backbone, and our efforts will be wasted. Time waits for no man. Bai clan leader heaved a long sigh, unable to conceal the worry on her face. She did not know that Bai Ningbing was actually more worried than her. Time was even more precious to Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Mo Xing pondered for a while. "Clan leader, in my opinion, it is not realistic to make Fang Jing trust us and tell us the location of the spirit spring in a short period of time. I have an idea, but we still need to beat around the bush, but we need to add some fuel to the fire." "Oh? Tell me about it." Bai Mo Xing mumbled in a low voice. Bai clan leader nodded. "You are right. That Fang Jing is very worried. He must be worried that the tribe will suffer great losses in order to attack the spirit spring. Doesn't he want to know the location of the spirit spring? He must be thinking about it, but he is worried about us. Moreover, their cultivations were too weak." "Your idea sounds good." Faintly, the female clan leader felt that there was something wrong with this idea. But there were no other good ideas now, they could only give it a try. Thus, on the third day of the battle, Bai Zhanlai accidentally caught a wild swimming dragon butterfly during his hunt, causing a commotion in the camp. Bai Lian's expression was heavy. The situation is not good. Swimming dragon butterfly goo is a rank 3 goo, it is extremely rare. Bai Zhanlai is already far ahead, we can only take a risk to have any hope of victory. I know the situation of the surrounding forest. We can only go to Baigu Mountain to hunt and kill bone beasts, or subdue wild bone goo. Bai Ningbing's heart jumped when she heard this. Baigu Mountain, isn't this the best time to break the deadlock? Haha, to think such a good opportunity would come knocking on our door. Although Baigu Mountain is dangerous, it is the best way to get rid of Bai clan. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head, this is too dangerous. Lady Bai Lian, our strength is limited, let's forget about it. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, wishing she could strangle Fang Yuan. Bai Lian smiled, young master, don't worry, I have a plan. I have a close relationship with Bai Sheng and Bai Hua young masters, we can coax them to join the hunt tomorrow. They do not have any cultivation, so we can't secretly bring them in. But they will definitely have hidden goo masters protecting them. Now that we're on the White Bones Mountain, if we encounter any danger, will these guards not intervene? We will not steal the corpses of the beasts they kill, we will hunt our own. There will always be the old, the weak, and the young in the beast group. The wild beasts on Baigu Mountain are much more valuable. Fang Yuan was stunned, to think that Bai clan would do this in order to not arouse my suspicions. Although he thought so, he said, this is a great plan. Lady Bai Lian, you are so intelligent, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Not at all, young master is too kind. Bai Lian smiled shyly, her eyes concealing a hint of pride. The next day. In the dark central tent, Bai clan leader stared at the colorful smoke in the air. Within the smoke, a scene appeared. In the scene, there was a group of 7 people. Other than Fang Yuan, Bai Lian and the others, there were 2 children, they were the 2 young masters of Bai clan. It seems Baigu Mountain is very peaceful. We have been walking for so long, but we have not met any trouble. In the scene, Bai Xingjing spoke. Bai clan leader immediately snorted in anger. To protect them and open the path, she sent large numbers of goo masters, even the clan elders around her followed them secretly. Fang Yuan's group moved without any obstruction, and the scattered wild beasts they met were purposely left out by Bai clan's goo masters. In these 6 hours of trekking, Bai clan had already sacrificed tens of outstanding goo masters, even 3 clan elders were injured. Among them, 2 were already unconscious and were on the way back to camp. But this was only the foot of Baigu Mountain. The further they went up the mountain, the more dangerous it became. Fang Yuan's group might look relaxed, but it was actually because the goo masters ahead had used their blood and lives to exchange for it. Especially Baigu Mountain, there were no signs of human habitation, it was the territory of ferocious beasts and wild goo. To explore the path, one had to pay a huge and high price. Fang Yuan's group continued to climb, and under Bai Lian's intentional guidance, they unknowingly arrived at Baigu Mountain. Our information is limited, I don't know where to go next. It is getting late, maybe we should return. Bai Lian purposely said. Since we are already here, we might as well take a look. Fang Yuan said. He looked around, trying to discern, as if he was looking for something. He started to lead the way, and according to his memories, he knew the inheritance location was not far away. Hey, can't you at least act more realistic? At the side, Bai Ningbing saw this and felt anxious. Fang Yuan's actions were too blatant. Bai Ningbing worriedly looked at the people around her. But what made her feel strange was, be it Bai Lian or Bai Xingjing, none of them seemed to have sensed it, and silently allowed Fang Yuan to move. Good, that's it. It seems this place is extremely close to the spirit spring. In the tent, the clan leader's excitement was clearly shown. Fangjing, you are still too inexperienced, eh? They entered the cave, is the spirit spring inside the cave? The scene flashed, showing the scene inside the cave. Just as Bai clan leader was feeling puzzled, someone outside the tent reporting to clan leader, an investigative goo master has returned and captured a Thai clan goo master. Furthermore, I have important intelligence to report. To be continued, if you like this work, you are welcome to come to South. Important information? Bai clan leader frowned slightly. But what kind of important information could be more important than the spirit spring? Since it is not urgent information, let them wait outside the tent. The clan leader instructed before focusing her gaze on the smoke image. The image flashed and showed the situation inside the cave. Fang Yuan and the other 6 went deep into the cave and soon reached the bottom. This cave was not big. Bai clan leader was soon disappointed. She did not see the spirit spring, and it could not be in such a place. It seems we still need time to find the spirit spring. Bai clan leader muttered and lightly waved her sleeves, keeping the smoke into her sleeves, and said, "Call them in." The tent flap was opened and a valiant investigative Gu master walked in and bowed. "Subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader, I have important information to report." His tone revealed a sense of anxiousness. "You captured a Thai clan Gu master?" Bai clan leader frowned slightly. Thai clan was a huge force, even 10 Bai clan villages were not their match. If it was not handled properly, it would be very troublesome. Bai clan leader was reprimanding this subordinate inwardly. This Thai clan Gu master was like a hot potato, he should just kill them secretly in the wild. But if they were brought back to the clan, it would be a source of gossip. Subordinate received a mission to investigate the movements of Gu Yue's remnant forces and unexpectedly found a heavily injured Gu master. Subordinate originally suspected that this person was a Gu Yue clansman. But after treatment, he claimed to be a Thai clan Gu master. And from his mouth, subordinate learned a shocking piece of news. Qingmao Mountain's 3 clans were completely annihilated. But there was a mysterious demonic Gu master who escaped from the disaster. Thai clans sent out Gu masters to pursue these demonic Gu masters. The investigative Gu master reported. "What did you say?" Bai clan leader was shocked. Her heart thumped and she frowned. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's appearance and actions flashed past her mind like flickering shadows. These 2 youngsters were demonic Gu masters. They did not look like it, especially when Bai clan leader recalled the scene of Fang Yuan crying at the banquet. How could such a person be a demonic Gu master? "How can you be sure this person is a Thai clan Gu master?" Bai clan leader asked. "This is the Thai clan's token we found on him. Moreover, this person's Gu has the characteristics of the Thai clan." The investigative Gu master said as he presented an iron token. The 100 Clans clan head took the token and held it in her hand, feeling the coldness of the token. It was indeed the token of the Thai family, but this is also possible. This person killed Thai clan's Gu masters and obtained the spoils of war from them. Maybe this person, a thief crying thief, is the demonic Gu master that Thai clan is chasing. Bai clan leader thought of a possibility. In order to survive, demonic Gu masters had to disguise their identities. The 100 family's clan leader's first impression was too deep. But no matter what, she had to confirm it herself. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Bring the captive here. Let's go." Soon, the tent's curtain was opened and a Gu master was brought in. Tai Daoku's hair was disheveled and his face was pale, as he appeared in front of Bai clan leader with light steps. "Kneel." The Gu master behind kicked him, and this man groaned as he knelt on the ground. But he struggled with all his might, wanting to stand up immediately. "Be obedient." The 2 Gu masters behind each held an arm, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Tai Daoku struggled to no avail, and screamed, "I, Tai Daoku, kneel to heaven and earth, kneel to my parents, and kneel to the clan leader. Don't humiliate me, just die." "Oh my, your acting is quite good." Bai clan leader raised her brows and sneered. Soon after, he shouted, "Speak, you demonic Gu master, how did you kill Tai clan's Gu master and obtain this token?" Tai Daoku was stunned, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Pfft. I am an upright man, Tai clan's Tai Daoku, I will never change my name. After falling into your hands, you can kill me or torture me as you wish, but now you are still trying to frame me, don't you seem hypocritical?" The blood did not land on Bai clan leader's body. As if it hit an invisible wall in the air, it fell to the ground. Bai clan leader's expression was somewhat ugly. Tai Daoku sneered, "My Thai clan specializes in investigation. Bai clan, you captured me and humiliated me like this, hee, you better chop me into pieces and pray that no one finds out. Once you are found out, hee, your Bai clan will suffer my Thai clan's thunderous revenge." Bai clan leader sneered, "You keep saying you are a Thai clan Gu master, but I have seen many Thai clan Gu masters. Rank 5 and below always move in large groups, and they are all capable and imposing, with a steel-like concealment. Not mentioning that you are alone, look at your current appearance. If you want to act as a Tai Clan Gu master, you better act properly. Tai Daoku's sneer froze. Bai clan leader's words evoked the most painful part in his heart. Thinking of the time when they set off from Qingmao Mountain, the group of 9 were in high spirits. But now, he was the only one left, and he was even a prisoner, so bitter, especially when Tai Daoku thought of Tai Ao Tian's death. The huge regret and pity made him feel even more pain. He was Tai Clan's 4th young master, with outstanding aptitude and a persevering nature. He had been placed high hopes on since young. He was a strong competitor for Tai Clan leader, and the hope of Tai Clan's future. Ever since he was young, he had displayed extraordinary intelligence and aptitude. From him, Tai Daoku saw hope for the future. But, when the earth-shattering explosion rang out, everything was over. The explosion was too sudden. Tai Ao Tian, who was at the center of the explosion, did not even have time to activate his defensive goo worms before he was blasted into smithereens. A generation's pride, a future star, died just like that. Not only Tai Ao Tian, but the others also suffered. Several of them were killed in the explosion, and countless goo worms were destroyed. The remaining 2 were heavily injured. Tai Daoku was one of them. At that time, he was at the back of the group, and because his skin was modified into copper skin by a goo worm, he was able to survive. There was also a heavily injured person. Half of his body was blown up, and after 5 minutes, he fainted. Rescue efforts failed, and he died. Tai Daoku shed tears as he buried his clansmen's corpses into the ground. He had wanted to bury them separately, but most of the corpses were blasted into pieces. Tai Ao Tian's situation was even worse, only palm-sized pieces were left. He built a grave with an extremely sorrowful heart. He cut off a huge rock and moved it here as a marker. Afterwards, he investigated the explosion site. With his rich experience, he determined that this was charred thunder potato goo. More than 100 charred thunder potatoes were buried in the ground. No doubt, this was a huge, sinister, and vicious trap. Who did such a wicked thing? Who set this trap? Tai Daoku thought about it, and felt that Feng and Bai were the most suspicious. Of course, he did not know Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing's names and other information, but he understood, this was very likely the work of the demonic goo master they were chasing. Too despicable, too vicious. Tai Daoku was furious, his hatred was as deep as the sea. Revenge, he had to take revenge, and bring this demonic goo master to justice. To Tai Daoku, he could no longer return to Tai Clan. Tai Clan's 4th young master was dead, this responsibility had to be pursued. Moreover, if Tai Daoku returned like this, it would be a huge humiliation to him. He decided to continue chasing. Tai Ao Tian was dead, his life had turned from colorful to gray. He wanted to kill Qingmao Mountain's demonic goo master to vent the hatred in his heart. Even if he could not kill them, he would use all his strength. Revenge! Revenge! He shouted towards the sky, vowing not to rest until he killed Feng and Bai. However, reality was cruel. His injuries could not be treated effectively, and in the next few days, he had a high fever and felt dizzy. He was also attacked by beast groups, and only managed to escape by water. But under the situation of lacking supplies, he still fainted. When he woke up, he found that he had been saved, and had become Bai Clan's captive. He could not bear to recall the past, and felt pain just thinking about it. Tai Daoku knelt in the tent, and could not help but shed tears. Bai Clan leader was secretly surprised, and continued to ask questions. But Tai Daoku did not speak, as if he was ready to die a martyr. This was not the demonic goo master who disguised his identity and wanted to survive. What if this person is really a Tai Clan goo master? Bai Clan leader felt something was wrong, and the bad feeling in her heart was growing. She wanted to find out more information, but Tai Daoku did not speak, and even closed his eyes, not cooperating at all. Bai Clan leader's eyes turned, and suddenly said, "Not long ago, our Bai Clan hosted 2 Guyue clansmen. They were 2 youngsters, and one claimed to be the young master of Guyue clan." Before Bai Clan leader finished speaking, Tai Daoku suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with brilliance. Hatred, anger, joy, all sorts of complex emotions were revealed at once. He was so excited that he wanted to stand up, but was pressed down by the two Gu masters behind him. He shouted, "It's them, it must be them. To think I would meet them here, and two youngsters at that. Humph, they must be demonic Gu masters who escaped from Qingmao Mountain." Tai Daoku naturally did not know about Bai Clan. The investigative Gu master was only interrogating him, it would be strange if he told him this. Bai Clan leader saw that he finally spoke, and immediately asked, "If you are a Tai Clan Gu master, where are your companions?" Tai Daoku's attitude completely changed at this moment. For the sake of revenge, he replied in a deep voice, "They're all dead." "Where did they die? Where are their corpses?" Tai Daoku's expression changed. "I cannot tell you this. The dead are buried, even if you suspect me, I will not allow you to dig up their graves." Bai Clan leader heard this, and her heart sank. This was not something a demonic Gu master would say. "Don't tell me." Bai Clan leader felt a strong sense of foreboding. She finally waved her sleeves, and a colorful smoke flew out, spiraling in the air and showing a scene. "Your clan's young masters are in our hands, get out now." In the scene, Fang Yuan had already shed all pretense of cordiality. He grabbed Bai Xing and Bai Hua's throats, one in each hand, and shouted coldly. Bai Clan leader was stunned. After a few breaths of time, she flew into a rage, and slammed the table in front of her into smithereens. She roared in anger, "So you are demonic scoundrels. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to East South." Bai Clan leader's expression was extremely terrible. Everything was clear now. She was hesitant at first, but after seeing the scene in the colorful smoke, only an idiot would not be able to tell. Bai Clan leader was not an idiot, in fact, she was wiser than ordinary people. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she led Bai Clan to complete the migration, and laid a solid foundation for the next generation. Damn it! How can this be? These two scoundrels are actually demonic Gu masters. They are too good at acting. Young master, the two young masters are in their hands, what should we do? In the tent, the other Gu masters saw this and panicked, their minds in chaos. The situation was terrible. Fang Yuan was holding the two young masters hostage, causing everyone to be wary of taking action. Bai Clan leader forced herself to calm down. She was Bai Hua and Bai Xing's mother, her anxiety and worry could not be matched by others. But as a leader, she had to have her own strengths. Other than her identity as a mother, she was also a clan leader. She first ordered her subordinates to release Tai Daoku. "I have misunderstood Tai Clan's hero, I apologize to you here." She stood up and bowed with a sincere expression. Tai Daoku snorted, although he was extremely unhappy, he admired Bai Clan leader's ability to let go. Right now, he was only a prisoner, his life and death was at the mercy of Bai Clan leader. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Because his body was extremely weak, even this action was very difficult for him. "Come, help Tai Clan's guests to their seats," Bai Clan leader ordered. Tai Daoku sat down, his gaze fixed on the scene in the colorful smoke. He looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing with a burning gaze, making it hard for others to look at him directly. The demonic Gu masters who escaped from Qingmao Mountain, are they the two of them? That explosive trap was set up by them? Young Master Tai Ao Tian's death, my current predicament, were caused by these two youngsters? Tai Daoku imprinted Fang and Bai's appearance and physique deeply in his mind. No, it might not be them. Maybe this is a misunderstanding. Tai Daoku quickly thought of another possibility. He was an upright person, and never killed the innocent. But no matter what, I have to confirm it personally. If not, I will go after the real culprit. If that's the case, then I'm going to cripple their apertures and chop them into pieces. Thinking of this, he said, 100 Clans leader, the most important thing now is to capture these two thieves and save the two young masters of your clan. Tai Clan hero, what do you have to teach me? Bai Clan leader wanted to get some useful information from Tai Daoku's mouth. But she was destined to be disappointed. Tai Daoku shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. The atmosphere in the cave was tense. Back off. Do you want me to repeat myself? Fang Yuan sneered and threatened. Fangjing, what are you doing? What's going on? Why did you kidnap the two young masters? Bai Lian, Bai Xingjing, and the others were all dumbfounded. They had originally thought that they would be able to find the spirit spring. However, everything had happened too quickly. No one had expected that Feng Yuan would suddenly launch an attack and kidnap the two young masters who were so close to him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, all of a sudden, 3 figures appeared. Feng, you dare to kidnap our clan's young masters, your audacity is unforgivable. Let go of the young masters and we will spare your life. Feng, let go of the young masters now and come back with us. We will send you off. The 3 elders spoke one after another, their expressions extremely ugly. They had strong cultivation and had been following and protecting this group. Now that they sensed the commotion, they rushed here first. You finally couldn't hold back and jumped out. Very good. Feng Yuan sneered. In his hands, the twins Bai Xing and Bai Hua were struggling crazily. Evil thief, let go of us. If you kill me, you will die too. The 2 children shouted with difficulty, their faces were flushed red. They were choked by Feng Yuan and could not breathe properly, gradually feeling suffocated. These 2 children would become rank 5 Gu masters in the future, the leaders of Bai clan, the twin stars of the righteous path. Unfortunately, right now, they had no strength to even truss a chicken and were being strangled by Feng Yuan. In just a moment, their eyes started to roll back and their auras weakened. Feng, don't make a mistake, let go of the 2 young masters. We have given you the chance, as long as you let go of the young masters, our Bai clan will let you leave and will not stop you. What do you want, Yuan stone or Gu worms? The 3 elders were anxious, their eyes shining with ominous light as they were ready to make a move. Wasn't my words clear enough? Get out of here, otherwise. Feng Yuan laughed malevolently and signaled Bai Ningbing with his gaze. Bai Ningbing understood and took out the chainsaw golden centipede. She injected her primeval essence into it and the silver saw started to move crazily, making buzzing noises as it slowly moved towards Bai Hua's delicate arm. Let go of my sister, let go, let go. Bai Xing stared angrily as he shouted and struggled with all his might, but Feng Yuan used a bit of strength and his words were stuck in his throat. Don't be rash. Stop, stop. At this time other Gu masters rushed over. Seeing this scene, everyone shouted and panicked. Feng Yuan laughed, I'll count to 3, if you don't leave this cave, your young master's arm will be gone. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes spewing fire, wishing they could chop Feng Yuan into pieces. Still not leaving? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows and raised his arm. Bai Hua and the chainsaw golden centipede got closer. Ah! Everyone screamed in shock. Oh my god! A young female Gu master covered her eyes. Leave the cave! The clan elders shouted. They were afraid to take action and did not dare to gamble. The crowd slowly retreated, but before they left, they all glared at Feng and Bai. If looks could kill, then Feng Yuan would have been killed countless times already. If anger was like water, then Feng and Bai would have been swallowed by a tsunami. Everyone left the cave and Feng Yuan handed Bai Hua and Bai Xing to Bai Ningbing, then looked around. The entire Baigu mountain had no rocks or soil, it was made of white bones. This cave was the same, a field of snow white. Around the cave walls, there were sharp bone spikes. These bone spikes looked no different from other caves. But in fact, if one observed carefully, they would find that these bone spikes were like spiral spears, they were different. This was the Spiral Bone Cave. It was also the entrance to Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance. Although there were many caves in Baigu Mountain, only this cave had such dense spiral bone spikes. Feng Yuan had never been to this inheritance before. But in his previous life, he had heard many rumors, and even Bai Xing and Bai Hua had personally confirmed it. I first entered the Spiral Bone Cave, then I unexpectedly found a bone spike that could be twisted. This is the mechanism to open the entrance. Feng Yuan thought for a while, before starting to search for that special bone spike. There were thousands of bone spikes in this cave, but in Feng Yuan's previous life, Bai Hua had once revealed some details during a banquet. At that time, she was playing with her brother at the back of the mountain, and saw a bone spike in the cave. It was extremely sturdy and had dense spiral patterns. She casually touched it, and unexpectedly twisted it, opening the cave entrance. Feng, you are already surrounded, you can't escape even if you have wings. Come out. In all fairness, our Bai clan has treated you well, but you are repaying our kindness with enmity. Fangjing, let me give you a piece of advice, leave some leeway for others. If anything happens to the two young masters, our Bai clan will do our best to take revenge. The cave was not deep, and many Gu masters' shouts could be heard from outside. Bai Hua started to sob softly. Bai Xing said, Fangjing, stop. Let us go, I can guarantee with my identity as a young master that you will leave safely. He was so young, and in such a dangerous situation, he was even calmer than an adult. From his body, the light of a future star was already shining. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, but his eyes suddenly brightened. He took a step forward and stretched out his hand, placing it on a protruding and thick bone spike. Next, he lightly twisted it. Creak, with a loud sound, the bone spikes all shrunk, and the secret door opened from the side, revealing a cave entrance that was right in front of Fangjing. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened. Bai Hua stopped crying, and stared blankly at this change. Ah, there is actually a cave here. Bai Xing shouted. Humph, shut up. Bai Ningbing struck the back of Bai Xing's head with his hand, knocking him unconscious. He was purposely shouting to leave a clue for the people outside the cave. Sure enough, there was a commotion outside the cave. Cave entrance? Not good, they are trying to escape. Quickly chase. Fang Yuan growled, whoever dares to enter the cave, I will kill Bai Xing first. This voice immediately stopped the Bai clan Gu masters. Fang Yuan quickly walked into the cave, and Bai Ningbing knocked Bai Hua unconscious, carrying one in each hand and following closely behind. Stepping into the secret tunnel, it was bright inside, shining with a gentle white light. But in this cave, there were still bone spikes growing, like sharp spears, their roots piercing into the cave walls. These bone spears were densely packed, completely sealing the tunnel, leaving only some gaps, allowing Fang Yuan to vaguely see a large hall at the end of the tunnel. It seems this is the reason you came to Baigu Mountain. I will open the path. Bai Ningbing walked forward, wanting to use the chainsaw golden centipede, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. These bone spears are extremely hard, don't be anxious. Fang Yuan searched around, and according to what Bai Hua had told him in his previous life, he found the shortest spiral bone spike and pulled it out. Crack, with the sound of a mechanism, the tunnel behind the two closed up, and at the same time, the densely packed bone spears in the tunnel shrunk back into the cave walls. All of a sudden, the road ahead became smooth and flat. Fang Yuan laughed, and turned to Bai Ningbing, welcome to Baigu Mountain. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, and she subconsciously turned around to look. The tunnel behind her was already completely closed. If the Bai clan Gu masters wanted to chase them, they would at least have to open up this tunnel, and that would take some time. Bai Ningbing's lips curled up, showing an excited smile. Everything had become exciting. This was the kind of life that he had been pursuing. P.S. There will be more at 8 p.m. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Isu. The secret passage was not long. Fang and Bai walked for a while and arrived at a large hall. The pure white hall was made of bones. In the center of the hall, there was a huge vat. The vat was filled with a white liquid that seemed to be milk, emitting a fragrant smell. Fang Yuan walked closer to the vat, and related memories surfaced in his mind. According to Bai Hua's description in his previous life, this vat should be connected to a spring. This spring was a milk spring. The spring water was like milk, tasting sweet and delicious. Not only was it a good drink, it was also nutritious. Children could grow up after drinking it, and the elderly could grow stronger after drinking it. Milk spring was a specialty of Baigu Mountain. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Bai clan moved here, they developed 5 milk springs. This made the milk spring a specialty of Bai clan, not only supplying themselves, but also being traded as a commodity, attracting many caravans to trade every year. There is a gu in this vat. Fang Yuan said, gesturing to Bai Ningbing with his gaze. According to his memories, there was no danger here. But Fang Yuan was a cautious person. After all, this was not his own experience, the information was all from hearsay. It was better to let someone else do the risky things. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, activating her defense and stretching out her hand like a vat. There are so many gu inside. Soon, her brows raised, showing a shocked expression. When she retracted her hand, Bai Ningbing's hand was already full of goo. These goo were the size of a person's index finger, completely white. One end was smooth, while the other was sharp, like a miniature spear. This was the bone spear goo. Although this goo is rank 1, there are too many of them. This vat is almost filled to the brim with them. Bai Ningbing said excitedly. Bone spear goo, similar to Guyue village's moonblade goo. It was the foundational item of this Bai Gu inheritance. In his previous life, after Bai clan found this inheritance, most of the clan's goo masters were equipped with this goo. The bone spear goo became a specialty of Bai clan's goo masters. Look around again, there should be rank 2 goo in this vat. Fang Yuan stood at the side, his expression calm. Bai Ningbing searched a few times, finally finding rank 2 goo. This goo was similar to the bone spear goo, but the surface of the bone spear had spiral markings, spiral bone spear goo. This goo was the evolution of the bone spear goo. When it was shot, its attack power was higher and had more penetrative force than the bone spear goo. In the vat, the bone spear goo occupied the majority, only a small portion was the spiral bone spear. This way, I finally have a regular and stable attacking method. Fang Yuan held a spiral bone spear goo as he thought. The charred thunder potato goo was very unstable and needed to be planted on the ground. If others did not step on it, it would be a white seed. If it was a goo master with a terrible memory, forgetting the location where they planted the charred thunder potato goo would bring disaster upon themselves. Moreover, the charred thunder potato goo's usage was restricted. It must be used in the soil, the more fertile the soil, the better. As for a special place like Bai Gu Mountain, the charred thunder potato goo could not be used. Otherwise, Fang Yuan wouldn't mind laying 1 or 2 more traps. A pity there is no rank 3 goo. Bai Ningbing was rather regretful. She chose a spiral bone spear goo and placed it in her pocket, planning to refine it later. But this kind of rank 2 goo, to her, was a novelty. In a real battle, it would not be able to display the strength of a rank 3 goo master. Seeing that there was no danger in the vat, Fang Yuan started to move. He fished out the goo worms by the handful, and relying on the spring-autumn cicada's aura, he spat out his primeval essence and instantly refined them. You are. Bai Ningbing was tongue-tied. In just a short period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined tens of goo worms, and he was still continuing. Because of the spring-autumn cicada, he could instantly refine them. And because of his aptitude and heavenly essence treasure lotus, his primeval essence recovery speed was faster than the refining speed, causing him to move non-stop. This was like a crazy performance. In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were 200 bone spear goo and over 20 spiral bone spear goo. Refining goo had always been a difficult task for goo masters. Although Bai Ningbing had seen Fang Yuan instantly refine goo a few times, it had never been as visually impactful as this time. In Fang Yuan's hands, refining goo was like eating and drinking. No, it was as easy as winking his hand. It was simply too easy. What kind of trump card does he have? Bai Ningbing was extremely bewildered. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image in her heart became even more profound and unfathomable. But on the surface, she curled her lips and said calmly, "You have so many goo at once, can you raise them all?" Fang Yuan laughed, "Of course not. Bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo, they both fed on milk. Thus, they were raised in this milk vat. Don't look at how the milk spring water was full, but the consumption was huge. It was because the bottom of the vat was connected to a spring, thus it was like this. If Fang Yuan wanted to raise so many goo, he would have to have a milk spring of his own. Although I can't raise them all, I like to bring as many as possible. Otherwise, those Bai clan people would benefit from it." Fang Yuan laughed and pointed at the vat. "All right, you can destroy the rest of the goo." There were too many goo in the vat. Although Fang Yuan had refined a lot, considering his rank 1 aperture's endurance, there were still quite a few left. A moment later, Bai Ningbing looked at the ground full of goo corpses with a complex expression. She was extremely clear of the huge value of these goo. Destroying them was like destroying a small mountain of yuan stone. Even Bai Ningbing felt heartache. However, if they were left behind, they would be taken by Bai clan. Rather than giving resources to the enemy, it was better to destroy them. The two left this hall and followed another secret passage, entering the second bone hall. In the center of the hall, there were 3 white bone pillars. At the top of the pillars, there was a carving of a human hand, only the flesh was shaved off, leaving only the bones. In the hands of the white bone men, there was a goo worm. 3 pillars, there were 3 goo worms in deep slumber. Fang Yanbai walked closer. The surface of the pillars were carved with words. It was an explanation of these 3 goo worms. Rib shield goo, flying bone shield goo, arm bone wings goo. Bai Ningbing's gaze swept across as she mumbled. Soon, her gaze focused on a line of words, choose one of the 3, satisfied. By Goo Mountain inheritance, left for future generations. The meaning was clear, they could only choose 1 goo worm. This opportunity would be given to the fated person in the future. Rib Shield Goo Master could grow 2 rows of ribs to protect their chest. It had outstanding defense. It was a rank 3 goo worm. Its advantage was, apart from the initial growth stage, it required large amounts of primeval essence. After that, it could be maintained without primeval essence. Similar to the heavenly essence treasure lotus, after refinement, it could be used without the need to pour primeval essence. Flying bone shield goo, after use, could form 3 spinning bone shields. The surface area was small, floating around the goo master. Arm bone wings goo, on the other hand, grew a pair of bone wings on the forearm. Flapping the bone wings could slightly increase movement speed. The most important thing was the increase in attack speed. Rib shield goo can be used with his carapace goo, forming a front and back defense. But the carapace goo is destined to be eliminated by me. With only 1 rib shield, the area of defense is too small. I have the jumping grass, and am not specialized in fighting, so the arm bone wings goo will not be of much use. Fang Yuan thought for a while, choosing the flying bone shield goo. He crushed his hand bone, refining the flying bone shield goo and keeping it in his aperture. As for the other 2 goo worms, they did not move. This was a righteous inheritance, testing the fated person's ability to control themselves. If they really could not control their greed and desire, and took the 3 goo worms, the secret passage would change. Although there would not be any sinister traps, the gains would be greatly reduced. Righteous inheritances were different from demonic inheritances. Normally speaking, they were designed with benevolence in mind. If the goo master was fated to meet them, there would be gains. The only difference was the amount of gains. Bai Ningbing saw that Fang Yuan did not move, and did not dare to move, afraid of any traps. The 2 followed the secret passage, entering the 3rd hall. There were no other secret passages in this hall, and a human skeleton was sitting cross-legged on the wall. In front of the human skeleton, there was a large book. This book was made from bones. It was an arm's length, half an arm's width, and 8 inches thick. Fang Yuan motioned for Bai Ningbing to pick it up, and seeing that there was no danger, he took it. This book was named Grey Bone Book by the Bai clan siblings in his previous life. Inside, there were many goo refinement recipes, and at the same time, the owner of this inheritance, Grey Bone Scholar's life experiences, as well as the reason for establishing this inheritance and so on. Fang Yuan flipped it open, and it was indeed so. This was a genuine righteous inheritance. At the end of the book, it said, this skeleton is the Grey Bone Scholar himself. If the fated person has the heart, they can pay their respects and kowtow 3 times. After paying their respects, they can split open the skull of the skeleton, and see a goo. This goo is Grey Bone Scholar's vital goo. If the person obtains it, they will benefit the world and uphold justice, and so on. Fang Yuan smiled at this, and handed the Grey Bone Book to Bai Ningbing. He knelt on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. This was a genuine kowtow. His forehead touched the hard ground, and 3 muffled thuds could be heard. Bai Ningbing was astonished to think that Fang Yuan had such a side. After Fang Yuan finished kowtowing, he stood up, but there was no movement in the hall. He did not mind it, and smiled slightly. There were no other secret passages in this hall, but it was not the end. This place tested the person's nature. If they were pure and kind, and knew gratitude, they would definitely kowtow. If he knocked his head on the ground 3 times, a new secret passage would be revealed. But this was only 1 layer. If they not only kowtowed, but also remained motionless in front of the skeleton, showing respect to the senior's corpse, a 2nd secret passage would appear. In my previous life, Bai Xing and Bai Hua both kowtowed, but Bai Hua was afraid of pain, and did not make a sound. It was this Bai Xing who activated the first layer of mechanism. But Bai Xing wanted to open the skull to take the goo, but was stopped by Bai Hua, who wanted to leave the senior alone. Thus, Bai Hua activated the second layer of mechanism. Fang Yuan's imagination ran wild, and he looked at Bai Hua and Bai Xing. They were still unconscious in Bai Ningbing's hands. Bai Ningbing also looked at these two, and sighed. It seems that we will have to rely on these two to protect ourselves. But I am very curious, what is this grey bone scholar's vital goo? Let's open the skull and take the goo. Fang Yuan shook his head. This is the ingenuity of this place's design. Curiosity can make people imagine the goo in the skull very beautifully, and it will be even more tempting than seeing the real thing. Don't be anxious. He had just finished speaking when a part of the bone wall shrunk and slid open, revealing a new secret passage. I see. Bai Ningbing seemed to have understood something, and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Although this passage is correct, it is not the most valuable one. Let's wait a while more. The waiting time was the longest. Especially Fang and Bai, who were still being chased by Bai clan. After waiting for a few minutes, Bai Ningbing gradually became anxious. Another secret door slid open, and the secret passage quietly appeared. Haha, this is it. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, and walked forward, raising his leg and stepping on Grey Bone Scholar's corpse. With the appearance of this secret passage, this corpse was useless. Fang Yuan took out a goo from the skull. It was a rank 3 bone spike goo. P.S. The update is a bit late, sorry, dinner took up a lot of time, sorry. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to search. Boom, with an explosion, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing a cave entrance. There really is a cave entrance. No wonder they disappeared, they must have entered this cave. Strange, why is there a mechanism here? Ah, clan leader is here. When Bai clan leader arrived at the scene, she just happened to see everyone breaking the wall and revealing the secret tunnel. This should be an inheritance ground. Tai Dao Ku, who came along, deduced with just one glance. So it was like this. It seems these two thieves' true destination is here. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with a cold light. Such good acting skills. On the way here, she recalled the scenes of these days. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She was actually tricked by these two youngsters. The Grand Bai clan leader and her clansmen all fell in the hands of these two juniors. If this spread, it would be a huge blow to Bai clan's reputation. Junior did not handle the matter well and did not protect the two young masters. Clan leader, please punish us. Bai Lian, Bai Xingjing and the rest were extremely nervous as they knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Get up, all of you. You're acting on my orders. If you want to blame someone, blame those two thieves for being too cunning. Bai clan leader's words made Bai Lian and the rest let out a sigh of relief. These days, you were together with these two thieves, did you really not see any flaws? Tai Dao Ku asked. The three young girls stood up with complex expressions on their faces. This was especially true for Bai Lian. She had initially thought that Fang and Bai were merely playthings in her hands. But to think she was tricked by them first. There were no flaws. These two are too good at pretending. Now that I think about it, they were using our Bai clan. They are really cunning and sinister. The three young girls shook their heads, answering Tai Dao Ku. On the way, Tai Dao Ku got a rough idea from Bai clan leader. Of course, the matter of the Bai clan spirit spring was not leaked. This means these two thieves' true goal is to find this place. With their strength, they are not enough to roam around Baigu Mountain. Thus, they borrowed your Bai clan strength. Tai Dao Ku analyzed as if there was no one else around. Hearing his words, the Bai clan Gu master's expressions turned unsightly. It was indeed so. In the past few days, in order to open a path in White Bones Mountain, they had sacrificed a lot and paid a huge price. But in the end, it was paving the way for Fang and Bai. Damn it! If these two thieves were to fall into my hands, I would definitely chop them into pieces. Patriarch, let us attack. I'm going to kill these two bastards to avenge this humiliation. For a moment, everyone in the cave was furious. Bai clan leader looked around and nodded. How could she not want to kill Fang and Bai? As the mother of Bai Xing and Bai Hua, she could not wait to appear in front of her children. The morale of the army was at its peak. The 100 Clans clan leader looked at the last elder who volunteered, then order your men to move out. We must open up this secret passage. Yes. The elder replied in a low voice, accepting the order. Slow down. This secret passage is filled with jagged bone spikes and is completely sealed. How did those two thieves get in? There must be a trap somewhere. Let me test it out. Tai Daoku stood up and raised an objection. The elder who received the order stared. The situation is urgent, the two young masters are in grave danger, how long are we going to wait to find the trap? Bone spike goo. Fang Yuan held this goo and played with it. This goo was like a cactus, fist-sized, with needle-like bone spikes on its surface. Holding it in his hand, it was somewhat heavy. This goo was a rank 3 goo, typically harming the enemy by 1,000 and the user by 800. Because when a goo master uses it, the bones in their body will mutate, producing sharp and hard bone spikes. To use these bone spikes against the enemy, these bone spikes must first pierce through the goo master's skin and flesh. Pain was secondary, but if there was no corresponding healing goo, it would be terrible. The enemy might not die, but the user would be heavily injured after using the bone spike goo. What goo is this? Bai Ningbing looked over curiously. But after hearing Fang Yuan's introduction, she lost interest. It was not because she was afraid of pain, but because she had already used the ice muscles goo. Right now, her skin had been permanently transformed into ice muscles by the ice muscles goo. Not only did it have defensive properties, it could also stop sweat and stop bleeding. If Bai Ningbing used this bone spike goo, the bone spikes would first break the ice muscles, and it would not be worth it for her. Fang Yuan did not have much interest in this bone spike goo. But it was still a rank 3 goo, thus after refining it, Fang Yuan kept it in his aperture. Let's go. Fang Yuan chose the last hidden door. Bai Ningbing was still leading the way. After entering the door, there was a flight of grey bones that extended downwards. This flight of stairs was long, at least 1,000 meters. Halfway down, the surrounding light gradually dimmed, and the stairs became narrower. Almost in the darkness, Fang and Bai reached the end of the stairs. A tightly shut door appeared in front of him. On the door, there were 4 words, Flesh Sack Secret Pavilion. These bones are really King hard. The Bai clan elder wiped the sweat off his forehead and cursed. 15 minutes had passed, but only half of the secret passage had been opened. These uneven and densely packed bone spikes looked no different from the rocks of Baigu Mountain. But only when one truly attacked them would one discover that these bones were shockingly hard. Bai clan leader's expression was not good either. The more time passed, the more danger her 2 children would be in. In the past quarter of an hour, the mother felt like a century of suffering. But as the clan leader, she had to remain calm, at least on the surface, she had to set an example and bring confidence to her clansmen. Crack. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard as the mechanism activated, and the remaining bone spikes suddenly retracted back into the cave wall. Everyone was stunned, and looked towards the culprit. Tai Daoku rubbed his chin, and analyzed, this mechanism is quite ingenious. Previously, to open the cave, one needed to twist the spiral bone spikes. This left a deep impression on everyone. Before coming to the secret passage, people would often twist the spiral bone spikes around them based on their previous impressions. Unfortunately, to close this mechanism, one needs to pull the spiral bone spikes. For a moment, everyone was speechless. The elder who had received the order earlier had a red face, looking embarrassed. After this secret passage, Bai clan's group arrived at the first hall. This is? Many people were stupefied. They saw a ground full of dismembered corpses. These were the results of Bai Ningbing crushing the goo worms in the large vat. This should be bone spear goo, and spiral bone spear goo. Immediately, an elder recognized this goo. This is indeed an inheritance ground. This is the first time I have experienced something like this. Someone was excited. Look, there is a large vat in the center. What is inside the vat? Someone was curious. Other than milk spring water, there was nothing left in the vat. Bai clan's group was disappointed and angry. These 2 thieves are too ruthless. Nothing was left behind. Damn it, they are simply devoid of conscience. So many goo worms, and they've all been crushed. Many people cursed in pain, feeling indignant. Even the elders' eyes were filled with regret. Let's go, the earlier we catch them, the less our losses will be. Tai Dao Ku's words made everyone's eyes brighten. With this stimulation, everyone's morale rose even higher, wishing they could immediately appear in front of Fong and Bai. Everyone arrived at the second hall and saw the 3 stone pillars. There are goo worms left behind. The goo master at the front cheered in joy. Clan leader, please take a look. Soon, the arm bone wings and the rib shield appeared in front of Bai clan leader. Bai clan leader only glanced at them before instructing someone to keep them, without any joy in her heart. Compared to goo worms, she was more concerned about her children's safety. Did you see? The 2 goo worms just now were both rank 3 goo worms. This inheritance is really worth looking forward to. Fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune lies within fortune. These words are indeed true. Everyone was either deeply moved or shocked. Don't you find it strange, why did they leave these goo behind? Tai Dao Ku, on the other hand, had a clear view of the situation and felt something was wrong. Choose one of the 3, satisfied. By Goo Mountain inheritance, left for future generations. Soon, someone discovered the words carved on the stone pillars. It seems this is not a demonic inheritance, I'm afraid it was left behind by a righteous path figure. Heh, satisfied, but we are not satisfied at all. Let's go, let's go. Let's save the 2 young masters, then we can go sightseeing. Everyone urged each other and arrived at the 3rd hall. A cross-legged skeleton and a giant bone book appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Grey Bone Scholar, so it was this senior. An elder opened the huge book and realized this was indeed a righteous inheritance. Bai clan leader's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. This was the first good news she had heard so far. Righteous inheritances were usually gentle, unlike demonic inheritances that were sinister. Tai Dao Ku's brows, however, gradually furrowed. He felt that something was wrong, the words carved on the stone pillars made him feel indescribably worried. Everyone split open the skull of the skeleton and picked it up, it was a bone spike goo. Next, a stone wall slid open and a new secret passage appeared, everyone entered in a line. Flesh sack secret chamber. Bai Ningbing mumbled, trying to push open the door. The door was not locked, so it was easily opened. Behind the door was a secret room, it was not big, but it was very strange. The walls of the secret room were all made of flesh. Fong and Bai walked in and felt like they had entered the stomach of a monster. The flesh walls were warm and pulsated rhythmically, as if there was a heart hidden inside. As if sensing that someone had entered, the flesh walls suddenly cracked open, revealing mouthfuls of white teeth. Bai Ningbing was shocked. The flesh walls seemed to have countless large mouths. The mouths were wide open, revealing a mouthful of even teeth, tightly clenched. The idiom grimacing in pain was the most suitable to describe it. Hee hee hee, ha ha ha, hee hee hee, these mouths let out all kinds of laughter. The laughter mixed together and reverberated in this narrow secret chamber, making people's hearts palpitate. P.S. There is one more chapter at 8 p.m. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to ISO. The Strange Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. The surrounding flesh walls were filled with mouths. The mouths opened one after another, revealing a row of tightly closed white teeth. Not only that, these mouths also let out a strange laughter, making people shudder. Feng Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. This is the effect of flesh smile goo, similar to earth treasury flour. It is used to store goo worms, there is no need to worry. While speaking, a mouth suddenly had all its teeth fall off, and a bright red tongue stretched out from it. The tongue was very long, over a meter long. After the tongue stretched out, the tip of the tongue opened up, revealing a book. This was also a bone book. But it was many times smaller than the previous gray bone book, it was quite pocket-sized, only half the size of an adult's palm. Feng Yuan took it and looked at it. The content of the book was, since the successor can reach here, it proves that they have a pure character and are qualified to inherit my true inheritance. I have two identities, one is called Grey Bone Scholar, the other is called Flesh Bone Master. This flesh sac secret chamber contains many goo worms. If the successor is fated, they can casually knock on the teeth. If their luck is good, they can open the teeth and take out the sleeping goo worm. This is purely a test of luck. Fang Yuan saw this and understood. Bai Hua in his previous life did not explain this checkpoint in detail. Fang Yuan could only try randomly. The first to succeed was not him, but Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing bent her index finger and lightly knocked on the teeth. These teeth were like musical instruments. Every time they were knocked, a clear and melodious sound could be heard. She knocked randomly, and the laughter of this mouth stopped abruptly. All the teeth fell off, and a bright red tongue stretched out, revealing a goo. What goo is this? Seeing this goo, Bai Ningbing's face showed a surprised expression mixed with a strange one. This goo had a peculiar shape, like a set of fake teeth. Pure white teeth lined up on top and bottom, extremely neat and clean, emitting a pearl-like luster. Fang Yuan looked at it and showed a joyful expression. Not bad, this is the famous rank 3 healing goo, flesh bone. Raise the dead, flesh bone. Bai Ningbing muttered. Among the rank 4 healing goo worms, the publicly recognized number 1 was raise dead goo. Even if a goo master died, as long as it did not exceed 14 hours and their body was intact, this goo could be used to revive them. But this goo could only be found and not sought, it was too rare. Moreover, it was a one-time consumable item that had a price but no supply. Fleshbone was a rank 3 goo worm, but it was not an expendable goo and could be used repeatedly. It was often used together with raised dead goo. If the goo master's corpse was not complete, fleshbone could be used to regrow the flesh and blood. He then used dead man goo to revive him. In history, this kind of combination was not uncommon. Many big shots benefited from this, including rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables. This was Fang Yuan's ideal healing goo. Fang Yuan had been searching bitterly for so many days, and he finally got his wish at this moment. Hehe, you want it? You can use the yang goo to exchange for it. Bai Ningbing held the goo in her hand, smiling proudly. Fang Yuan snorted, do you think I'm an idiot? Bai Ningbing's smile vanished, her gaze turning cold. As long as you give me the yang goo, we can cooperate sincerely. Fang Yuan, I have followed you for so long, you know my patience is limited. I am no longer afraid of death, at most we will die together. Of course you are not afraid of death, but do you think I will be afraid? Fang Yuan sneered. He had already expected such a scene, thus he was not surprised. Bai Ningbing retracted her gaze, looking at the flesh bone in her hand, her lips curling. Maybe, killing you is not a bad choice. Look, you are only rank 1, but you can instantly refine a goo worm, and even heavenly essence treasure lotus. Other than these, if I kill you, I can at least take this inheritance for myself. Thinking about it, it really makes my heart beat faster. Bai Ningbing's words were full of threat. Take it for myself? Hehe, you seem to have forgotten about the Bai clan behind us? Maybe they are already walking on the stone steps outside the secret pavilion. Without me, do you know where to go from here? This inheritance seems to be a straight line on the surface, but it is actually divided into many paths. I am indeed unable to defeat you for now, but you are too naive to want to kill me and take my treasures. Do you think I will give you the chance to take away the Yanggu? If you don't believe me, you can try. Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and started tapping his teeth. Actually, after arriving here, he did not know where to go from here. There were no other paths in this secret pavilion. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan completely exposing his back to her, not putting up any defenses at all. It was as if she could kill him with just a slight movement. But even so, Bai Ningbing did not dare to act rashly. Every word Fang Yuan said touched her heart. Without Fang Yuan, what should she do next? Going back the way she came was definitely a dead end. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes. For a moment she even thought, was Bai Clan's pursuit also a trap set up by Fang Yuan? Creating external pressure to restrain her killing intent because of benefits. Until now, Bai Ningbing was still in a daze. She did not understand, why was Bai Clan so cooperative, escorting Fang Yuan all the way here? In fact, ever since she was controlled by Fang Yuan, she had been worried. The Yanggu was in Fang Yuan's hands, she was afraid that Fang Yuan would use it to threaten her. Although Fang Yuan said that when his cultivation reached rank 3, he would hand the Yanggu over to her. But what kind of person was Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing could not be clearer. To him, going back on his words was a common occurrence, as natural as eating and drinking. Rather than trusting Fang Yuan, it would be better to just knock your head against the wall and die. Since there was no need to give an example, let's give an example around us. That pitiful Bai clan leader was a strong woman, an elite and wise woman. But after she believed Fang Yuan, what kind of outcome did she end up in? Fang Yuan was too good at acting. Bai Ningbing shuddered when she recalled the scene of Fang Yuan crying at the banquet. This was a genuine crafty old fox. There were even a few of them who purposely glanced at Bai Lian, setting up a trap for the Bai clan to happily step into it. She still remembered Bai Lian's shocked and dazed expression when Fang Yuan made things difficult for her. What Bai Ningbing was most worried about now was that even if Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 3, he would not hand over the Yanggu to her. The possibility of this was quite high. Right now, I am rank 3 and he is still rank 1, I still have some initiative. In the future, when he cultivates to rank 3 or even higher, wouldn't I be under his control and become his chess piece? Bai Ningbing's anxiety intensified especially after Fang Yuan used the green copper relic gu and broke through to rank 1 upper stage. Bai Ningbing was anxious, but there were many people who were even more anxious than her, even to the point of being irritable. What is going on? A group of people stood at the entrance of the inheritance passage, looking at the scenery before them. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They hurried along the way, passing through several bone halls and gaining some gains, but did not encounter Fang and Bai. Finally, they walked out of the secret passage and arrived outside the mountain. As expected, Tai Daoku suddenly heaved a long sigh. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why does Brother Tai say that? Bai clan leader immediately asked. If it was in the past, with her shrewdness, she would have already known the answer. But now that her son and daughter were kidnapped, the longer this dragged on, the more her heart was in a mess. This Baigu mountain inheritance looks like a straight path, but there are actually many side paths. Like this branch in my hand. He casually broke off a branch from a bone tree beside him. For the first part of the journey, we went through it together with them, thus we could see the traces they left behind. But after that, we went to a side path, while they went to another side path. Do you still remember the second hall? There were 3 stone pillars there, and I suspect there are traps on the stone pillars. We entered the third hall and saw Grey Bone Scholar's skeleton. But clearly, this skeleton was not touched by anyone. The crucial point is the secret passage after the second hall. Before Tai Daoku finished speaking, Bai clan leader shouted coldly, "Let's go back." Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan wished he could extend time by 50 to 60 times. He knew Baigu Mountain's inheritance could at most deceive him for a while. When Bai clan's Gu masters realized the truth behind the layout, they would be in danger. But unfortunately, he did not know where to go from here. There were no other passages in the secret chamber. Going back was definitely out of the question. Even if Bai clan's group entered the side path, they would definitely arrange people at the exit. Don't tell me, this secret chamber is already the end? Bai Hua and Bai Xing's Gu worms were all obtained from these mouths. No, in my previous life, the rumors said that after Bai Hua and Bai Xing passed the inheritance, they finally arrived at a remote cliff in Baigu Mountain. This rumor was also publicly acknowledged by Bai clan. Maybe the mechanism to open the secret passage is in one of these mouths? Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. There was not much time left. Bai Ningbing was muddle-headed and did not know the details, only thinking that Fang Yuan had some arrangements. But Fang Yuan knew their situation was getting more and more dangerous. This door did not have any effect in blocking enemies. Maybe at the next moment, the furious Bai clan Gu masters would break the door and enter. At that time, I can only rely on Bai Hua and Bai Xing, these 2 protective talismans. But this layer of protection is not very reliable. There are too many wondrous Gu worms in this world. Many of them can cause dizziness, hypnosis, paralysis, and other control effects. Bai clan is a grand clan, they definitely have such methods. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but look at Bai Hua and Bai Xing. The twins were lying on the floor, still in a comatose state. Got it. Fang Yuan suddenly had an idea. He decided to wake these 2 children. First, time was pressing, he needed more manpower. Secondly, Bai Xing and Bai Hua were the true owners of Baigu Mountain's inheritance arranged by fate. Moreover, they were mortals, he did not need to worry about them causing any trouble. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a step forward and raised his leg, kicking towards the siblings. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Iso. Bam, 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 with the explosions, the bone walls collapsed, and new paths appeared in front of everyone. Destruction was much easier than construction. Especially this inheritance, there was no one in charge. There is news from the front. The fifth path has been explored, but no target was found. Reporting to clan leader, after entering the sixth path, I found a white bone hall. There's a skeleton inside, as well as a huge book made of bones. Reporting, the seventh path also has a hall with a similar layout, there is a seated skeleton and a bone book. Reporting, we found the eighth path. Explore again. By clan leader's expression was gloomy. In front of her, there was a stack of white bone books. There were 7 of them stacked together. This kind of design is really well thought out of people's minds. When a Gu master finds a skeleton and a bone book, they will subconsciously misunderstand. They think they have inherited the entire inheritance, but in fact, the grey bone scholar has fallen into many similar halls. The true treasure is still hidden in one of the side paths. Tai Daoku sighed. By clan leader's brows furrowed even more. The situation had become complicated. She was not worried that Fang and Bai would go back, because she had already arranged a large number of people at the entrance as insurance. What she was worried about now was that Fang and Bai would escape from one of the side paths. After all, she could only control the entrance, but not the countless exits. But at this time a Gu master ran over with an excited expression. We found it, we found a white bone hall on the 8th path. The skeleton inside has been crushed, and the Gu worms in the skull have been taken away. This must be their path. Tai Daoku's spirit was roused. Lead the way. Bai clan leader immediately moved. A moment later, a group of people rushed to the hall. Why are there 2 secret paths? An elder was shocked. Which path did those 2 demonic scoundrels take? Forget it, we will split up. Once we catch up to them, we need to protect our clan's young master. The stone steps leading to Flesh Sack's secret chamber were so different, attracting Bai clan leader, Tai Daoku and most of the elders. Flesh Sack's secret chamber? Soon, everyone reached the end of the stone steps. Bam, the door was smashed into pieces, and everyone swarmed in. However, the secret pavilion was empty. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. Hee hee hee, the countless mouths on the wall let out noisy laughter. What the hell are these? Laughing meat goo, specially used to store treasures. These mouths are like drawers. This mouth is so wide open. Looks like they went in. The 100 Clans clan leader swept her gaze around, then stared coldly at the only secret room in the secret pavilion. You all stay here. The rest of you, follow me. A moment ago, in the same secret pavilion. As soon as Bai Xing woke up, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. If you don't want to die, then stand up. After that, a cold voice resounded in his ears. Bai Xing had a deep impression of this voice. The owner of this voice had deceived the entire clan and kidnapped him. What Guyue clan's young clan head? It was probably a lie, liar, villain, devil. Even though he was cursing in his heart, Bai Xing still obeyed and obediently got up from the ground. He found himself in an extremely strange place. The flesh walls were filled with mouths, and noisy laughter lingered in his ears. Flesh smile Gu? He blurted out, thinking of the records in the book. Little guy, you are so young, but you have a lot of knowledge. Fang Yuan laughed. In the rumors of his previous life, it was said that the Bai siblings were talented and intelligent, especially the elder brother Bai Xing, who had great wisdom despite his young age and almost had photographic memory. Now that he could recognize such an unorthodox flesh smile Gu, it seemed the rumors were not groundless. You too. Bai Xing gritted his teeth, staring at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing with intense hatred in his eyes. Big brother. Bai Hua was also kicked awake by Fang Yuan, and ran to Bai Xing's side crying. Bai Xing quickly protected his sister behind him. What a deep sibling relationship. Bai Ningbing laughed lightly. You vicious woman. You are so beautiful, but your heart is as vicious as a scorpion. Bai Xing scolded without fear. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face disappeared. Bai Xing's words deeply hurt her. Woman, beautiful, she did not want to hear any of these words. Slap slap slap, she walked forward, grabbed Bai Xing, and slapped him 3 times. She had the strength of a crocodile, and although she held back most of her strength, Bai Xing's cheeks immediately became red and swollen after the slap. Vicious woman, evil woman, kill me if you have the guts. But Bai Xing was still cursing. Slap slap slap, Bai Ningbing slapped him 3 more times. Sob sob sob, let go of my brother, I beg you, let go of my brother. Bai Hua hugged Bai Ningbing's leg, crying and begging for mercy. Sister, don't beg her, Bai Xing said with difficulty. Fang Yuan sighed and walked forward, grabbing Bai Hua's collar. The little girl was lifted by Fang Yuan, crying in fear. Bai Xing was no longer unyielding, and anxiously shouted, Evil thief, let go of my sister. Fang Yuan stretched out his other hand, tightly pinching Bai Hua's face, and said slowly, You're so noisy. Do you believe that I won't cut off your tongues if you scream one more time? I'll start with your tongue, okay? The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and a cold light flickered in his eyes, filled with killing intent. Bai Hua was so scared that she did not dare to cry anymore, and tears welled up in her eyes. Bai Xing opened his mouth to speak, but when he was glanced at by Fang Yuan, his heart suddenly palpitated, and he closed his mouth. That's right. Cooperate with me obediently, and maybe I'll let you live. Fang Yuan was still smiling. Bai Ningbing curled her lips. But Fang Yuan immediately added, I'm serious. I don't dare to go against your mother, and capturing you is only for our own safety. If you're obedient, we'll let you go. Of course, if you don't cooperate, I don't mind cutting off your tongues, or a few fingers to play with. Then what do you want us to do? Bai Xing took a deep breath. He was not afraid of the cold Bai Ningbing, but he was afraid of the smiling Fang Yuan. Do you see these mouths on the wall? Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. He introduced them, and let the brother and sister knock their teeth. Just a moment later, Bai Hua let out a cry of shock. In front of her, a mouth opened, and a bright red tongue stretched out, revealing a quail egg-sized bone ball. The surface of the ball was covered with black and white stripes, making Fang Yuan think of an animal on earth, zebra. Fang Yuan took 2 steps forward, and took this goo in his hand, and his brows shone with pleasant surprise. If he was not wrong, this should be a movement-type goo, called footless bird. This goo could only be used once, but its body was huge, and it could carry a person, and travel tens of thousands of miles in a day. This was like giving a pillow when one was sleepy. Fang Yuan was still worrying about how to escape, but to think that Bai Hua would give him a footless bird. However, the surprise was just the beginning. After a while, Bai Xing also had some gains. He opened his teeth, and his tongue stuck out, revealing a bone. This bone was round at both ends, and long in the middle. Its whole body was green, like a jade stone. Jade bone goo, Fang Yuan took it, and immediately refined it, storing it in his aperture. This time, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to be envious. Jade bone goo could modify a goo master's bones, turning them into a jade-like texture, becoming harder and more pliable. This effect was permanent, similar to black and white boar goo and crocodile strength goo. More importantly, jade bone goo and ice muscles goo were used together, and had the best effect. Bai Ningbing already had ice muscles, and if she had jade bones, it would be ice muscles jade bones. The 2 effects would affect each other, and have a stacking effect. But this jade bone goo was a one-time consumable goo. It also had a weakness, and that was, it would bring extreme pain to the goo master. Many goo masters did not have strong willpower, and would die from the pain after using the jade bone goo. You want it? You can use flesh bone to exchange for it. Fang Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, but did not speak. She turned her head away, and continued to knock her teeth. But this action was purely based on luck. There were 10 teeth on each side of the mouth, and she had to knock at least 5 of them in the correct order to make all the teeth fall out. Other than the first time, Bai Ningbing had no other gains. As for Fang Yuan, it was even worse. But after a while, Bai Hua and Bai Xing, this pair of siblings, had a pleasant surprise. Bai Hua knocked her teeth out, and Fang Yuan obtained an iron bone goo. Meanwhile, the mouth that 100 lives had opened gradually expanded, forming a new secret passage. The siblings' good luck made Bai Ningbing inwardly exclaim. She did not know that this pair of siblings were the original owners of this inheritance. Fate was a mysterious and mystical power. Especially in this world, some extremely rare goo worms contained fragments of the law of fate, allowing some lucky goo masters to grasp a trace of the power of fate. Since the new secret tunnel had appeared, Fang Yuan naturally did not want to stay any longer. Bai clan goo masters could come at any time, and these goo worms were stored in the mouth, and were very sturdy and hard to destroy. He could only leave them for them. Fang Yuan knocked Bai Xing and Bai Hua unconscious again, and carried one in each hand, following Bai Ningbing into the giant mouth. Walking through this secret tunnel, the two arrived at a large hall. This was the widest bone hall that Fang and Bai had ever seen. Just the area alone was more than 6 mu. In the center of the hall, there was a white bone pyramid. The top of the pyramid was shaped into a platform, and there were stairs on both sides leading to the platform above. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. Other than this white bone pyramid, there was nothing else in the hall. After probing for a while and confirming there was no danger, the two arrived at the platform at the top of the pyramid. On the platform, there was a huge sculpture of a fierce beast's skull, about half the height of a human, resembling a lion or a tiger, and its fangs were tightly shut. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to check it out. A skull sculpture shaped like a lion and tiger, isn't this the rumored mechanism that requires two people to work together? A thought immediately flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. There are even words carved on the sculpture's fangs. Bai Ningbing made a new discovery. She read the words in a low voice, Gemini with one heart, 3 spirits unite. Fated or not, don't force it. What does this mean? This is the password to activate the mechanism here. Gemini means that two people must work together to activate the mechanism. 3 spirits respectively refer to a person's heart, palm, and eyes. Fang Yuan recalled. The most dexterous of the 4 limbs was the palm, the most agile of the 5 senses were the eyes, and a person's thoughts were as fast as lightning. They were the most agile. Therefore, they were collectively known as the 3 spirits. Come, place your palm on the sculpture's pupil. In the eye sockets of the skull sculpture, there was a pair of sparkling and translucent rubies. The rubies were as big as bowls, reflecting Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figures. But when Fang and Bai placed their palms on the ruby pupil, they didn't move for a long time. Hee, what you said makes sense, but it turns out to be wrong. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any chance to mock Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. In his memories from his past life, Bai Hua had emphasized on describing this mechanism. Logically speaking, this should be the way to go. But why didn't they move? Gemini with one heart, 3 spirits unite. Fang Yuan murmured, he did the 3 spirits unite, but one heart. As he pondered, a glimmer of light slowly appeared in his eyes. Could it be that the two people who wanted to activate this mechanism had to be of one heart and one mind? If that was the case, although he and Bai Ningbing were working together, they were forced by the situation. In reality, they appeared to be united but were actually divided, each with their own plans. How could they be of one heart? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but look at Bai Xing and Bai Hua again. Thus, this pair of siblings was kicked awake by Fang Yuan again. Evil thief, what do you want? After Bai Xing woke up, he let out an angry roar. Bai Hua, on the other hand, stopped crying. Her large eyes stared at Fang and Bai, revealing a deep hatred. This time, Fang Yuan did not have the patience to explain. He grabbed both of their palms and placed them on the pair of ruby eyes. As expected of the destined heirs, the moment their hands touched it, the ruby suddenly lit up. Kacha kacha. The skull slowly opened its mouth, revealing a large pile of coal and firewood. In the center of the black coal was a simple and unadorned pottery urn. A scroll rested on top of the urn. What's the meaning of this? Fang Yuan threw the two of them to the ground and picked up the scroll. Only then did he understand. It turned out that the owner of this legacy, the Grey Bone Scholar, did not have a high aptitude and had been troubled by this his entire life of cultivation. Throughout his life, he had been researching and refining a goo that could help goo masters cultivate quickly. He already had many goo worms that could assist him in cultivation. The most typical example was the liquor worm. But these goo worms were extremely rare and hard to promote. The Grey Bone Scholar had great ambitions and wanted to research and refine a goo worm that could be used widely. But even until the end of his lifespan, he had failed countless times without succeeding. At the final juncture of his life, maybe it was heaven's pity, but when he was setting up by Goo Mountain's inheritance, he suddenly had an extremely ingenious inspiration. Without the help of goo worms, what was the most important method for a goo master to raise their cultivation? That was to borrow the strength of their elders to carry out impartation. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Guyue Qing had been receiving the impartation of his grandfather Guyue's primeval essence. But this had a huge disadvantage. That was, primeval essence was different. Relying on the superior primeval essence of the elders to cleanse the aperture walls would leave behind a different aura that would greatly restrict the goo master's future development. Unless the cleansing water goo was used to wash away the different aura. However, the cleansing water goo was also a rare goo and was difficult for ordinary goo masters to obtain. Even clan elders had to rely on luck and pay a huge price. Thus, the impartation method was not widely used. Thus, this Grey Bone Scholar had a wondrous idea. If there was a goo that could convert other people's primeval essence into its own, then after the impartation, wouldn't there be no side effect of the different aura? After a series of attempts, he eliminated many possibilities and finally left behind a plan with the highest chance of success. The name of this plan was Bone Flesh Unity Goo. The scroll said, to refine this goo, 2 goo masters must work at the same time. And these 2 goo masters must be related by blood. Parents and children, or twins. Relying on the connection of the same bloodline, the primeval essence can be converted. Of course, the Grey Bone Scholar did not have the time to put this idea into practice. After making most of his preparations, he helplessly stopped at the most crucial point. Although he had 2 titles, he was alone. He lacked 2 goo masters who fulfilled the requirements. The last contents of the scroll revealed the endless regret of the Grey Bone Scholar. He did not have time to make further preparations and could only leave this high platform behind. But if someone was fated to come here and could open this mechanism and see this scroll, it would mean that a goo master who fulfilled the requirements had appeared. There is no harm in trying to refine it. Regardless of the result, please tell me about it in front of my grave. The words in the scroll contained the obsession of the Grey Bone Scholar. It turned out that this high platform tower under Fang Yuan's feet was the Grey Bone Scholar's grave. Without even trying, Fang Yuan already knew that the idea of the Bone Flesh Unity Goo was a success. Because in his previous life, Bai Xing and Bai Hua relied on this to dual cultivate and became the Righteous Path's twin stars, pushing Bai Clan's power to its peak with rank 5 cultivation. But to Fang Yuan, it was somewhat troublesome now. He had thought that the Bone Flesh Unity Goo was already a finished product, but the truth was that it had not been refined and could not even be considered a half-finished product. To refine the Bone Flesh Unity Goo, he and Bai Ningbing did not fulfill the requirements. Unless Guyue Fangjing was present. But even so, the refined Bone Flesh Unity Goo would not be very good. According to the scroll, Bone Flesh Unity Goo was a general name for a series of goo and not a specific type of goo. The closer the relationship between the 2 goo masters refining the goo, the better the quality of the refined Bone Flesh Unity Goo. According to Fang Yuan and Fangjing's relationship, the refined Bone Flesh Unity Goo would not be ideal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this Bone Flesh Unity Goo was definitely refined by Bai Xing and Bai Hua. But now, it was brought forward by so many years, although they were in harmony, they had not become goo masters and could not fulfill this requirement. The Bone Flesh Unity Goo was Fang Yuan's most important goal. Right now, the materials and furnace had already been prepared by the Grey Bone Scholar, only the final step was needed to refine it. Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling to give up. But to refine it, not only could he not fulfill the refinement requirements, there was also a group of strong enemies chasing after him. Time was pressing, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk. He and Bai Ningbing only took up half of the quota, but the siblings Bai Xing and Bai Hua took up the other half. If the 4 of them worked together, there might be hope of success. Come and lend me a hand. Fang Yuan started to light the dry firewood in the skull sculpture. The flame immediately rose and burned fiercely. You plan to forcefully refine it? Bai Ningbing was shocked. This is not a wise choice. Although she said so, she still made her move, placing her palm on the ruby pupil and pouring her primeval essence inside. The flame suddenly changed color, from orange to eerie blue. The clay urn was being roasted in the flame, and the sleeping goo worms inside were awakened and started to struggle crazily. The clay urn shook continuously, but did not break. The refinement process was not complicated. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns pouring their primeval essence. Soon, they reached the most crucial step. This step required the fresh flesh of 2 goo masters to be thrown into the fire to be roasted. The scroll stated clearly that the more flesh there was, the better the effect. I just happen to have flesh bone with me, there is no harm in cutting off a few pieces of flesh. Bai Ningbing was about to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Wait, I have a better idea. Bai Ningbing followed Fang Yuan's gaze and looked at the twin siblings Bai Xing and Bai Hua. You actually want to change the recipe at the last minute? Bai Ningbing immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. What are you trying to do? Bai Xing protected his sister behind him. For a moment, he felt the impending disaster, the anxiety and panic of the end of the world. They were meat on the chopping block. When Fang and Bai were refining the goo, they knew they could not escape, thus they obediently stayed at the side, waiting for their clansmen to rescue them. But now, Bai Xing was extremely regretful. Feel honored, your sacrifice will witness the birth of a brand new goo worm. Thinking about it, Senior Grey Bones will be very happy in the afterlife, right? Fang Yuan laughed malevolently, pressing towards the siblings. Sister, run! Bai Xing shouted, not retreating but advancing instead, rushing towards Fang Yuan and hugging onto Fang Yuan's leg. Brother! Bai Hua's tears flowed out. Just as she was hesitating, Fang Yuan had already knocked Bai Xing unconscious. Seeing Fang Yuan approaching her, a huge panic spread in the little girl's heart. She turned around and ran, but how could she match Fang Yuan's pace? She was quickly caught by Fang Yuan, her heart sinking to the bottom, struggling in vain as she cried, Mother, where are you? Fang Yuan's expression was extremely cold as he knocked her unconscious again. In no time, he stripped off the clothes of the brother and sister. Then, he picked them up with each hand and threw them into the fire. Once they entered the fire, they were immediately woken up by the heat. The intense pain caused them to run away like crazy. 2 people on fire jumped out of the fire, their limbs waving wildly as they struggled. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, kicking them one by one, sending them back into the fire. The requirement in the scroll was fresh meat, but Fang Yuan did not want to kick them to death. Thus, after kicking them in, they ran out and were kicked back in again. This happened again and again, until Bai Xing and Bai Hua were finally burned to death in the fire. Their bodies gradually melted like candles. The fire turned from eerie blue to bright red like blood. However, it could not turn into bright red or purple for a long time. According to the scroll, only when the fire's color changed to red or purple would this crucial step be considered a success. What to do? Bai Ningbing's brows furrowed tightly. Once the goo fusion failed, the goo master would also suffer a backlash. Thoughts churned intensely in Fang Yuan's mind. Bai Xing and Bai Hua are the destined inheritors, but they actually failed. It seems they are not goo masters yet, thus there is a difference. In that case, I can only try again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan hesitated no longer, activating the Tusita flower and spitting out a sharp blade. He straightened his forearm and cut with the sharp blade. Fresh blood flowed, and a piece of his own flesh was thrown into the fire that was taller than a person. You do it. After doing all this, he threw the sharp blade to Bai Ningbing. Are you sure it will work? Bai Ningbing hesitated for a moment, and also used the sharp blade to cut her forearm. But because of the ice muscles, the sharp blade felt like it was cutting on solid ice. Without a choice, Bai Ningbing could only summon the chainsaw golden centipede and cut off a piece of her flesh. When her piece of flesh was thrown into the fire immediately turned purple-red. Good, success or failure depends on this. Let's inject primeval essence together. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. The two poured primeval essence into the gem eyes of the skull at the same time, and the mechanism started to close. It was like a bone beast, opening its mouth and swallowing the raging fire. 2 rows of sharp teeth were tightly clenched together, and the fire burned within, burning the skull into a crimson-red color. With a bang, it seemed like the pottery jar had exploded. The entire skull shook because of this. Hearing this explosion, Fang and Bai let go of their hands. Fang Yuan stared at the commotion while extending his hand towards Bai Ningbing. He did not speak, but Bai Ningbing already knew what Fang Yuan wanted. She snorted, and in consideration of the current situation, she could only hand fleshbone to Fang Yuan. She did not have the ability to instantly refine goo worms, but Fang Yuan could. Under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, fleshbone had no resistance, and was instantly refined. But although Fang Yuan refined it, due to his cultivation, he could not use fleshbone. Thus, he handed it over to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing received it and immediately activated it. An orange-yellow light enveloped the wound on her forearm. Almost in the blink of an eye, the flesh grew back, and the wound was completely healed, but Bai Ningbing's peak rank 3 primeval essence was instantly consumed by 20%. The disadvantage of fleshbone was that it required a large amount of primeval essence. If it was Fang Yuan's green copper primeval essence, even if he used it until his primeval sea dried up, he would not be able to activate it. Immediately after, Bai Ningbing treated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was pale. In just a short moment, he did not have ice muscles to stop the bleeding, so he lost a lot of blood. Although the wound on his forearm had healed, the pain was still intense, and his entire heart was trembling from the pain. He even felt dizzy, but both of them had iron wills. Even so, their expressions did not change, and they forcibly endured the intense pain. After a while, the skull slowly opened, and the flame inside had already dissipated. The pottery jar and Bai Xing's and Bai Hua's corpses were all gone. 2 goo worms appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. One was green and the other red, and they were like 2 jade bracelets, intertwined. They floated in the air, quietly emitting a warm luster. This is bone-flesh unity goo? Without time to inspect it, Fang Yuan grabbed it and instantly refined it, storing it in his aperture. Let's go. He sprinted down the platform, and entered the new secret tunnel at the end of the hall. In just a moment, Bai Clan's goo masters arrived at this hall. Someone refined goo here. The remnant aura in the air caused many clan elders' expressions to change. Look, there are 2 young masters close here. Soon, they found the children's clothing that was torn by Fang Yuan on the platform. Seeing this, an extremely bad feeling struck Bai Clan leader's heart, almost causing her vision to turn black. She did not even dare to think about it. Chase. They're not far away. My child is definitely in their hands. The 100 Clans master roared. Her eyes were bloodshot. You're right. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Iso. Sprinting, there was a secret passage under their feet, and it seemed to be unprecedentedly long. But no matter how long the journey was, there would always be an end. A light appeared in Fang and Bai's vision, gradually expanding. It's the exit. Bai Ningbing blurted out. According to the rumors in my previous life, this secret passage should lead to a cliff on Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan did not speak, only thinking in his heart as he sprinted. He should thank the 2 siblings, Bai Xing and Bai Hua. It was because of their information that Fang Yuan came here. And because of their sacrifice, Fang Yuan got what he wanted and obtained the bone-flesh unity goo. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from behind. We finally caught up. We found those 2 scoundrels. Where are you going? Bai Clan's goo masters chased after them aggressively. Bai Clan leader took the lead, with several clan elders following closely behind. The narrow secret passage caused Bai Clan's people to form a long line. Vertical crash goo. Suddenly, an elder sped up like a cannonball, quickly closing the distance between him and Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and swung her palm backwards. Blood moon goo. With a soft chi sound, a blood blade flew out and hit the clan elder behind him, causing his momentum to stagnate. But immediately after, colorful lights blossomed in the secret passage, and a large number of long-range attacks shot towards Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing, catch! Fang Yuan shouted again, lending Sky Canopy Goo to her. Bai Ningbing activated Sky Canopy Goo, Iron Thorn Brambles Goo, and with the defense of ice muscles, the three of them blocked most of the attacks. Bai Clan, don't you want to know the whereabouts of the two young masters? Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Clan's Goo masters saw Bai Xing and Bai Hua in Fang and Bai's hands. Upon hearing these words, his attacks immediately slowed down. Speak, what did you do to our clan's young masters? If anything happens to them, you will have a miserable ending. Return my children. Bai clan leader was furious, she pointed her finger and a cold light flew out. Cold fish goo. This goo was the size of a dart and was shaped like a small fish. It moved in an arc in the air and had the effect of tracking. Fang Yuan grunted, unable to dodge, and was shot by the frost fish goo. Immediately, cold air enveloped his entire body, and his speed plummeted. Stealth scales goo. With a thought, Fang Yuan's body rippled with light, and he was about to disappear. Don't even think about it. One of the elders suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Fang Yuan. Pooh. With a soft sound, even though the stealth scales goo was hidden in Fang Yuan's aperture, it was suddenly destroyed. Fang Yuan's heart sank as he hurriedly activated the hopping grass. The soles of his feet suddenly felt numb and itchy, and two spring-like clumps of grass grew out of his skin and flesh. Fang Yuan relied on the elasticity of the grass to leap forward, his speed increasing rapidly. I'll go first. Remember to jump. He left behind these strange words. What? Bai Ningbing was naturally puzzled, but then the sound of wind behind her grew louder. She turned around to look, and her heart thumped. It was the matriarch of the 100 clans approaching. Her eyes were completely red, as if she was an enraged lioness. Her aura was so intense that even Bai Ningbing's heart shuddered. After all, she was a rank 4 Goo master. Bam! Bai clan leader punched, and the huge force immediately broke the Sky Canopy Goo's white armor. Bai Ningbing vomited a mouthful of blood, and summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede turned into a golden light, and coiled around Bai clan leader. Using this chance, Bai Ningbing sprinted towards the exit. It was a cliff. At this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly understood the meaning of Fang Yuan's words. He wanted her to jump off the cliff. You can't escape. Bai clan leader shouted from behind. As for the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, it had already been torn into pieces by her brute force. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle. At this height, jumping down was certain death. But the situation was dire, and she had no other choice. She gritted her teeth, and jumped down the cliff. He really jumped. He's dead for sure. Some of the Bai clan Goo masters cried out in shock and stopped at the cliff. Bai clan leader looked down, and saw Bai Ningbing falling. Veins popped on her forehead, and she screamed, if he's alive, I want to see him, if he's dead, I want to see his corpse, I must capture them. Her body continued to fall, and the wind whistled in her ears. Bai Ningbing had never thought she would have to jump off a cliff one day. Am I going to die like this? Although it was exciting, it doesn't feel good. The aura of death assaulted her, and Bai Ningbing's emotions churned intensely. I haven't even gotten the Yanggu, dying as a woman is such a tragedy. But if I fall, I will definitely turn into meat paste, and I won't be able to tell if I'm a man or a woman. Bai Ningbing couldn't understand why she would have such a strange thought before she died. Right at this time, the sound of the wind became more intense, and an extremely familiar voice could be heard, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing turned around, and who else could it be but Fang Yuan? Right now, Fang Yuan was also falling, but what was different was that he was stepping on a white bone bird. Footless bird, this bird had no flesh and blood, and its entire body was made of white bones. It had the head of an eagle, the body of a crane, the tail of a swallow, and 2 pairs of wings on both sides, but no feet. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood, and he had evidently suffered many injuries in the secret tunnel. Grab my hand. He squatted on the bird's back, and tried to stretch his hand over. Clap. A soft sound was heard, and the 2 hands grasped tightly in the air. Fang Yuan exerted force again, and pulled Bai Ningbing onto the bird's back. But at this moment, a protruding mountain rock was less than 300 meters away from them. The footless bird was like a meteor, crashing towards this mountain rock. "Be careful, we're going to fall," Bai Ningbing exclaimed, her heart in her throat. The mountain rock rapidly expanded in her vision. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light, and he shouted fiercely, "How can my demonic path fall in this tiny Baigu mountain? Rise! 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 Rise!" His shout echoed in the valley. Hua hua hua, under his control, the footless bird flapped its wings furiously, and used all its strength to slow down the speed of its fall. A series of cracking sounds could be heard, and cracks appeared on the four bone wings. The primeval essence in Feng Yuan's aperture was rapidly being consumed, but the heavenly essence treasure lotus gave off a warm light, and spewed out large amounts of natural primeval essence. Feng Yuan's primeval essence sea level decreased, and increased at the same time. A group of bone beasts that were strolling around the mountain rock felt the footless bird's movements, and looked up, and immediately scattered in all directions. A gray bone ostrich was so frightened that it stabbed its sharp beak into the white bone mountain rock, and raised its butt high. Ostrich animals were naturally like this. When they were afraid, they liked to deceive themselves like this. They were about to collide, Bai Ningbing forgot to breathe. Feng Yuan glared angrily. The huge wind pressure caused the white bone tree on the mountain rock to collapse. Finally, the footless bird brushed past the ostrich's butt, and flew up diagonally, the long tail of the ostrich's butt was completely shaved off. It's round but was exposed. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed nonstop on the bird's back. After narrowly escaping death, all the pressure was gone. She felt that her heart had fallen back into her chest from her throat. Exciting, truly exciting. The excitement of life and death was always the most exciting. Wasn't this kind of life what she had always wanted, what she had always pursued? Footless bird, fly towards the blue sky. She was almost singing. Clan leader. They are still alive. At the cliff, the Bai Clan Gu master's expressions turned green. We can't catch up, that is a footless bird, it can fly 10,000 li in a day. Tai Daoku sighed helplessly. There were very few Gu worms that could fly, and those that could catch up to the footless bird were even fewer. Below rank 5, the footless bird was a first-rate flying mount. Alas, the heavens are blind. How can they allow such evildoers to live in this world? Some elders shouted angrily, beating their chests and stamping their feet. Bai Clan leader's eyes were bloodshot, and her fists were clenched so tightly that they were about to break, and her teeth were making cracking noises. Hearing Bai Ningbing's laughter, she even had a strong impulse to jump off the cliff and chase after the enemies. It was not that Bai Clan did not have flying Gu, some Gu masters had already used their abilities to chase after Feng and Bai. But looking at their speed, even an idiot knew it was wishful thinking to catch up to these two. An intense bitterness filled the hearts of the Bai Clan Gu masters. The criminals were roaming free in front of their eyes, but they could only watch helplessly. No. We cannot let them escape. No. A Gu master old man shouted angrily, his body suddenly burning with raging flames. Bai Zhanwen. Bai Clan leader's expression changed. Lord Clan Elder. Everyone was shocked. Grandpa. Bai Zhanlai's face was covered in tears. Clan leader, everyone. We cannot let these two thieves escape, otherwise where will our Bai Clan's dignity go? The hatred between the two young masters is even more irreconcilable. After I leave, please take care of my grandson, this lad's temper is as fierce as mine. Saying so, he lost his voice. His skin, flesh and bones had turned into flames, his vocal cords had also disappeared. Even his eyes had turned into purple-black round pupils. He had turned into a human-shaped torch, the flames burned fiercely, the temperature rose rapidly, everyone retreated, and a sad song seemed to be playing on the mountain peak. Burning Man Gu. Rank 4 Gu, once used, the whole body would burn and turn into flames. Until it was extinguished. This elder Bai Zhanwen chose to sacrifice his life to obtain this powerful strength. Good, this clan leader will stand here and watch elder's contribution. Bai Clan leader was moved. But elder Bai Zhanwen could no longer hear her. He felt his strength had reached an unprecedented level, his life was burning at this moment, reaching its peak, radiating with boundless radiance. His purple-black round pupils swept through everyone. He gave his grandson one last look, before turning into a stream of flames and flying towards the sky. The stream of flames approached Footless Bird at an extremely fast speed. Good. Everyone saw this and cheered loudly. The Bai clan leader's steel-like, ice-cold face also revealed an excited expression. A strong enemy. Bai Ningbing's expression was grave. She lacked the experience of fighting in the air. If she did not handle it well, she would fall and die a horrible death. Hell, the Burning Man roared, his purple-black pupils were filled with killing intent. Flames flashed, and the Burning Man's speed increased rapidly, pouncing towards Fang Yuan like lightning. Hold on tight. Fang Yuan had been paying attention all this time, controlling Footless Bird to flap its wings. Footless Bird increased its speed and pulled apart the distance, causing the Burning Man to miss. On the cliff, there were sighs of regret and pity. But soon, the Burning Man pounced again. Footless Bird flew to the side, brushing past his shoulder. Bai Ningbing was almost flung off. She quickly grabbed onto the protruding bones on the bird's back. Hell, the Burning Man attacked again. Fang Yuan sneered. Footless Bird suddenly retracted its wings and dived towards the ground. The Burning Man followed closely behind. His speed was faster than Footless Bird, gradually closing the distance. Footless Bird suddenly spread its four wings and flew upwards, flying in the opposite direction. Boom! The Burning Man's flight relied entirely on the propulsion of flames. Without wings, he could not change direction in time, directly crashing into the mountain rocks. In an instant, the fire spread over an area of nearly 500 square meters, killing all the bone beasts and destroying large numbers of bone trees. In the sea of fire, a lump of fire condensed back into a human figure, flying out. Fang and Bai persevered. However, goo worms also depended on the type of person using them. In goo master cultivation, nurture, use, and refine, use was one of the three major aspects. Not just anyone could casually take out a goo and display its prowess. The methods and knowledge involved were very profound. The Burning Man goo was a method to perish together. This was the first time Bai Zhanwen was using it. In contrast, although this was the first time Fang Yuan was piloting Footless Bird, he had used countless flying mounts in his previous life. His experience was many times more than Bai Zhanwen's. He was extremely familiar with it. It was so deep in his soul that it was almost an instinct. On the cliff, Bai clan's people had been paying attention to the battle in the sky. From hope and expectation, it gradually turned into anger. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Footless Bird was toying with Bai Zhanwen like it was toying with him. The Burning Man's angry roar was originally so shocking and full of vigor, but now it was only strong on the outside, revealing sorrow and helplessness. Damn it! Someone clenched his fists tightly. How can this be? Tai Daoku was also shocked by Fang Yuan's skill, sighing helplessly. Fang Jing, I want you to die. Bai Zhanlai shouted. The seed of hatred was buried deep in his heart. Bai Zhanwen's sacrifice, under Fang Yuan's toying, seemed to become a joke, and also like a sarcastic slap on the Bai clan's people's faces. Gradually, everyone's anger turned into disappointment and despair. We can't catch up. Don't tell me we can only watch helplessly? Guyue Fang Jing. Many people muttered this name, gritting their teeth. Footless Bird flew freely, once again brushing past the Burning Man. Young man, your bird manipulation skills are top-notch. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed, relieved. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly froze. Be careful. Boom, an intense explosion occurred. Bai Zhanwen knew he could not catch up to Fang and Bai, and resolutely chose to self-detonate. The flames of the explosion enveloped Footless Bird. Fortunately, Footless Bird was made of white bones. Even its wings were made of thin, blade-like bone pieces. The flames could not cause any damage, but the true danger was the shockwave from the explosion. More cracks appeared on Footless Bird's body, and it lost its balance from the explosion, falling towards the ground. But after falling for some distance, under Fang Yuan's control, it regained its balance and flew far away. Fang Yuan! Bai Ningbing, however, shouted in shock. Earlier, Fang Yuan had lent her the sky canopy goo, so she had a goo worm to protect herself, but Fang Yuan did not. The incident happened suddenly. and Fang Yuan did not have time to activate his goo worm to defend himself. Footless Bird charged out of the flames, and Fang Yuan's body was burning with flames. The intense wind pushed the flames, and the earth communication ear grass in his right ear was burnt. But his expression was like steel, as if he was not the person involved. After Footless Bird stabilized, Fang Yuan spat out the tusita flower, and a burst of milk spring water poured on his head. The flames were extinguished, but his whole body was covered in burns, and his face was disfigured. It was a horrible sight. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth to speak, but could not say anything. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's lips curled up, and he laughed. I like Footless Bird, do you know why? His smile was somewhat horrifying. Why? Because it does not have bird legs, only wings. Thus, it can only fly. When it lands on the ground, it signifies its destruction. All or nothing, if you don't fly, you die. Her blue pupils expanded, and began to shine brightly. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and Bai Ningbing's lips curled up. He, then let us spread our wings and soar. Footless Bird flew far away, turning into a dot in her eyes, and finally disappeared. On the cliff, the Bai clansmen watched anxiously, but did not speak. A deathly silence enveloped everyone. Heaven and earth were so vast, the sky was eerie blue, and Baigu Mountain was as white as snow. Sunlight shone down from the side. Footless Bird, Fang, and Bai's figures were deeply engraved in their hearts. Anger was brewing, and hatred was sprouting. Puff. Bai clan leader suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and fainted on the ground. Clan leader! Lord clan leader! Quick, healing goo masters, quickly save clan leader! There was panic on the cliff. P.S. What is the demonic path? A type of path definitely has its own ideology and concept. As for what the demonic path is, everyone has their own views. But in my opinion, Footless Bird is the embodiment of the demonic path spirit. The demonic path is cruel after all, not only to others, but also to oneself. Thus, it naturally does not make people like it. This chapter has 4,700 words, you guys should know. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to South. The setting sun was as red as blood, and the western sky was covered in burning clouds. Under the sunset, the Footless Bird, which had been flying for half a day, began to descend slowly. After a series of lifts and dives that exceeded its limits and withstood the explosion of the Burning Man, its body was covered in cracks, and it no longer had the strength to fly. Bang! With a loud bang, under Fang Yuan's control, the Footless Bird finally fell into a forest. Smoke and dust rose, and the beasts fled. Where is this? Bai Ningbing jumped off the bird's back and looked around. The trees around them were short and thick, but their branches and leaves were especially luxuriant, unlike the bone trees on White Bone Mountain that were sparse. The trees here were like canopies, and their leaves were all purple. Light purple, dark purple, purplish red, bright purple, the night wind blew, forming a purple wave as they looked into the distance. Purple forest. We've been heading north, and according to our journey, this should be near Zio Mountain, Fang Yuan estimated. He looked worried. Zio Mountain is safe during the day, but it's dangerous at night. It's getting dark, let's leave this place quickly and find a safe place to stay. All right. Bai Ningbing nodded. After more than 2 hours, they were lucky enough to find a cave. The original owner of the cave was a bandana bear. This kind of bear had a natural pouch on its abdomen, similar to a kangaroo. The dry firewood crackled, and the bonfire burned quietly. The meat soup in the iron pot was already boiling, emitting a strong aroma. The fat and tender bear paws were also roasted. Apart from these, the tusita flour also contained delicacies from the 100 clans. The two of them ate heartily, and their tense hearts slowly relaxed. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed, and looked at Fang Yuan with her blue eyes. Look, this is retribution. You burned that pair of siblings to death, and not long after, you were burned to this state. The light from the fire shone on Fang Yuan's face, and the terrifying injuries on his face made him look somewhat scary and ugly. If it was a timid girl, she would probably scream in fear when she saw his face. Fang Yuan smiled, not minding it, and was even secretly happy about it. Fortunately, I have flesh bone with me. It won't be difficult for you to recover your original appearance. All you have to do is cut off all the burned skin and flesh on your body, then use flesh bone to treat it, and you will be able to grow new skin and flesh. However, with your current first transformation cultivation, you can't use flesh bone regeneration. You can beg me. Maybe I'll be merciful and can't bear to treat you. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any opportunity to mock Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, even though his eyebrows had been burned off. Why do we need treatment? Isn't this a good situation? He laughed. We killed the only 2 young masters of Bai clan, and even fooled the Bai clan patriarch and clan elder. Do you think they will let us go? This kind of injury saves me the trouble of changing my appearance. The earth communication ear grass had already been destroyed, and Fang Yuan was now missing his right ear. There was cartilage in the ear, and this injury was not something that could be healed by the flesh-growing bone. But even if he had the means of treatment, he would rather lose an ear to change his image. In the past, there was a demon, Bai Ez, who was captured and imprisoned in a prison. He pretended to be crazy and smeared his own feces on himself. He even cut off his 5th limb and became a eunuch. His enemies finally thought that he had gone completely crazy, and thus let down their guard, allowing him to escape. In the future, he returned to take revenge, and killed the entire family of his enemies. There was also a great figure of the righteous path, Empress Wuji. When she ascended to the throne at a young age, her power was seized by her own elder sister, and she could only endure. But her elder sister was jealous of her beauty, and made things difficult for her. She cut off her nose bridge, humiliated herself, and finally won the time to live and grow. More than 10 years later, she overthrew her elder sister's rule, and regained power. She cut off her elder sister's 5 senses, and made her wish she was dead. Those who achieved great things were all good at enduring, and did not indulge in flesh and beauty. This was the same for both righteous path and demonic path, male or female. After Empress Wuji took power, even though she had the means of treatment, she had never restored her nose bridge, and this made me wary. That was why Wu clan was the #1 clan in southern border, suppressing Tai clan, Shang clan, and Fei clan. Those who indulge in flesh and beauty were all superficial, and could not achieve great things. Be it this world or Earth's history, they all proved this point. King Yu of Zhou, for the sake of his beloved concubine Bao Si's smile, made a fool out of his vassals, but what happened to him? He was betrayed, and was killed by the barbarians. Lu Bu to Diao Chan, Wu Wang to Shishir, Xiang Yu actually brought Yu Ji with him to war, what happened to these people? On the other hand, Cao Cao was short, Sun Bin was crippled, Sima Qian was castrated, everyone has a love for beauty. But success had nothing to do with flesh and beauty, having the determination to give up was the cornerstone of success. In fact, it is you, with your blue eyes and silver hair, you are too dazzling, you need to change. Fang Yuan sized up Bai Ningbing's body, and said. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, and did not speak. Fang Yuan continued, the footless bird was damaged, and we only flew a few thousand miles. Although it is quite far from Bai clan village, since we committed this crime, Bai clan will definitely come to arrest us. Our situation is still dangerous. If they issue a bounty for us, our days from now on will be even more difficult. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered for a moment, before snorting, forget it, I am tired of this outfit, if I change my appearance, it will be a wonderful experience. Next, the two began to summarize their losses and gains. There were losses. Earth communication ear grass, chainsaw golden centipede, carapace goo, iron thorn brambles, stealth scales goo, and footless bird, they were all destroyed in the pursuit. But to Fang Yuan, escaping with his life was the most important. Only by staying alive could there be possibilities and hope. This was the foundation of everything. In order to survive, so what if he had to abandon spring-autumn cicada, one sentence, being able to abandon and give up as a man. As for his gains, in Fang Yuan's aperture, there were large numbers of bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo. Rank 3 flying bone shield, jade bone goo, iron bone goo, healing flesh bone goo, as well as several bone books that recorded all kinds of fusion recipes. Other than that, there was also the clearing heat goo that he obtained from Bai clan camp. Of course, the most important thing was the bone flesh unity goo that he took the risk to successfully fuse at the last moment. Compared to his gains, the losses were not serious, after all, this was a complete inheritance. That flower wine monk was a rank 5 expert, even stronger than the rank 4 grey bone scholar. But Fang Yuan's gains from the flower wine inheritance lost to this Baigu inheritance. There was no other reason. The Baigu inheritance was something that grey bone scholar had meticulously planned for a long time. The flower wine inheritance, on the other hand, was a product of a sudden inspiration. In fact, Fang Yuan had only walked on one of the main paths of the Baigu inheritance. There were still many side paths, and in the flesh sack secret chamber, most of the teeth had not been opened. These things had all gone to Bai Clan village. They controlled this place, and as long as they spent time and effort, they could definitely devour the entire inheritance. But it doesn't matter. I have already taken all the goo worms in the plan. As long as this bone-flesh unity goo can be used, it will far surpass other things. But the earth communication ear grass has been destroyed. This is a bit troublesome. In Fang Yuan's philosophy, only practicality had value. The chainsaw golden centipede was lost, but spiral bone spear could barely replace it. There were no iron thorn brambles or carapace goo, but there was sky canopy goo and flying bone shield. Only the earth communication eargrass was lost, and in terms of scouting, there was a shortcoming. In the past, it was lacking healing and movement, but now, these two aspects were more or less made up for, but there was a flaw in the scouting aspect. In life, most things do not go according to one's wishes. The night of Ziyu Mountain was much more lively than the day. This night, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns to keep watch, but did not sleep well. From time to time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from outside the cave, as well as the sounds of battle. Especially at dawn, when an intense battle unfolded near the cave entrance, Fang Yuan, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by it. This was a battle between 2,000 beasts. Wangda, a winged black-feathered python, provoked a dark leopard. Both sides fought back and forth, carrying out a great battle. The commotion was great, the commotion shocking. Dark leopard was a fierce beast unique to Ziyu Mountain. They had a strong body and purple-spotted skin. Their speed was extremely fast, and they often shuttled through the forest, leaving behind an elegant phantom image. When hunting, they were silent, and their prey often became food in their stomachs before they could even react. Fang and Bai were on tenterhooks. It could be said that they were stuck in the cave, unable to escape. As time passed, the dark leopard was gradually losing, falling into a disadvantageous position. This was a pregnant female leopard. Dark leopards had always been a male-female pair, and now that the female leopard was pregnant, the male leopard naturally went out to hunt. But it did not want the black-feathered python to find a loophole. Eventually, the female leopard died under the entanglement of the black-feathered python. But the black-feathered python did not manage to escape, and was met by the returning male leopard. After another intense battle, the male leopard killed the killer, but only obtained the cold corpse of the female leopard. Dawn arrived. The light of dawn shone on the elegant fur of the dark leopard. But the female leopard was already dead. The male leopard wandered around the female leopard, letting out a sorrowful whimper. The two of them were so close, yet so far apart, separated by life and death. "Why aren't you leaving?" Bai Ningbing complained inwardly. "Don't worry, the male and female dark leopard are of one mind. If one dies, the other will definitely not live alone." Fang Yuan sighed. "I'll go back and sleep first." He returned to the depths of the cave to sleep, while Bai Ningbing stayed at the cave entrance. The male leopard wandered around for a while, crawled down, and stuck out its tongue to lick the female leopard's wound. The female leopard's wound was pitch black, caused by the black-feathered python's poison. The male leopard lived here, and as long as it smelled it, it would be able to distinguish this poison. But now, it did not care. In the end, its bright eyes became dimmer and dimmer, and its eyelids became heavier and heavier. When it was noon, it also died. It lay quietly with the female leopard, and its beautiful fur made them look like exquisite handicrafts. Witnessing the entire process with her own eyes, Bai Ningbing could not help but sigh. Not long after, Fang Yuan woke up and walked out of the cave energetically. He saw Bai Ningbing leaning against the cave wall, staring at the two dark leopard corpses in a daze. "How's the harvest?" Fang Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing shrugged, somewhat dispirited. "The goo that should have flown have all flown away. I don't have any methods to capture goo. Besides, didn't you see the battle last night?" Those Gu are either dead or injured, the remaining ones are not what we need. Hee, if not for that, how could a person like you take the initiative to sleep? Fang Yuan laughed. Although they are 2,000 beast kings, the Gu on their bodies are indeed not much. But it might not necessarily be without any harvest, hee. Saying so, Fang Yuan walked towards the dark leopard's corpse. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to ESO. Seeing Fang Yuan walk to the dark leopard's corpse, Bai Ningbing's gaze was attracted. The former squatted down and started to dig the ears of the dark leopard. Soon, Fang Yuan took out 2 small purple leaves from the male leopard's left and female leopard's right ears. This was a breath concealment Gu. Rank 3 grass Gu. Gu masters could use it to conceal their aura and cultivation, giving them a certain degree of camouflage. Almost every dark leopard had a breath concealment Gu in their ears. But dark leopards always moved in pairs, and they had at least 1,000 beast king strength. They were good at sneak attacks, fast and agile, making them very dangerous and troublesome to capture. Moreover, the dark leopard was a fierce beast that only existed near Ziyu Mountain. Thus, the information about the breath concealment Gu hidden in the dark leopard's ears was not widely known. In Fang Yuan's previous life, a righteous figure appeared, known as Hunting King Sun Gong. With him as the first, he hunted dark leopards and obtained breath concealment Gu, selling them in the market and reaping huge profits, thus becoming rich. After him, countless Gu masters rushed to Ziyu Mountain to make a fortune. Just a few years later, the dark leopard went extinct. But now, Ziyu Mountain was still a secluded place. Here, it was safe during the day, but extremely dangerous at night. There were no clans, but there were embryonic forms of clans, villages. Although there were no earth communication air grass to scout, they were lucky to obtain 2 breath concealment Gu. Fang and Bai relied on this Gu to avoid many dangers. They would not go up Ziyu Mountain. With their current strength, they could already travel through ordinary forests. But they did not have the strength to go deep into famous mountains and great rivers. To explore these places, even Bai clan would have to pay a huge price. Not to mention the current Fang and Bai. They moved around the foot of Ziyu Mountain, and 2 days later, they found a mountain path. Man-made mountain paths were much safer than ordinary forests. Of course, if they were unlucky, they would also encounter danger. Moving along the mountain path, one evening, Fang and Bai discovered smoke rising in spirals. The 2 glanced at each other and quickened their steps. At a call in the mountain, they found a village. The village was surrounded by low stone walls, and farmers returned in 2s and 3s, carrying hoes and other farming tools, walking into the village. There were also guards standing around the village. However, these people were all mortals, so they were nothing to worry about. Let's go. Fang Yuan led the way down the village. Just like that? Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised. Their appearance quickly attracted the curious, doubtful, and suspicious gazes of the villagers. Most villages in this world were very xenophobic. It was even more so for the clan's mountain stronghold. The security was tight, for fear of spies and thieves sneaking in. May I ask if these 2 guests from afar are you esteemed Lord Gu masters? Before they even reached the village entrance, 2 guards with similar appearances came up to them. Bai Ningbing didn't say anything. According to the original agreement, everything would be handled by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shook his head. Brothers, we're just mortals. Hearing this, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief, and their expressions became relaxed. The younger youngster disdainfully sized up Fang Yuan's body, saying with some disgust, I knew it, this person is so ugly, how can he be one of those powerful Lord Gu masters? Fang Yuan's body was covered in burns, and he was also missing an ear. His appearance was ugly and disgusting. Bai Ningbing also changed into ordinary attire, her long silver hair not only shaved short, but also dyed black. Her whole body was covered in ice, and thus her skin was as white as snow. But the color of her eyes couldn't be concealed, so she wore a straw hat, covering the upper half of her face. When the 2 of them stood together, they looked like 2 mortal villagers. Brother, don't talk nonsense. The older guard reprimanded, and then looked at Fang and Bai vigilantly, where did you come from, why did you come here? We came from the village on the other side of the mountain. Originally, he had dragged a handcart with medicinal herbs and cured meat, thinking of selling them. Sigh, we met a tiger on the way. Oh my, that scared me to death. We ran all the way, and managed to escape with our lives. Sigh, we don't dare to go back for now, so we came to your village to sleep for a night. Just one night, we will leave tomorrow. Fang Yuan said casually. The guard's vigilance decreased slightly. Fang Yuan said again, brother, don't blame your brother. My injuries were caused by fire. That day when my house was on fire, I was burnt to this state in order to grab some rice. Sigh, life is hard these days. The older guard sighed, enter the village. If no one takes you in, you can just stay in the corner for the night. Saying so, he moved aside. Watching Fang and Bai enter the village, the guard ordered his younger brother, go and tell the village chief that there are 2 outsiders here. The old man has a lot of experience, ask him to take a look. Brother, you are too careful. Why don't you think about it? How can these 2 be Gu masters? Moreover, why would Gu masters lie to us mortals? To have fun? If I tell you to go, just go. Asking me to run errands again. The young man grumbled, but still went. The village was peaceful. The fragrance of food permeated the air. After a day of work, the laughter of a family gathering for a meal also reached Fang and Bai's ears. Being in such an environment, Bai Ningbing could not help but feel relaxed. The reason why he disguised himself was because he did not want to expose his tracks, that would make it easier for the Bai clan to hunt him down. Secondly, it was because Fang Yuan was a cautious person, and liked to hide in an unfamiliar environment, making it easier for him to deal with sudden and abnormal situations. It was very easy to find a family to take them in, just give them a yuan stone fragment, and they would happily vacate the main house. But doing so did not match their current status. Fang Yuan had a better method. He walked around the village for a while, and stopped in front of a dilapidated house. This family only had one old lady. She originally had a grandson, but when he was playing outside, he was eaten by wolves. In front of the house, the old lady was drawing water from a well, looking very strenuous. Auntie, let me help you. Fang Yuan put on a silly smile, and ran over eagerly. The old lady saw Fang Yuan, and was shocked by his appearance. But Fang Yuan was very enthusiastic, and with a silly smile on his face, he quickly helped her draw a few buckets of water, and the old lady's wariness disappeared. Lad, you are from another village, right? The old lady laughed, her mouth was cracked, and only a few teeth were left. Yes, I want to stay at Auntie's place for a night. Auntie, let me work for you, what do you think? Fang Yuan said naively. Sure. The old lady said happily. Although the villagers usually helped each other, she still needed this kind of labor force. Bai Ningbing was speechless as she watched from behind. This scoundrel Fang Yuan was too good at acting. After drawing water, it was time to chop firewood. Fang Yuan even took the initiative to cook, and his quick and efficient actions made the old lady praise him again and again. Auntie, let me help you draw a few buckets of water, let's talk after the water jar is filled. After dinner, Fang Yuan took the buckets of water and went out. The old lady said no need, but Fang Yuan insisted. After the water jar was filled, the old lady's eyes were filled with tears. Lad, you are so honest. Sigh, it is a pity that your life is as bitter as mine. Evidently, the tragic story that Fang Yuan fabricated during dinner had left a deep impression on this simple and honest old lady. To mortals, lamp oil was precious. The house was dark at night. Only moonlight shone through the window. There were 2 beds in the house, and they were very simple. But Bai Ningbing was already very satisfied as she laid on the bed. The fatigue from these days of walking slowly dissipated at this moment. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, and his mind entered his aperture, inspecting the bone-flesh unity goo. These days, he did not use this pair of goo. After all, it was refined by altering the recipe. According to Fang Yuan's cautious nature, he naturally had to do some research. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed past. There should be no problem, I can use the bone-flesh unity goo now. Saying so, he summoned a pair of jade bracelets-shaped goo. These 2 jade bracelets, one was green like grass, while the other was red like blood, and they were still locked together, unable to be separated. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already refined them. but to use them, he had to give up one of them, and let Bai Ningbing refine it. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged, and received the goo worm, but she did not refine it, instead looking at Feng Yuan. "What do you plan to do next?" Feng Yuan chuckled, "I thought you wouldn't ask." Even in the darkness, Bai Ningbing could feel the teasing smile on Feng Yuan's face. She snorted. Feng Yuan did not think of hiding it from her. "Our next destination is Shangliang Mountain." "Shangliang Mountain, Shang Clan?" Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows. Shang Clan was one of the top forces in southern border, not weaker than Tai Clan or Fei Clan, only being suppressed by Wu Clan. Shang Clan was famous in southern border for their trade. Even outside of southern border, anyone with some knowledge knew that southern border's Shang Clan was the center of trade, and how prosperous Shang Clan City was, with yuan stone everywhere. When Bai Ningbing still had the northern dark eye soul physique, she had yearned to visit Shang Clan City, but now she was worried. "We committed a crime in Bai Clan, I'm afraid we will be hunted down by the righteous path. If we go to Shang Clan City, won't we be walking into a trap?" Feng Yuan smiled. "In the entire southern border, there are only 2 places that can accommodate us. Shang Clan City is definitely one of them. Although Shang Clan is one of the leaders of the righteous path, Shang Clan City is indeed a land of freedom, and the best place for demonic path people to sell their loot. Otherwise, why do you think Shang Clan is the richest in southern border? Even the Wu Clan is left in the dust in this aspect." Bai Ningbing's thoughts wandered as she heard this. "The rumors say that anything can be bought in Shang Clan City, is that true?" Feng Yuan shook his head. "Those who say this are all low level. In this world, there are too many things that have a price but no supply. For example, a certain Yanggu? Heh heh heh. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Iso." In the dark room, Bai Ningbing let out an unhappy snort. Feng Yuan's words changed, "But at this moment, Shang Clan City is the most suitable place for us. There are many shops there, and we can buy goo worms that suit us. Our current goo worms might be outstanding, but they are not compatible. Only with a complete set can we display greater battle strength, and even have the possibility of fighting above our ranks." Feng Yuan's words caused Bai Ningbing to agree with him. Any outstanding goo master would have a set of mature goo worms to work with. For example, when Bai Ningbing was still in the northern dark eye soul physique, she had ice blade goo, icicle goo, water shield goo, blue bird ice coffin goo, ice muscles goo, frost demon goo. They were all ice and water type goo worms, and when used together, it was extremely smooth and complemented each other. But now, although they had many goo worms, they were very messy. If they changed to a complete set, their battle strength would at least double. Coincidentally, Feng Yuan had large numbers of bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo in his aperture. These things could be sold to Shang Clan City. Even without these goo, Feng Yuan had heavenly essence treasure lotus, and could produce yuan stone. Going to Shang Clan City to hide was the first goal. Buying goo worms was the second. Feng Yuan's third goal, however, was not convenient to tell Bai Ningbing. This involved rock dissection. In a dark corner of a certain gambling den, a legendary goo was hidden in a rock. Feng Yuan had the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, the rank 9 Immortal Venerable Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the aptitude-changing Blood Skull goo, and the Bone Flesh Unity goo. Not to mention the Bone Flesh Unity goo, Blood Skull goo had almost lost its value, because almost all the clansmen related to Feng Yuan's bloodline were dead. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, although it had outstanding effects, it had no prospects. Feng Yuan did not know the refinement recipe, and the higher Feng Yuan's cultivation, the less useful it would be. Spring Autumn Cicada was even more nonsensical. Right now, it is still in hibernation. Use it, there is a risk. Don't use it, when it recovers, it will burst your aperture. This guy was a ticking time bomb. Spring Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Blood Skull goo, and Bone Flesh Unity goo were the 4 most valuable goo in Feng Yuan's possession. And these goo all had a common characteristic. That was, they were all goo worms used to assist cultivation. How much help did they bring to Feng Yuan? Big, huge, but for Feng Yuan in terms of combat, it wasn't so obvious. But the goo in Shang Clan City was different. It was a trump card for battle. With this goo and some other goo, it would be a complete set. Only then would Feng Yuan be considered to have been reborn, and he would have the posture of being invincible among those of the same level. He would have recovered a bit of the demonic past glory from his previous life. There is still a long way to go to Xianxia City. Let's not talk about such a distant matter, you should first refine this bone-flesh unity goo. Fang Yuan changed the topic. After Bai Ningbing found out about Fang Yuan's plan, she felt slightly relieved. The more time she spent with Fang Yuan, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was too sinister and cunning. Especially his performance today, he was so simple and honest that even she was almost fooled. Not long ago, she had personally witnessed how Fang Yuan refined the bone-flesh unity goo, and thinking of Fang Yuan's performance, she felt a chill in her heart. She secretly reminded herself to be careful. That pitiful matriarch of the 100 clans was a good example. If she did not guard against Fang Yuan, who knows if one day she would be betrayed by Fang Yuan, and would still be counting the money for him, shaking her head, Bai Ning Bing calmed her emotions and started to refine the bone-flesh unity goo. This pair of goo had a peculiar shape, one green and one red. Bai Ningbing chose the red one and activated her primeval essence. This bone-flesh unity goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan beforehand. Right now, Fang Yuan withdrew his consciousness and cooperated with Bai Ningbing. Without spending too much time, Xianxia managed to refine it easily. The moment she finished refining it, the bone-flesh unity goo underwent a change. This pair of interlocked jade bracelets suddenly vanished in the air. And almost at the same time, a ring mark appeared on Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's wrists. The difference was that the ring mark on Fang Yuan's left wrist was green, and the ring mark on Bai Ningbing's right wrist was red. A mysterious feeling rose up in the hearts of Fang and Bai at the same time. This feeling allowed Fang Yuan to sense Bai Ningbing, and at the same time, Bai Ningbing to sense Fang Yuan. It was as if they were connected by flesh and blood, inseparable. This feeling was not good, making Bai Ningbing feel disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. Fang Yuan's brows were also tightly furrowed. The scroll left behind by Grey Bone Scholar did not explain this point clearly. But Fang Yuan thought for a moment and felt relieved. This Grey Bone Scholar only did theoretical research, he has never used his experience. It is normal that he doesn't know. This feeling was only a minor detail, the next step was the main point. The two endured the strange feeling in their hearts and sat cross-legged on the bed facing each other, starting to dual cultivate. They stretched out their palms facing each other. To be safe, Fang Yuan, who had the weaker cultivation, started the experiment. He mobilized a portion of green copper primeval essence from his aperture and carefully poured it into Bai Ningbing's aperture strength. The green and red rings suddenly let out a bright light. The primeval essence, which originally carried a different aura, immediately changed into the same aura as Bai Ningbing after entering her aperture. It really worked. Bai Ningbing lightly shouted in joy. But I clearly mobilized 10% of my green copper primeval essence, but when it entered your aperture, only 6% was left, a reduction of 4%. Fang Yuan's observation was even more detailed. Bai Ningbing was not surprised, what's so hard to understand? Didn't that scroll say so? This bone-flesh unity goo, according to the depth of the relationship between the two who refined it, can be divided into 5 grades. From lowest to highest, they are, flesh and blood mutual, flesh and blood bond, closes flesh and blood bond. She continued to analyze, if that pair of siblings became goo masters and refined it alone, based on their relationship, it should be the highest grade flesh and blood bond. If we refined it alone, based on our relationship, I'm afraid it would be the lowest grade flesh and blood bond. With both sides neutralizing each other, it is the flesh and blood bond that is neither high nor low. This bone-flesh unity goo referred to a series of goo. Similar to boar goo, there were black boar goo, white boar goo, pink boar goo and so on. According to the scroll, the bone-flesh unity goo contained 5 types of goo worms. The lowest quality was the flesh and blood mutual, 10% of primeval essence could only be converted to 2%. Above that was the flesh and blood bond goo, 10% of primeval essence could be exchanged for 4%. As for the flesh and blood bond goo, it could be exchanged for 6% of primeval essence. At the next rank was the flesh and blood bond goo. After 10% of primeval essence was converted, there would be 8% left. As for the highest grade, the flesh and blood bond goo, it had 100% conversion without any consumption. Fang Yuan relied on his previous life's experience to modify the recipe and obtain the rank 3 flesh and blood bond goo. His luck was not bad. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to develop a secret recipe. It required many goo worms, continuous deductions, and experiments. Fang Yuan was able to modify it successfully because of the inspiration from his experience, and also because his luck was good. But he did not like to rely on luck. This was not because he was born to be a jinx and had bad luck. Fang Yuan's luck was like ordinary people, sometimes good, sometimes bad, but he did not like factors that were out of his control. He was a person with a strong desire to control. He liked to control the situation, control others, and of course, control himself. Let's do this. Next, it's your turn. Fang Yuan said. Overall, he was satisfied with the result of the flesh and blood bond goo. Bai Ningbing mobilized 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence and poured it into Fang Yuan's aperture. This time, it was incredible. Just now, Fang Yuan's dark green primeval essence had entered her aperture and formed a green water that floated on the surface of the sea. Soon, it was engulfed by the snow-silver tide. The primeval sea had only risen a little. Right now, 10% of her primeval essence had entered Fang Yuan's aperture, but before it entered the primeval sea, Fang Yuan's entire aperture was trembling. Fang Yuan quickly shouted for it to stop. This was not a problem with the flesh and blood bond goo, but his aperture was only at rank 1 upper stage, and there were hundreds of bone spear goo inside. If he were to store the snow-silver primeval essence, he would be in danger of collapsing. Bai Ningbing hesitated. If she poured in her primeval essence now, she might be able to burst Fang Yuan's aperture. But even if the aperture burst, the yang goo would be destroyed by Fang Yuan with a thought. She thought for a moment, and finally transferred the primeval essence back. This snow-silver primeval essence was originally 10%, but when it entered Fang Yuan's aperture, it changed its aura and was left with only 60%. Now that it returned to her aperture, it shrunk again and was left with 3.5%. This made Bai Ningbing inwardly sigh at the mystical nature of this flesh and blood bond goo. Fang Yuan moved the bone spear goo in his aperture into Bai Ningbing's aperture, before continuing to take in the snow-silver primeval essence. When this snow-silver primeval essence was in Bai Ningbing's body, it was still her aura. But once it entered Fang Yuan's body, it suddenly shrunk and turned into Fang Yuan's possession. This snow-silver primeval essence entered Fang Yuan's aperture and sank to the bottom, while his green-copper primeval essence could only helplessly float on top. The two coexisted peacefully, without any problems. It was as if this white-silver primeval essence was originally produced in Fang Yuan's aperture. If it was a different type of primeval essence, such close contact would immediately cause an explosion and cause damage to the aperture. Thus, normal impartation was like walking on a tightrope, extremely dangerous and exhausting. Fang Yuan tried to move this white-silver primeval essence to wash the surrounding aperture walls. Goo masters were divided into 9 great realms, and each realm was further divided into initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. Initial stage was light membrane aperture walls, thin and flickering. Middle stage was water membrane aperture walls, flowing with light. Upper stage was stone membrane aperture walls, condensed and stable. Peak stage was crystal membrane aperture walls, clear and transparent. Fang Yuan was now at rank 1 upper stage, and the surrounding aperture walls were stone membrane. But when the snow-silver primeval essence washed over it, this layer of stone membrane could not withstand it and showed signs of trembling. Author's note: today's news is blocked, let's release a new chapter. La 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 la, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to ESO. Fang Yuan quickly stopped in fright. Although he had used the liquor worm before, the liquor worm only cleansed his primeval essence and raised its quality by a small realm. When had he ever used such a huge difference in snow-silver primeval essence? Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only reduce the amount of primeval essence he used each time, and at the same time slow down the cleansing strength. To think that high-quality primeval essence has its drawbacks. Fang Yuan said with some distress. In the darkness, Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes when she heard this. What kind of opportunity was this? If others knew about this, they would probably slap Fang Yuan to death in anger. This was a blissful worry. For hours later, this 60% of snow-silver primeval essence was used up. Just this one round of cultivation had impressively caused the rough stone membrane to feel as if it had been polished and brightened. It was like a rough jade. After rough processing, it showed a smooth and round quality. Quick, quick, use another 10% of primeval essence, Fang Yuan urged. Just like that, he spent the night cultivating. When the rooster crowed in the courtyard and the sky outside the window started to brighten, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes glowed brightly and revealed a strand of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Retracting his palm, he clenched his fist. Rank 1 peak stage. It was this night's cultivation that allowed him to advance from rank 1 upper stage to rank 1 peak stage. What speed! Ever since Fang Yuan started cultivating, including his previous life, he had never felt so comfortable and carefree. He could not stop even if he wanted to. To make an analogy, when he was AC grade talent, his cultivation was like a snail's crawl. After using the liquor worm, he could walk. With a grade talent and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it was like he was running. Damn it, using this bone-flesh reunion goo, it was like growing 2 wings and flying. Bai Ningbing's expression was one of shock from the bottom of her heart. She was extremely intelligent and quickly realized that this goo had another greater use. This goo is amazing, it might be able to break through a large realm. The liquor worm could only raise a small realm, and to break through a large realm, the goo master had to rely on their own primeval essence. Thus, aptitude was very important. But with this bone-flesh unity goo, when breaking through a large realm, one could borrow someone else's aperture. What kind of advantage was that? With this goo, Bai Goo Mountain is definitely worth it. Even if we sacrifice the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it will be worth it. At this moment, the morning light swept into the farmhouse. Bai Ningbing sighed deeply. There are so many talents in the world. Grey Bone Scholar was only a rank 4 goo master, but he was able to develop bone-flesh unity goo. He was truly a genius. As long as a goo master had a title, they all had their own outstanding points. In comparison, Fang and Bai were still nameless people. The sun was blazing in the field. Auntie, you should rest well. I'll help you. Fang Yuan snatched the hoe from the old lady's hand. Of course, the old lady couldn't compete with the young and strong Fang Yuan. She was even happier when the thing in her hand was taken away. She grinned and said, "Oh, where can I find a young man like you?" 2 days had passed since the first dual cultivation session. Their original plan was to stay for 1 night before leaving, but after using the bone-flesh unity goo, Fang Yuan enjoyed the pleasure of his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Thus, he decided to change his plans and at least break through to rank 2 before leaving. Anyway, there were still 2 to 3 years before that rock was found, so there was no hurry. Bai Ningbing did not object. The difference between rank 2 and rank 1 was huge. Becoming a rank 2 goo master would be of great help to their future journey. Thus, the two stayed in the village and did not leave. The old lady also did not chase them away. In fact, she wanted nothing more than for Fang and Bai to stay here forever. They were so diligent in their work. Although one was a bit dumb and the other ugly, they were both honest children. Fang and Bai did some work during the day. One had the strength of 2 boars, while the other had the strength of a crocodile. They could be said to have divine strength among mortals. Doing some farm work was a piece of cake for them. Moreover, in an old lady's house, how could there be any heavy farm work? Every day, Fang and Bai only slept for about 2 hours, but they were still full of energy. This kind of living condition was like heaven compared to trekking in the wilderness, living in the wind and sleeping in the open, living in constant danger. Fang Yuan made good use of his time and threw himself into cultivation, as if he was addicted to it. Relying on the bone-flesh unity goo, his cultivation speed, using an idiom to describe it, was 1,000 li in a day. On the first night, he advanced to rank 1 peak stage. These days, he had been progressing steadily, and his aperture walls were already sparkling and translucent. According to this speed, he would probably break through to rank 2 in a few days. As the number of times he cultivated increased, the bone-flesh unity goo's position in Fang Yuan's heart rose rapidly, surpassing the blood skull goo and heavenly essence treasure lotus, second only to the spring-autumn cicada. There was no need to talk about the liquor worm, it could only advance a small realm and could not compare to the bone-flesh unity goo. As for the blood skull goo, the investment was too high and the return time was too long. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was good, but it could only provide help to a lone goo master. As for the bone flesh unity goo, according to Bai Ningbing, it was a goo that could change the world. These words were not exaggerated at all, and were deeply acknowledged by Feng Yuan. The bone flesh unity goo's rank was low, even a rank 1 or 2 goo master could use it. Although there were many fusion requirements, the standard was not high. With a clan's foundation, it was easy to refine this goo. This goo had no attraction to lone goo masters, but to clans and sects, it was a divine weapon. Using this method, the clan elders could guide the younger generation, reducing the time and funds needed to nurture a goo master by many times. With the bone flesh unity goo, it was no longer nurturing goo masters, but creating them in batches. This was the difference between heaven and earth. Because of this goo, Feng Yuan had even wavered yesterday, and had the impulse to change his rebirth plan. He wanted to turn fighting alone into building a force. Speaking of which, an organization was just a tool to be used. Feng Yuan had established the Blood-Winged Demon sect in his previous life, and if he wanted to establish a force in this life, it would be a walk in the park. But there was only one goal in establishing a force, and that was to occupy territory and resources, relying on layers of control to gather the strength of others for one's own cultivation. Goo master cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. It was a process of accumulation, and naturally required resources. Thus, rank 5 goo masters and below would have an easier time cultivating with the help of an organization. Once they reached rank 6 and above, they would undergo a qualitative change and transcend. Mortals to immortals, gathering the heavenly power into their bodies, and the organization would be useless. Knowing this, it was easy to understand Feng Yuan's plan. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had established the Blood-Winged Demon sect to gather resources. In this life, he knew about all kinds of hidden inheritances, and could monopolize these resources to rush to rank 6 faster and more freely. What was the point of wasting so much time and energy to build a faction? But now that he had the bone flesh unity goo, it would be much faster and more convenient to establish a force. The investment was less, but the results were faster. Creating goo masters in batches could quickly form a force. However, Feng Yuan thought about it carefully. Until this morning, his urge to establish a force had completely dissipated. If he really relied on the bone flesh unity goo to establish a force, he would be courting death. Such a divine weapon, once exposed, would definitely attract the greed of all the large forces. Not to mention him starting from scratch, even a clan leader with some foundation would not dare to use the bone flesh unity goo wantonly. It would attract too much jealousy. Even Wu clan, the number 1 clan in southern border, would not dare to use it alone. Feng Yuan estimated the conditions to use the bone flesh unity goo on a large scale. It would require Wu clan, Fei clan, Tai clan, Shang clan, these huge forces to form an alliance. Only then would they be able to resist the greed of the world. If I want to establish a force, I'm afraid the moment I make any progress, I will be surrounded and killed. By then, even if I managed to escape, my painstakingly built foundation would be wasted. In the end, I would become a stray dog and be hunted by everyone. Feng Yuan had completely calmed down. He knew this path was a dead end, and he was firm in his decision to fight alone in this life. But speaking of which, Bai Hua and Bai Xing were wise enough. In my previous life, they used the bone flesh unity goo to grow into the righteous path duo stars. But they did not use this strength to establish Bai clan's force. Adding on their intentional misdirection, although the reputation of the bone flesh unity goo spread, the world greatly underestimated this goo's effect. Feng Yuan recalled it now, and suddenly realized the wisdom of this pair of righteous path duo. In this trip to Baigu Mountain, he was able to kill this pair of genius siblings while they were still growing. It was a huge harvest. But Feng Yuan had another thought. This bone flesh unity goo can only be used by 2 people who have fused it. Bai Xing and Bai Hua must have used the fusion method on the scroll. Without my tampering method, the difficulty of fusing the bone flesh unity goo would greatly increase. Maybe they did not even think of this possibility. The more he thought about it, the more Feng Yuan felt his head aching. He hoed the field under the hot sun as he shook his head, collecting his scattered thoughts. After all, these things were no longer important. There was no use thinking about it. Unfortunately, I do not have thinking goo, comet heart goo, exquisite goo, thoughts like lightning goo and other goo worms that can help me think. At the very least, a bookworm would suffice. It seems I can only buy them when I get to Xianxia City. The old lady's field was small to begin with, and Fang Yuan quickly hoed half of it. Bai Ningbing was interested, and took the initiative to do it. When she was at Qingmao Mountain, she had seen farmers hoeing their fields. But at that time, she was still muddle-headed, but now that she was there, she wanted to experience the wonders. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the two ate in front of the old lady's house. "You must be hungry, there are sweet potatoes in the pot, make sure you eat your fill." The old lady smiled as she scooped 2 bowls of rice. This rice was not the rice from the rice bag grass, but coarse grains. But Fang and Bai were not picky people. "Eat slowly, I have good news to tell you." On the dining table, the old lady smiled mysteriously. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Iso. "Auntie, what's the good news?" Fang Yuan immediately asked naively. Just as he asked, an old man walked in from outside. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes secretly. This old man was a goo master, however, he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, and looked old and clumsy. There was nothing to worry about. "Young lad, this is our village head," the old lady introduced. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing quickly stood up. Fang Yuan scratched his head, appearing somewhat uneasy. "Lord Village Head, I am." Before he finished his introduction, the village head smiled and waved his hand. "I know you too, outsiders." Goo masters could sense aura between each other. But Fang and Bai had the breath concealment goo in their ears. The goo master's aura was concealed, at least the village head could not see through it. These two outsiders, the old village head had received the villagers' report a few days ago. But he did not take it to heart. In the past few days, other than Fang and Bai, there were also many people who had stayed in the village for the night. "Just come, why did you bring anything?" the old lady grumbled. The old village head did not come empty-handed, he held a skewer of fish. "This was caught in the pond this morning. Your teeth are not good, drink some fish soup, it can nourish your body." The old village head laughed. The old lady rolled her eyes at him, taking the fish. "I will go to the kitchen to make the fish soup." Her voice was filled with joy. Bai Ningbing could not tell from the two's expressions and tone. But Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, understanding in his heart, this old man and the old lady were probably in love at twilight. "Auntie, let me do it," Fang Yuan immediately said. Sit down and talk. There's good news." The old lady hurriedly waved her hand, gesturing for Fang and Bai to sit. "I have already told your matter to the village. Our village head is a goo master, he can help you." "Goo master?" Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide, clearly stunned on the spot. Bai Ningbing saw his expression and almost could not help but roll her eyes. She also tried her best to look surprised, but it was obvious that she was far inferior to Fang Yuan. She was well aware of this. When the old village head saw Fang Yuan's expression, he laughed heartily. He suddenly felt that this ugly man was somewhat adorable. As for Bai Ningbing, she seemed to be in a daze. In comparison, the old village chief preferred Fang Yuan. "You two youngsters, take a seat. Don't be so reserved." He waved his hand and sat down first. Fang Yuan fidgeted for a moment before he sat down, panting nervously. Bai Ningbing also learned from behind him, but it seemed a little unnatural. The old village head didn't suspect anything. "I heard that you came here to sell herbs and cured meat, but you ran into a wild beast. Bad luck. Your auntie has already told me that you guys have helped her so much here. I have some purple maple leaves here." A few days later, a caravan arrived. "Take these purple maple leaves and sell them. Maybe you can get back some money." When Bai Ningbing heard this, she immediately lost interest. So this was the good thing the old granny was talking about. This. Fang Yuan was so happy that he stuttered. His eyes teared up as he choked. "Village lord, you are really a good person, a very good person." The old village head patted this demon's shoulder and said with sympathy, "You don't need to say these words. Who doesn't have times when they are down and out? But I can't give these to you for free, otherwise the villagers will have an opinion. How about this, you guys come to the east side of the village to hoe the fields. After 7 days, the caravan will arrive. He was quite grateful to Fong and Bai. He was a mortal born and raised in this village, and was childhood sweethearts with the old granny. But the world is fickle, and the old granny married someone else. During a caravan transaction, a Gu master saw that he was quick-witted and gave him some pointers, making him a Gu master. Because of this, he became the village head. Although he still had feelings for the old granny, they were old people with children, and it would have a bad influence on them, so they didn't interact too much. Although he was the village head, he couldn't help the old granny too openly. He had secretly observed them, and felt that Fong and Bai had good temperaments. They were hard-working and honest children, but their luck was a little bad. Thus, when the old granny told him, he immediately agreed to help Fong Yuan. When you were eating, you promised the old village head. Don't tell me you really want to hoe the fields for 7 days and that cart of purple maple leaves? In the house at night, Bai Ningbing asked in confusion. The purple maple leaves are naturally not my true goal. Didn't you hear earlier, there is a caravan passing through here? Fong Yuan replied. So what? Didn't you mention that there are caravans passing through Ziyu Mountain all year round? The caravans sometimes pass once a year, sometimes once every half a year. I just didn't expect there to be a caravan in such a short time. I've just been beating around the bush. This caravan travels from east to west. Even if they don't reach Xianxia City, they are going in the same direction as us. Bai Ningbing realized, you want to join the caravan and borrow their strength to reach Xianxia City? She thought for a while, and felt that this was a good idea. First, the Earth communication ear grass was destroyed, and they lacked investigative goo worms. It would be troublesome for them to move on their own. Secondly, if they committed a crime, the Bai clan would definitely pursue them and would not let them go. Joining the caravan was a good way to cover their tracks. Finally, they had the breath concealment goo, and could disguise as mortals. The caravan was on guard against foreign goo masters, but they were not so vigilant against mortals. Even if they were discovered, it would not be a big deal. At that time, one rank 3 and one rank 2, they would have the ability to escape. The leader of the caravan was usually rank 3. A rank 4 leader like Jiafu was rarely seen. But even if we disguise as mortals, it would be impossible for us to casually join the caravan, right? Bai Ningbing thought for a while, still having some misgivings. Fong Yuan chuckled, of course we can't casually join the caravan. Even mortals need a guarantor. But I think the old village head will help us solve this problem. Bai Ningbing felt relieved, letting go of her worries. That's true, I was worried for nothing. With Fong Yuan's craftiness, how could he miss this point? She thought in her heart. Alright. 7 days later, I will definitely break through to rank 2 initial stage. But other than this, I think it is time to use the iron bone goo and jade bone goo. Bai Ningbing curled her lips, not minding. I said I wanted to use them earlier, but you didn't agree. I have raised them for so many days and wasted a lot of milk spring water. Fong Yuan sighed, young man, you are ignorant and fearless, you don't know the pain in this. Tonight we will not dual cultivate, rest well and I will use the iron bone goo tomorrow night. The next day, Fong and Bai went to the east side of the village to work as promised. Fong Yuan specially worked from morning until sunset. He concealed his great strength in his body. This amount of exercise was not worth mentioning, but it was enough to make the other farmers look at him in a different light, even looking up to him. At night, he sat cross-legged on the bed, sinking his mind and pouring his primeval essence into the iron bone goo in his aperture. This goo was like a bone, round at both ends and slender in the middle. Its whole body was black, like it was made of steel. This goo was a rank 3 goo, instantly consuming a large amount of primeval essence to activate. Fong Yuan was a mere rank 1 goo, he could not use it. But Bai Ningbing poured in a lot of white-silver primeval essence, giving him the qualifications to use it. The borrowed snow-silver primeval essence was almost completely used up, all of it was poured into the iron bone goo. This goo first let out a black light, before melting into a liquid iron, flying out of the aperture and fusing into Fong Yuan's bones. Pain, intense pain, unimaginable pain. Fong Yuan felt like his heart was being branded by a hot iron. Wherever the liquid iron flowed to, that bone would feel like it was being roasted on charcoal. This pain was so deep that it made Fong Yuan's expression distort. Immediately after, cold sweat appeared on Feng Yuan's forehead, and in a moment, his whole body was drenched in sweat. After a while, Feng Yuan could not hold on any longer, letting out groaning sounds. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. In the darkness, she could not see Feng Yuan's expression and condition, but from this suppressed sound, she could tell the pain was no small matter. She knew how strong Feng Yuan's willpower was. Even when his whole body was shrouded in flames, he did not make a sound. Right now, after using the iron bone goo, he let out such a sound, it could be seen how intense the pain was. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine, and in terms of use, some goo's usage was extremely special. The iron bone goo was like this: once used, it would cause extreme pain. But this pain could only be endured. If he fainted midway, all his previous efforts would be in vain. In history, many famous goo masters had died from the pain of using goo worms like the iron bone goo. Feng Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered. He could not endure the torrential pain, letting out a few groans from his nose. In the end, he was in so much pain that his whole body was numb, and his teeth felt weak from clenching. When all the bones in his body were dyed black by the iron liquid, he finally relaxed. And almost at the same time, a strong wave of dizziness hit him. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. But he held on, taking a few breaths and lying down. Finished? In the darkness, Bai Ningbing probed. Of course. Feng Yuan breathed in, his voice was hoarse but calm. Go to sleep, we still have work tomorrow. Bai Ningbing saw that Feng Yuan was still conscious, but she was actually very disappointed. If he fainted, she might be able to get the Yanggu. But that's not right, the Yanggu is in Feng Yuan's aperture. I don't have any special methods, how can I take it out? Thinking of this, some of her dark thoughts dispersed. But on the second day, Feng Yuan did not get up to work, instead lazing around on the bed. The pain was still tormenting him. As long as he moved, the intense pain was like a hacksaw, mercilessly sawing at his nerves. The pain temporarily dominated him, making him weak and powerless. Not to mention farm work, he could not even walk on the ground. Bai Ningbing realized that last night, Feng Yuan was just putting up a facade. She did the farm work alone that day. That night, Feng Yuan recovered to a state where he could move. Bai Ningbing did not believe it, and also used the jade bone goo. Only then did she know how much pain Feng Yuan was enduring. Even someone as prideful as her could not help but groan in pain, even tearing the bed sheets. But in the end, her whole body trembled as she persevered to the end. Realizing her success, under the assault of intense dizziness, she laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. On the second day, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to lie on the bed, unable to move due to the pain. Feng Yuan had mostly recovered and went to the east of the village to plow the fields. The old granny walked into the house and expressed her concern. Bai Ningbing immediately said that she was fine. She was probably tired from yesterday's work and would be fine after a day of rest. The old granny smiled meaningfully. I am indeed a little tired. You guys have been making a lot of noise these 2 days. I heard it all. What? Bai Ningbing did not understand. Miss, don't hide it from me. I already knew. The old granny smiled. Bai Ningbing's pupils contracted. Was her identity exposed? How was that possible? A murderous intent brewed in her heart, but she could not bear to do it. She could coldly watch the Bai siblings being burned to death, but that was because the Bai clan was destined to be their enemy. Although she was proud, she was not like Feng Yuan, who was unscrupulous. She could not bear to kill those who were indebted to her. The old granny in front of her was like this, and so was the previous leader of the Bai clan. The old granny did not notice Bai Ningbing's thoughts. She grabbed Bai Ningbing's hand and patted it lightly. Miss, I can see that no man has a butt and waist like yours. No wonder you wear a straw hat and don't like to talk. Although I'm old, I'm still a woman. We women have an advantage over those stinky men, we're more attentive. Ah? Bai Ningbing did not know what to say. The old granny was very enthusiastic and said in an understanding tone, I understand. You're a woman after all. You have to disguise yourself like this when you're outside. Otherwise, it would be bad if something happened to you. Bai Ningbing was speechless. She hated it when people used the word woman to provoke her. However, she felt helpless against the warm and honest old granny. The old granny smiled until her eyes squinted. Suddenly, she lowered her voice, "You two must be a couple. Auntie has heard what you've been doing these past 2 nights. I'm not trying to lecture you, but you have to take it easy when doing that kind of thing." These words were like a bolt out of the blue. Bai Ningbing's expression froze as if she had been struck by lightning. "Auntie, it's not what you think." After a long time, she squeezed out these words with great difficulty. Her expression was extremely stiff. "Aya, why are you so embarrassed?" "It's nothing. You can say anything to Auntie. I've lived for so long, what haven't I seen?" The old lady blinked her eyes and grinned. Then, her gaze fell on the bedsheet. Bai Ningbing followed her gaze and suddenly felt like dying. But then again, this bedsheet was indeed torn by her. Then, the old lady said a lot of things to her, but Bai Ningbing's mind was in a mess, and she didn't listen to a single word. At noon, when Fang Yuan came back for lunch, the old lady stopped him at the door and kindly reminded him, "Young man, your wife has already told me." Young people were hot-tempered, but they also had to take care of their bodies, and they had to take care of their wives even more. "Do you remember what Auntie said?" "What?" Fang Yuan opened his mouth wide, unable to react for a moment. The old lady smacked her lips in dissatisfaction and helplessness. "You're good at everything, but you're too simple and honest. If you're so honest, you'll lose out when you brag." If Guyua's clan, Divine Investigator Tai, 100 Flowers and 100 Lives heard this, they might be so angry that they would come back to life. Fang Yuan stood on the spot in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he finally reacted. "Oh, this matter, hee hee." He scratched his head and laughed foolishly, nodding his head. "Auntie, you're right, I understand." At the dining table, he saw Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at him coldly, her entire body seemed to be emitting an icy aura. And the corner of Fang Yuan's eyes kept twitching. This matter reminded Fang Yuan of something. Fang Yuan could act like whatever he wanted, that was because he had rich experiences and broad horizons. But Bai Ningbing wasn't, so there was a flaw in her disguise. Fortunately, this flaw was very small. In this world, when mortal women wanted to travel, they would indeed disguise as men to reduce the danger. Even though he was sick of this misunderstanding, Fang Yuan had to admit that this misunderstanding was even better at concealing his identity. Bai Ningbing's mood became extremely terrible. That night, she questioned Fang Yuan again when he would give her the Yanggu. Fang Yuan could only answer clearly, once he reached rank 3, he would give it to her. Bai Ningbing snorted. She understood Fang Yuan, she would rather die than believe Fang Yuan's honesty. But now, she had no way to take the Yanggu by force. "When I reach Xianxia City, I need to buy a poison Bao Gu. 3 hands Gu, Grand Snatch Gu is also fine." Thinking so, Bai Ningbing felt even more urgency to get to Xianxia City. Other than cooperative cultivation, Fang Yuan's cultivation content had increased by a whole new level. That was to use the crocodile strength Gu to cultivate his strength. Speaking of which, it was out of Fang Yuan's expectations that he could raise the crocodile strength Gu until now. The greatest contributor to the war was still the Bai clan. It was because of the crocodile meat from Bai clan that Fang Yuan could raise the crocodile strength Gu until now. Otherwise, it would have died from lack of food. The crocodile strength Gu was similar to the black and white boar Gu, permanently increasing the Gu master's strength. But before rank 6, the Gu master's body was still immortal. It was like a bowl, it could not contain a lake. The Gu master's body had a limit. Thus, Fang Yuan could not use the crocodile strength Gu before. Fortunately, he obtained the iron bone Gu and jade bone Gu from Bai Gu Mountain. These two Gu were consumption-type Gu. Each had their own merits, their value was about the same, and they could permanently increase the Gu master's body constitution. The choice of Gu would determine the Gu master's future development. There were many considerations when Gu masters used Gu. Some Gu could not be used together, while some Gu together had an outstanding effect. For example, Bai Ningbing had once used the ice muscles Gu, thus her skin was ice muscles. Ice muscles stopped perspiration and stopped bleeding, thus Bai Ningbing could no longer use Gu worms like the blood sweat Gu. And after she used the jade bone Gu, her mortal bones became jade bones. Ice muscles, jade bones, the two complemented each other. It was an excellent combination. Everyone's needs were different, ice muscles and jade bones suited by Ning Bing, but not Fang Yuan. Considering the legendary goo worm in Shangclan City, in Fang Yuan's plan, the combination effect he wanted the most was steel tendons and iron bones. Being able to obtain the iron bone goo from Baigoo Mountain, to him, it was very satisfying. After using the iron bone goo, Fang Yuan's bones were as hard as steel. With the strengthening of his body, he could already bear the strength of a crocodile on top of the strength of 2 boars. His strength continued to increase. 7 days passed in a flash. According to the original agreement, Fang and Bai obtained a cart of purple maple leaves from the old village head. These goods were very cheap, a cart could not even be sold for 2 yuan stone. Fang Yuan did not take it to heart, this was only a stepping stone for him to hide his identity and follow the caravan. The caravan's arrival was 3 days later than the old village head had expected. Only on the 9th day did the caravan appear. The originally peaceful mountain village suddenly became lively. The caravan was huge. Black-skinned fat. Beetles the size of buses crawled slowly with goods and people on them. Beside them, colorful ostriches were dragging carts. Large mountain spiders had cargo boxes tied to their bodies. Winged snakes slithered around, toads carried huge bags. These goo mounts formed the main body of the caravan. Other than that, there were also large numbers of mortals driving carts with oxen and horses, or carrying bamboo bags. This year's caravan is finally here. Every time I see these snakes, I feel afraid. Lord Goo Masters are really amazing, to be able to make such fierce snakes listen to you. I hope the cured meat can be sold. I don't expect to get a high price, I will be satisfied with a few yuan stone fragments. That's right, our luck is not as good as outsiders, the village head is too biased, that is a cart full of purple maple leaves, he gave it away just like that. The villagers set up many temporary stalls at the village entrance. Fang and Bai dragged a cart full of purple maple leaves, mixed in among them. Some of these people were from the village. Some came from other villages, bringing their own goods. Where there were people, there would be conflicts of interest. Even though Fang and Bai had been hoeing the fields in the east of the village for 7 days, a cart full of purple maple leaves still made many villagers jealous. Fang Yuan naturally did not care about these words. He secretly observed the caravan members. This caravan was a mixed group, formed by many clans and forces. Unlike the Jia clan caravan, the main body was the Jia clan. In this caravan, other than the publicly elected leader, there were a dozen deputy leaders, like an alliance army. This was good news to Fang Yuan. The more complicated the caravan structure, the easier it was for him to sneak in. Hey, how much are you selling this cart of purple maple leaves? Soon, someone came to ask for the price. 2.5 pieces of yuan stone. Fang Yuan said. 2.5 pieces of yuan stone? You might as well rob. The person's eyes widened. Buy or not? Bai Ningbing said. Humph. The person flicked his sleeves and left. If they really sold this cart of goods, what excuse could Fang and Bai use to join the caravan? Thus, they purposely did this, and in a short while, they angered 3 people who wanted to buy. Until the evening, this cart of purple maple leaves was still unsold. On the contrary, more than half of the medicinal herbs, cured meat, milk and so on were sold. After all, the caravan had a large number of people, these things needed to be replenished. Many people wanted to see Fang and Bai as a joke, some even started to mock and ridicule them. There were also kind-hearted people who reminded them to lower their prices. But Fang and Bai ignored them. When night fell, Fang Yuan pretended to be dejected, pulling the cart of purple maple leaves to the old village head's house. The old village head asked about the situation, and sighed, "You guys, I clearly told you, it's good enough to buy 2 pieces of yuan stone. You can even sell 1.5 pieces of yuan stone. Why didn't you listen to me? Why did you have to sell it for 2.5 pieces? You should know, there are many purple maple leaves on Ziyu Mountain. The reason why those people buy them is because it is convenient and saves time to collect them. Sigh, it is pointless to tell you. Forget it, forget it." The old village head shook his head and sighed. Fang Yuan scratched his head. "We wanted to sell more yuan stone, firstly to recoup our losses, and secondly to show our filial piety to the elders. But who could have thought that after so much effort, we still couldn't sell them? His voice was anxious, with a hint of sobbing. Hearing his words, the old village head's heart softened, the resentment in his heart dissipating by half. Fang Yuan continued, Lord Village Head, don't be anxious, we have decided to follow the caravan tomorrow. If we lower the price, we will be able to sell them. Follow the caravan? Who allowed you to follow the caravan? The old village head stared at them. Fang Yuan said matter-of-factly, I saw many mortals in the caravan. If they can follow, why can't we? The old village head held his forehead, those are the servants of Lord Gu Master. Do you think a caravan can be casually followed by anyone? What if criminals sneak in? Ah? Fang Yuan opened his mouth wide, stunned on the spot, then what do we do? The caravan is leaving tomorrow morning. Sigh. The old man sighed deeply, forget it, we will help them to the end. Tomorrow morning, I will ask for help, whether you can join the caravan or not will depend on your luck. The sun had just risen, and there were still a few stars left in the light blue sky. Looking from afar, Xiyu Mountain was covered in dark purple, quiet and mysterious. After a night's rest, the caravan was ready to set off. Check all the goods. Are the ropes tied tight? If one item drops on the way, I will flog you 100 times. Quick, 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 feed all of our black-skinned fat beetles. The Gu masters commanded loudly, causing the mortal servants to scatter around in panic. Some had a bad temper, holding whips in their hands, whipping whoever was slow. Some loved their Gu worms and fed them personally. Lord Chen. The old village chief bowed and saluted one of the deputy leaders of the caravan. Oh, old Zhang, I'm busy. If you have something to say, say it. This Gu Master Chen said. It's like this, I have 2 juniors who are doing some small business. Before the old village head finished speaking, Chen Gu Master suddenly shouted, Xianxia, what are you doing? He hurriedly went to feed Serpent Wing. Do you expect those servants to feed you well? That winged serpent of yours has already swallowed 3 servants these days. Yes, Master Elder. Xianxia shrugged his head as he was caught. Chen Gu Master did not let him off, reprimanding, how many times have I told you to call me old lord in the village, but in the caravan, you have to call me vice leader. Yes, 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 vice leader. Xianxia replied and flew away. That rascal. Chen Gu Master grumbled angrily, turning towards the old village head, what did you say just now? Oh. You want to guarantee that the 2 juniors will join the caravan? Lord is wise, that's right. The old village head quickly replied. Is that so? Chen Gu Master purposely muttered to himself. The old village head was turned into a Gu Master by him. It was to place one of his own people in this place where the caravan had to pass through. When the caravan travels, those villages are the focal points of the trade, but the mortal villages along the way cannot be neglected, they are also very important. There are many people in the caravan, a lot of daily necessities have to be replenished along the way. There are also the servants, when the caravan encounters danger and some servants die, lacking manpower, the caravan would have to choose mortals from the villages along the way. Speaking of which, Chen Gu Master's servants were already insufficient. In the caravan, mortals' lives were cheap, they were just expendable resources that could be used to speak and move around. In the future, when I pass through Xiyu Mountain, I will still need old Zhang. If I don't agree, wouldn't I disappoint him? Coincidentally, I am also lacking manpower, but I cannot agree so easily. I need to weigh the pros and cons before I can sell them well. Just as Chen Gu Master was thinking, a messenger Gu Master of the caravan ran over. He held a stack of paper in his hand, shouting as he ran, pay attention, a new arrest warrant, there is a new arrest warrant. As he shouted, he placed the paper on a black-skinned fat beetle's body. New arrest warrant? Which family? How much is the reward, let me see. Chen Gu Master was interested. Yes, vice leader. The messenger Gu Master quickly handed over a piece of paper. Chen Gu Master looked at it, oh, it is the Bai clan's arrest warrant. As long as the information is correct, it will be 1,000 yuan stone? So high. Chen Gu Master's eyes brightened, he was interested. There were usually 2 prices on the arrest warrant, one was the information price, and the other was the price to haggle. The price of 1,000 primeval stones was usually for those devil Dao people who had made a name for themselves. However, the portraits on this wanted poster were of two young people. Both of them had good facial features, and one of them was even very beautiful. A man and a woman, these were two newbies. One is a rank 1 Gu master, the other is rank 3. The information price is 1,000 yuan stone, and the haggle price is 5,800. TSK, it seems Bai clan hates these two demonic scoundrels to the core. Hee hee. Qin Gu master laughed in schadenfreude, it was not Qin clan anyway. He had no idea that these two demonic scoundrels were already near him. The old village head also took a look at the arrest warrant, his heart shuddering. The world of Gu masters is really dangerous, such a beautiful young man is actually a criminal or a demon. Let's hope they won't come to our village. Alright, seeing that you have worked so hard for so many years, I will agree to your request. Qin Gu master said. Ah, thank you Lord. Lord, I will call them over now. The old village head was overjoyed. Qin Gu master waved his hand, no need, I am very busy. Tell them to report to Xianxia. He had no interest in meeting these two mortals. At the same time, he did not associate the person in front of him with the arrest warrant in his hand. After all, this was the Bai clan's arrest warrant, and the Bai clan village was thousands of li away. Qin Gu master subconsciously felt that his side was very safe. This was a very common thought process. Even in modern Earth, when a murder happened in a provincial capital, no matter how vicious it was, people from other provincial capitals would not feel too much danger. Even with modern transportation. Besides this, there was also the wishful thinking. In this boundless world, there are countless living beings, why did these two scoundrels escape to my place? Then my luck is too bad, this is impossible, people always feel that unfortunate things will not happen to them. Furthermore, there were many arrest warrants, many of them were demonic path leaders, either vicious or eccentric, attracting everyone's attention. Like Fong and Bai, these two newbies, one rank 3 and one rank 1, what could they achieve? When Xianxia saw Fong and Bai, he did not associate them with the arrest warrant at all. Fong and Bai's appearances had changed greatly. Not mentioning the disfigured Feng Yuan, Bai Ningbing also looked presentable after these days of practice. Xianxia lost interest at first glance, especially when he saw Feng Yuan's appearance, which made him feel even more disgusted. He was only a rank 1, while Feng Yuan had advanced to rank 2 a few days ago. Xianxia hurriedly identified them, but did not feel any Gu master aura, so he called an old butler and asked him to arrange Feng and Bai's work. What are your names? The old butler asked. At this time, someone finally asked for their names. I am He Tu, my wife is Baiyun. Feng Yuan casually said. Female? The old butler turned around and frowned. He stared at Bai Ningbing, looking at her dark and swarthy appearance, she was actually called Baiyun? This He Tu was really ugly. Women are troublesome. You guys have to be careful. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. The old butler said. I know. I have a cart with purple maple leaves on it. My wife will stay on the cart and take care of the goods, we don't want to interact with others. Feng Yuan said. Humph, good that you know. The old butler arranged for them to unload the goods. But to Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing, it was simply not worth mentioning. Bai Ningbing, on the other hand, had to pretend to be out of breath and was somewhat tired. Not far away, a few servants took the chance to slack off and sat around to rest. Everyone's gazes were fixed on Feng and Bai. Brother Chong, there are two newcomers. Someone saw that they even brought their own goods. That is a cart full of purple maple leaves. A skinny servant said excitedly. Exploiting newcomers that had just joined was the custom of the old caravan. Brother Chong squatted on the ground and squinted his eyes, I saw it. Skinny monkey, go test them first. His physique was robust like an ox, with well-developed chest muscles, but he was not rash. In this world where Gu masters were revered, the bravery of mortals was not worth mentioning. To be able to become the center of this small circle, he naturally had some intelligence. Skinny monkey sighed and walked to Feng Yuan's side under everyone's gaze. Brother, where did you come from? Everyone calls me Brother Monkey, in the future when we work together, we need to take care of each other. Skinny Monkey smiled. Fang Yuan glanced at him and said only one word. Scram. Skinny Monkey's eyes widened and showed an angry expression. Fang Yuan did not look at him and continued to move the goods. He had been in a caravan in his previous life and was very clear of the filth involved. In slang, Skinny Monkey was stepping on the plate. He first used words to probe Fang Yuan's background. If he did not have any background, then he would gang up and bully him, exploiting him for some benefits. In fact, not only mortals, even Gu masters were the same, just that most of them looked more elegant when they ate. Venturing alone was to fight with wild beasts. Moving in groups was to fight with their own kind. Where there were benefits, there would be fights. The space was only so big, everyone wanted to live a better life and have more space to move around, but what could they do? They could only invade other people's space. Skinny Monkey did not expect Fang Yuan to not give him face. He stood on the spot and stared at him fiercely. Fang Yuan did not care about such a small character. Mortals were like grass, even if he killed one or two, so what? As long as it did not affect the delivery, the Gu masters above would not care. If they really cared, Fang Yuan naturally had his own methods to settle this matter. In short, provoking Fang Yuan, these servants were simply looking for death. What, still not scramming? Do you want me to leave? Fang Yuan coldly glanced at Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey snorted but did not dare to act up, returning in defeat. The caravan traveled for a day, and in the evening, they chose to stop near a mountain valley. This guy's luck was pretty good. He only encountered 3 small beast groups. After killing 2 of them and expelling one, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Other than some losses, the gains from slaughtering the beast groups were actually quite profitable. The evening sky was filled with the afterglow of sunset. Red, orange, grape gray, eggplant purple, the sunset clouds were dazzling, the colors were mixed and constantly changing. Sometimes it was like a roaring lion, sometimes it was like a galloping horse, and sometimes it was like a blooming sea of flowers. The sunset light shone on the emerald green mountain valley. In the mountain valley, the caravan had arranged a small area in a certain corner, and it was noisy. Come, take a look, the fresh beast meat we just slaughtered today. Buttermilk, fragrant and sweet buttermilk, there are only 10 pieces of clothing left, clearance sale. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also in the crowd. They dragged their handcart and occupied an area. On the left was a stall selling wild vegetables, and on the right was a stall selling milk. Bai Ningbing looked around with interest, to think there would be such a small market in the caravan. There will be transactions when there is consumption, and consumption will stimulate the market. Fang Yuan replied. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, these words were really incisive. She looked at Fang Yuan, these purple maple leaves, are you going to sell them all? Fang Yuan nodded slightly, I have already joined the caravan, I can casually sell these purple maple leaves. Keeping them in my hands will instead attract the greed of some scoundrels. Moreover, purple maple leaves were not easy to preserve. Only a day had passed, but the purple maple leaves on Fang Yuan's cart were already showing signs of withering. As time passed, their value would become lower and lower. Of course, it was just 2 yuan stone, Fang Yuan naturally did not care. But throwing them away casually did not suit their current status, and would arouse suspicion. There are 2 types of small markets in the caravan. The one we are participating in is only the transactions between mortals, it happens every day. The other type is the transactions between Gu masters, once every 7 days. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone under the shadow of the straw hat, if we can participate in the Gu master's small market, it will be helpful to us. There is still a long way to go before we reach Xianxia City. To prevent any sudden incidents, we need at least 1 investigative Gu. I already have a plan for that, but it's still too early. Fang Yuan smiled confidently as he thought of something in a tusset of flour. The 2 of them were talking in low voices. A male servant hobbled over. His clothes were ragged and his face was covered in blood. He looked like a beggar. Walking to the stall next to Fang Yuan's, he looked at the clay pot filled with milk and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Brother, can I have a sip of milk? Go. Don't get in the way of my business. The milkman waved his hand impatiently. The servant had no choice but to move to the front of Fang and Bai's handcart, two brothers. Before he could finish, Fang Yuan stepped forward, lifted his leg, and kicked him over. He shouted fiercely, "Scram!" The servant was kicked to the ground, his tattered clothes covered in black mud. His wounds were also affected, causing him to grimace in pain. He climbed up with difficulty, and stared at Fang Yuan with a hateful gaze. "All right, I'll remember this. We are all mortals, who hasn't met with misfortune one day?" Humph. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, and he kicked again. Slap. The servant fell to the ground again. "Try saying another word?" Fang Yuan looked down from above. The servant stared at Fang Yuan fiercely, and climbed up, not daring to be long-winded. But immediately after, he was kicked down by Fang Yuan again. "I don't like the look in your eyes." Fang Yuan crossed his arms, his voice cold. The servant lowered his head, not daring to look at Fang Yuan again. He quietly climbed up, not daring to continue begging, and walked away. Looking at his departing figure, Bai Ningbing asked in confusion, "Strange, why is there a beggar in the caravan?" "This is normal. This servant must have made a mistake, or his master is in a bad mood today." In any case, he was beaten up by a Gu master, and his meals were cancelled. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, but his gaze coldly glanced at a corner not far away. In the corner, 3 to 4 strong servants were capturing new faces, planning how to bully them. After seeing the situation at Fang Yuan's side, their gazes swept towards other targets. Mortals had cheap lives, and their status was extremely low. Survival was difficult, like walking on a tightrope. In the caravan, Gu masters were easily killed, and their lives were as cheap as grass. Along the way, they could be replenished from the villages. Every time the caravan met with danger, large numbers of mortals would lose their lives. Other than that, there was also an intense dark competition between the mortals. Fang Yuan had just arrived here, and there were already 2 groups of people who wanted to find trouble with him. He was naturally not afraid of these troubles, but if he could resolve them easily, he would try to resolve them in advance. Of course, there were also some mortals who lived beautifully. Most of these people had backgrounds, and were related to some Gu masters, thus they used their connections to intimidate others. After that begging servant left, 2 groups of people came. The leader of one group was an old man with astute eyes. After asking Fang Yuan the price, he immediately lowered the price to 1/4. Fang Yuan guessed this old man's identity. He should be a steward, in charge of dispatching servants. The leader of the other group was a woman. Her eyes were coquettish, and she was actually wearing silk clothes. Fang Yuan immediately understood this was definitely a tool of a certain male Gu master. The 2 were escorted, and although they were all mortals, their social status was extremely clear. They lowered the price very low, with the intention of buying low and selling high. These people all had some extra money, unlike most servants who were in a precarious situation, living so miserably that they did not even have food to eat. Although Fang Yuan looked down on this carriage of purple maple leaves, to put on a good act and not expose himself, he still rejected the 2 who were trying to lower the price. The old man had a pleasant expression, but there was a hidden threat. The woman cursed and walked away. "As long as a 3rd person asks for the price, I will sell this carriage of rotten leaves." Just as Fang Yuan was calculating, the small market suddenly went into an uproar. Some people were excitedly cheering and shouting. "That kind-hearted Miss Zhang is here again. Miss Zhang is kind and benevolent, she is like a fairy that descended to the mortal world. Such a good person, I won't go hungry tonight, what's going on?" Bai Ningbing gazed into the distance, only to see a green figure appear at the entrance of the market. Fang Yuan was also puzzled. What situation was this? Miss Zhang. Fairy Zhang. A group of servants rushed over, and at once, the entrance of the market was filled with people. Most of these people were punished by Gu masters and had no food to eat. The man that Fang Yuan kicked earlier was also among them, stretching his neck and arms. "Don't be anxious everyone, there will be food, take it slowly," the green-clothed girl said. Her voice was gentle and soft, and the moment she spoke, it was drowned out by the shouts of the crowd. "All of you shut up. Line up and come one by one. Whoever dares to snatch or shout, I will kill him immediately." Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded in the small market. An old but tall and sturdy Gu master stood up with his head held high. His fierce gaze swept around, and the bustling small market immediately quietened down. This was the might of a Gu master, no one did not believe his words. With a Gu master's identity, as long as he was in a bad mood, so what if he killed 2 or 3 mortals, everyone pushed and shoved, and quickly lined up obediently. At the front of the line, the green-clothed girl carried a basket, distributing steamed biscuits one by one. The whole small market was silent. Countless gazes looked at the green-clothed girl, containing respect, worship and love. Bai Ningbing was curious, asking the stall owner beside him, "Who is this girl? You don't even know Miss Xianxia? You two are new here, right?" "Xianxia?" Fang Yuan turned around, frowning, "Tell us everything you know." The stall owner thought of how ruthless Fang Yuan was when he beat up the family servant, and did not dare to hide anything. "This Miss Zhang is also a vice leader in our caravan. She has no cultivation talent, and is a mortal like us. But she has a strong background in the clan, and the Gu masters beside her are her guards. I have lived for so many years, but to speak the truth, I have never seen such a kind-hearted person. Miss Zhang is too kind, almost every night she would bring some food to the starving family servant. Even if it is raining or windy, she is still like this." Sigh, "The heavens are so unfair, such a good person cannot be allowed to cultivate." Bai Ningbing nodded and smiled, saying to Fang Yuan, "As expected, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds." Fang Yuan, however, did not reply. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan strangely, but saw that Fang Yuan's expression was not right. The latter stared at the green-clothed girl with a burning gaze, his brows almost knitted into a knot. This green-clothed girl had a head of black hair that draped over her shoulders, delicate and black, giving off a gentle beauty. Her eyebrows were like faint willow smoke, and her eyes were like the clear waves of the moon. Her skin was snow white, and her lips were pink and tender. Her face did not have any makeup, and her contours were extremely soft. While distributing the steamed biscuits, she smiled faintly, pure and flawless. She wore a green dress, giving off a fresh and elegant aura. She was elegant like an orchid, beautiful like a lotus, gentle like water. In terms of appearance, she was on par with Bai Ningbing, but had a unique beauty. The girl's appearance was exquisite, and could only be considered good-looking, like an ordinary beverage. Only with a temperament could one be called a beauty, like aged wine. No doubt, this green-clothed girl was an absolute beauty. But no matter how beautiful she was, or how moving her temperament was, in Fang Yuan's heart, it was all fart. Fang Yuan did not look at her appearance. No matter how beautiful her face and temperament were, if one peeled off her skin, it was all bones. He was curious, and thought of a certain person. "Isn't this girl Xianxia?" Xianxia was one of the young masters of Shang clan. In the clan, the children of the clan leader were all called young master. Only the successor that obtained the approval of the clan elders could be called young clan leader. Just with her identity as the young master of Shang clan, Xianxia was the pride of the heavens. Everyone said that Shang clan was greedy and black-hearted, but this Xianxia was an exception. She had a weak nature, and was not good at fighting. She was soft-hearted, and was the worst at doing business in Shang clan. When she did business, not only did she often suffer losses, she was also often cheated by others. She easily trusted others, and most importantly, she would not learn from being cheated once, and would be cheated again and again. As the young master of Shang clan, she was once the shame of the entire Shang clan, and was looked down upon the most. But on account that she was the bloodline of the Shang clan leader, they showed mercy and did not expel her from the clan. She treated mortals equally, and had a strong sense of compassion, and often helped and saved people. There were even a few times when she bought all the slaves in auctions, and was scolded by the Shang clan leader. But fate was truly wonderful. In the end, she became the leader of Shang clan. But why is she here? Also, why is she called Xianxia? In my memories, she is a Gu master. Why do others say she has no cultivation talent, and is just a mortal? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Is she not Xianxia, and only looks like her? This is too similar. No, wait. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned, as he suddenly dug out even older information from the depths of his memories. This Xianxia had a rough life. She is the illegitimate child of Shang clan leader when he was young, traveling outside. She grew up without a father, and was bullied. After her mother died, her life became even more difficult. Forced by her clansmen, she could only follow a caravan to trade. But when she arrived at Shang clan city, her bloodline was sensed by Shang clan leader. Shang clan leader was overjoyed, and acknowledged her in front of everyone, feeling indebted to her. Thus, even if she made many mistakes in the future, he would cover up for her. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. So that's it, I understand now. Combining the current world and the remnant clues in his memories, Fang Yuan deduced the truth. Many years ago, when Shang clan leader was still a young master, he left behind a bloodline in Zhang clan. It was Xianxia. Shang clan and Zhang clan had been on bad terms since ancient times. After Xianxia was born, her mother did not reveal the identity of Shang clan leader due to various considerations. Thus, Xianxia was born as a shameful illegitimate child, and followed her mother's surname. This was also why she was still called Xianxia now. After her mother died, she was forced by her clansmen to go out to trade. But when she came to Shang clan city, her bloodline was discovered. Her father also became the Shang clan leader. He had a high status and authority. When he recognized her in front of everyone, her fate changed drastically. That is to say, my caravan is the first caravan she went out to trade with. After realizing this, Fang Yuan's heart thumped. After all, this Xianxia had great potential. She was the future Shang clan leader. If this was spread, the whole world would not believe it. Of course, the future could be changed. Even according to his previous life's trajectory, when she became clan leader, the world would change, and the powerful Shang clan would be in ruins. To Feng Yuan, when she became the Shang clan leader, she would not be able to do anything. This investment period is really too long, and there is no return. Her value was not shown when she was the clan leader, but when she was recognized by the Shang clan leader and became one of the young masters of Shang clan. As the young master, she had to be responsible for a part of the business. This was also the tradition of Shang clan to nurture their successors. This was exactly what Feng Yuan needed. He needed to dispose of the stolen goods. A stable, good, and safe channel to dispose of stolen goods. This was essential in his grand plan of rebirth. In the future, he would definitely open more secret inheritances. There were many things that could not be used. As long as they were traded, they would be able to display their great value. For example, the bone spear gu and spiral bone spear gu in Bai Ningbing's aperture. Of these gu, one was enough for Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At most, they would keep one as a backup. If the others were not sold, they could only rot in one's hands, and one would even have to spend a lot of milk to raise them. Previously, Feng Yuan had planned to use that Jia Jinxing as a temporary channel to dispose of stolen goods. Then, it would be best if he could form a relationship with Jia Fu and nurture this channel. In the end, fate made a fool out of him. In order to receive the secret of the flower wine monk's inheritance, he had no choice but to kill Jia Jinxing. This is a gift sent to me by the heavens. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart, looking at the distant Xianxia, his eyes shining brightly. Shang clan had a strong background. At least before the storm of change that engulfed the southern border, they were one of the overlords of the southern border. Even if he sold stolen goods to them, the victims would not dare to find trouble with them. But precisely because they were too strong, Feng Yuan was worried that they would commit treachery. Don't look at the righteous path. Shang clan people's hearts were all black, this was too normal. But Xianxia was definitely not like that. She had gone through 100 years of history, and was tested by the changes. Her kindness, gentleness, benevolence, and honesty were well spread throughout the southern border in Feng Yuan's previous life. And most importantly, she had no foundation. Different from the other young masters, after she came to Shang clan city, she was completely alone. In the future, she made many mistakes. It was not that she was not smart, but because the other young masters, for the sake of the clan leader position, secretly made things difficult for her, and suppressed their competitors. Feng Yuan needed her channels, and if she wanted to live a better life in the future, she also needed Feng Yuan as external help. Most importantly, she was easy to control and influence. Her youth and personality were all weaknesses in Fang Yuan's eyes. He he he. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed. Don't tell me you like her? What? Fang Yuan's thoughts paused. Don't pretend, we are both men, I can tell from your eyes. Speaking of which, this girl is quite pleasing to the eye. But if you want to get her, it will be hard. Unless I help you find a chance to secretly kidnap her. In exchange, you have to give me that Yonggu first. Bai Ningbing said enticingly. But Fang Yuan's next sentence angered her. You are a man? You. This was a little troublesome. Fang Yuan first had to get close to Xianxia, then gain her trust. But time was limited, he had to settle everything before she reached Shangclan City. Bai Ningbing's idea of kidnapping people was too bad, the risk was too high, it would only make things worse. Fang Yuan knew one thing, Xianxia was deceived not because she was stupid, but because she was too kind. In his previous life, there was a demonic cultivator, known as Night Gentleman, an expert at stealing and cunning like a fox. He used the same reason to deceive Xianxia many times. One time, he could not help but ask, I keep telling you this, aren't you afraid I am lying? Xianxia said, you said you have a cash flow problem, if you don't borrow some yuan stone, your family will starve to death. I know there is a high chance you are lying to me, but every time you say it, I can't help but think, what if you are telling the truth this time? If I don't pay first, a few lives will be lost. Although this possibility is low, I don't want to bet on this. Night Gentleman heard this, tears flowed down his face, deeply moved by Xianxia's charisma, immediately kneeling on the ground. From then on, he turned over a new leaf, following Xianxia with unwavering loyalty, making many contributions. The sun was slowly swallowed by the mountains in the west as night fell. The long line of people also thinned. In the end, the servants received their food and slowly dispersed. Alright, that's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Before she could finish, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. What kind of face was this? No eyebrows, they were all burnt, only a bit of hair was left, and one ear was missing. Who else could it be but Fang Yuan? Xianxia was truly shocked, and the servant girl behind her even screamed. What are you doing? That tall and sturdy old Gu master immediately shouted. Lady Zhang, do a good deed and buy my goods. Fang Yuan ignored the old Gu master, shouting at Xianxia. Bai Ningbing silently stood at a distance, watching Fang Yuan's performance with interest. I still have one last steamed biscuit, take it. Xianxia had a gentle smile on her face, she did not have any disgust towards Fang Yuan, only sympathy. Looking at his injuries, his past must have been very painful. Sigh, he is also a pitiful person. Fang Yuan took the steamed biscuit, but threw it on the ground. I don't eat this, I want to sell it. I sold my family's old house to buy this cart of purple maple leaves. But I can't sell it, the leaves are about to wither, what's the point of living? Sob sob sob, if I can't sell it, I don't want to live anymore, I'll just kill myself. As he spoke, he started crying loudly. He stomped his feet and howled, his expression was extremely agitated, with a trace of madness. Bai Ningbing was dumbfounded. Such acting skills, I really can't compare. If she did not know Fang Yuan's background, she might have been deceived by Fang Yuan. She looked at the expressions and gazes of the people around her, there was indeed a lot of shock, disdain, sympathy, indifference, but there was no suspicion. Who is this person, rushing over so quickly, scaring me? So greedy, he actually wants Lady Zhang to buy his goods. This kind of person deserves it, does he really think business is so easy? Sigh, he must have been pressured. Back then, I encountered it too. The crowd discussed fervently. Hey, you madman, you dare to scare my lady, get lost. The old Gu master's words were like thunder, he took a step forward and protected Xianxia behind him. Lady Zhang, if you don't buy my goods, I don't want to live anymore. Lady Zhang, you are a good person, please buy this cart of goods and save me. Fang Yuan cried non-stop. Xianxia's heart softened, sigh, don't cry. I will buy it, life is the most precious thing, you need to live well from now on, don't commit suicide. Uncle Zhangzhu, give him 3 pieces of yuan stone. Lady. The old Gu master's brows furrowed. F***K, this works too? Otherwise, why would I cause such a ruckus? The group of peddlers were extremely excited. Thank you, Lady Zhang. Lady Zhang, you are my, Hey-Tu's, savior. Fang Yuan was wild with joy, his face was covered in tears as he bowed continuously. The old Gu master's eyelids twitched, looking at the cart behind Fang Yuan. This cart of purple maple leaves is at most worth 2 yuan stone. 3 is too much. Uncle Zhangzhu. Xianxia's voice was soft. The old Gu master sighed deeply. Lady, it is not that I am unwilling to part with 3 yuan stone. But to a mere servant like him, it is still too much. It will attract covetous eyes and schemes. Lady, for his safety, 2 yuan stone is just right. Moreover, if you give it like this, I'm afraid all the peddlers will come tomorrow. Uncle Zhangzhu is right, then give me 2 yuan stone. Xianxia thought for a while and readily agreed. Many peddlers looked at Fang Yuan with jealousy. Fang Yuan placed the 2 primeval stones he got from selling the leaves into his pocket, throwing down the handcart and leaving the small market with Bai Ningbing. In my opinion, it is better to capture her. If you want to get close to her, don't forget our current identities. Bai Ningbing said softly. Fang and Bai were Qin clan's helpers, they used this identity to sneak into the caravan, but now they had undoubtedly become an obstacle for Fang Yuan to get close to Xianxia. But Fang Yuan already had a plan. He looked at Bai Ningbing and smiled. You are right. So, I am going to beat someone up now. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Beat someone up? The night sky was clear and filled with countless stars. In a spacious tent, a few servants sat in a circle. A pot was burning on the coal stove in the center. The tent's roof was open, and the soot from the burning coal flew out from the hole in the roof. There was meat in the pot, and the servants stared at the meat, swallowing their saliva from time to time as they smelled the fragrance of the meat. Brother Chang, I have investigated. I've already investigated the 2 newcomers, said the skinny monkey-like man. Oh, what do you mean? The robust servant called Brother Chang raised his eyebrows. These 2 were introduced by the old village head of that village in Ziyu Mountain. Skinny Monkey replied. So it was like that. I remember that old village head was originally immortal, the vice leader wanted a stronghold, so he casually enlightened him. So it was this background, everyone came to a realization. Although they have a Gu master behind them, so what? Brother Chang's sister is our young master Xianxia's concubine. Someone shouted. These 2 newcomers are too arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, won't they turn the world upside down in the future? Stop arguing, we will listen to Brother Chang. Someone shouted. The tent quietened down, and everyone looked at Brother Chang. Brother Chang was somewhat hesitant. Fang and Bai had a Gu master behind them after all. Even if this Gu master was not a Qin clan member. Even if this Gu master was an old man with 1 foot in the grave. But he was still a Gu master after all. Have you investigated thoroughly? What's the relationship between these 2 people and the old man from the village? Skinny Monkey immediately revealed an awkward expression. This? Brother Chang, you also know. With our status, it's not easy for us to find out all this. Brother Chang could not help but ponder. Big brother, these 2 rookies are too arrogant. What kind of attitude did they have towards Skinny Monkey this morning? They're obviously looking down on us. He must be taught a lesson. Not bad. That old village chief, according to his original identity, is not even as good as us. He just got lucky and became a Gu master. What is a Gu master like him? If our vice leader didn't need him, how could he become a Gu master? He's just a high-class servant. What's more, caravans are always in a precarious situation. Even if these 2 people die, that old village chief also won't dare to settle accounts with our Qin family. Everyone was talking at once. Brother Chang frowned. The skinny monkey-like man observed for a long time. He wanted to find trouble with Fang and Bai. After holding back his anger this morning, his heart was filled with hatred towards Fang Yuan. But he knew he had no background. If he wanted revenge, he could only rely on Brother Chang. He saw that the time was right and said, I just heard that they sold their lives in the small market. A cart of purple maple leaves was actually sold for 2 yuan stone. Brother Chang's eyes immediately brightened. What? 2 yuan stone? How can this be? They didn't lower the price. Such good luck. Which idiot bought it? Skinny monkey-like man sneered, his tone filled with disdain and jealousy. Who else? It's that Miss Zhang, a mortal, but who asked her to have such a good life, giving birth to a good family. Damn it, back then when I smuggled goods, I was miserably suppressed by others. Why can't I have the luck of these two fellows? Brother Chang was envious. He continued indignantly, tomorrow, we'll deal with them. As rookies, they have to show respect to us, the older generation. If they don't know the rules, we have to be kind and teach them a lesson. Yes, Brother Chang. Whatever Brother Chang says, we'll do it. Brother Chang is wise and mighty. Skinny monkey-like man flattered and took out a spoon to scoop up the soup. The meat soup is ready, Brother Chang, try it first. The aroma of meat assailed the nostrils, and many people's Adam's apple moved as they swallowed their saliva. Brother Chang licked his lips, took the spoon, blew on it, and was about to drink. Suddenly, the tense curtain was lifted. Fang Yuan walked in with large strides. It's you. Everyone was surprised. The main character they had been planning for a long time had actually arrived. This made them feel a sense of helplessness and panic. Skinny monkey-like man jumped up and smiled sinisterly. Newcomer, do you know fear now? Want to apologize? I'm telling you, it's too late. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan expressionlessly lifted his leg. Bang. Skinny monkey-like man was directly kicked, and his back hit the coal stove. The cooked meat soup immediately splashed on his body, scalding him and causing him to scream loudly. Meat soup. It's all spilled. We pulled our money to buy the meat. It's not easy to get a chance to eat it, damn it. Bastard, you're courting death. For a moment, the crowd was indignant. They stood up one after another, roaring and rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held 2 pieces of yuan stone in his hands and threw them at them. Ouch. 2 people were hit. One covered his eyes, and the other covered his stomach, groaning in pain. Despicable, using a concealed weapon. Wait, this is yuan stone? Everyone was about to rush over, but hearing this cry, their momentum suddenly stagnated. 2 pieces of yuan stone lying on the ground attracted everyone's attention. Skinny monkey-like man's cry also stopped abruptly, his eyes staring at yuan stone. Birds die for food, and humans die for wealth. Has this person gone mad? Actually using yuan stone to hit people? So he's already scared. This is yuan stone, I may not earn a piece of yuan stone even if I work for 2 months. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were surging like a tide. Some people looked at Fang Yuan with a trace of longing in their eyes. It was as if they were asking, do you have any more yuan stone, throw it at me. How dare you throw it at me, you're courting death. The servant who covered his eyes let go and shouted. His right eye could not open at all, it was purple and swollen. But this did not prevent him from reaching out and grabbing the nearest yuan stone in his hand. Everyone shuddered and reacted, looking at the other yuan stone on the ground. Boom, everyone rushed towards this yuan stone, throwing Fang Yuan to the back of their minds. Skinny monkey-like man grimaced in pain, stood out and grabbed the yuan stone. Mine, this is mine, he threw it at me. Another servant who was hit by the yuan stone bellowed. Damn, monkey, aren't you injured? Why are you so fast? Someone shouted, spittle flying everywhere. All of you, shut up. Who tripped me just now, stand up. Brother Chang's face was covered in dirt, he was very angry. Suddenly, an arm reached out and pulled him over. Who was so bold? He turned his head in anger and shock. It was none other than Fang Yuan's ugly face. He shouted, you dare to grab me? Let go of your dog paws. Bang, Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched him in the face. Immediately, his nose was fractured and blood gushed out. A strong dizziness hit him, and Brother Chang saw stars. Fang Yuan loosened his grip, and he collapsed on the ground. I. He hit someone. Brother Chang is injured, let's take care of him. The others were stunned for a moment, then as if awakened from a dream, they raised their fists and rushed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was expressionless, and with a sweep of his fist, the nearest servant flew to the side with a cry, his mouth full of teeth broken. Then, another person rushed over. Fang Yuan raised his heel, aimed at his crotch, and lightly kicked. Ugh! The man covered his crotch, his eyes rolled back, and he instantly fainted. With a few punches and kicks from Fang Yuan, all the servants fell, leaving only the skinny monkey hiding in the corner. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over, and the skinny monkey suddenly trembled and fell to the ground with a plop. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Hero, please be magnanimous. He loudly begged for mercy, kowtowing nonstop. His head hit the ground, making a series of muffled sounds. But he still couldn't hear any movement from Fang Yuan. The skinny monkey trembled and raised his head, but Fang Yuan had already left. Inside the tent, there were a lot of servants lying on the ground, some unconscious, some groaning. Fang Yuan walked between the tents. The commotion just now had attracted a lot of attention. This was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Bai Ning being followed from a dark corner. On the first day, he beat up all the servants working with him. This is not a good influence. She chuckled, taking pleasure in his misfortune. In her heart, she was even more curious as to why Fang Yuan did this. Fang Yuan didn't answer, and walked deeper into the temporary camp of the caravan. Soon, he arrived at his destination. He had inquired about the carriage, and the Chen family's old butler slept here. He didn't immediately knock on the door, but walked to a dark corner, took out his dagger, and started to cut himself. The surroundings were quiet, only the sound of the dagger cutting flesh could be heard. Bai Ningbing heard it, and slightly raised her eyebrows. She once again witnessed Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and coldness. Not only did he not make a sound when he cut himself with the dagger, but he also became more and more skilled at it. It didn't seem like he was cutting himself, but more like he was cutting a wooden stake. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. The narrow carriage was filled with junk, and there was only a small bed. Fortunately, the old butler was short, and curled up on the small bed, it didn't seem crowded. Dong dong dong. There was another knock on the door. The old butler, who was already sound asleep, frowned and turned around. Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door got louder, and the old butler opened his bloodshot eyes. Who is it? It's me, old butler. A voice came from outside the door. The voice was very unfamiliar, but it was a little familiar. The old butler frowned even more, and after a long time, he remembered that it was a newcomer who joined this morning. A newcomer, and yet he doesn't know the rules. What is he trying to do by disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night? The old steward's anger rose rapidly. He decided to teach Fang Yuan an unforgettable lesson. With a bang, he opened the door. Then, Fang Yuan appeared in front of the old steward with wounds and bloodstains. The old steward was shocked by this scene. He could not be bothered to get angry, he was extremely shocked. What happened to you? Did a beast group attack at night? No, old steward. It's those bastards, they injured me and even took away my yuan stone. Old steward, you have to uphold justice for me. Fang Yuan wiped his bloody tears and shouted. Ugh, it hurts. That madman left? Damn it, that madman is really strong. The tent was a mess, the fragrance of the meat soup still lingered, but it could not be salvaged, the pot was broken. The group of people regained their breath, they were either bruised or gasping. Damn it, a newbie actually came to beat us, he is too lawless. We haven't found trouble with him, but he actually found trouble with us first. I can't take this lying down. We can't just let this go, we have to get back at him. How? Can you beat him? Why do we have to fight? We will go complain. Let the old steward take care of him. This person just joined and is already so tyrannical, how can we work together in the future? Right, he just smashed those 2 yuan stones, give them to me. This is the evidence. Brother Chong spoke. The tent was silent, everyone knew this was Brother Chong's excuse. The servants who did not get the yuan stone looked at the skinny monkey and the other Gu master with a gloating expression. The two of them hemmed and hawed, not saying a word. It was obvious they did not want to hand it over. Brother Chong had some brains, we are all injured, these 2 yuan stone are not only evidence, but also our medical fees. Hearing him say this, it seemed like he wanted to split the loot. The servants who did not get the yuan stone started to speak up. Brother Chang is right. Monkey, give the yuan stone to Brother Chang. Don't tell me you want to take the lead? Brother Chang has a strong background. Only Brother Chang can avenge us. Brother Chang, we believe in you. Under everyone's pressure, Skinny Monkey and another Gu master could only purse their lips and unwillingly take out the yuan stone, handing it to Brother Chang. Brother Chang received it and touched the smooth and round yuan stone. Suddenly, he felt that his nose didn't hurt so much anymore. But at this moment, the curtain was suddenly lifted. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Fang Yuan had come again. But when he took a closer look, he realized that it was the old butler. Seneschal, why are you here? Old manager, we were just about to look for you. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The old butler's expression was very ugly, especially when he saw the 2 pieces of yuan stone in Brother Chang's hands. His expression became even more gloomy. He walked in front of Brother Chang in a few steps, snatched the primordial stones, and gave Brother Chang a few slaps on the face. Brother Chang was dumbfounded. The others were also dumbfounded. After a few breaths, everyone finally reacted. Seneschal, who made you angry? Seneschal, you, what are you doing? The old man turned around and walked away, opening the curtain. Chang Zi, Skinny Monkey, you bunch of damned things, get out here right now. Saying so, he walked out of the tent first. Brother Chang covered his face, but did not dare to go against the old butler. He could only suppress his anger and bewilderment as he walked out of the tent. When everyone walked out of the tent, they saw Fang Yuan standing at the side, his body full of injuries and blood stains. Seneschal, they are the ones who snatched my yuan stone. Fang Yuan pointed at them and shouted with righteous indignation. What the hell? The servants finally reacted. You brat, you dare to complain first. Humph, I will kill you. Everyone was enraged and roared. Slap, the crisp sound of a slap stunned everyone. The servant who shouted the loudest covered his face and could not help but take a step back. The old butler looked at him gloomily. Why can't he complain to me, huh? Hee hee, you guys are getting more and more lawless, you even dare to snatch someone's yuan stone. The old butler also knew that the newcomers would be bullied, but he was happy to see it happen. This was an inevitable process. On one hand, it could suppress the arrogance of the newcomers, making it easier for him to manage them in the future. On the other hand, it could also promote the integration between the old and the newcomers. But the degree of bullying could not be too excessive. Directly robbing the yuan stone, what difference was there between that and bandits? Seneschal, it's not what you think. Someone cried out. Slap, it was another crisp slap. The old butler's voice was cold. Did I allow you to speak? Seneschal, we have to say this. Yes, we are all innocent, Seneschal. Many of the servants cried out, feeling wronged. We're the victims here, okay? The old steward's hair stood up in anger as he roared, you took his primordial stones, and you're saying that you're innocent? Are these 2 yuan stones his? Speak. Speak the truth. Yes, yes. Although it is so, but, slap slap, 2 mouths. 2 servants covered their mouths. The old butler pointed at them and scolded, snatching the yuan stone is fine, but you dare to use a knife. You are too daring. Speak, who was the one who used the knife? When a servant was injured, he could not work, but instead had to rest and heal. This was the cost. If there was any delay, the Gu masters above would blame him, and the old butler would have to take responsibility. Used a knife? We did not. Seneschal, we are all old people, don't you know this? What a bunch of bullshit from your mother. Do you think I am blind? You didn't use a knife, how did he get his injuries? Did he do it himself? The old butler roared. Bai Ning being watched from a shadowy corner, thinking, Seneschal, you are so smart, you guessed it right. Slap slap slap, the old butler was extremely furious, slapping them repeatedly. Everyone suffered at least a few slaps, all of them were intimidated by the old butler's power, not daring to speak. But they were all clenching their fists tightly, some had veins popping out of their foreheads, some were gritting their teeth. Their hearts were filled with anger, unable to express it. Olive. You scram back to the tent, I will settle the score with you tomorrow. The old butler's hands were numb from the slaps, he was old after all, panting heavily, but his anger had dissipated by more than half. The servants did not dare to disobey this order, they turned around and stared angrily at Feng Yuan, engraving his figure in the deepest part of their hearts. The old butler walked over and placed the yuan stone in Feng Yuan's hands, speaking in an unfriendly tone, I have gotten the yuan stone back for you, don't lose it again. If you lose it again, I will not care anymore. Feng Yuan was crying, feeling moved and afraid, Seneschal, please do me a favor, keep these 2 yuan stones safe for me. I am afraid they will be robbed again. The old butler was stunned, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Being a merchant was dangerous, Feng Yuan might be swallowed by a wild beast one day, then wouldn't these 2 yuan stones be his? Then I will reluctantly keep them safe for you. The old butler said. Thank you, Seneschal, Seneschal, you are really a good person. Feng Yuan hurriedly bowed, expressing his gratitude. All right, I am sleepy, you should sleep early too. The old butler waved his hand and left impatiently. As for where Feng Yuan slept, it was none of his business. This He too is really a bit stupid. The old butler sneered in his heart. Everyone left, Feng Yuan's face immediately regained its calmness. The wounds on your body are still bleeding, aren't you going to treat them? Bai Ningbing walked over. I still have use for them, let's go. Feng Yuan smiled. Inside the tent, the oil lamp was lit. Xianxia was reading a book, suddenly frowning slightly, Xiao Dai, did you hear that? It seems like someone is crying for help outside the tent. The servant girl Xiao Dai nodded her head, dozing off. Miss was not sleeping, so it was not good for her to sleep first. Now that she was awakened, she listened and immediately shouted, Aya, someone is crying for help, who is crying in the middle of the night? Why is it you again? Xianxia's guard-gu master Zhang Zhu had already walked out and noticed Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sat on the ground paralyzed, snot and tears flowing down his face. Scram. If you don't scram, I will kill you. Zhang Zhu shouted, his impression of Feng Yuan was very bad. Uncle Zhang Zhu. At this time, Xianxia and the servant girl walked over. Why is it you again, you are still haunting me? The servant girl saw Feng Yuan and immediately stared with wide eyes. Feng Yuan ignored them, only focusing his gaze on Xianxia, Miss Zhang, my life is because of you. Only you can save me. TCH, you lunatic, what bullshit are you saying? Zhang Zhu shouted angrily. My family's miss is kind and generous, how could she harm you? Miss, let's go, don't care about this crazy person. The servant girl also complained. With Xianxia's nature, she could not bear to see others in misery. Feng Yuan was bathed in blood and covered in wounds, he had already won her sympathy. Adding on his words, if Xianxia did not ask about it, she would not be able to sleep well tonight. You said you were harmed by me, what do you mean? Uncle Zhang Zhu, can I trouble you to heal him first? Xianxia said. Although Zhang Zhu was unwilling, he could only push her. A white ball of light entered Feng Yuan's body, his bleeding stopped and his wounds gradually healed. Feng Yuan said, those 2 yuan stones, they were jealous and wanted to snatch my yuan stone. I could not win against them, so I invited the old steward to uphold justice. Although they returned the yuan stone, they threatened me and wanted to teach me a lesson, making me wish I was dead. So it's like this. Xianxia could not help but sigh. You reap what you sow, miss, let's not care about him. He clearly asked for it, if he did not sell it for such a high price, wouldn't everything be fine? Xiao Dai rolled her eyes, she did not like Feng Yuan at all. Feng Yuan continued, my companion and I thought about it, and we can only rely on you, Miss Zhang. Otherwise, we'll be killed by them. This is 2 lives we're talking about. They won't go as far as to kill. Xianxia comforted Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan interrupted her, then said, Miss, you don't know, it's very dark here. They will use the chance of wild beasts to plot against me. Maybe one day, I will be eaten by wild beasts. But in fact, they are playing tricks behind the scenes. Please take me in, please save me. Miss, you can't. Zhang Zhu hurriedly said. Miss, our Zhang family's caravan is the weakest in the entire caravan. If we take him in, we will undoubtedly offend another family. For 2 insignificant servants, it is not worth it. Miss, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the Zhang family's caravan and the people around you. Zhang Zhu advised. This? Xianxia was caught in a dilemma, unable to make a decision. What's so difficult about this? Miss Zhang, I am only a helper of the Qin family, not their servant. If you are still in a dilemma, I have a way to solve it. You can tell the Qin family, me and my companion offended you. If you want to punish us, then imprison us. The Qin family will definitely not offend you for 2 mortals. Fang Yuan said. That's a good idea. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Miss. Zhang Zhu helplessly sighed, knowing that he could no longer persuade her. Fang Yuan immediately took advantage of the situation and stood up, bowing deeply to Xianxia. Lady Zhang, you are such a good person. I will definitely repay you in the future. Xianxia shook her head. I never thought of you repaying me. Since I met you, then I will do my best to help those who need help. Tonight, you can sleep in my camp. Xiao Dai, arrange a tent for the 2 of them. Yes, miss. Xiao Dai unwillingly agreed. Come with me, you too. Don't blame me if you get lost. Xiao Dai did not give Fang Yuan any face and led the way. Looking at Fang and Bai's departing figures, Zhang Zhu deeply frowned. From the bottom of his heart, he did not like Fang and Bai, but as Xianxia's bodyguard, he had to think of her safety. He decided to personally handle this matter. This was only a small tent, the space inside was narrow. But Fang and Bai did not care. They had even used a beast trap tree as a tent. This environment was already good enough. In the darkness, the 2 casually laid down. Fang Yuan reached out his hand and held Bai Ningbing's hand. Everything will be fine, Bai Yun. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes. She naturally knew Fang Yuan's true intentions. He secretly transferred a portion of snow-silver primeval essence to Fang Yuan through his palm. Sleep early, luckily we met such a good person like Miss Zhang. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and started to cultivate secretly after he finished speaking. Now that he had already advanced to the 2nd rank, his primeval essence was the Scarlet Steel Sea. Although he could already use the 4 flavors liquor worm, Bai Ningbing's learning silver true essence was undoubtedly more outstanding. For Fang Yuan, as long as Bai Ningbing was around, the 4 flavors liquor worm was useless. Snow silver primeval essence cleansed his aperture. Fang Yuan's foundation rose rapidly. With the effect of breath concealment goo, he was not worried about his aura leaking. As long as he did not use goo worms outside his body, the disguise would not be broken. Right now, breath concealment goo had yet to truly step onto the stage of history. In his previous life, around 150 years later, it became widely known because of Hunter Prince Sun Gone. In the following 50 years, during the Great War that affected the entire southern border, it was widely used and flourished for a time. That is to say, according to his previous life's historical footsteps, people would only consciously guard against breath concealment goo after 150 years. 200 years later, people would have matured methods and rich experience to deal with breath concealment goo. Breath concealment goo was also a rank 3 goo, and there were no rank 4 goo masters in this caravan. Although there were many goo masters, who would pay special attention to 2 ordinary people like He Tu and Bai Yun, after exhausting this silver primeval essence, Fang Yuan immediately activated the crocodile strength goo in his aperture. Traces of new strength were permanently added to his body. The bones in his body were no longer white, but resembled hard black iron. It was like a firm cornerstone, steadily bearing the continuous growth of strength. The night passed without words. The next morning, just as the sky brightened, the whole camp woke up. After a period of nervousness, the caravan set off. Zhang Zhu did not directly go to Qin clan, but first secretly inquired through his subordinates. There was indeed a fight last night, and many people saw it at the scene. As for Brother Chang's group, they covered up the fact that Fang Yuan beat them up. If this matter were to spread, it would be too shameful that so many people could not beat Fang Yuan. Then how would Brother Chang and the rest survive? In fact, they went back that night and discussed it. After interrogating each other, they reached a consensus and fabricated a story of they bullied a newcomer, and in the end, Fang Yuan took the initiative to hand over the Yuan stone, and then they were indignant and went to find the old steward. To prove that the fight had indeed happened, Xianxia went to find Qin clan's leader. This vice leader heard that his subordinates had two mortals who offended Xianxia and were detained, and could not help but ponder. Although he did not want to offend Zhang clan because of one or two mortals, he did not want to compromise on the spot. Qin clan's prestige could not fall. Secondly, among the servants, there were people who were related to him. Thus, he asked who they were. Zhangzhu told him. Qin clan's vice leader was slightly stunned, he still had some impression. Back then, it was the old village head's request that allowed these two people to join. But to think that on the first day, they would poke a hole in the ground. According to his estimation, Fang and Bai should be the old village head's relatives, but so what, the old village head was enlightened by him, and was under his control. Abandoning these two people, he would not dare to have any objections. Moreover, it was clearly these two who made a mistake, and even caused trouble for Qin clan, they deserved to die. Thinking of this, the vice leader had already decided to abandon these two people to resolve the conflict with Zhang clan. But on the surface, he showed a difficult expression. Brother Zhang, I won't hide it from you, if you take these two, our Qin clan will not have enough manpower. You can't ask us Gu masters to do manual labor to move goods, right? How about this, I will call the steward in charge over. He understands the situation, if we really lack manpower, then we cannot give these two people to you now. They will stay with me for now, and when the next village recruits new people, I will hand them over to your Zhang clan. All right. Zhangzhu nodded. The vice leader could not help but reveal a smile. This way, there wouldn't be any gossips about the Qin family being afraid of the Zhang family. When the old steward was called over, he felt some apprehension in his heart. Did I do something wrong? But when he heard the situation clearly, his heart immediately became excited. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, these two people were really unlucky, falling into Zhang clan's hands. It would be best if they both died, then wouldn't those two Yuan stones be mine? Thinking of this, the old steward immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that there was absolutely no problem with manpower. Even if there was a problem, for those two Yuan stones, he would definitely throw away his old bones and personally move the goods. At this point, the dust had already settled. Zhangzhu said his goodbyes, but his heart was sullen. For the next 10 days, Fang and Bai worked during the day and cultivated at night. Ziyu Mountain had already been left far behind by the caravan, stepping into Feiho Mountain's territory. Fang Yuan knew that the further he was from Ziyu Mountain, the more concealed his identity would be, and the safer he would be. These days, he had already gained half a crocodile's strength, but many bone spear Gu had starved to death, and his milk spring water was already insufficient, he could only give up some to supply the remaining Gu worms. Fang Yuan felt heartache. Although he could not use these Gu worms, he could sell them. He planned to buy Gu worms in Xianxia City, and gather a set. This required large amounts of Yuan stone. Although he had heavenly essence treasure lotus, and could produce tens of Yuan stone a day. But in the caravan, to prevent his identity from being exposed, he could not use it. Thus, he needed to control Xianxia even more. Once they reached Zhang clan, Xianxia would become one of the young masters, and this would bring great convenience to Fang Yuan's trip to Xianxia City. Of course, the prerequisite was that he not only had to get close to Xianxia, but also gain her trust. The mountain forest was deep and serene, and white fog lingered. The caravan slowly moved forward on the narrow mountain path, the white fog was getting thicker, and people's vision was getting smaller, slowly becoming limited to within 10 steps. Feiho Mountain was foggy, and if Fang and Bai traveled alone, it would be extremely difficult. But being in the caravan, they could naturally borrow the strength of investigative Gu masters. Suddenly, a clamor came from ahead, and the caravan stopped. What's going on? There's trouble. We encountered a monkey group blocking the way. At once, many people in the caravan discussed, but they were not surprised. In Feiho Mountain, monkeys ruled the land, and monkey groups formed a sea, innumerable. When the caravan moved here, they would encounter monkey groups blocking the way and robbing them. As long as one had some experience, they would not be surprised. Monkeys from Feiho Mountain? Hee, I've read about it in books, To think I can see it with my own eyes today. Bai Ningbing softly muttered with excitement. At first, the caravan passed by Feihou Mountain, and fought with the monkey groups, killing wave after wave. In the end, the caravan was either annihilated, or returned in low spirits. Feihou Mountain was once thought of as a forbidden land that could not be used for trade. If it was any other mountain, the wild beasts would keep each other in check, and there would always be a gap to enter. But the wild beasts on Feihou Mountain were only bandit monkeys. They lived together, and although there were fights between monkey groups, once they encountered external enemies, all the bandit monkeys in the mountain would unite together. Such strength was not something a caravan could match. Even a large clan might not be able to exterminate these monkey groups. Until Heaven Crown Marquis appeared. This righteous path rank 5 Gu Master went deep into Feihou Mountain, fighting his way to the mountain peak. Then he used a monkey language Gu to reach an agreement with the monkey emperor. Everything changed because of this. Feihou Mountain's trade route was opened. Now, this trade route was one of the 3 most important trade routes in southern border, connecting east and west, and its importance was self-evident. Those damned monkeys, they've appeared again. Right now, they are blocking our path. Everyone. You know the rules. I'll say the ugly words first, whoever breaks the rules will implicate us. My Jia clan will be the first to not let him off. The caravan leader shouted coldly. That's natural. Brother Jiao Long is right, we will act according to the rules. If anyone tries to take advantage of us, we will expel him from the caravan. Bandit monkeys had strong bodies and were as large as elephants. Adult bandit monkeys were 10 feet tall and had bulging muscles. Their upper arms were twice as thick as their lower limbs, and their tails were like iron rods that could smash mountain rocks. Bandit monkeys had golden fur that was covered with black tiger stripes. What was strange was that fur would naturally grow from their waist, covering their crotch and tail like a leather skirt. Howl, this bandit monkey group's monkey king suddenly opened its huge mouth and let out a loud and clear howl. Their howl was as forceful as a lion or tiger's. Howl, 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 the monkey king's howl caused the monkeys to respond. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged and the sound waves spread, causing the white fog to disperse by a lot. Everyone's field of vision suddenly widened, only then did they realize that both sides of the mountain path were filled with bandit monkeys. More than 1,000 bandit monkeys had surrounded the caravan. Their bodies were huge and the trees were as tall as their heads. Some saplings only reached their waist. At the front of the caravan, the even larger monkey king was sitting on a stone stool. A gray stone wine jar that looked like a water jar was placed beside it, emitting a strong wine fragrance. After the monkey king howled, it closed its mouth. The other bandit monkeys were still howling. This instead showed the monkey king's imposing manner. Its gaze was calm and its eyes shone with brilliance as it sat motionlessly. In contrast, those ordinary bandit monkeys were staring at the caravan's goods, looking restless and eager to try. Monkeys, foxes, lycanthropes, these wild beasts all had intelligence. This bandit monkey king's intelligence was only comparable to a 3-year-old child and not as good as the lightning lycanthropes, but it was smart enough to communicate. The caravan leader Jiao Long squinted his eyes and looked at the monkey king, suddenly saying, "Jia Yong, you go." "Yes, leader." Jia Yong stood up. He was tall and fat, with a big belly, and looked very sturdy. He was a defense-type Gu master and his vital Gu was water armor Gu. He was a rank 2 Gu master and specialized in water battles. One time, he was swimming in the river and killed a turtle the size of a small boat. From its body, he obtained a turtle strength Gu. After using it, he gained a permanent turtle strength. Seeing Jia Yong approaching, the monkey's roars suddenly became louder, the sound waves shaking the forest. Jia Yong had a solemn expression on his face. He rolled up his sleeves and stood before the monkey king. The monkey king had a huge body. Even though it was sitting down, it was still a head taller than Jia Yong. It looked at Jia Yong and roared. Immediately, several bandit monkeys carried a stone table and walked over, huffing and puffing. The stone table was as large as a bed and extremely heavy. When it landed on the ground, a muffled sound could be heard. 2 more bandit monkeys brought over stone stools. They were placed in front of the monkey king. The monkey king patted the stone table, and the banging sound was like the beating of a drum. Jiayong swallowed his saliva and sat down. He extended his right arm and placed his elbow on the table. The Monkey King also stretched out his left hand and clasped his hands together. A female bandit monkey beside him suddenly screamed. When Jiayong and the Monkey King heard this model, they exerted their strength at the same time and started this unique contest. The bandit monkeys revered strength, and arm wrestling was the most important social activity among the monkeys. The little monkey could arm wrestle as soon as it was born. Arm wrestling was not only a game among the bandit monkeys, it was also a common method to resolve disputes. Back then, the righteous Gu Master Heaven Crown Marquis only had rank 5 cultivation. With such strength, he naturally could not fight his way to the peak. He used this custom of the bandit monkeys to arm wrestle until he reached the peak of Fei Hou Mountain and defeated the Monkey Emperor. Then, he obtained the recognition of the monkey group and made an agreement to open a trade route. From then on, all caravans that entered and exited Fei Hou Mountain had to follow this agreement and arm wrestle with the bandit monkeys. The winner would obtain the recognition of the bandit monkeys and be exempted from tolls. The loser would have to let the monkeys take a portion of the goods. This way, the caravans could do business and the bandit monkeys could also taste the benefits, never getting tired of it. For many years, the caravans complied with the agreement. The trade route gradually prospered and the agreement gradually stabilized. Beside the stone table, Jiayong's face was flushed red and his expression was distorted. He had already used all his strength. But he still could not resist the Monkey King's strength. His arm gradually tilted to the side, and finally, with a bang, the Monkey King's arm pressed down on Jiayong. Victory! The Monkey King stood up and happily pounded its chest with its fists. The monkey group shouted loudly, their momentum was shocking. Jiayong lowered his head and retreated. On the way back, the bandit monkeys on both sides mocked him to the extreme. Some lifted their leather skirts and revealed their red buttocks, facing Jiayong, some made faces, and some wagged their fingers. To think that there would be a day when I would be mocked by animals. Jiayong sighed helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. Jialong was expressionless and waved his hand behind him. The group that belonged to the Jia clan began to move forward. The monkeys swarmed forward and plucked the goods from the open caravans. The Jia clan played a trick and covered the fine coal stones with a layer of gorgeous silk and silk cloth. The monkeys' attention was attracted by the colorful cloth and they let go of the gray fine coal stones that had a higher market price. The monkey group played wantonly. Many of them wrapped the cloth around their arms, waist, and back. The scene was extremely noisy. "Where is Jia Ping?" Jiao Long shouted in a deep voice. Jia Ping slowly walked out. He formed a sharp contrast with Jia Yong. He was as thin as a match and seemed extremely weak. "I have come to take revenge for you." He walked past Jia Yong and casually patted his shoulder. "With big brother Jia Ping here, it will naturally be a piece of cake." Jia Yong cupped his fists and smiled bitterly. Jia clan members sighed in relief when they saw Jia Ping, showing a relieved expression. Seeing Jia Ping's arrival, the monkey group let out strange cries filled with contempt and disdain. The Monkey King had already sat down and unconcernedly lifted the wine jar and drank a mouthful of monkey wine. "In the end, you are still animals, judging people by their appearance." Jiao Long sneered. This Jia Ping looked thin and weak, but he actually had the strength of 2 bears. He only used the tendon coiling goo, causing the tendons in his body to twist like tree roots, thus compressing his muscles. Jia Ping sat down and stretched out his hand. His hand was not even a quarter of the Monkey King's claw. But after exerting his strength, he only lasted for a moment before he defeated the Monkey King. For a moment, the monkey group's roar stopped. The Monkey King's eyes were wide open, showing an expression of disbelief. Jiao Long chuckled and waved his hand, indicating the group to continue moving forward. The monkeys blocking the road automatically gave way, but did not make a move. Jia Clan's group moved forward for a small distance before the monkey group called out and blocked the road again. The Monkey King patted the stone table, refusing to believe it and challenged Jia Ping. Jia Ping had a smile on his face. "Another victory. Everyone, I will be going first." Jiao Long cupped his fists. After saying goodbye, Jia clan's group passed this round. Alright, it is our Lin clan's turn. Lin Dong. Lin clan's vice leader shouted. The others did not argue, the caravan had already discussed the order. As time passed, the caravan moved forward section by section. To pass Fei Home Mountain and minimize losses, each clan specially nurtured many Gu masters. Bull strength, tiger strength, elephant strength, python strength, horse strength. Gu masters went up one by one, each displaying their abilities, winning and losing. Most people passed the round, and it was finally Zhang clan's group's turn. Zhang Zhu's expression did not look good. He was a healing type Gu master and did not specialize in strength. Moreover, he could only use his own strength to arm wrestle with the Monkey King and could not use Gu worms. Once discovered, it would be considered cheating and would attract the monkey group's attack. In this Zhang clan caravan, other than him, a rank 3, there were no other Gu masters. Thus, in the caravan, his strength was at the bottom. Xianxia's life in Zhang clan was not good, and as an illegitimate child, she was ostracized. Especially after her mother passed away, the situation became even worse. According to her mother's will, Xianxia sold her family assets and established this caravan. Many Zhang clan members wished for this disgrace of the clan to die outside. Thus, they did not send any Gu masters in. Uncle Zhangzhu, don't worry, they are just some goods. As long as you are here, it's fine. Xianxia was very attentive, noticing Zhangzhu's expression, she softly consoled him. Finally, only Zhang clan is left. TSK, no need to look, they are bound to lose. I know that Zhangzhu better. Zhang clan's caravan is said to be organized by Zhang clan's girl. Thus, only Zhangzhu is left to keep up appearances. Many Gu masters stood behind the round, looking over with the thought of watching a show. They had more or less lost some goods, so their moods were naturally not good. Comparison produces happiness. Unlucky people would often feel better after seeing even more unlucky people. Many people looked towards Zhang clan's caravan, seeking comfort in their hearts. The goods are dead, human lives are more important. Uncle Zhangzhu, you don't need to go up, we can let the monkey group take the goods. Xianxia said. Sigh, Miss doesn't know. If we don't compete, we won't be able to pass. These monkeys are stubborn, we have to wrestle. Miss, even if we lose, we can't lose. We can't let others look down on us, I will go now. Zhangzhu cupped his fists, bracing himself to go up. Wait. Right at this time, Fang Yuan came out from the crowd. Miss Zhang, you've saved my life before. Let me go this time. He cupped his fists. With just you? Servant Xiao Dai rolled her eyes. It's already this time, you are not a Gu master, don't add to the mess. Xianxia also smiled, hey too, I appreciate your intention. This is not a joke, the Monkey King has great strength, didn't you see the Gu masters in front have broken bones? Miss, even if I break bones, I will still repay you. Fang Yuan insisted. How can you be like this, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you break bones, it would be my family's miss who needs to treat you. Xiao Dai waved her hand in disgust, don't come and make trouble, okay? Miss Zhang, you don't know. My strength has surpassed ordinary people since I was young, even adults didn't have as much strength as me. This time, I will definitely go. Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and walked towards the Monkey King. Hey too. Xianxia wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Zhangzhu. Miss, he is not an idiot, he definitely has the confidence to stand up. Sometimes, we need to believe in others. Zhangzhu persuaded. In fact, he had no confidence in Fang Yuan. He only felt that it was good to take this chance to teach this mortal a lesson. Look, the Zhang clan actually sent out a servant. Haha, Zhang clan has no one, so they sent a servant to embarrass themselves? It's actually him, hee, the heavens have eyes. Brother Chang's group saw Fang Yuan's figure and their eyes shone with excitement. I can't wait to see his broken arm. Zhang clan's young lady is kind, he offended Zhang clan but she didn't execute him. So she wants to send him on stage here. Fang Yuan slowly walked to the stone table and sat down. The Monkey King stared at him and stretched out its arm. The two's hands touched and under countless gazes, the contest began. The Monkey King exerted its strength, but Fang Yuan's arm was like steel, not moving at all. The Monkey King's pupils shrunk, showing a trace of shock. This was the strongest human it had ever met. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. Even with the strength of 2 boars, he could still win against this Monkey King. Moreover, he now had the strength of half a crocodile, and the Monkey King had fought many rounds before, so its strength was already lacking. It could be said that this was a situation where Fang Yuan would win for sure. Speaking of which, this Monkey King's strength isn't that huge. Those Gu masters from before, some had the strength of a bear, some had the strength of a horse, but they lost in the end. It wasn't because their strength was inferior to this Monkey King. It was because arm wrestling couldn't display their full strength. In fact, bear strength, horse strength, rabbit strength, fish strength, turtle strength, crocodile strength, and so on were all different. This difference was not only in the strength, but also in the domain in which the strength was good at. Bear strength was for smacking, horse strength was for galloping, rabbit strength was for jumping, turtle strength was for carrying weight, and crocodile strength was for biting. Every type of power had its own domain of expertise. That is to say, in a certain domain, a certain strength would be displayed to the greatest extent. And arm wrestling, it was more about the strength of the arm. Bandit monkeys were very good at this. Clues could be seen from their physique. Their upper limbs were often twice as thick as their lower limbs. Since they were born, they had started arm wrestling and had a lot of training as a foundation. If it was another way of competing, many defeated Gu masters might be able to win against the Bandit Monkey King. From this point of view, every type of power had its own uniqueness, and they could not be differentiated based on the amount of power they possessed. Let's take a person for example. The strength of a person's fist is definitely less than the strength of a kick. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person to unleash all of his strength. I have the strength of 2 boars, half a crocodile, and my own strength, but my arm wrestling strength is definitely not the sum of them. Of course, it was not impossible for him to focus all his strength on a single movement. In that case, we'll have to rely on that legendary Gu worm. Arm wrestling could not fully display Fang Yuan's true strength. But in the end, he had a deep foundation, so he would not be defeated. However, he couldn't make it so obvious. Thereupon, Fang Yuan deliberately revealed a strenuous expression. His arms trembled as if he was in a deadlock with the Monkey King. After that, he slowly suppressed the Monkey King step by step. When the results came out, almost everyone was stunned. He actually won. This person was born with divine strength. There was a slight commotion in the crowd, and gasps of surprise could be heard one after another. Find out who this person is. If possible, immediately recruit them. The leaders of many families were tempted. Compared to those Gu masters who invested large amounts of money to nurture, Fang Yuan's price-to-performance ratio was too high. He did not need to invest at all and could be used to create profits for the caravan. Zhang Clan's luck is good, they picked up a treasure. At once, many Gu masters looked at Zhang Clan with envy. No wonder we couldn't beat him. Brother Chang and the rest were speechless at this scene. This is a monster. Now that I think about it, I was really lucky to not be beaten to death by him. Thinking back, they immediately felt a lingering fear. They originally wanted to find a chance to take revenge on Fang Yuan, but after seeing this, they no longer had any desire for revenge. Instead, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take the initiative to find trouble with them in the future. Chen Clan's old steward's expression was ugly. To think that this fool had such brute strength. Oh no. I hope vice leader won't blame me. He carefully glanced at Chen Clan's vice leader. Chen Clan's vice leader frowned, he thought of many things. He started to suspect Zhang Clan's intentions. Was it a trap to ask for Zhang Clan's people? Zhang Clan saw the value of this servant, so they purposely imprisoned him and then came to ask for him. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable he felt, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. Anyone who felt that they had been tricked and cheated would not be in a good mood. But the mistake had already been made, he could only pinch his nose and swallow this loss. I didn't see wrongly, right? Servant girl Xiao Dai covered her mouth. Seeing this result, she was shocked speechless. The worry on Xianxia's face disappeared, and her lips curled into a smile. Let's go. Xianxia waved his hand, directing the caravan to move forward, his eyes emitting a complicated light. Fan Yuan won, and Zhang clan's caravan started to pass the checkpoint. Fan Yuan won 2 rounds in a row, and more than half of Zhang clan's caravan left. In the third round, Fan Yuan purposely lost in order to disguise himself, and Zhang clan's caravan still lost a lot of goods. But even so, Fan Yuan's performance was enough to make everyone look at him in a different light. After returning to the caravan, he received a warm welcome. Miss Zhang, fortunately I did not disappoint you. He cupped his fists and said to Xianxia. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed, and she re-evaluated Fan Yuan, her voice as gentle as water. My mother said not to judge a book by its cover. Hey too, you have given me a vivid lesson. I am really grateful to you. This is 150 yuan stone, it is a thank you gift. 150 yuan stone? Servant girl Xiaodai was shocked. Miss, why did you give him so much? Fan Yuan took a step back, and righteously rejected. Miss, I am here to repay your kindness, not because of these yuan stones. Please take back the yuan stone, I will not accept this reward. Xiaodai quickly followed up. Miss, you see, he said he doesn't want it, you should keep it. Xianxia insisted, this is not a reward, it is a thank you gift, it is my thank you gift. Fan Yuan's expression turned serious, and his tone was solemn. Don't mention 100 yuan stone, even if it is 1,000 yuan stone, I will not accept it. Miss Zhang, although I am only a mortal, please do not insult me. Is that so? Xianxia was helpless, and could only take back the yuan stone. Humph, at least you are tactful. Xiaodai curled her lips. Zhang Zhu, who was at the side, was silent, but his gaze was even more complicated. The grace of saving my life is hard to repay. Please allow me to help Miss again. Fan Yuan cupped his fists and said. There were many monkey groups on Bandit Monkey Mountain, and along the trade route, there would be a group of monkeys at fixed intervals, setting up a checkpoint. Since then, Fan Yuan repeatedly made a move, deliberately showing off, winning and losing some. The caravan walked and stopped, and after spending more than 20 days on Bandit Monkey Mountain, they finally left this tall mountain. The caravan's goods were reduced by nearly half, and everyone's mood was inevitably down. Zhang family became the only happy team. Because of Fan Yuan's efforts, their losses were far less than expected. Fan Yuan became famous because of this, and many clans sent servants to find him. They all wanted to recruit Fan Yuan, and gave generous conditions, but Fan Yuan rejected them all, and still stayed in Zhang family. At least you still have some conscience, you did not waste Mrs. treatment of you. Xiaodai changed her attitude towards Fan Yuan because of this. This little girl was straightforward, and had no subtlety. Her attitude was never in Fan Yuan's consideration. What Fan Yuan cared about was Xianxia, and her guard-gu master Zhang Zhu. Xianxia was gentle, kind, and intelligent. Gu master Zhang Zhu was mature and steady, and had abundant experience. Especially the latter, Fan Yuan could already feel that this Zhang Zhu was already starting to suspect him. In private, Bai Ningbing also reminded Fan Yuan, you rejected that 150 yuan stone back then, that was a mistake. With your identity on the surface, how could you not be moved by such a huge sum? To be cautious, we should stop cultivating, and guard against Zhang Zhu's secret investigation. But Fan Yuan rejected this suggestion, and continued to cultivate every night. Bai Ningbing also cooperated. She was indifferent towards her identity being exposed, and in fact, she was more than happy to see Fan Yuan fail. Snow Silver Primeval Essence was a huge help to Fan Yuan, and his cultivation speed was as fast as flying. On the night they officially left Fei Ho Mountain, Fan Yuan advanced from rank 2 initial stage to middle stage. When the travel-worn caravan arrived at the foot of Huangjing Mountain, he also used up the crocodile strength gu, permanently increasing his strength by 1 crocodile. On Huangjing Mountain, there were large numbers of gold mines. The soil on the mountain was rich in gold, and even if one scooped up some sand from the mountain stream, after sifting through it, one could obtain dozens of gold grains. During the day, when sunlight shone on Huangjing Mountain, it would often reflect a layer of hazy golden light. The light shrouded the whole mountain, giving it a splendid and magnificent beauty. If this Huangjin mountain was placed on Earth, it would definitely cause a reign of terror and war. But in this world, yuan stone was the currency, and gold could only be regarded as a metal mineral. Its greatest use was as a supplementary material for gu refinement. On Huangjin Mountain, there were 2 clans. On the mountain sun, there was Huang clan village. On the mountain shade, there was Jin clan village. One mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. From Qingmao Mountain, it could be seen that Huang clan and Jin clan did not have a harmonious relationship. The arrival of the caravan was naturally welcomed by the 2 clans. But the joint notice from the 2 clans also arrived. The caravan could only choose one village. If they chose Huang clan, they could not enter Jin clan. And vice versa. The caravan had many people, and there was a lot of mobility. Previously, the 2 clans had used the caravan to sneak attack each other, thus they issued a strict order. As for which village to go, the caravan leaders had different opinions. They each had their own needs, and after some discussion, this mixed caravan was split into 2, and the 2 groups entered the 2 villages. Of course, they could not enter the village, and the group could only set up camp around the village. Suspicious? Xianxia's gaze moved under her thick eyelashes. Xianxia nodded and said solemnly, "In fact, I've been suspicious of them since the day I entered Feihou Mountain. Miss, you have to reward them with 150 yuan stone. Such a huge sum of money, yet they are not moved at all. This is really thought-provoking." He paused and continued, "These days, I've been secretly observing them. I've found more suspicious points. First, they rarely communicate with the servants around them, wishing they could become invisible. Second, they rejected the recruitment of many clans, no matter how good the conditions were. Miss, do you remember how he looked like when he came to seek refuge with us that night? He too has such great strength, how could he be injured like that? Finally, according to my observation, his companion, although dressed as a man, is actually a woman." There was silence in the tent. After a long while, Xianxia smiled. "Having great strength doesn't mean you can definitely win against others, right? 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands, it's normal for He-Tu to be injured. Actually, I already know about these suspicious points you mentioned." Zhangzhu didn't reveal the slightest surprised expression. He understood Xianxia and knew her intelligence. "Miss," Xianxia blinked, her gentle and beautiful face revealed a trace of playfulness. "Uncle Zhangzhu, you've been holding it in for many days, right? You realize that I haven't dealt with this matter, so you came to remind me today." Zhangzhu laughed. "Miss, I can't hide anything from you. But why do you always let them stay by your side?" "Because I don't think they have any evil intentions." A light of wisdom flashed in Xianxia's eyes. "We suspected them at Feihou Mountain. If they didn't stand up at that time, we wouldn't have seen any suspicious points. But why did they still stand up and help me?" This, if they had ulterior motives, they would definitely hide at the side and watch the show, or accept the 150 yuan stone. But they didn't. When He-Tu said he wanted to repay, his expression was so sincere that I felt what he said was true. He really wanted to repay this favor. Xianxia said. Zhangzhu was speechless, "But they definitely aren't simple, they definitely have a secret." Xianxia's smile was like a flower. "Everyone has a secret, I also have a secret. Does having a secret mean that I'm a bad person? The world is bright, and those who know how to repay kindness will have a limit to how bad they can be, right? That being said, I still feel that they have a motive. Maybe they're plotting something. Wait, I know, they must be the gangster spies. Sneak into the caravan and cooperate with the devil Dao to rob it. That doesn't make sense either." Xianxia shook her head. "Since he's a spy, he should be even more hidden. Why is there a need to show off in Feihou Mountain? With so many people trying to recruit them, they could easily join other teams. Wouldn't it be easier to hide? Why did he choose to stay with us? I think they must have some difficulties. We help them, and they repay us. Now that they want to hide their identities, I think we should help them again." Zhangzhu shook his head and sighed. "Miss, why are you always thinking for others? You have to know that we can't let our guard down." "Uncle Zhangzhu," Xianxia said in a low voice, "if there really is a great calamity, please do not fight to protect the goods. If these goods are lost, then so be it, it's no big deal. My mother's last wish was for me to bring the keepsake to Xianxia City to find a certain person. But she also said, if that person is not willing to accept us, we can only rely on these goods to survive. My mother left in a hurry, and did not clearly state who she wanted me to find. But I think, money is just a worldly possession. Mother has already left me, Uncle Zhangzhu, you and Xiao Dai are my only remaining relatives. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Miss, please don't say that. Zhangzhu's eyes reddened as he choked with sobs. Come, take a look, authentic Xianxia silk. All kinds of fine wine, I welcome everyone to taste it. Single breath golden light goo, only 50 yuan stone. Hawking sounds rose and fell as people moved about. In this temporary market, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Every time a caravan came, the village would feel like it was welcoming a festival. Not just the caravans, there were also people from Jin clan who came to sell their goods. The most common were large numbers of golden sculptures or utensils. Pots and pans, as well as human and animal sculptures, the carvings were deep and lifelike. Together with red, green, yellow, and blue gems or pearls, they looked even more exquisite. Because of the favorable geographical location of Huangjing Mountain, gold could be found everywhere. The people who lived here, even the servants who did not have clothes to cover their bodies, wore some golden rings, golden necklaces and so on. Many young girls wore hairpins, earrings, and bracelets, all shining with golden light, beautiful. They were in groups of 3 to 5, chatting with each other with a unique charm. As for Jin clan's Gu masters, their attire was more or less the same as Qingmao Mountain. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, long pants, a belt, leggings, and a pair of green bamboo shoes. But some people's leggings were tied with hemp ropes mixed with golden threads. And some belts, cuffs or trouser legs were all inlaid with gold. This was the specialty of Huangjing Mountain. The Gu masters of southern border clans all wore similar attire. As for demonic Gu masters, they wore all kinds of strange attire. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved through the crowd. They had already found 3 or 4 Jin clan people and bought some milk and goat milk. To feed the bone spear Gu in his aperture, Fan Yuan had already done his best. But even so, 2/3 of the bone spear Gu had already starved to death. You are buying so wantonly, aren't you afraid your identity will be exposed? Bai Ningbing expressed her doubts. As long as it is a disguise, it will be exposed one day. I don't mind, but your flaw is too big. Fan Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing and said. Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. She knew where her flaw was, and that was her gender. Back in the village, even the old lady could see it. Women and men had different physiological characteristics. To disguise this, a specific Gu worm was needed, but Bai Ningbing did not have it. Thus, even if she wore loose clothes, wore a straw hat, painted black, and tied her chest, she could not prevent her identity from being exposed after a long time. Fan Yuan continued, thus, rather than hiding it, it is better to expose some of it. Let them feel that they have seen through many things, and feel that the situation is under their control, that will make them feel more at ease. Exposure was necessary, it was not a bad thing. To get close to them, he had to expose his identity, only then could he gain their trust. Fan Yuan could not take the initiative to lay his cards on the table, it would be too unnatural and not in line with their previous behavior. As long as they found out and probed, Fan Yuan could use this opportunity to expose some things. Bai Ningbing realized, that means, you are intentionally waiting for them to find out, and then make a response. You are finally smart for once. Humph. However, after 3 days, the reaction and probing that Fan Yuan was waiting for did not come. Bai Ningbing finally found a chance to mock Fan Yuan, so even you have times where you miscalculate. Fan Yuan coldly snorted, pondering in his heart, from Zhangzhu's expression and actions, I can see that he has long been suspicious. The reason why he did not probe earlier was probably because he could encounter danger on the road, so he endured it. But now that the caravan is relying on the Jin family village, it is very safe, so the probing should have come a long time ago. Unless. In Fan Yuan's heart, Xianxia's face appeared. What a smart person, and also has courage. She should be the one who stopped Zhangzhu. This is a bit troublesome, it is not good to be too smart. Fang Yuan sighed. Xianxia's gentleness and kindness were deeply rooted in his heart, causing him to underestimate the girl's intelligence. Xianxia wanted to reach a tacit understanding between smart people with Fang Yuan. Both of them had a tacit understanding and pretended to be confused. But Fang Yuan's goal was different. This tacit understanding became his obstacle. If that is the case, then I can only take the initiative. Understanding this, Fang Yuan sighed and took the initiative to find Xianxia. You want to form a partnership with me? Inside the tent, looking at Fang Yuan's intentions, Xianxia and Zhang Zhu's faces revealed a surprised expression. He did not look for them, but they took the initiative to look for him. This was out of the girl's expectations. Zhang Zhu's heart was moved. Are you finally going to reveal your foxtail? Partnership. Humph. Miss Zhang, I am ashamed to say this, but we need yuan stone, and I have some experience in business. I want to borrow a batch of goods, and the yuan stone that I earn, how about splitting it 50-50? Fang Yuan slightly bowed, neither servile nor overbearing. Without yuan stone, and being poor, you want to borrow chickens to lay eggs? You are too confident. Zhang Zhu's eyes flashed with a cold light. What makes you think that you will definitely earn money? And what makes you think that our Zhang family will definitely lend to you? In business, there will definitely be profits and losses. Of course I will not earn without losses. As for why, maybe it is because I feel that Miss Zhang is a good person, and will lend to me. If you want to ask me the reason, I can only answer you, that is what I feel. If my feeling is wrong, then let's pretend that this never happened. Fang Yuan smiled. He was missing an ear, and his body was full of burn marks, so his smile was somewhat terrifying. But when Xianxia looked into his eyes, she saw a kind of self-confidence, decisiveness, and the brilliance of strategizing. This brilliance, on the contrary, set off a different kind of charm from the ugliness. Really interesting, it seems that he also noticed our suspicions. So, he wants to reach a tacit understanding between smart people? Xianxia's eyes flickered. After a moment, she smiled. This kind of frank communication method made her feel inexplicably safe, and also fresh. If not for you, hey too, I would not even have a quarter of the goods left. They were already snatched away by those monkeys at the Bandit Monkey Mountain. Since you have this idea, then I will leave these goods to you. She said. If the servant girl Xiaodai was here, she would have immediately made a fuss. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then bowed to express his thanks. Miss? You are. When Fang Yuan left the tent, Zhang Zhu finally could not bear it anymore. Xianxia mischievously blinked, like a child. Isn't this very interesting? Listen to what he said just now. We haven't even done business yet, but he wants to split the profits with me 50-50. This tone, it is as if he will definitely make money. Humph, he is a bore. How much talent does he have? Zhang Zhu disdainfully sneered, speaking of business brains, who can compare to you, miss? For so many years, how did you manage your family business, and how did you develop it? This old man still remembers it vividly. If not for those Zhang family people being jealous. Alright, what's the point of talking about the past? Since Uncle Zhang Zhu also recognizes my talent, then you should believe me. Even if He-Tu loses all these goods, I can still start from scratch, right? Xianxia said. So many goods, it won't be cheap. At least 50,000 yuan stone. The Jin clan Gu master looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously. After getting permission from Xianxia, Fang Yuan immediately found several Jin clan Gu masters. The person in front of him was already the sixth person. I don't have yuan stone. Fang Yuan shook his head, but I can use my goods to exchange for your goods. Barter? The Gu master slightly raised his brows, not very surprised. Bartering was also a common thing, especially in merchant caravans. To him, as long as the value was not too different, bartering was not a loss. Then what goods do you intend to use to exchange? Fang Yuan led him to look at the goods on the spot. Jin clan's Gu master frowned. Your goods are cheaper than mine in the market. But in this golden mountain, you can sell them for a good price, right? Fang Yuan laughed. The Jin clan Gu master frowned even more. If the price is set too high, it won't sell anymore. Then sell them slowly, there will be a day when they are all sold out. Rare goods are more valuable. At that time, you can just sit at home and collect money. Fang Yuan smiled. The Gu master laughed heartily. He said so much just to lower the price, but his heart was already moved. You are not bad. Although you are immortal, you are neither servile nor overbearing. I have 3 shops, are you interested in helping me? I will give you the status of a shopkeeper. We can discuss the salary. The Gu master patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan tactfully refused, making this Gu master feel some regret. Hey Tu, what the hell are you doing? After this transaction, Xiao Dai ran over with a cold expression. You actually exchanged all of Missy's goods? What are you trying to do? You are too daring. Xiao Dai stomped her feet in anger. Don't you know, our goods are all carefully selected by Missy. If we transport them to Shangclan City, we can sell them for double the price. Quick, exchange them back. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Your Missy has already lent all her goods to me. In other words, these goods are all mine. I'm handling my own goods, what's wrong with that? Fang Yuan glanced at Little Butterfly with a cold glint in his eyes. Xiao Dai shuddered and felt her heart skip a beat. Fang Yuan decided to expose himself a little more. This was the first time he spoke to Little Butterfly without any pretense. Xiao Dai was originally eloquent, but at this moment, there was a chill in her heart. You. I'll tell Miss, just you wait. She tried her best to hide her inner emotions, but she still ran away in a panic. Of course, her snitch did not cause any trouble to Fang Yuan. However, the servants that Xianxia brought also had a lot of opinions about Fang Yuan's actions. Many people discussed in private, thinking that He Tu had gone mad. Fang Yuan knew the value of the original goods, which also made him realize Xianxia's business talent. However, this was the first time the latter was doing business. Although he had talent, he lacked experience. Merchants did not simply transport goods to the terminal and earn a profit from the price difference. A real expert merchant earned money along the way. It was to use a keen eye to discover business opportunities in time, to be familiar with the specialties of each famous mountain and the needs of each big family, to establish a network of relationships and benefit from both sides. Of course, these requirements were too high for Xianxia. After all, she was only 16 years old this year. Although she had talent, she was still a young girl. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he spent nearly 100 years doing business. He had mixed into a caravan and served as a leader. He had opened a shop and a stone gambling shop. He had also held an auction. In terms of experience and vision, the leaders and deputy leaders in the caravan were not even worthy of carrying Fang Yuan's shoes. Not to mention Xianxia, who had just started doing business. There is still some distance to Shangliang Mountain. If I operate wholeheartedly, I can at least increase the value of this batch of goods by 7 or 8 times. This multiplier was already quite terrifying. Any higher, and Fang Yuan could not do it. Due to all kinds of practical conditions, 7 or 8 times was already the highest standard in this world. Of course, if I use illegal methods, not to mention 7 or 8 times, even 70 or 80 times is easy. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of a poem from his previous life. The law-abiding worries every day, the strong man sings happily every night, harming others to benefit oneself rides horses and mules, the upright and fair starve. Repairing bridges and roads is blind, killing and arson are many, I go to heaven and ask Buddha. Buddha says, I have no choice, haha, the so-called system and laws are all used to oppress the masses and restrict the weak. No matter which world, it is the law of the jungle. Thus, even in the era of law, there were countless influential people who used loopholes in the system to escape the punishment of the law. Not to mention this Gu-master world where strength speaks the loudest. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had painstakingly built up a fortune of close to 10 million and countless businesses. Then, he was casually annexed by the strong, going bankrupt and living on the streets. For the next 400 years, whenever he thought of it, he would be extremely glad that he had this experience. Thanks to hardship, it taught people the truth. It was this experience that woke him up, and all kinds of restrictions that he had been brainwashed into on earth were shattered. People were often deceived not because of the scene in front of them, but because of the shackles in their hearts. To Fang Yuan, if he abided by business ethics, as a proper merchant, he could at most earn 7 or 8 times. If he used some illegal methods and became a bad merchant, he could earn 10 times more. If he abandoned his duty and swindled to his heart's content, becoming an unscrupulous merchant, he could earn 10 times more. If he directly killed and looted, he did not even need to use capital. A business with no capital was always the most profitable, but Fang Yuan's current business had other motives. Thus, he could not use any illegal methods. This made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. However, on the night before the caravan was about to set off, a Jin clan Gu master secretly came to find him. "I have a private transaction, are you interested?" This Gu master was one of the people who had bartered with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not mind at first, but after 5 minutes, he changed his mind. "You are saying, someone wants to sell jeans on grass?" He was extremely astonished, even suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Jeans on grass could not be replaced by other materials for Jin clan, it was an extremely important strategic resource. Because of its refinement material, Jin clan could refine large amounts of golden silkworm goo. Now, someone actually wanted to sell it? In Fang Yuan's memories, it was because Jin clan had a large amount of rank 3 golden silkworm goo that their strength increased greatly, allowing them to eliminate Huang clan and dominate a region. Wait a moment, Huang clan still exists now. That is to say, Jin clan has not completed the incomplete recipe for the golden silkworm goo? That's not right, according to this period of time, they should have made some progress. Otherwise, why would they plant large amounts of jeans on grass? Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed like lightning. He purposely probed, "My goods are almost finished." Jeans on grass is an uncommon material, although it is rare, very few people need it. Seeing Fang Yuan show signs of rejection, that Gu master immediately became anxious. "This price is negotiable, we can discuss it properly." Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, seeing that the other party was in a hurry, he continued to try to lower the price. After a few rounds of bargaining, the price of jeans on grass was pushed to its lowest point, a tragic sight to behold. The other Gu master's face turned pale, his expression also turning ugly, his tone becoming impatient. "You win, we'll go with this price, can we make the deal?" This price was very low, much lower than the cost of cultivating jeans on grass itself. If he sold it, it could be said that he would lose everything. Jin clan's Gu master also understood this, his heart bleeding secretly. Fang Yuan also knew this was his limit, but he shook his head. "This price is too low, honestly speaking, I don't really believe your attitude." Jin clan's Gu master immediately scolded, "You bastard, you were the one who pushed the price down, and now you're saying it's too low?" Fang Yuan spread his arms, "You said it yourself, this is a private transaction, there is no proof of delivery. If you sell me fake goods, who can I reason with? Look, the caravan is leaving tomorrow. By then, even if I suffer a loss, I will have to leave." "Your suspicions are true." Jin clan's Gu master's anger subsided. "Don't worry about the goods, they are 100% genuine. I'll tell you the truth, this was secretly taken out by my young master to sell." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. At this point, he had finally obtained some useful information. He purposely exclaimed, "Your young master stole it?" This jeans on grass is actually the clan leader's favorite plant, thus he specially planted 3 mu of it. Who asked our clan leader to have such a special hobby? So you don't have to worry, the jeans on grass is not something important, even if the son was found out, he would only be beaten and scolded. The Gu master said. Fang Yuan heard this and immediately understood. So it was like this, Jin clan had always been determined to restore the golden silkworm goo recipe. At this time, they already had some ideas and knew the importance of the jeans on grass, thus they planted 3 mu of it. However, to prevent the Huang clan from noticing this information was restricted to the higher-ups of the clan. Even the young master did not know. He only thought that the jeans on grass was planted by the clan leader for fun. The jeans on grass took a long time to nurture, usually requiring 4 years to mature from a seedling. In his memory, the Jin clan attacked a year later. The rank 3 golden silkworm goo's attacks were sharp, eliminating the Huang clan and starting to dominate Huangjin Mountain. If these 3 mu of jeans on grass were gone, the market would not be able to obtain such a large amount. Then the Jin clan would have to delay for several years to eliminate the Huang clan. Obviously, the Jinzan grass was a hot commodity. If he really bought it, he would poke the Jin clan's hornet's nest. If it was a normal person, they would definitely avoid it, but Fang Yuan saw a huge advantage in it. Although this piece of meat was boiling hot, it was already in his mouth. How could he not eat it? To speak the truth, although Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he still had a need for yuan stone, and this need was not small. When he arrived at Xianxia City, he would need a large amount of yuan stone to buy goo worms. Just relying on the heavenly essence treasure lotus daily accumulation was not only troublesome, it was far from enough. That young master is a wastrel. I think he is usually doted on by the clan leader. Maybe he owed money recently and is tight on money, so he placed his sights on the Jinzan grass. He. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed. This piece of meat, not only would it help him buy goo worms, it would also leave a deep impression on Xianxia. This was killing two birds with one stone. The Jin clan goo master saw Fang Yuan smile and also laughed. That means you agree? Of course. Fang Yuan looked at him. If this deal went through, this guy would definitely be out of luck. Daybreak, the east was about to break, the first rays of the morning sun appeared. The cold air of the night condensed into dewdrops, remaining on the grass. Jin clan's temporary market was being dismantled. The tents were put away, the carpets on the ground were rolled up. The goods were wrapped and reloaded. After staying in Jin clan for a few days, the caravan prepared to set off again. To the merchants, no matter how many goods they sold or bought, they would still make a profit. Thus, although many people looked tired, they were filled with joy and smiles. Xiao Dai's expression was extremely ugly. Miss, I just checked, that He too almost exchanged all the goods. Among them, I actually saw 3 carts full of Jinzan grass. Jinzan grass? Xianxia heard this and frowned. Xiao Dai was furious. She pulled Xianxia's arm and said, even an outsider like me knows that Jinzan grass cannot be sold. But he still exchanged so much. Miss, this He too is messing around. Xiao Dai, calm down first, don't be impatient. Xianxia patted Xiao Dai's hand. These Jinzan grass should have been exchanged by him last night, I did not know. However, the other goods that he traded for had a certain logic to them as well. Think about it, it is already not bad for a mortal like him to be able to do this. Miss, why are you speaking up for him? I am doing this for your own good. These goods are originally ours, why should we let an outsider squander them away? Most importantly, he can't afford it. Lord Zhangzhu, why don't you persuade Miss? Xiao Dai pouted. Zhangzhu sighed, Miss, Xiao Dai's words make sense. Lending them to him earlier was to test him. Now that we have seen through him, why should we let him continue? We all believe in Miss ability, but if we can reduce our losses, why not try to do so? When we reach Xianxia City, we will be able to struggle less. This? Xianxia pondered, she was still young, hesitation flashed in her eyes. Previously, she felt that the goods Fang Yuan exchanged were reasonable. But this Jinzan grass, exchanging for so much Jinzan grass was definitely the biggest mistake. Jinzan grass might be easy to preserve, but there was little demand, it could not be sold. Hoarding so much in one go, sooner or later it would rot in one's hands. In the end, he had no choice but to lower the price and sell it. It could be said that he was destined to lose money. Excuse me, are you Miss Xianxia? Right at this time, a middle-aged male goo master with sweat all over his forehead ran towards Xianxia with an anxious expression. Looking at the metal token on his belt, he was a rank 2 goo master. Xianxia smiled. Yes, I am. May I know who you are? The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, I am the personal guard of the patriarch. I have a presumptuous request on the orders of the patriarch. Oh? Please go ahead. Sir, you should have purchased a large batch of Jinzan grass last night. The whole story is like this. Our patriarch loves Jinzan grass, so he personally raised some to admire them. Unfortunately, the young lord secretly dug it up and traded it behind the patriarch's back. Right now, the clan leader had already confined the young lord. At the same time, I want to redeem the jeans on grass that I sold to Mississippi. I beg Miss to let go of it. The personal guard master spoke politely, but there was a hard edge in the soft tone, showing his resolute attitude. Miss. Xianxia's expression was solemn, and he could not help but remind her. The personal guard master represented the Jin clan leader. This matter could be big or small, and if it was not handled properly, it would be very serious. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and nodded, expressing her understanding. I understand your patriarch's feelings. Actually, I am also a flower lover. I will definitely give all the jeans on grass to you, not keeping a single one. Miss is understanding and reasonable. It is truly a joyous thing. The personal guard master's expression relaxed, showing a smile. Xianxia continued, this transaction was handled by one of my subordinates. I will call him over now. Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the commotion here. Hey Tu, you are in trouble, Miss is calling you over. Xiao Dai came to call him. Fang Yuan rushed to the personal guard and cupped his fists. I am in charge of the purchase of jeans on grass. I heard your patriarch wants to buy it back. The personal guard master saw that the person who came was not a master but a mortal. After a moment of astonishment, his face showed slight disdain and arrogance. He snorted, that's right. Mortal, be happy. Lord Clan Leader is generous and benevolent. He is willing to use 3,000 yuan stone to buy back your 3 carts of jeans on grass. So much? At the side, Xiao Dai was shocked, showing obvious joy in her eyes. Xianxu's tightly furrowed brows also gradually relaxed. 3,000 yuan stone should be the highest market price for jeans on grass. This showed the Jin clan leader's sincerity. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Jeans on grass is extremely precious, only 3,000 yuan stone to buy it back. Isn't this too insincere? The personal guard immediately frowned. What? According to the market price of jeans on grass, this is the highest price. Mortal, what price are you buying it for? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. Let's not talk about the price, we are all businessmen, we naturally have to buy low and sell high. 3,000 yuan stone is too little, not selling. You. The personal guard clenched his teeth, stretched out his palm and spread his 5 fingers. Fine, then I'll raise it by 2,000 yuan stone, 5,000 yuan stone. Xiao Dai was shocked. She looked at the 5 fingers stretched out by the personal guard, her face quickly turned red with excitement. 5,000 yuan stone? This is what you said, you can't go back on your word. She was so happy that she almost jumped up. She did not expect things to turn out this way. Fang Yuan had already made a profit. But Fang Yuan still shook his head. The personal guard's face turned cold, and threatened, Mortal, don't you think you are being greedy? These jeans on grass originally belonged to my clan. The 2 of you are not allowed to make private deals. Without proof of transaction, I can even say that you secretly stole the jeans on grass. The personal guard's anger made Xianxu's heart jump. He looked at Fang Yuan. If you can sell it, then sell it. Fang Yuan laughed. You sell it and I buy it, it is a mutual agreement. What's more, it was your young master who sold it to me. If you insist that it was theft, then I can't do anything about it. Jin clan is powerful, they can bully the weak and directly snatch it back. Here, the goods are over there, you can take it. But as far as I know, I am not the only one who bought the jeans on grass. Many people have a share. Is the Jin clan going to snatch it as well? Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, thus he only bought a large portion last night. The remaining jeans on grass was sold by that master to others. You. The personal guard was furious, but under Fang Yuan's pressure, he could only clench his teeth. He pointed at Fang Yuan. Your clan bought the most, brat, are you trying to embarrass me? Of course not, I only want to complete this transaction. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Forget it. Then add another 2,000 yuan stone, 7,000. Mortal, bring all the jeans on grass you bought here. The personal guard shouted. Hey Tu, there is no harm in selling it. As a businessman, harmony brings wealth. Xianxia couldn't bear the pressure any longer. Since Miss has said so. Fang Yuan nodded, before changing the topic, then I will take a step back. 8,000 yuan stone, you can buy all the jeans on grass I have. Once he said this, Xianxia and the rest's expressions froze. The personal guard reacted, unable to restrain his anger. What? You scoundrel. Fang Yuan smiled. Business is business, Lord Gu Master, please don't be angry. Actually, I wanted to buy 10,000 yuan stone. If Lord cannot make the decision, why don't I talk to your clan leader? No need. The personal guard waved his hand, looking at Fang Yuan with extreme disgust. You are immortal, what qualifications do you have to meet Lord Clan Leader? Quickly scram and take the goods, I will remember you taking advantage of others when they are down. Humph. This was no doubt agreeing to Fang Yuan's price increase. Soon, both sides completed the transaction. Fang Yuan used goods worth less than 500 yuan stone, and in just one night, he exchanged them for 8,000 yuan stone. Miss, 2 chests full of yuan stone. Xiao Dai beamed with joy. During the entire transaction, she was trembling in fear, but now that she saw the yuan stone, she felt everything was worth it. Even her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Did you already know that? No, it should be a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. She sized up Fang Yuan and evaluated. Doing this will offend Jin clan, a mere 8,000 yuan stone is not worth it. Zhang Zhu frowned, he looked at Fang Yuan with some dissatisfaction and warned, don't take such risks in the future. Fang Yuan smiled, turning towards Xianxia. According to the original agreement, half of these 8,000 yuan stone will go to Miss. My share of yuan stone, please help me take care of it. Is everything settled? Jin clan leader stood on the hill, looking at the caravan leaving. An elder stood beside him and reported, yes, clan leader. The Jinzong grass that was sold has been bought back. But Zhang clan took the chance to extort us, truly hateful. Jin clan leader raised his eyebrows, oh? Tell me. The elder explained in detail. Jin clan leader laughed, a mere 8,000 yuan stone, don't worry about it. That Miss Zhang, on the other hand, has some intelligence, using a mortal slave to test the waters, allowing her to earn this sum of money. Lord Clan Leader, I am worried that Zhang clan already knows our clan's secret, thus taking the chance to extort us? He, don't be so suspicious. If they knew the importance of the Jinzong grass to our clan, how could they only extort 8,000 yuan stone? Either they buy it all, or they don't buy it at all. But, just in case, send Gu masters to keep an eye on them until they leave Huangjin Mountain. See if anyone sneaks into Huang clan village. If there is, kill them on the spot. Saying so, Jin clan leader revealed his killing intent. The elder's heart shuddered, yes, Lord Clan Leader. Taking one last look at the golden mountain behind him, Fang Yuan turned around with a smile on his face. The caravan traveled west, crossing mountains and ridges. Half a month later, Fang Yuan and the others arrived at Soulwood Mountain, which was eerie and quiet with withered trees. He sold a small portion of his goods and bought a lot of special wood. 20 days later, they arrived at Giant Rain Mountain. The Giant Rain Mountain was full of potholes. These were all big holes made by the raindrops. When it rained here, each raindrop was as big as a wine jar and had a huge impact. Thus, the Tong family village on Giant Rain Mountain was built in the hollow of the mountain. If it was built in the open, it would be destroyed by the raindrops after a few rains. In the Tong family village, the golden oil lamps that Fang Yuan bought from Golden Mountain were very popular. During their stay, it rained 3 times. Fang Yuan collected many blue oil raindrops because of this. These raindrops were a type of material that had a wide range of uses. These huge raindrops were a disaster for the Tong family village, forcing them to live inside the mountain. But they were also natural treasures and were their main commodity. After leaving Giant Rain Mountain, the caravan arrived at Square Brick Mountain. The stones on this mountain were very special. Every piece was in the shape of a brick, but they varied in size and thickness. The Dafeng family had lived on Square Brick Mountain for thousands of years and was a large family. Their residences were much better than the Tong family village and were made of bricks and tiles. The village was surrounded by tall walls. There were towers inside the walls and blockhouses outside the walls. Fang Yuan remembered that the Dafeng family had an eccentric elder who liked wood carvings. After contacting him, he learned that all of the grotesquely shaped soul trees that he had purchased from the Soulwood Mountain had been purchased by this family elder. Just like that, under Fang Yuan's control, the Zhang family's goods increased and decreased. But every time there was a change, they would earn huge profits. As the number of times increased, it naturally attracted the attention of others. Fang Yuan pushed everything to Xianxia, and Xianxia's talent in business gradually spread. Time passed. After passing by 4 more villages, the caravan gradually approached Howling Moon Mountain. That night, the caravan set up camp with their backs against a cliff. We have already entered Howling Moon Mountain. The next part of the journey will be barren mountains, filled with insects and beasts. There are no villages. From tonight onwards, everyone must be on guard. The Jia clan leader instructed. The vice leaders in the tent nodded. Xianxia's eyes brightened. This was the most dangerous part of the trade route up to this point. After this, they would reach Blood Tear Mountain. After a few more villages, they would reach Shangliang Mountain's Shang Clan City. Alright, next is to arrange the defensive positions for this week. The Jia clan leader said. An hour later, everyone finished their discussion and walked out of their tents. Zhang went up to her. Miss, dinner is ready. Are we inviting He too and Baiyun over? Of course. Xianxia nodded and said, I'm going to ask him for advice on how to be a merchant during the banquet. These days, Fang Yuan earned more than he lost. He sold the goods and earned 5 to 6 times the profit. Xiao Shang, Chen, Shan. Xiao, Fang Yuan, Lin, Snow. According to the agreement, Fang Yuan gave half of his profits to Xianxia. But in Xianxia's heart, how could a mere yuan stone compare to Fang Yuan's business experience and insights? She had no cultivation talent and was only a mortal. Business was the ability she was most proud of. Yet, in this field that she was proud of, Fang Yuan's strength made Xianxia admit that she was far inferior to Fang Yuan. Many of the seemingly absurd decisions showed shocking results in the subsequent transactions. Xianxia was not a person who gave up on herself. After understanding the gap between her and Fang Yuan, she would invite Fang Yuan to a banquet every day. Just a few pointers from Fang Yuan would benefit her greatly. She was extremely talented in business, like a sponge absorbing water, she grew rapidly. The more she interacted with Fang Yuan, the more she admired him. Sigh, young lady, you have to be careful. These 2 people obviously have a story, they are not ordinary people. Zhang sighed, his eyes revealed a worried expression. He was afraid that Xianxia would sink deeper and deeper. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang, I know what I'm doing. Xianxia was indeed intelligent, she never talked about other things with Fang Yuan, only business. He would not beat around the bush when he spoke, nor would he beat around the bush. She felt that although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were mysterious, they were not dangerous. Fang Yuan relied on proper methods to do business, and never reneged on his debts. Every profit he made, he would split at 50/50 with Xianxia. This kind of behavior, invisibly gave Xianxia a sense of security. But tonight's banquet, Fang Yuan did not accept. I feel a bit tired today, so I won't be going. He waved his hand and said to Xiao Dai who came to invite him. Not every time Xianxia invited him to a banquet, Fang Yuan would nod. Out of 3 banquets, Fang Yuan would only go once. Xiao Dai pouted, looked at Fang Yuan resentfully, mumbled a few words, then left. Previously, when Fang Yuan refused, Xiao Dai made a few noises, feeling indignant for her young lady. But as Fang Yuan earned more and more, Xiao Dai's attitude also changed. She was never indignant, but became accommodating and helpless. No matter what world, no matter what level, people with strength will always be respected. As Fang Yuan closed the tent, Bai Ningbing was already sitting cross-legged on one of the beds. In the darkness, her blue eyes glowed faintly. Previously, when Fang Yuan refused Xiao Dai, she was a bit surprised. But after a few times, Bai Ningbing realized the beauty of this. As the saying goes, those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions. Fang Yuan refusing the invitation, not accommodating Xianxia, would instead make the young lady feel that Fang Yuan had nothing to ask of her. Let's begin. Fang Yuan also sat cross-legged on the bed, with his back facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, and 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence poured into Fang Yuan's body. Bone-flesh unity goo flashed with green-red light, and through its conversion, 6% of the snow-silver primeval essence entered Fang Yuan's aperture. Swish swish swish. Fang Yuan sank into his mind and concentrated, activating this primeval essence to cleanse his aperture's walls. When he was rank 1, his aperture could not endure such a huge cleansing force. But now that he was rank 2 middle stage, his aperture walls were deep enough to withstand the continuous cleansing of the snow-silver primeval essence. It was just that the duration could not be too long, and he needed to rest every once in a while. Water-like light fluctuated on the aperture walls, circulating. The pure white light continued to strengthen, and some places were already showing signs of solidification. Evidently, Fang Yuan was already one step away from rank 2 upper stage. Fang Yuan had rich cultivation experience, and knew what to do. He planned to strike while the iron was hot, and charge to rank 2 upper stage tonight. Time passed, and unknowingly, it was already late at night. Howl! Suddenly, a wolf king's howl could be heard. The howl broke the silence of the camp, and soon after, countless wolf howls could be heard, responding to their king. Wolf attack! Wolf attack! Damn it, wake up, there is a wolf group attacking the camp. So many wolves, there are simply too many to count. Many people shouted in fear, and the camp woke up in a short period of time, before erupting in excitement. From this commotion, it seems the wolf group is quite large. Bai Ningbing listened for a while, before smiling. On the journey of the merchants, they had encountered several beast groups' attacks. After experiencing it, she was no longer surprised. This is Howling Moon Mountain. Some people say all the wolves in southern border live here. When the moon is full, the wolf group will look up at the full moon, and their howls can resound throughout the entire mountain, rising and falling continuously. But this is the first night, and we already encountered a wolf group. Our luck is not too good. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slightly, multitasking, and did not stop cultivating in his aperture. Damn it, there are too many wolves. Healing Goo Master, where are the Healing Goo Masters? My father is injured, he is losing a lot of blood. The southeast defensive line has been broken through, quickly go and provide support. The situation was much more serious than Bai Ningbing had expected. From the moment they discovered the wolf group, in just a few minutes, one of the defensive lines in the camp was broken through, and the wolf group had entered the camp. Ah! Take up your weapons, and fight these beasts. The miserable cries of the servants, the sounds of battle, and the shouts could be heard continuously. Are we going out? Bai Ningbing asked. Go out for what? What can you do? Don't forget your current status. After a while, Fang Yuan absent-mindedly replied. But the wolf group has already charged over, the goods you just bought will suffer losses. Bai Ningbing laughed, her tone filled with schadenfreude. Then let's just suffer losses. Fang Yuan closed his eyes again. After a while, servant Xiao Dai's voice came from outside the tent. Hey two. Are you two here? What's the matter? Bai Ningbing asked. Heavens, you two are really here? Such a huge commotion and you two were not woken up. Many wolves have charged into the camp, although the situation is under control. What if one or two escaped? Young Miss asked me to call you over. With Lord Zhangzhu's protection, it will be very safe over there. Xiao Dai shouted. No need. Since the situation is under control, let's not disturb your young miss. One or two wolves, with my strength, I can still deal with them. Fang Yuan said. Xiao Dai urged a few times, but was still rejected. Finally, she angrily stomped her feet outside the tent. You really can't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for not reminding you two when you die. Humph. After saying this, she hurriedly left. The wolf group continued to attack for 15 minutes before retreating. The beast group attack this time caused the most disastrous loss since the caravan was established. 3 Goo Masters died in battle, more than 10 were injured, countless servants died, and all kinds of goods were lost. Especially Zhang clan's goods, they suffered the most losses. These goods were all borrowed by Fang Yuan. After a rough estimation, in just one night, Fang Yuan had lost close to 1,000 yuan stone. After daybreak, when he counted the losses, he showed a bitter smile, but he did not mind it at all. Because just last night, he advanced to rank 2 upper stage. In just a few months, such a cultivation speed made by Ning Bing, one of the people involved, secretly amazed. The night of bloodshed passed and the morning light shone on the ruined camp. In the heavy atmosphere, everyone cleaned up the battlefield, packed up their goods, and set off again with a heavy heart. However, this wolf group attack was only the beginning. A few days later, they were attacked by the Grey Wolf group again. The scale this time was even larger than the previous time. However, the caravan was fully prepared, and their losses were reduced compared to the previous time. After repelling the Grey Wolves, the caravan had yet to catch their breath when they were attacked by the Lightning Wolf group 3 days later. 3 Frenzy Lightning Wolves and 9 Bold Lightning Wolves killed a total of 15 Gu Masters. Finally, they left behind a ground of wolf corpses, with only one injured Frenzy Lightning Wolf leading the remaining wolves to retreat. Although many Gu Masters in the caravan wanted to take revenge, they did not have the strength to do so. They did not dare to enter Howling Moon Mountain, and could only watch as the wolf group retreated. This attack made the leader and deputy leader of the caravan aware of the danger they were in. That night, they decided to quicken their pace and leave Howling Moon Mountain as soon as possible. But even so, in the next half a month, they were still attacked by the wolf group frequently. Grey wolves, lightning wolves, snow wolves, two-headed wolves, and even blood-fanged wolf. After leaving Howling Moon Mountain, everyone in the caravan heaved a sigh of relief. After a period of peaceful days, when they entered White Tiger Mountain, they were attacked by a beast group again. This time, it was the turtleback ape. These white apes were huge and had shells on their backs, with clear turtle patterns on the shells. Although the ape group's attack did not cause many casualties, many goods were lost, causing many people to bleed in their hearts. Fang Yuan's goods also met with misfortune. Of the dozen carriages, only less than half of the goods were left. The caravan's morale plummeted. These people worked so hard to earn money. But these losses made many people's efforts futile. This trip was a waste. I did some calculations yesterday. In total, I only earned less than 2,000 primal stones. My side is worse, we have already lost 30% of our goods. No matter how bad it is, can it be worse than the Zhang clan? They have already lost a huge portion of their goods. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I would have stayed in the clan. Why would I take the risk and earn so little? Under such an atmosphere, 5 days later, a group of white tigers attacked. The caravan suffered losses again. Another 7 days later, a group of flaming tigers attacked. The caravan camp was engulfed in flames, and large amounts of goods were burned. Everyone's morale was at rock bottom, and many people had already lost everything. 10 days later, just as they were cheering for leaving White Tiger Mountain, a biao appeared. 5 tigers and 1 tiger, a tiger with wings. A tiger. This tiger was like a tiger with wings. A biao was at least 1,000 beast king. A tiger was at least 1,000 beast king. In order to resist this tiger, one of the deputy leaders of the caravan unfortunately lost his life. The ferocious tail followed the caravan, continuously harassing them for hundreds of li. In the end, after some discussion, the caravan decided to abandon the rook to protect the general, and they abandoned nearly 100 servants. Most of these servants were disabled. They wailed and cursed, or cried and begged for mercy, but none of them could change their fates. After leaving the White Tiger Mountain, the caravan took a good rest and reorganized. The leaders of the various families were generous with their rewards. Finally, their morale was boosted and their spirits were lifted. The size of the caravan was reduced to less than half of its original size. But after this cruel elimination and training, the caravan had the temperament of an elite. This is the most difficult time in my many years of doing business. These wild beasts, why are they attacking so frequently? After this trip, I will retire. No matter what, we need to re-evaluate the risk of this trade route. The main reason is because these mountains are uninhabited. Without a village to guard and clean up, these wild beasts are growing without restraint. Some sighed, some were disheartened, and some still had hope. But bad luck seemed to be entangled with this caravan. In the following journey, not only were there attacks from all kinds of beasts, there were also many insects and wild goo worms. The caravan's numbers dwindled. People no longer cared about profits and losses. They started to feel the pressure of life and death. Many goods were voluntarily abandoned in pursuit of speed. The sunset filled the sky, and the setting sun was like blood. The caravan passed through the forest. Everyone was silent, their expressions were tired and numb, and their morale was low. Many of them were wrapped in bandages and had injuries of varying severity. On the bumpy mountain path, they moved forward step by step. It had rained yesterday, and the mountain path was muddy and slippery. A handcart loaded with goods had its right wheel stuck in the mud. The ostrich pulling the cart raised its neck and neighed. It tried its best to move, but it could not move. At this time, 2 hands were placed on the back of the cart, and with a strong lift, the wheel was lifted out of the mud. The one who did it was Fang Yuan. He clapped his hands casually. The goods that weighed thousands of kilograms were not heavy in his hands. However, even though the cart was out of the mud, the wheel was stuck and could not move. Bai Ningbing bent down and inspected the cart's wheel. After being in the caravan for so long, she had learned many things to disguise her identity, and had completely assimilated into the caravan. What is this? She stretched out her hand and touched the cart's axle, her eyes flashing with suspicion. There seemed to be something hidden at the grinding point of the cart's axle. As the wheels moved forward, it was continuously ground into black powder. This fine powder fell to the ground and could not be seen clearly. Bai Ningbing touched it with her hand. Her hand was covered in this fine powder, and when she rubbed it, the powder turned into a layer of grease. Oh, this is the oil powder I added to the wheel. It can lubricate it and make the cart move more smoothly. Fang Yuan walked over and took out a cotton handkerchief. He grabbed Bai Ningbing's hand and wiped it clean. Then, he squatted down and touched it with his hand. The wheel could move again. Let's go. He wiped off the oil powder in his hand and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder with a smile. The two continued forward. Bai Ningbing walked slower and slower. The doubts in her heart rose, forming a thick and undispellable fog. She felt that something was wrong. When did Fang Yuan make this oil powder? Why didn't I know? Was it at the beginning, or at Mount Huang or Howling Moon Mountain? Strange, he had never cared about the caravan. He did not even frown when the caravan suffered so many losses. How could he be so meticulous and even notice a small problem like the cart's lubrication? Strange, strange. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a lightning-fast thought flashed through Bai Ningbing's mind. In that instant, her body shook, and her pupils shrank to the size of a needle. A possibility echoed in her mind like a voice in a deep valley. She stopped on the spot, and her heart was filled with shock. After a long time, an ostrich that had been walking past her suddenly cried out. This sound woke her up. Fang Yuan's figure was already far away, and he was about to disappear into the crowd in front of him. This fellow. Bai Ningbing lowered her head. Under the shadow of the straw hat, her blue eyes shone with a cold light. The sun had completely set, and the stars gradually appeared in the night sky. The caravan stopped at a riverbank and decided to camp here for the night. However, just as they were halfway through setting up the camp, a group of cold jade owlcats appeared near the camp. There's a herd of owlcats. Stop your work immediately and form a defensive formation. These damned beasts, I only had one bite of my dinner, the people cursed as they ran around. Benefiting from the previous ordeal and training, the caravan quickly formed 3 tight defensive lines. The cold jade owlcat had the body of a leopard, and was extremely agile. Its face was like an owl's. A pair of huge eyes took up almost half of its face, and shone with an eerie green light in the darkness. The owlcat king screeched in pain, and the owlcats swarmed towards the camp like a tide. Kill! The Gu masters at the front line shouted. At once, multicolored lights flashed, flames burned, rocks flew, lightning flashed, countless owlcats fell in the attack, but more and more came forward. Oh heavens, this is a large group of cold jade owlcats. Someone shouted. Ah, save me! Somewhere in the defensive line could not hold on any longer, a Gu master was pounced on by 3 owlcats. His screams stopped, and blood splattered. Quick, block that gap. 2 Gu masters were sent as reinforcements. But it was useless, the gap was getting bigger, and the entire defensive line was affected. Retreat, retreat! Without a choice, everyone retreated to the second defensive line. In the intense battle, the situation fell into a deadlock. Link the handcart and the carriages together, and stack the goods together to form a tall wall. After the second defensive line, the third defensive line was being built urgently. Large numbers of servants were moving the goods, and were sweating profusely. No one could slack off. Fang Yuan carried a huge wooden box, and Bai Ningbing suddenly walked over and placed her hand on his other side. On the surface, she seemed to be helping Fang Yuan, but in fact, she moved closer to Fang Yuan's ear and gritted her teeth. You lured this group of cold jade owl cats here, right? Fang Yuan seemed to be shocked. Why do you say that? Stop pretending. Those powders are very strange. I don't believe a person like you would be so kind as to consider these minor details. Bai Ningbing suppressed her voice. He, you finally found out. Fang Yuan did not deny it. Bai Ningbing could not help but grind her teeth. So the frequent attacks on the caravan were all because of Fang Yuan's contributions. The two carried a wooden box, moving slowly. The people around them moved back and forth, shouting and shouting. All of their attention was focused on this ambush. No one paid attention to Fang and Bai's whispers. Why did you do this? After a while of silence, Bai Ningbing asked. He. Fang Yuan laughed. Guess? Bai Ningbing resisted this impulse and squinted her eyes. She was after all intelligent and thought of some things. What does Xianxia have that is worth you putting in so much effort? Previously, she thought Fang Yuan was lusting after Xianxia's beauty. But now, she overturned this thought. She understood Fang Yuan, only great benefits would make him go through so much trouble. But after being together for so many days, Bai Ningbing already understood Xianxia's background. She was ostracized by Zhang clan and was a mortal with no cultivation aptitude. Xianxia was indeed as beautiful as a flower, but this kind of appearance was not a strength on her, but a weakness. This appearance would attract the demonic claws of greed and evil. And she did not have the strength to protect herself. If not for the loyal rank 3 Gu master beside her, she would have been captured long ago and turned into a plaything. What was the value of such a person? Her business talent was nothing compared to Fang Yuan's. Bai Ningbing could not understand. Fang Yuan did not reply to Bai Ningbing. You two over there, move faster, don't dawdle. Not far away, a Gu master pointed at Fang and Bai and shouted. Fang and Bai quickened their pace as Bai Ningbing lowered her voice. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? If someone finds out, these people will not rest until you die. Then did they find out? Fang Yuan countered with a question. The two put down the wooden chest and walked back. To eliminate his suspicions, Fang Yuan sacrificed his goods during the first beast group attack. After several beast group attacks, Zhang clan's goods were the most damaged. Many people sympathized with Xianxia, and even Xianxia had looked for Fang Yuan and consoled him. But now that Bai Ningbing thought about it, she suddenly realized that although Fang Yuan seemed to have sacrificed a lot of goods, the truly valuable goods were still kept until now. These goods accounted for more than half of the value of the goods, and his losses were not much. His methods were extremely secretive. If she did not discover it by chance, she would still be in the dark. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing felt indignant. This guy, he even hid it from me. The two of them picked up another box. Fang Yuan seemed to know what Bai Ningbing was thinking. He chuckled. To deceive the enemy, it's best to start by deceiving your own people. Besides, I didn't mean to hide it from you. You have your uses. Oh, what's the use? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but ask. It's a warning. You're the closest person to me. If you found something fishy, then the others should have as well. But, it was a coincidence today that Fang Yuan shook his head. Coincidences also represent certain trends. However, it's about time. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. What do you want? In the end, the cold jade owl cats did not manage to reach the third line of defense. The second line of defense stood firm and defeated the invading owl cats. After the battle, the survivors counted the casualties and cleaned up the battlefield. How many times has this horde of beasts attacked? I want to go home. Damn it. My luck this time is too bad. Should we continue forward? Maybe it's a good idea to stay and wait for the other caravans to help us. Everyone's mood was extremely low. Many people complained. They felt that the future was uncertain and did not want to continue forward. Panic, anxiety, fear, and other emotions permeated the entire camp. Leader Jia, why do you arrange for my Qin family to guard the first line of defense every time? What are your intentions? Vice Leader Chen, I've always been fair and just. Your Qin family is the strongest. Now that we're in the same boat, we're helping each other. Capable people do more work. Naturally, we have to take on more responsibilities. The sudden quarrel attracted the attention of many people. Jiao Long and Qin Shuangjing glared at each other. The atmosphere was tense. My Qin family is the strongest? Hehe, Leader Jia, you're lying through your teeth. We all know how many experts your Jia family has left. Chen Shuangjing sneered. Bullshit. My family's Jia Ping was sacrificed. What about your Qin family? Jiao Long scolded. You too, now is not the time to quarrel. Lin family's vice leader walked over and advised. In the end, Jiao Long and Qin Shuangjing parted on bad terms. Even Lord Jiao Long and Lord Qin Shuangjing are quarreling. Aren't Jia family and Qin Shuangjing very close? Sigh, at this juncture, everyone is in danger. They're all thinking about how to preserve their family's strength. No matter how good the relationship is, it's useless. According to the latest news, the two young masters of Jia family are quarreling. Qin family seems to have completely sided with Jia Gui. So that's it. Lord Jiao Long is Jia Fu's subordinate. No wonder he doesn't have a good attitude towards Qin family. A few Gu masters conversed softly. Fang Yuan's heart moved. Several days later, the caravan, whose morale was low, advanced to Xianxia Mountain. Xianxia Mountain towered into the clouds, with large numbers of elephants resting there. The climate here was unique. From the foot of the mountain to the waist of the mountain, it was hot and humid, filled with rainforests. From the waist of the mountain to the peak, pure white snow covered the area, dry and cold, with cedar trees. Everyone was very careful. What made them happy was that in the few days they had been in Xianxia Mountain, they had not been attacked by any beast groups. Is my good luck finally here? Extreme sorrow brings bliss, it's about time. What a pity, almost all the goods were lost. We'll have to pay a lot of money this time. Humph, be content. It's good enough that we managed to keep our lives. After Xianxia Mountain, Mubei Mountain and Shuangjiang Mountain, we will reach Zhao Village. Once we get there, I'll sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone talked at once, looking towards the future. Their morale rose slightly. It's snowing? One person raised his head and saw specks of white falling from the sky. Nonsense, this is the foot of Xianxia Mountain, how can it be snowing? Someone did not believe it, but when he raised his head, his expression froze. It's really snowing, damn it, this is not snow, it's feathers. Someone suddenly shouted. Many Gu masters in the caravan heard this and shuddered. White feathers, could it be, white feather flying elephant? Right at this time, a strong wind blew and white feathers flew, like a snowstorm. Hundreds of elephants trumpeted and flew down from the sky, charging towards the caravan on the ground. Damn it, it really is the white feather flying elephant. How did we provoke them? They should be living at the waist of the mountain. Get into formation, quickly get into formation and face the enemy. But it was too late. The elephant group charged down and everywhere they went, people and horses were thrown off their feet. These white feather flying elephants had white feathers all over their bodies. 2 curved elephant tusks were 10 feet long, thick and sharp. The huge impact made them invincible. The advancing caravan was caught unprepared. Just one attack from the elephant group took away the lives of over 100 people. Many servants were trampled into meat paste, carriages were pierced by the elephant tusks, and 3 black-skinned fat beetles died in an instant. Winged snakes and ostriches scurried everywhere, causing a stampede. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Gu masters, all Gu masters, gather towards me. Jiao Long shouted from the crowd. But he had just gathered over 10 people when the elephant group charged down again, scattering the Gu masters. The elephant group flew into the sky and started to prepare for the third attack. Sigh. Jiao Long heaved a long sigh, knowing there was little hope of a counterattack. He could only shout, "Everyone escape, escape to the surrounding rainforest." Needless to say, many people had already charged into the rainforest. But the white feather flying elephant's charge was extremely strong, and as they charged into the rainforest, the trees were instantly broken and countless people were trampled by the elephants. These flying elephants looked holy and elegant, but their nature was extremely bloodthirsty. Ong, a flying elephant aimed at Xianxia and the others, charging down like a meteor. "Miss, run. I will lure it away." At the crucial moment, Zhangzhu stepped forward and shot out a red light, hitting the flying elephant. The flying elephant was furious, turning around and aiming at Zhangzhu. Zhangzhu was a healing Gu master, his attack and defense were not strong, and he fled in a sorry state in the rainforest. The flying elephant charged, bringing with it a loud whistling sound. Zhangzhu sprinted and threw himself forward in time. The flying elephant heavily crashed into his back, breaking several trees and scattering white feathers all over the ground. So close. Zhangzhu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and just as he got up, his vision turned black. Bam! A thick tree trunk was swung by the white feather flying elephant's trunk, and it crashed into Zhangzhu's body. At the moment of life and death, Zhangzhu activated his defensive Gu, and his whole body was covered in a layer of golden light. Puff! The golden light dispersed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying far away. He saw stars and felt dizzy. He fell on the ground, unable to move. He could vaguely hear the sound of the elephant's feet, and it was getting louder and louder. His spine felt a chill, and his rich battle experience told him his life was in danger. He did not have time to think, and immediately rolled on the ground. By a hair's breadth, the white feather flying elephant missed him. Bam! With a loud sound, the white feather flying elephant fiercely crashed into the mountain wall, and its two tusks were deeply embedded into the mountain rocks. The flying elephant howled loudly, and shook its head with all its might while retreating with its four legs. Zhangzhu's blurry vision finally became clear, and he stood up shakily. Seeing this clear scene, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If he had been slightly slower, he would have been smashed into pieces. He checked his aperture, and there was still 50% of his primeval essence left. The defensive Gu was in a weakened state, and was on the verge of destruction. I need to quickly return to Mrs. side. He was extremely anxious, as a Gu master, he was in such danger. Miss and Xiao Dai were both mortals, and their lives were hanging by a thread. That white feather flying elephant was still pulling out its tusks, and Zhangzhu turned around and ran, chasing towards the location in his memory. When he reached the location, Xianxia had already disappeared. Zhangzhu was hesitating on which direction to go, when a Gu master ran over with 3 white feather flying elephants chasing after him. "Save me!" he shouted. "Damn it!" Zhangzhu cursed. He recognized this person as a young Gu master from Chen tribe, called Xianxia. Zhangzhu was worried about Mrs. safety, and could not care about saving Xianxia, and immediately ran. Zhangzhu cursed loudly, but was still dragged into it in the end. After a thrilling chase of life and death, the two managed to shake off a flying elephant. Finally, they reached a cliff and were blocked by 2 flying elephants. The ground shook as the flying elephant charged over. "Lad, split up and run!" Zhangzhu shouted, pouncing towards the left. "Oh my god!" Xianxia shouted, but before he could move, the flying elephant charged over, smashing a huge hole in the cliff and stabbing its tusks into the mountain rocks. The 2 flying elephants were temporarily restrained. "Heaven is protecting me, I am not fated to die." Zhangzhu fiercely gasped for breath, lying limply on the ground. The cliff was shaking, and the 2 flying elephants were roaring furiously. They continuously shook their heads, causing rock fragments to fly everywhere, and the hole where the tusks were stabbed continued to expand. Zhangzhu was shocked, knowing these 2 flying elephants would soon escape. He quickly propped up his body and tried to get up. He had just stood up when suddenly the sound of wind came, causing his body to shake. Swoosh. A white bone spear with spiral patterns pierced through his back to his chest, then the spear tip was firmly nailed to the ground. Fresh blood flowed down the bone spear, dripping onto the ground. Xianxia's movements turned sluggish, his mouth slightly opened, and fresh blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He slowly lowered his head, seeing this fatal spiral bone spear. At first, he thought it was the white feather flying snow's tusks, but soon, he realized this was a Gu master's attack. Who is it? He wanted to turn his head and see the culprit behind his back. But the next second, swoosh, another bone spear shot out. This spear directly pierced through the back of his head, and then came out from his mouth, the spear tip firmly fixed on the ground. Xianxia was firmly fixed, his eyes widening in vain, but his pupils had shrunk to a point. He was dead. He died with everlasting regret. In a hidden corner, Fang Yuan watched from afar. These days, he had already thoroughly understood Xianxia's background. This Xianxia was his obstacle, he had to be eliminated. The two white bone spears gradually disintegrated, turning into specks of white light and dissipating in the air. Without support, Xianxia fell to the ground. A white feather flying elephant pulled out its teeth and rushed towards Xianxia's corpse, stomping on it. She stomped them into meat paste and crushed their bones. The white feathers scattered, and the flying elephant rose from the ground and flew into the air again. Seeing this, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. Xianxia was already dead. The flying elephant crushed the body, saving Fang Yuan the work of cleaning up the crime scene. He quietly retreated. Not long after he left, the other white-feathered flying elephant also flew away. Its tusks pierced through the mountain wall, leaving two bowl-sized holes. A large part of the mountain wall caved in, and rubble was scattered all around. Suddenly, the pile of rubble trembled and a head popped out. "Oh my God, you scared me to death." Thankfully, I had the berry earth goo and escaped from this calamity. Xianxia crawled out of the ground, breathing roughly as he broke out in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear. This burial goo could allow a Gu master to go underground and hide temporarily. The disadvantage was that once it was used, the Gu master could only be buried in one place and could not move. Moreover, when activating it, the Gu master needed to continuously use a large amount of primeval essence. Xianxia was chased all along, and only at the last moment did he have the time to use it. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. A Gu master actually tried to assassinate Xianxia. Looking at Xianxia's corpse, which had already been stomped into meat paste, Xianxia swallowed his saliva and fled in panic. The elephant group wreaked havoc for over 2 hours before leaving. Xianxia and Xiao Dai supported each other as they walked out of the rainforest. Their bodies were covered in mud, looking battered and exhausted. Xiao Dai's face was even greenish-purple, evidently she had bumped into something while running. "Missy." She was scared out of her wits, death was so close to her that her body trembled as she walked. Xianxia patted her hand, trying to comfort her. But in truth, her face was also deathly pale. Along the way, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed freely. Broken wheels, dead ostriches, black-skinned fat beetles and winged snakes' corpses were strewn across the merchant road. As the survivors gradually gathered together, the sounds of moaning, wailing, and sobbing became one. As the leader of the caravan, Jiao Long's face was ashen. The casualties this time were too severe. The entire caravan had suffered severe losses, less than a tenth of them were completely crippled. After gathering the caravan, there were only over 100 people left. Most of them were Gu masters, while a small portion were mortals. The strongest Jia clan and Chen clan had suffered great losses, not to mention the other caravans. Lin clan only had 3 Gu masters left, and some unfortunate clan caravans had even died. The rainforest was also dangerous. Many people did not die from the stampede of the white feather flying elephants, but were instead greeted by the ferocious beasts and poisonous insects in the rainforest. Bai Yun, it is great to see you. Earlier in the rainforest, thank you for luring away a white feather flying elephant for us. In the crowd, Xianxia found Bai Ningbing and took the initiative to thank her. Fang Yuan was not at ease with Bai Ningbing and was worried she was colluding with Xianxia, thus he personally went to kill Xianxia. And Bai Ningbing was in charge of secretly following Xianxia and protecting her life. This is nothing, I have always been repaying kindness. Lady Zhang, the one who saved you was not me, but your past good deeds. Bai Ningbing said. She was usually reticent, almost never speaking. If she spoke, she would purposely change her tone and lower her voice. Right now, she no longer concealed herself and spoke with a normal tone. Her tone was cold and her voice was clear, clearly a female's voice, causing Xianxia and the servant girl to show a strange expression. Right, Bai Yun, have you seen Uncle Zhangzhu? Xianxia asked with an anxious expression. I have searched everywhere but have not found him. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fang Yuan had already returned. She knew Zhangzhu was definitely dead. Lady, don't worry, Zhangzhu is a Gu master with extraordinary skills. He might even be on the way back. She consoled. I hope so. Xianxia's brows were tightly furrowed, the uneasiness in her heart increasing. On the other side, Leader Jiao Long stood at a high place and shouted, Everyone listen, the smell of blood here will soon attract other beast groups. We need to evacuate quickly. Everyone move quickly, bring as many goods as you can carry. Those that cannot be moved, you have to abandon them. We need to leave this place in 15 minutes. The danger was not over yet, everyone could only forcefully raise their spirits, suppressing the pain in their hearts as they busied themselves. Save me, someone save me. My blood is still flowing. Bring me along, I only lost a leg, I can still walk. I beg you, I will give you yuan stone as a reward. 2, 3? Even 4 will do. The servants who were severely injured and couldn't move all let out pleading sounds. Very few people received help, these crippled people could not bring in manpower, instead they were burdens. Many people were heartlessly abandoned. Seeing the caravan leaving, many people went crazy and started cursing loudly. Some people crawled on the ground, trying to catch up to the caravan. Save me, Lady Zhang, you are the kindest and kindest. Lady Zhang, please have mercy. Xianxia's footsteps were hesitant, her lips were trembling, her face was pale and her gaze was flustered. The mountain wind blew her green dress, her hair was disheveled, she was as weak as a grass in a storm. Lady Zhang, let's go. Now is not the time for you to be kind. Fang Yuan walked to her side, held her arm, and forcefully pulled her forward. Xiao Dai, who usually chattered like a sparrow, was now silent, her legs trembling as she hurried along. Believe me, everything will be fine. Fang Yuan's tone was gentle. Xianxia covered her chest, constantly breathing deeply. As if the air was thin, making it hard for her to breathe. At first, she only breathed through her nose, but gradually, she opened her mouth, taking in large gulps of air. Her footsteps became more and more unsteady, her limbs became weaker. If not for Fang Yuan supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. The smell of blood assaulted her nose, her whole body was soaked in sweat, the mountain wind blew, making her shiver. After this shiver, Xianxia's breathing gradually calmed down. After another 10 steps, she no longer breathed heavily. After 30 steps, she closed her mouth, her breathing was no longer heavy. After 50 steps, her footsteps became strong again, no longer needing Fang Yuan's support. The mountain road extended upwards, she walked up a slope, a gust of mountain wind blew, completely messing up her hair. She stretched out her hand, tidying it up as she walked. When she tidied up her hair, the confusion, fear, and worry in her eyes disappeared, only leaving behind a determined look. Thank you, she said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, letting go of her hand. Standing on the slope, she slowly stopped and looked behind her. Do you know? This is the most difficult road I've walked since I was born. She sighed, her face was still pale, her voice extremely soft. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This was Xianxia? As expected of someone famous in the southern border. Even Bai Ningbing could not help but look at Xianxia in a different light. For a mortal girl, to be able to adjust so quickly after encountering such a tragedy, it was not easy. On this road, there were incessant sounds of begging and crying. These sounds were nothing to Fang and Bai, but to Xianxia, it was the greatest torture and interrogation, especially when Zhangzhu was missing, her greatest support had disappeared. Xianxia could bravely face all of this, it was truly praiseworthy. This road was an ordinary mountain road, but it was also a difficult and anxious mental road. Xianxia gritted her teeth, did not collapse, and walked forward with determination. As if in an instant, she had matured. Fang Yuan chuckled, looking at Xianxia with a profound gaze. Miss Zhang, you have a kind heart, why don't you go and save those people who have been abandoned? These words were met with an angry glare from Xiao Dai. Xianxia smiled bitterly. If I could save them, I would definitely do it. Unfortunately, even if I tried my best, I would not be able to save them. He he he. Fang Yuan laughed. This is what I admire about you the most. Irrational kindness is a crime. Although you are immortal, you make me admire you. Miss Zhang, on the road of life, there are many trials and tribulations. Sometimes the road is very muddy. As long as you do your best, you can feel at ease. Xianxia looked at Fang Yuan, her beautiful eyes flashing. She had already faintly guessed that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were not mortals. Fang Yuan's words just now confirmed this point. In her mind, she had unintentionally given some help to Fang and Bai. These could only be considered small favors, but she had won the recognition and appreciation of Fang and Bai. After that, Fang and Bai had repaid her several times. First, Fei Ho Mountain helped her, then they helped her earn money, and just now they saved her life. She was a weak girl who had been exiled by her family, and most of her goods had been lost. What was there for them to covet? Nothing. Under such circumstances, they still stood by her side. Just this action alone showed that although they were mysterious, their characters were pure and upright, and their hearts hid the truth, kindness, and beauty. It was his good fortune to run into them. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart could not help but ripple. She stared deeply at Fang Yuan and sincerely said, "Thank you." Although it was only 2 words, it revealed the deep gratitude in her heart. Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes. If Xianxia knew that almost all the disasters were single-handedly directed by Fang Yuan, what kind of attitude would she have then? The casualty count is out. We have 137 people left, 78 Gu Masters and 59 mortals. A vice leader reported in front of everyone. At this moment, in this tattered tent, the surviving leaders of the caravan were gathered together, discussing their way out. The atmosphere was heavy and stifling. The caravan leader Jiao Long frowned deeply, his brows almost forming a knot when he heard this. A large caravan of over 1,000 people, to think that there were only so few people left. 78 Gu Masters sounded like a lot, but there were only 12 rank 3 Gu Masters here. There were 28 rank 2 Gu Masters, and the remaining 38 were rank 1 Gu Masters. In this number, one had to exclude the injured. In fact, those who still had battle strength left were less than half. Mortal lives were cheap, they could be abandoned as servants, but Gu Masters were different. Every Gu Master was a precious treasure of the clan, they could not be abandoned. Jiao Long knew that these injured Gu Masters were a huge burden to the caravan. In order to maintain their lives and heal their injuries, the caravan's already crumbling logistics would definitely worsen. But Jiao Long did not dare to abandon them. Once he did, the morale would completely collapse, the Gu Masters would be in danger, and the entire caravan would collapse. Their final outcome would be to be devoured by beast groups. At this moment, the vice leader changed the topic. The only thing worth rejoicing over is that the caravan still has a lot of goods left. If we evenly distribute those ownerless goods, we will have a large amount of yuan stone, it can make up for our losses. In the disaster earlier, many people died, but the goods were not damaged. If they were evenly distributed, the survivors would instead benefit from it. Hearing this, the eyes of almost everyone in the tent lit up. Merchants pursued profits, even if they were in danger, this did not change their nature. Everyone looked at each other for a while, before Vice Leader Chen Shuangjing coughed, evenly distributing, I feel it is not appropriate. In the battle earlier, my Qin clan sacrificed the most, we also killed the most white feather flying elephants. I want at least 30% of these ownerless goods. 30%? How can that be? Your Chen clan sacrificed a lot? My Yuchi clan sacrificed a rank 2 peak stage young genius. No matter what, our Ji clan wants at least 20%. Everyone started to argue, gradually starting to argue. In front of benefits, there was no one who wouldn't be envious. Xianxia was the only one who remained silent among them. Powerful teams would want more. The weaker party insisted on an equal distribution. The quarrel grew louder and louder. It spread out of the tent and attracted countless inquisitive gazes. Xianxia suddenly stood up. The tent suddenly fell silent. Everyone. Xianxia's beautiful eyes swept around. The most important thing now is not these goods, but how to survive. Perhaps the horde of beasts would arrive in the next moment. We are already grasshoppers on the same rope, chained together by fate. However, the strength of each of us is limited. Only by working together can we have a chance of survival. She paused for a moment. I propose that we first contribute our goods and take out the items that are helpful to us. Here, on behalf of the Zhang clan, I will set an example. I am willing to give up all the goods in my hands for free. What? Free contribution? For a moment, many people were stunned. Chen Shuangjin, Jiao Long, and the others' faces also changed. I'm tired. I hope that everyone can discuss an effective method as soon as possible. Goodbye. Xianxia nodded and turned to open the curtain. She walked less than 5 steps out of the tent when an even louder sound erupted. Now with the addition of the Zhang clan's goods, the benefits were even greater, making people even crazier. Xianxia slowed down her steps, clenched her fists, and sighed deeply. She was also a businesswoman. Naturally, she pursued profits. The so-called voluntary contribution just now was of course not from her heart. It was just that the current situation forced her. She was like a baby carrying a large sum of money. Walking beside an adult, she had to protect herself. Returning to her own tent, Xiao Dai's eyes were red. She was curled up in a corner, crying. She and Xianxia had lived together since they were young. The shock that the white feather-flying elephant brought to her was only now bursting out. Xiao Dai. Xianxia sighed inwardly and sat beside her to comfort her. Miss, I'm scared. Woo-woo. Lord Zhangzhu still hasn't come back. It can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai plunged into Xianxia's arms, crying bitterly. Xianxia patted her back and comforted her, but Xiao Dai still cried. Xiao Dai, Uncle Zhangzhu may never come back. Xianxia said in a low voice. When she said this, she clearly felt Xiao Dai's body tremble in her arms. Miss, it can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai looked up, her eyes red, and kept shaking her head. Accept this fact, Xiao Dai. Xianxia suddenly shouted, we can only rely on ourselves now. Don't cry, you can't cry. Crying won't solve any problems. Rely on ourselves? But we are all mortals. If it wasn't for Lord Zhangzhu, we wouldn't have been able to complete this journey. Xiao Dai's eyes were brimming with tears, her mood very low. That's right. If it wasn't for Uncle Zhangzhu, those people wouldn't have let me become one of the vice leaders. Xiao Dai, you're right. We are mortals. But mortals also have mortal strength. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a resolute light. She stared at Xiao Dai with a burning gaze. She grabbed Xiao Dai's arm and shook it. Xiao Dai, do you believe me? Xiao Dai looked at Xianxia in front of her and felt an inexplicable power. This power came from Xianxia and then spread to her body, infecting her heart, making her feel as if she was being illuminated by light. Miss. Xiao Dai's eyes flashed. She had never seen her miss like this. At this moment, she felt that her miss was unprecedentedly bright and beautiful. I believe you. She softly but firmly replied. Very good, Xiao Dai. Listen carefully, we're in danger. Sometimes people are more terrifying than beasts. Let's take all our savings and go find He Tu and Bai Yun together. Yes, miss, I'll listen to you. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. In the tent, Fang Yuan and Xianxia sat facing each other. Fang Yuan looked at the beauty in front of him with a playful expression. You just said that you have already given away our goods for free? Given them to those greedy hyenas? That's right, Xianxia admitted frankly. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, his gaze filled with admiration towards Xianxia. She was truly a smart person, she knew when to give up and when to give up, she had courage. With Zhangzhu dead, Xianxia was only a mortal. Even though she represented Zhang tribe, her status was not equal to the other vice leaders. It was simply too easy for these Gu masters to take Xianxia's goods. They could kill Xianxia and push the blame to the beast groups. At that time, no one could say anything. Zhang tribe would also not investigate a huge scale for a mere Xianxia. Thus, to Xianxia, these goods in her hands were extremely troublesome and could bring her calamity. Thus, she wisely gave up on this calamity and threw it to others, trying to ensure her own safety. But she also deeply understood that this safety was not reliable. Thus, she came here. I am here to apologize to you, He Tu, I am very sorry. Xianxia bowed towards Fang Yuan, you borrowed these goods, logically speaking, these goods should be yours. I have overstepped my boundaries this time, I was extremely rash and rude. To express my apologies, please accept these. Xianxia brought 2 wooden chests this time. Without opening them, Fang Yuan knew that these chests were filled with yuan stone. A large portion was earned by himself, he gave the other party a 50-50 split. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Xianxia. The two's gazes met in midair, gradually forming a tacit understanding. Both of them were smart people, many words did not need to be said. In Xianxia's understanding, Fang Yuan was purposely hiding his identity, it was very likely that he was a Gu master. According to his various actions during their interactions, Xianxia felt that Fang Yuan was a very reliable person. If there was anyone who could help her, Fang Yuan was undoubtedly the best choice. Because Xianxia trusted Fang Yuan very much. However, Xianxia also had her misgivings. Firstly, she did not know Fang Yuan's true strength, there was a huge difference between rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3. Secondly, Fang Yuan definitely had his reasons for hiding his identity, he might not necessarily reveal his identity to help her. Without getting Fang Yuan's promise, Xianxia donated the goods. After ensuring her safety, she brought all her savings to find Fang Yuan. She said that she was here to apologize, but in truth, she was implicitly inviting Fang Yuan, hoping for his help. She knew that Fang Yuan was the same type of person as her, this was a tacit understanding between smart people. The two looked at each other for a long time, Fang Yuan smiled and broke the silence, these yuan stone, please take them back. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, her heart sinking. In her understanding, Fang Yuan rejecting these yuan stone was no doubt refusing to help her. But what could she do about this, speaking of which, Fang Yuan had already repaid her a lot. There were very few people in the world who could do this. Xianxia could not ask for anything. But if He Tu did not help her, who else could it be? Baiyun? No, the two of them had a close relationship, they would naturally help each other. Xianxia could not think of anyone else, a bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face, I understand. But these yuan stone, just take it as me giving He Tu a gift. A man's wealth is his own ruin, if you don't accept it, I'm afraid I will have to give it away. Fang Yuan laughed, Miss Zhang, I think your understanding is a little wrong. When we first joined the caravan, Baiyun and I were seriously injured, our lives hanging by a thread. Our strength was at its lowest, but we were coveted by some strong slaves. When a tiger leaves its mountain, it will be bullied by dogs. It was you who protected us and gave us the opportunity to recuperate. It is not an exaggeration to say that this kindness is a life-saving grace. And I am a person who will repay kindness and take revenge for enmity. Although you are immortal, I approve of you, and even admire you. It is fate that we met in this vast sea of people. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Let alone a life-saving grace? Take yuan stone back, I will do my best to protect you. Xianxia heard this and could not help but exclaim softly. Her eyelashes trembled, her eyes reddened, and soon became misty. How could the icing on the cake compare to providing timely help? Strong winds know the strength of the grass, a swaying board shows a person's heart. Fang Yuan saw Xianxia's expression, but he was not pleased. What came next was the main point. He continued, but there is one thing I need to tell you. Sir, please speak. Xianxia stretched out her jade-like fingers and wiped the corner of her eyes, calming her mind. Baiyun and I are demonic path members. Fang Yuan said. Xianxia nodded without any surprise. She had already expected this. Before this, Xianxia had also guessed this and told her to be on guard against Feng and Bai. Therefore, Xianxia was mentally prepared and naturally accepted this fact. She did not have cultivation aptitude and was born as an illegitimate child. Her different life experiences made her mature early and had a deep understanding of this world's essence. Moreover, she did not have a good choice right now. Feng Yuan's voice turned cold. Demonic path members have always been vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception, we both have murder cases on our hands. Xianxia subconsciously pursed her lips. You need to believe me, only then will I be able to help you. But don't worry, when I feel I have repaid your kindness, I will leave quietly. I won't let you have any connection with demonic path members. But before that, we will appear with the identity of Zhang clan's Gu masters. I hope Lady Zhang can fulfill this identity for us. Feng Yuan lightly said. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of determination. Sir He too, please call me Xianxi. Sir may be a demonic path member, but you are an honest person with principles. Xianxi is not pedantic, the righteous path has many hypocritical and filthy people. Being able to obtain Sir's protection is Xianxi's fortune. He. Feng Yuan laughed and looked at Xianxi with deep meaning. I hope you don't regret it in the future. Xianxi was about to speak when a voice came from outside the tent. Is Xianxi in this tent? An arrogant male voice that was not old could be heard. Lord Gu Master, please wait. My lady is discussing important matters inside. Xiao Dai stopped him. Something important? Your Zhang clan's goods have already been donated. What's there to discuss? The newcomer sneered. Lord Gu Master, ah. Xiao Dai suddenly screamed, followed by the sound of her being kicked to the ground. Get lost, you lowly maid, you dare to block my, Fei's path. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed with panic and worry. Just as she was about to get up and leave, Feng Yuan stopped her. The curtains were suddenly pulled open, and a sinister-looking young Gu master appeared in front of the two. Xianxi. The young Gu master's gaze immediately landed on Xianxi, not concealing his desire and greed. You sure made me look for you for a long time. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he raised his head. With an imposing manner of controlling the situation, he examined Xianxi's entire body. Xianxi was dressed in a green robe and looked like a delicate lotus. Such a beautiful figure had long been engraved into the hearts of many people in the caravan. Fei, yearned for her day and night. He tried to pursue her several times, but was rejected by Xianxi. He had wanted to use force, but because of Zhangzhu's existence, he could only endure. Now that Zhang family's only Gu master Zhangzhu was dead, Xianxi was just a mortal. Such a beautiful woman, Fei had long coveted her, and now he finally had such a good opportunity. Fei's gaze was filled with desire and aggression, making Xianxi's heart tighten, and even more sorrow arose in her heart. She had taken the initiative to abandon the goods, but she still could not obtain safety. Her appearance had become a source of disaster. These righteous Gu masters usually appeared sanctimonious, but at this moment, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Xianxi was clear that this Fei was the one who could not wait any longer. Behind him, there were many other pairs of wolf eyes. I wonder why Lord Fei is here. Xianxi stood up, bowed and asked. Ha. Fei raised his head and laughed. I am here to help you, Xianxi. Little sweetheart, your family's Gu master has not returned, he must be dead. You are just a weak girl, only by relying on me can you safely survive. Little pitiful girl, you don't need to thank me, this young master is just this kind, come with me. Saying so, he moved forward to pull her away. Xianxi's complexion was pale, but she was a young girl after all, so she could not help but take a step back. This delicate and pitiful appearance made Fei's heart burn with lust. Miss, you can't go with him. Xiao Dai ran in and stretched out her arms, blocking in front of Fei. Fei was furious, and with a slap, he slapped Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai immediately fell to the ground. Her cheeks instantly turned red and swollen. She felt dizzy from the slap, and her ears were ringing. Xiao Dai. Xianxia quickly squatted down and helped her up. Miss, leave quickly, even if I die, I will never let you take Miss away. Xiao Dai struggled to stand up, and fiercely stared at Fei. Her gaze was filled with fear, anger, and determination. Lowly servant, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Fei flew into a rage out of humiliation. He raised his hand and was about to strike down. Suddenly, a large hand stretched out from the void and fiercely grabbed his arm. Who is it? Fei was startled, and when he took a closer look, he saw an ugly man dressed like a servant, grabbing his arm. How audacious of you! Fei's face twisted, full of anger. He wanted to retract his arm, but Fang Yuan's hand was like an iron clamp, unexpectedly not moving an inch. Dog servant, you still won't let go? Fei was extremely angry, his killing intent rose, and he was about to mobilize his true yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. His face was full of burn marks, and he was also missing an ear. At this moment, he was sneering, revealing a gloomy and terrifying aura. Fei's heart suddenly palpitated. Fang Yuan had already let go. Then he lifted his leg and ruthlessly kicked Fei's stomach. Bang! Fei only felt a huge force coming at him, and he was unable to resist it. An intense pain came, and his whole body flew out like a broken sack, breaking out of the tent and landing on the ground, at least 2 or 3 feet away. This movement was a bit big, and a person suddenly shot out from the tent. The people around the tent all stopped to watch. Even the curtains were torn apart. Through this big hole, Xianxia and Bo Dai saw Fei lying on the ground, not moving at all. The 2 girls were dumbfounded. Merchants always paid attention to amicability, and even when they were wronged, they still had to show a smiling face. Xianxia's background was not good, and she had long learned to endure, and was used to living with her head lowered. Although there was once rank 3 Zhangzhu, he was a healing gu master, and could not do anything alone. Many conflicts were resolved gently, like water, or like a warm sun melting snow. And this sudden kick from Fang Yuan was like a shocking thunderclap, like a precipitous cliff, without a trace of gentleness. It was forceful, overbearing, and ostentatious. The intense violence was far beyond the 2 girls' expectations. Fei lay on the ground, staring blankly for a few breaths of time. Then the intense pain in his abdomen aroused his intense humiliation and resentment. He was kicked, and the person who kicked him was a servant. Scoundrel, you actually dared to kick me. How dare you kick me? You lowly mortal, you are dead meat. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Fei let out an angry roar, standing up from the ground. His face was flushed with anger, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with anger, like a wild beast that was about to devour someone. Die. He took a step forward, crazily rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a steady step forward, raising his head and chest, blocking the 2 girls. Fei got closer, and suddenly jumped up to 6 feet from the ground, before diving down towards Fang Yuan. I will smash you into a meat patty. He shouted, stretching out his 2 palms. Under the effect of the goo worm, his palms suddenly expanded by more than 3 times, bringing with it a fierce sound of wind and a fierce force, fiercely slamming towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan was really immortal, receiving this attack, he would definitely have his bones broken and flesh torn by Fei's 2 palms, dying on the spot. However, he was not immortal. Not only was he not immortal, he was also a rank 2 upper stage gu master. Not only was he a rank 2 upper stage gu master, but he also had a rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence in his aperture. Ever since advancing to rank 2, Fang Yuan's aperture could hold some snow silver primeval essence. Especially during this period of time when beast groups frequently attacked, Fang Yuan would store some snow silver primeval essence, just in case. Thus, although Fang Yuan was a rank 2 upper stage gu master, his battle strength was absolutely not like this. And this Fei was only a rank 2 initial stage gu master. Whoosh, a strong wind blew, messing up the 2 girls' hair. Looking at Fei descending from the sky like a god, his 2 palms slamming down with great power, Xiao Dai's face turned deathly pale. Xianxia's heart jumped, and she could not help but shout, careful. Fang Yuan sneered, bending his index finger and lightly flicking. Spiral bone spear gu. A spiral bone spear suddenly shot out, rushing towards the sky. What? Oh Fei was shocked. His mind was in chaos, and he quickly dodged. The bone spear pierced through his defense, piercing through his shoulder and getting stuck in his shoulder bone, causing blood to flow out. Intense pain came, and Oh Fei's momentum came to a halt, and he miserably fell to the ground. You are actually a Gu master. He screamed, his voice filled with panic and astonishment. Fan Yuan did not pay attention to him, and directly rushed over, clenching his right fist and swinging his arm, smashing towards him. Oh Fei's vision darkened, and he could only see the fist shadow rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. Damn it! He cursed, and quickly activated his Gu worm, and subconsciously raised his palms to block in front of him. Bam! The strength of 2 boars and the strength of a crocodile burst out. The enormous strength directly caused Fan Yuan's iron fist to pierce through Oh Fei's palms, shattering his defense, and then ruthlessly smashed into his face. His nose broke in an instant, and his whole face caved in from the punch. He flew out, blood spurting out like crazy. When he fell on the ground like a broken sack, he was already dead. Fuck, murder. A Gu master was killed. The spectators were all shocked, some screamed, and some roared. Fan Yuan's whole body was shrouded in a layer of white armor. This was the Canopy Gu's activation. Without this layer of defense, he could not display his strength to his heart's content. Gu, he is actually a Gu master. Xiao Dai's eyes were wide open. Xianxia was also shocked, speechless. She looked at Fan Yuan's back, and suddenly thought of what he had just said. Demonic path people have always been vicious and merciless, Bai Yun and I are no exception, moreover we have murder cases on our hands. Murder, he really killed someone. What happened? What the hell is going on? Oh Fei's corpse was lying on the ground like a dead dog. How could it not attract attention? In a short period of time, the commotion here had already spread to the whole camp. More and more people were gathering here. Many people saw Oh Fei's corpse and could not help but exclaim, then began to inquire about what had happened. For a moment, the crime scene was surrounded by 3 layers of people, whispering and discussing. 2 people suddenly fought. It's amazing, he died in an instant. That person is the murderer. Someone carefully pointed at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan crossed his arms and raised his head, standing on the spot with an indifferent expression. He ignored the surrounding people's discussions, as if he did not see them. He is just a servant, how can he kill a Gu master? Naturally, someone was suspicious. Of course he is not a servant, I saw him shoot out a white spear and kill Oh Fei with one punch, his strength is amazing. A Gu master who was watching the process said. A white spear? Xianxia happened to hear this and his heart jumped. He had accidentally witnessed the scene of Fan Yuan killing Zhang Zhu, and the image of Fan Yuan's spiral bone spear was deeply imprinted in his mind. Thus, he was very sensitive to the words white spear and immediately linked it to the same thing. What's going on? What the hell happened here? Jiao Long's unhappy voice came. It's the leader and deputy leader. The crowd quickly opened up a path. Someone died. Yes, he was killed. Isn't this deputy leader O's youngest son? The deputy leader saw the scene and discussed in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. My son. What happened to you? What happened to you? A figure rushed out and ran to Oh Fei's corpse, then suddenly stopped. This person was Oh Yonggong of Oh clan, short and thin with a hooked nose. Oh Fei's whole face collapsed, his brain and blood mixed together and flowed into a big pool. Obviously, his life force was completely extinguished. Oh Yonggong stared at his son's corpse as tears rolled down his cheeks. My son, you died so tragically. Who was it? Who was so deranged as to kill my son? I'm going to tear him to pieces. He fell into a frenzy of rage and roared at the top of his lungs. Everyone's gazes unavoidably landed on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sneered and said slowly, of course I killed him. Are you blind? I've been standing here for a long time. Can't you see me? This answer was too arrogant, and the crowd immediately became restless. Jiao Long and the other leaders couldn't help but frown. Fan Yuan's fearless look made them feel that something was wrong. In particular, Fang Yuan was dressed in the clothes of a house servant, which made it even more difficult for them to see through him. Thus, they all chose to watch from the sidelines. "You are the murderer." Ouyang gaze was like a knife as he stared intently at Fang Yuan. Even though he was furious, he did not make a move. This made Fang Yuan a little surprised. His own son had died in front of him, but this Ouyang actually restrained his killing intent and did not act impulsively. In fact, those who were able to do business outside were all blind. Ouyang had lived for so many years and was used to life and death in the business world. As a clan elder, he was able to stand tall in the O clan without falling. However, he did not want to make a move, but Fang Yuan did. To be honest, O Fei's appearance made Fang Yuan very happy. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and then make a strong appearance to intimidate the crowd. However, just one O Fei was not enough. If he could add this Ouyang in front of him, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. "Old man, you came at the right time. Your son dared to be disrespectful to my family's miss. The anger in my heart has not yet subsided. Your son committed a crime because you didn't discipline him properly. You are the main culprit, hand over your life to me." As he spoke, he took a step forward and in the blink of an eye, he was about to hit Ouyang. Ouyang was so angry that his beard was crooked. What was Fang Yuan saying? What kind of fallacious reasoning and heresy was this? He was clearly the one who killed someone, but he was actually falsely accusing him as the main culprit. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and brazenly counterattacked towards Fang Yuan. With a boom, the two fiercely collided. Following the muffled sound, the airwaves surged. Fang Yuan retreated 5 to 6 steps before stopping his retreating momentum. The white light armor on his body flickered weakly a few times before it lit up again. The sky canopy goo in his aperture had already withered. Ouyang was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. In the air, he vomited a mouthful of blood and landed on the ground. He barely managed to stand, but his face was already as white as paper. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear at a glance. How can this be? This ugly man clearly has the aura of a rank 2 Gu master. Ouyang is at a disadvantage, he is old and weak, his strength is lacking. Instead, that person is playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. The deputy leaders quickly analyzed the situation. "You are courting death." After suffering this loss, Ouyang reacted and became even more furious, wishing he could directly chop Fang Yuan into 8 pieces. Earlier, he had not expected Fang Yuan to take the initiative to attack, and was also not familiar with Fang Yuan's information. In a moment of desperation, he did not have time to think and chose to block the attack. "Kid, I will let you know the difference between rank 2 and rank 3. Ouyang roared and pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not afraid, he raised the sky canopy goo, with a spiral bone spear in one hand and a blood moon goo in the other, and jumping grass under his feet, he fought with Ouyang. Everyone hurriedly retreated, creating a large space. Ouyang was rank 3 initial stage, while Fang Yuan was rank 2 upper stage. With a small realm and a large realm difference, the difference in cultivation could be said to be huge. But Fang Yuan's situation was very special. In his body was the snow-silver primeval essence borrowed from Bai Ningbing, and he mostly used rank 3 Gu worms. His overall battle strength was even higher than Ouyang. In less than 5 rounds, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. This scene caused everyone's faces to turn pale. What is going on? A rank 3 Gu master is actually being suppressed by a rank 2 Gu master? This is too absurd. Everyone could not believe it, and many people were dumbstruck. After another few rounds, Fang Yuan had completely gained the upper hand, firmly suppressing Ouyang. Only a few people saw through the trick. Although this ugly man has a rank 2 aura, his true cultivation is probably higher than this. Right, he definitely has a Gu worm that can conceal his aura. We did not discover him when he disguised himself as a servant. This person's heart is sinister and ruthless, every move is aimed at Ouyang's vital points. Ouyang's situation is very bad. Ouyang was complaining incessantly in his heart. He had thought he could win against Fang Yuan, but he had not expected Fang Yuan to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, no wonder he took the initiative to attack him without fear, his cultivation was not weaker than his. This was really too despicable, too shameless. After another few rounds, the battle situation was completely clear, and most people could see Ouyang terrible situation. Ouyang's defeat is certain. If this goes on, he will be killed. Ouyang was originally inferior to him, and he suffered a huge loss at the start. He will not be able to take revenge for his son's death. This ugly man has great strength and is fierce and ruthless. Where did he come from? I know this person. He is the servant who won against many bandit monkey kings in Feiho Mountain. Everyone discussed spiritedly, with worry, curiosity, fear, shock and other emotions. Both of you, please stop. There must be some misunderstanding. Seeing that Ouyang was about to be killed by Fang Yuan, as the caravan leader, Jiao Long could not bear it any longer and flew up, wanting to interfere in the battle. Ouyang was already sweating profusely from Fang Yuan's attacks, his heart was pounding and his face was deathly pale. Hearing Jiao Long's words, he was immediately overjoyed, seeing hope. He hurriedly withdrew and went over to Jiao Long. Fang Yuan's eyes swept over quickly, knowing that he could not catch up, he laughed and stopped his charge. Brother Jiao Long came at the right time, let's use the bone spear to kill him. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. So this ugly man and Jiao Long knew each other? This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. And he called him so intimately, it seemed like their relationship was not bad. This was the second thought. No, maybe he called him that on purpose to confuse everyone. This was the third thought that came to everyone's mind. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly, while the onlooker is confused. The spectators did not get caught in the battle, so their thoughts were naturally sharp. Jiao Long's heart was filled with doubts, because he did not say a word to Fang Yuan at all. Ouyang was bewildered, he could not determine the true relationship between Jiao Long and Fang Yuan, even though he also thought that Fang Yuan was probably bluffing, but what if it was true? If that was the case, then he would fall into a pincer attack from Fang Yuan and Jiao Long. Ouyang naturally did not dare to take the risk when it concerned his own life. He changed his direction and moved away from Fang Yuan and Jiao Long, retreating towards the southeast direction. Let's talk nicely. To avoid arousing suspicion, Jiao Long immediately stopped. Fang Yuan laughed and chased after him. Ouyang immediately understood that he had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap, and was about to speak when someone from the crowd behind him suddenly attacked. Bai Ningbing suddenly attacked ruthlessly. In an instant, 3 spiral bone spears shot out. There is still one more person? Ouyang was horrified, he had no time to turn his head and subconsciously activated his defensive goo. But his goo was already at the end of its tether, it blocked 2 spiral bone spears, and the third bone spear's tip directly pierced through the back of his head, exposing the front of his skull. Ouyang was dead. His death caused everyone to turn pale with fright, and the crowd immediately went into an uproar. This was the caravan's vice leader, a rank 3 goo master. Ouyang death caused the leaders' and vice leaders' expressions to change as they felt an intense threat. Audacious maniac. He actually dared to kill the vice leader. Let's work together and capture them. Who dares to capture me? Bai Ningbing threw away her straw hat, her white hair fluttering in the wind. Her cold gaze swept through the crowd as snow-silver primeval essence overflowed. Ah, it's snow-silver primeval essence. She is actually rank 3 peak stage. In the caravan, only Jiao Long was rank 3 upper stage, the rest of the leaders were either initial or middle stage. Everyone's momentum stopped. Come if you want to die, haha. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood side by side, the last trace of snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture was mobilized and played within his hand. Oh my, what the? Another rank 3 peak stage, everyone's hearts trembled as their momentum stopped. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stared coldly at the crowd, the camp was deathly silent. Whoosh, a gust of mountain wind blew, making the camp even more quiet. Over 100 people formed a circle, and in the circle, there were 2 corpses lying on the ground and 2 people standing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's gazes slowly looked around, their piercingly cold gazes made countless people avoid looking at them. Finally, Fang and Bai's gazes landed on Jiao Long and the other caravan leaders. These people had charged out aggressively, but were immediately stunned by the cultivation displayed by Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Right now, they were standing on the road, unable to advance or retreat. Including Ouyang and Fei, the caravan now only had 11 rank 3 Gu masters, 27 rank 2 and 38 rank 1 Gu masters. Such strength was naturally much stronger than Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. But, this was a temporary caravan that was mixed together. These Gu masters came from various clans, and were usually on guard against each other. If they were to fight together, they would not be able to do so unless the situation was favorable. They had their own needs, but they were not united, and each had their own way of doing things. If the hearts of the people were not united, the caravan would not be easy to lead. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing displayed rank 3 peak stage cultivation. They were no doubt 2 tough bones. No caravan could swallow them, and even if they attacked together, the whole caravan would suffer heavy losses. For a moment, Jiaolong, Chen Shuangjin and the others looked at Fang and Bai, and then quietly sized each other up. None of them wanted to become cannon fodder for others. Moreover, in this situation, beast groups were attacking frequently. The caravan was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. The external pressure and the hesitation in their hearts made them hesitate. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Their reaction was within his expectations, the rest was up to her. Although this happened suddenly, and he had not communicated with Xianxia, Fang Yuan believed that with Xianxia's intelligence, she should have sensed this opportunity already. Sure enough, Xianxia and Xiao Dai walked out of the tent. Leaders, these two are my Zhang clan's hidden elders, Lord He Tu and Lord Baiyun. Xianxia introduced. Although her voice wasn't loud, she was the only one speaking, so her words were clearly heard by everyone. The leaders all had different expressions, while the crowd was chewing over the names He Tu and Baiyun. Xianxia smiled faintly. The two lords had a secret family mission and coincidentally joined this caravan halfway. The caravan leaders looked at each other in silence. Since they were hidden elders, even the head of the Zhang clan might not know of their existence. There was also a secret family mission, so it was not easy to find out their motives. Xianxia's words stopped them from asking any more questions. Of course, although this statement was reasonable, it was only Xianxia's side of the story. The caravan leaders were all astute people, and each of them had their own considerations. No one completely believed it. Those who doubted it were still doubtful. But regardless of whether they suspected or believed, the strength of Fang and Bai was there for all to see. Therefore, there could only be one way to deal with this matter. Hence, I see. This is all a misunderstanding. Jiaolong suddenly laughed 3 times, his face brimming with enthusiasm. He cupped his fists towards Fang and Bai, sincerely praising them. To think we had 2 such heroes hidden beside us. This father and son pair of O clan are really too outrageous, their style is very problematic. I have advised them several times, but alas, they did not listen to me. Today, they will be executed on the spot, it can be said that they deserve it. These words immediately determined the nature of this matter. The other vice leaders also reacted at this time. They inwardly scolded Jiaolong for being shameless as they cupped their fists towards Fang and Bai. Zhang clan's reputation has spread far and wide, as expected of our southern borders first-rate clan. I am Lei Gongqing of Lei clan. To be able to meet the 2 of you, it is my great fortune. It is our fortune that the 2 of you were able to get rid of evil for the people. The vice leaders were full of smiles as they lied through their teeth, distorting the truth. The murderers became the representatives of justice. And the O clan father and son pair became heinous evildoers. As for the other Gu masters of O clan, there were only 3 left, who cared about their unsightly expressions. Ouyang was dead anyway, without a rank 3 Gu master, who would dare to step forward? Who could step forward? You scoundrels, why are you not greeting the 2 Lord Gu masters? One of the vice leaders pretended to be unhappy as he shouted. We greet Lord He Tu and Lord Baiyun. Among the crowd, more than 20 people quickly bowed towards Fang and Bai. The whole camp became noisy again. The caravan has suffered heavy losses and is in imminent danger. We were fortunate to meet the 2 of you. Please come to the tent and discuss the matter. Jiaolong approached and invited them with a sincere tone. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other, the former looked at Xianxia who was walking over and inquired, Xianxia, what do you think? Seeing this, Jiaolong immediately raised Xianxia's level by a level in his heart. Xianxia slightly shook her head and said in a delicate tone, I am tired, let the leaders discuss. Fang Yuan praised her cleverness in his heart, it was time to retreat in order to advance. He nodded and added, our Zhang clan's goods have already been donated for free, we have no interest in these things, so we will not participate. This? Jiaolong hesitated and wanted to persuade him again, but Xianxia had already turned around. Fang Yanbai did not give Jiaolong a chance, only throwing the crime scene to them and letting them deal with it. They showed an imposing manner. Everyone disperse, go back to your own matters. Don't we need to consolidate the camp? 2 rank 3 peak stage Gu masters appeared, this is a good thing. Also, O clan, come out and collect these 2 corpses. Jiaolong took charge of the situation. O clan's remaining 3 Gu masters ran out. 1 rank 2 middle stage and 2 rank 1. They held back their anger and tears, lowering their heads as they carried the O clan father and son's corpses away. The crowd gradually dispersed. When the cheerful caravan leaders returned to their tents, they could no longer maintain their expressions. Their hypocritical smiles disappeared and were replaced with seriousness, bewilderment, indifference, and worry. Jiaolong slowly sat on the main seat and said in a low voice, 2 Gu masters suddenly appeared, what do you all think? Humph, these are 2 madmen, openly killing people, lawless and out of control. Poor O Yanggong, we were just sitting here with him. In my opinion, these 2 are very suspicious. What hidden elder, that is Zhang clan's girl's side of the story. Looking at these 2's actions, they are very likely to be demonic path members. That's right, demonic path members sneaking into caravans is a common occurrence. I reckon that Zhang clan girl has already been abducted by them. Jiaolong nodded, everyone's thoughts are roughly the same as mine. Zhang clan members have a flamboyant character and foundation, we are all outer sect members, we are clear of it, how could there be a hidden elder? But these 2 are a bit troublesome, they are both rank 3 peak stage. Yes, it is a bit troublesome. These 2 don't look old, but they are already rank 3 peak stage. Such aptitude. Everyone, there are pros and cons to everything. In my opinion, there is also a good side to this matter. Borrowing their strength, we can greatly increase our strength. A vice leader said. The key is, how can we make use of them? Just now, I took the initiative to invite them because I wanted to discuss it together and have them contribute. In the end, I failed. Jiaolong sighed. Don't want to contribute? When the beast group attacks, who can stay out of it? At that time, it will not be up to them. A vice leader snorted in displeasure. This matter needs to be discussed at length. Demonic path Gu masters have always been unruly, arrogant and extreme, just relying on external pressure is not enough, we need to attack from both sides. Oh? I wonder what suggestion Brother Gong's son has. Actually, this suggestion is very simple, I'm just afraid everyone is not willing. It is to give a portion of the goods to the 2 of them. At that time, they will have to protect their own goods and will naturally need to put in effort. Once he said this, the tent fell into silence. Jiaolong looked around and suddenly said, this suggestion is very good. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, demonic path Gu masters do not have the support of their clans, their desire for cultivation resources is even stronger. Everyone, you don't need to worry about losses, did you forget O clan? These words made everyone's eyes brighten. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's sudden appearance caused Zhang clan to become an influential force in the caravan. And O clan was trampled to the last place by them. With the death of O clan's father and son, there were only a few people left in O clan's caravan, there was no need to worry about them. The O clan had too many goods under their control. Uncle. I have an important matter to report to you. Xianxia had been paying attention to the tent, and after the caravan leaders finished their discussion, he walked to Qin clan's vice leader Qin Shuangquan. Qin Shuangquan grabbed his hand, I know what you want to say, this is not the place to talk, let's go. The 2 returned to their own tents, and after confirming no one was eavesdropping, Xianxia said, Uncle, do you remember when I reported to you how Xianxia was killed? Chen Shuangquan nodded with a grave expression. Xianxia was killed by a bone spear. And today, He Tu and Bai Yun also used bone spears. That's right. Uncle, these two people have ulterior motives, they are ruthless and malicious. If we publicize the evidence of their crime, everyone can work together to kill them, and kill the danger ahead of time. Xianxia said excitedly. Chen Shuangquan slowly shook his head, and sighed. Xianxia was puzzled. Uncle, you don't agree? It's not that I don't agree, but it's not feasible. I saw it with my own eyes, we have evidence. As long as we publicize the fact that they killed Xianxia, no one will tolerate two traitors who would stab people in the back. Humph, evidence? We have witnesses, but what about material evidence? Chen Shuangquan sneered. Even if we have material evidence, what's the use? My nephew, it's not enough to just have evidence. The key is to have strength. Just now, they killed the O clan's father and son, you saw it, everyone saw it. Everyone is a witness, but what's the use? We all come from different clans, our hearts are not united, how can we deal with these two evil thieves? Uncle, are we just going to let them go? They're too dangerous, I won't be able to sleep. If they find out that I'm an insider. Xianxia became more afraid as he spoke. Humph, you think too highly of yourself. You think they don't know you? Maybe they already know, maybe they already saw you, but they didn't make a move. Why? Because you're nothing to worry about. Xianxia, don't be naive. In this cold world, only strength is everything. Chen Shuangquan sighed. The sky was dark and gloomy, the clouds were very low, as if a storm was coming. The caravan moved forward on the mountain path with heavy footsteps. The large black-skinned fat beetles in the caravan were all dead. There were only 2 winged snakes left, each with a disability. But there were more backpack toads left. Because of their small size, they moved quickly and could easily avoid the attacks of wild beasts. As for the ostriches, although they were about the same size as the backpack toads, they liked to bury their heads in the soil when they were frightened. This method of deceiving others and themselves caused them to suffer the most casualties. Xianxia was mixed in the crowd, looking at the dozen or so backpack toads beside her with a complicated gaze. The goods on these backpack toads were all Zhang clans. Although Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not participate in the discussion, the caravan leaders still allocated a large batch of goods to her. So this is because of strength. Xianxia sighed in her heart. Previously, when Xianxia was around, these leaders had a calm attitude. But now, they were polite and even had a hint of flattery. There were also those gu-masters and family servants. Right now, their gazes towards her were filled with respect and wariness. All these changes are because of these two. Xianxia looked at Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing not far away. Her gaze was somewhat complicated. On one hand, she felt a sense of security from Feng and Bai. On the other hand, she who had a kind heart felt fearful of Feng and Bai's ruthlessness in killing people. It seems we scared that girl. Bai Ningbing and Feng Yuan were walking side by side, and after sensing Xianxia's gaze, she softly laughed. 7 to 8 days had passed since they killed O clan father and son. The influence spread to the whole caravan. Of course, this included Xianxia and Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Feng and Bai. Xianxia's gaze also avoided eye to eye with Feng Yuan. This reaction was within Feng Yuan's expectations. This master and servant pair had grown up in Zhang clan village, and were influenced by the righteous path. When Feng and Bai showed their demonic nature, they could not help but notice the difference between them. There was still a long way to go before he could accept 2 demonic cultivators. Feng Yuan was not worried about this. External pressure would force them to accept and compromise. People always have to live. Next. After a few beast attacks, the estrangement in their hearts would gradually disappear. The problem now is him. Feng Yuan looked at Xianxia. This young gu-master seemed to be the guy who escaped with Xianxia. He thought that the white-feathered flying elephant had already crushed him into meat paste. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Even if a gu-master's cultivation was not high, if they had 1 or 2 special gu worms, they could not be underestimated. Without the earth communication air grass, Fang Yuan no longer had any means of detection, allowing him to escape with his life. No one knew how much he knew. But no matter what, Fang Yuan had a way to deal with it. He was a cautious person, always thinking about failure before thinking about victory. When he made the plan, he had already considered the possibility of being discovered. So, after he killed Zhang Zhu, he purposely displayed his powerful strength. If someone really found out. Seeing Fang and Bai's valiance and ruthlessness, most people would feel fear and hide it. O Clan's father and son were on the tip of the spear, if not for O Fei. Fang Yuan would have found a chance to cause trouble, or when the beast groups attacked. He would have displayed his powerful methods. Of course, if he was exposed, Fang Yuan had many methods to retaliate. The caravan leader Jiao Long was a very good chess piece. He was Jia Fu's man, and Fang Yuan had obtained Jia Fu's token at Guyue village. As long as he showed the token and did some things, he could obtain Jiao Long's trust. But no matter how perfect a plan was, there would be mistakes when it was implemented. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. Even if Fang Yuan was experienced and astute, there was a chance of failure. However, it was also because of this that life was so exciting. Fang Yuan's first thought was the worst result. If his luck was extremely bad, when he killed Zhang Zhu, someone would see it and leave behind solid evidence. In the end, it would cause Xianxia to realize the truth, and develop deep hatred towards him for biting the hand that fed him. Then what should he do? It was very simple. Just kill Xianxia. She was only a mortal now, killing her was easy. Shang clan leader also did not know she was his own daughter. If he did it cleanly, there would be no repercussions from Shang clan. Looking at the result now, Zhang Zhu was dead, and Fang Yuan's luck was not the best, leaving behind a trail. But it was not the worst, at least Xianxia was still kept in the dark. Fang Yuan was sure of this. Because Xianxia was still young, in Fang Yuan's eyes, her emotions could not be hidden. Crocodile-elephant group is ahead. A crocodile-elephant group is charging towards us. Alert, alert. At this time, the investigative Gu master ahead flew back, bringing bad news. The caravan was slightly disturbed, but soon calmed down. It's only crocodile elephants, don't panic. We don't have enough manpower, we can't defend here. That's right, everyone scatter and enter the rainforest. The Gu masters gave the wisest order, the caravan members' hearts were already stretched taut, and they quickly scattered. If they encountered such a situation before Feiho Mountain, perhaps there would still be people who were worried about the goods and hesitated. But now, they resolutely gave up, not even looking at these goods, and focused on escaping. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing protected Xianxia and her servant, charging into the rainforest. He was not surprised at the crocodile-elephant group's arrival, because it was his plan. Rumble, the crocodile-elephant group rushed over, and soon there were miserable cries and sounds of trees being knocked down. Fang Yuan brought Xianxia and the rest, carefully evading in the rainforest, but there were many crocodile elephants, and they still encountered one. The crocodile elephant was small, about the same size as a yak, which made it more agile. Its whole body was covered in scales similar to a crocodile's, and its defense was thick, far surpassing the white feather-flying elephant. The elephant's tail was also like a crocodile's tail, dragging on the ground. Ah! Seeing this crocodile elephant charging over like a small mountain, Xiao Dai cried out in alarm. Xianxia's face was also pale. Don't worry. Fang Yuan indifferently instructed, and brazenly charged towards the crocodile elephant. One man and one elephant fiercely collided with each other halfway, causing a loud sound. Fang Yuan took 2 steps back, and the white light armor on his body shook 3 times. And that crocodile elephant's skull was shattered, blood gushed out, and it was knocked to the ground, pushing back for over 10 steps. Then it crashed into the trunk of a large tree. Only then did it suddenly stop. Amazing! Seeing this, Xiao Dai's eyes opened wide in shock. This was only an ordinary crocodile elephant, and not a 100-beast king. Fang Yuan had snow-silver primeval essence, and also the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, so it was very easy for him to prepare it. However, Xianxia and Xiao Dai had never seen such a fiery scene. That Zhangzhu did not have great strength, and was a healing Gu master, so he mainly dodged and assisted during the battle. Fang Yuan's head-on collision and unbridled fighting style naturally left a deep impression on the master and servant. About 2 hours later, the crocodile-elephant group gradually retreated, and the caravan people walked out of the rainforest one after another. After calculating, only a Gu master and a dozen servants were sacrificed. The losses were not huge. After arranging the goods, the caravan moved forward again. A few days later, they left Xianxia mountain boundary and set off towards Mubei mountain. In the next half a month, the caravan encountered the attacks of black rock bears, iron-crowned deer groups and so on. Because Fang and Bai were almost inseparable from each other's protection, Xianxia and Xiao Dai were unharmed. After staying together like this, the master and servant's attitude also changed. Xianxia became much closer to Fang Yuan, and when they conversed, they laughed and did not avoid each other's eyes. And Xiao Dai had completely turned into a worshipper of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Worshipping strength was a common trait of all living beings. Because only by being strong could they have a higher chance of survival. Moreover, although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were of the demonic path, they were extremely principled. In the eyes of the master and servant, they did not ask for anything else, and had never touched them, only repaying their kindness. This action was filled with the aura of a hero. Even in the righteous path, how many people could do this? Even if Fang Yuan was ugly, in the hearts of the master and servant, he was many times more adorable than many hypocritical righteous path people. A few days later, the caravan entered Mubei mountain boundary. Zombies started to appear in the surroundings. Mubei mountain was not called Mubei mountain in the past. Over 100 years ago, there was a large clan on the mountain. A demonic path Gu master changed everything. He was once a servant of this clan, and on the day of his wedding, his beautiful wife was forcefully taken by a Gu master of the clan and raped to death. He buried his hatred deep in his heart, and by coincidence, he obtained the inheritance of the demon zombie king. After enduring for close to 100 years, with his rank 5 cultivation, he mobilized his zombie army and attacked this clan, slaughtering everyone. He did not even spare their corpses, and turned them into zombies. After doing all this, he erected a huge tombstone on the ruins of the stronghold. On the tombstone, his wife's name was carved. This matter shook southern border. From then on, this mountain was called Mubei Mountain. Zombies roamed the mountain, they killed wild beasts or passers-by, sucking their blood for food. And their corpse poison would infect corpses, forming new zombies. Thus, Mubei Mountain was filled with endless zombies. To ensure the safety of the trade route, every year, clans would organize zombie squads to clean up these zombies. But no matter how they cleaned up, the zombies could never be killed, never ending. After all, the size of the zombie squads was limited, and southern border had many mountains, the journey was dangerous, and the expenditure was huge. The investment was high, but the returns were small, and it was impossible to turn Mubei Mountain upside down. Any fish that escaped the net, after a period of time, would form the scale of zombies. After several large-scale alliances, the enthusiasm of the people was exhausted. This night, the caravan camped at the foot of Mubei Mountain. The starry sky was bright, and Fang Yuan looked up at the dark shadow of Mubei Mountain, his eyes flashing with a contemplative light. The time is ripe, these people have lost their value. It is time to get rid of these troubles. Xianxia was going to die, but it would be even more troublesome to get rid of him alone. What did he know, and who did he reveal it to? Was there anyone else besides him who saw it? Fang Yuan had no idea. But Fang Yuan did not want to find out. Because in his plan, if Xianxia died, the others would also die. Only when they were all dead could it be considered clean. Ding Hao hid in a bush and looked at the caravan at the foot of the mountain, licking his lips in excitement. According to the information left behind in the cave, as long as I kill 1,000 people and gather a zombie group, I can leave this place and go to Marsh Mountain to officially become Master's disciple. He was originally a mountain villager who was recruited by a caravan that passed by the village as a laborer. But when they passed Mubei Mountain, the caravan was attacked by large numbers of zombies. He was abandoned and used as cannon fodder, bringing up the rear along with dozens of other servants. The rest of the people were all dead, so he fled to the mountains in a panic. Just when he was at his wit's end, he found a cave that was very safe, and the surrounding zombies did not dare to wander around the entrance. When he entered the cave, he discovered a demonic path inheritance. It turned out that the demonic goo master had slaughtered a clan and left behind a secret inheritance after erecting a tablet on the ruins. This inheritance was hidden very deeply and could only be inherited by mortals. Ding Hao first awakened his aperture in this cave and slowly cultivated, passing the test step by step. He originally had C-grade aptitude, but there was a rare goo in the cave that raised his aptitude to B-grade after using it. Ding Hao cultivated wholeheartedly in Tombstone Mountain and spent more than 8 years cultivating to the third transformation realm. He reached the standard and made it to the final secret chamber. In the secret room, the demonic goo master only left behind an inscription, calling himself Second Zombie King. If a descendant really came here, it meant they were fated. If they were willing, they could go to Marsh Mountain and become his disciple, roaming southern border with him. As the final test, Second Zombie King required the descendant to kill 1,000 people and create a zombie army. There were also detailed standards such as how many white hair zombies, how many black hair zombies, and how many green hair zombies. But if there was a blue hair zombie, just one would be enough to reach the entry standard. Ding Hao was an honest person. Honest people often had an advantage, and that was steadfast. He cultivated alone on Mubei Mountain for more than 8 years. He endured the loneliness and could only accompany the zombies, slowly accumulating his cultivation to rank 3. He was originally a servant and could only observe the world of goo masters from the sidelines, thus he did not understand it. When he was at a loss, this inscription had undoubtedly given him a brand new direction in life, giving him another goal to strive for. The Second Zombie King was originally a servant, and they were of the same origin, which increased Ding Hao's sense of identity. After reading this inscription, Ding Hao began to work hard. He began to kill people and accumulate zombies at the same time. Ding Hao soon discovered that the two tasks actually complemented each other. After killing someone, he could use the corpse to create new zombies. With the addition of new zombies, the power in his hands would increase, and he would be able to kill more people. Tombstone Mountain was located on one of the 3 most important trade routes in Nanjiang. There would be caravans passing through every month. Ding Hao spent another 3 years. At this time, he was finally close to success. And the caravan at the foot of the mountain was the last stepping stone for him to succeed. This was the perfect prey. There were large caravans and small ones. Whenever a large caravan passed by, Ding Hao would hide far away. Ding Hao did not dare to fight against a medium-sized caravan. Ding Hao only dared to attack those small caravans and secretly commanded the zombies to kill them. When luck was good, those caravans would take the initiative to abandon some livestock or servants. When luck was bad, they would encounter a tough opponent and the zombies would be slaughtered, resulting in a great loss. They could only accumulate again. But this caravan at the foot of the mountain was worse than a small caravan. It was already crippled. It was like an old man with one foot in the grave, struggling at death's door. It seemed like he could knock it down with just a light finger. Ding Hao was confident he could take care of this caravan. He felt that this was a great gift from the heavens. In the dead of night, a dark cloud slowly floated by, blocking the moonlight. The surroundings of the camp darkened. Kill. Ding Hao's eyes shone as he shouted in his heart. The arranged zombie army moved stealthily towards the camp from all directions. What's that sound? The investigative goo master outside the caravan camp was extremely vigilant. There's a discovery? The goo masters beside him were all nervous. The gazes of the 5 goo masters were fixated on the darkness in front of them. Although the moonlight was blocked by the dark cloud, a huge bonfire was still lit in the camp. The bonfire let out a crackling sound as the mountain wind blew. As the fire changed, a zombie with white hair all over its body hopped into the investigative goo master's vision. The goo masters looked at each other and laughed. Haha, a white hair zombie. TSK, making a fuss over nothing, you scared me. Little San, go and get rid of this unlucky zombie. The leader of this group of goo masters said indifferently. This kind of white hair zombie had the weakest battle strength, even weaker than ordinary wild beasts. Yes, boss. A young goo master laughed as he walked over. Be careful of its corpse poison, it will be troublesome if you get infected with it. I don't have a goo to decipher it. The healing goo master in the group reminded. I know. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? The young goo master who walked out waved his hand impatiently. If he was really infected with the corpse poison, he would have to ask other goo masters to heal him, at least half a piece of yuan stone. But this kind of white hair zombies' attacks were rigid and easy to dodge. Since entering Mubei Mountain, the young goo master had killed many. This kind of thing, as long as I pay attention to dodging, I will be fine, ugh. The young goo master was mumbling to himself when his voice suddenly stopped and his relaxed steps froze on the spot. His pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide, revealing an extremely shocked expression. What's wrong? The 4 goo masters at the back felt something was wrong and quickly asked. The young goo master was alerted by this voice and his body shook as if he was electrocuted, turning around and running. Quick, send the signal. There are zombies. He shouted with a panicked expression. It's just a white hair zombie, what's there to be afraid of, fuck me. The 4 goo masters shouted at the same time. About a few hundred white-haired zombies hopped towards the camp. Among the white hair zombies, there were even stronger black hair zombies mixed in. The bonfire was still burning and there were many shadows in the darkness, no one knew how many more zombies were approaching. Clang clang clang. In the camp, the sound of a gong suddenly resounded. There is a zombie group approaching the camp. They have surrounded the whole camp. Quick, everyone get up and defend. Jiao Long and some vice leaders climbed up the temporary wooden wall, their expressions extremely grave. Damn it, which god did the traveling merchants offend this time, their luck is so bad. I have been to Mubei Mountain more than 10 times, but I have never seen such a large zombie group like today. Everyone, there is no point in complaining. At this point, if we want to live, we have to fight with our lives on the line. Let's work together and defeat this zombie group. Everyone in the camp shouted angrily, raising their morale. In contrast, the zombie army outside was silent, only the sound of jumping footsteps could be heard. The formation of the two sides formed a strange and distinct contrast. The slaughter soon unfolded. The goo masters relied on the wooden walls to defend and used all kinds of long-range attacks. Colorful lights appeared around the camp, icicles, fireballs, vines, rolling rocks, and so on, giving the zombie vanguard a severe warning. Large numbers of white hair zombies fell to the ground, smashed into pieces, burned into charcoal, frozen into ice cubes and crushed into meat paste. Kill. He. Ding Hao sneered as he hid in the middle of the mountain. He was no longer a novice, he had accumulated these years of experience. These white hair zombies were cannon fodder, their purpose was to waste the goo master's primeval essence. Sure enough, after a while, the goo master's attacks became sparse and weak. I can't go on, I don't have much primeval essence left. I also need to recover my primeval essence. Someone take my place. Damn it, why are these white hair zombies endless? There were too few goo masters in the caravan, and the white hair zombies were endless. Finally, they resisted the pressure and reached the wooden wall. Under the impact of the zombie horde, the makeshift wooden wall suddenly let out a sound of imminent danger. Damn it, hold on. Call the reserve team to reinforce us. Both sides fell into a deadlock on the wooden wall. One side wanted to charge in, while the other side wanted to defend this pass. The large amount of white hair zombies was expended, causing Ding Hao to feel some heartache. It's your turn, my babies. He willed and a group of black hair zombies charged up from the rear and entered the battlefield. White hair zombies moved slowly, they would be harmed by sunlight and could not walk in broad daylight. If they were fed fresh blood, they could grow into black hair zombies after a few years. These zombies were covered in black hair, they had greater strength, stronger defense, and faster jumping speed. Although they would also be burned by sunlight, they were not as afraid as the white hair zombies. The black hair zombies' battle strength was equivalent to 100 Beast King. The group of black hair zombies that Ding Hao sent numbered more than 50, they gathered together and charged. They found a weak point in the camp's defense, and immediately smashed through a wall, causing it to collapse. Even though the camp had mobilized manpower to block them. But there were still several black hair zombies that charged deep into the camp. A black-haired zombie swept its arms and sent a rank 1 goo master flying. The goo master fell on the ground, unable to get up. The black-haired zombie jumped and pounced towards him. My life is over. The goo master closed his eyes in despair, when he suddenly heard a loud sound. He opened his eyes and saw a solid figure blocking in front of him. As for that black-haired zombie, it was lying far away. It's that Lord Heitu from Zhang clan. The goo master's heart shook. Hell, that black-haired zombie's chest caved in from Fang Yuan's punch, but it did not die. Instead it jumped up and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's whole body was covered in a layer of white light armor. He slightly frowned, and when it got close, he grabbed its arms and tore them apart. The black-haired zombie was immediately torn into 2 halves by Fang Yuan's enormous strength. Blood mixed with corpse poison splattered, but was pushed away by the white light armor. Fang Yuan casually threw away the 2 halves of the corpse. With such injuries, even a myriad beast king-level blue-hair zombie would die. Thank you Lord Heitu for saving my life. The saved goo master was completely intimidated by Fang Yuan's imposing manner. He shouted in admiration and admiration. Fang Yuan ignored him and looked at the chaotic battlefield. At this time, most of the wooden walls had already collapsed, and an endless stream of zombies charged into the camp, tangling with the goo masters. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was certain that this zombie army was controlled by Ding Hao from behind the scenes. If it was an ordinary zombie group, they would swarm together, or after the white-hair zombie died, the black-hair zombies would come forward. How could there be such coordination? There was clearly someone controlling them from behind, and the person controlling this zombie group was undoubtedly Ding Hao. Fang Yuan remembered, after second zombie king slaughtered the clans of Mubei Mountain, he left behind an inheritance here. The beneficiary of this inheritance was Ding Hao. This person later became second zombie king's eldest disciple, and although he was a demonic cultivator, he was extremely loyal. Later on, during the righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain, he took the initiative to die in place of second zombie king. I wanted to find you, but to think you would come to me on your own accord. You saved me a lot of effort. Fang Yuan had planned to use Ding Hao to eradicate the caravan and kill everyone else. Although he had methods to attract the beast groups, it was not easy to control the scale. The caravan's strength was being whittled down, and if he attracted a large number of beast groups, it would bring danger to his own life. If he had to protect Xianxia and Ci, it would be even more troublesome. In this situation, Ding Hao was the best chess piece. But this Ding Hao, where is he hiding now? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and scanned the surroundings. If he wants to command the zombie army, he naturally has to choose a high ground that can overlook the battlefield. Of course, he has other goo worms that can observe the camp from a bird's-eye view. But no matter what, his hiding place can make it easy to escape. Fang Yuan lost the earth communication ear grass and had no investigative methods, so he could only rely on his guesses. The battle became more intense, hundreds of zombies fell, and the goo masters also suffered heavy casualties. In front of the endless zombie army, they retreated step by step, and soon reached the center of the camp. Here, in a hurry, they had piled up goods to form a bunker, and some rank 1 goo masters used many methods to reinforce it. There are too many zombies, we can't defend this place anymore. We need to break out. Break out? How? There are at least dozens of black-hair zombies. We should defend. When the sun rises, the zombies' battle strength will fall. We don't need to do anything, the zombies will retreat. The crowd began to argue, and their opinions were divided into 2 factions. One side wanted to break out of the encirclement, while the other side wanted to defend. The 2 sides were still arguing, and the zombie horde was already closing in. The biggest flaw of this temporarily assembled caravan was exposed at this moment. That was the inability to achieve true unity. They lacked a strong voice to preside over the overall situation. Fang Yuan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. At this time, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Stop arguing." The quarrel immediately stopped. In everyone's eyes, he had rank 3 peak stage cultivation and was one of the strongest experts in the caravan. Especially at this moment of life and death, Fang Yuan undoubtedly had the right to speak. Fang Yuan looked around, his gaze as cold as a knife. Under the illumination of the fire, his ugly face looked ferocious. Those who want to stay behind are all idiots. If we could break out of the encirclement, why would we stay here? The moment he opened his mouth, he cursed, appearing extremely domineering. The Gu masters who were clamoring to defend to the death showed indignant expressions, but did not dare to say anything. And those Gu masters who insisted on breaking out of the encirclement showed joyful expressions. Lord Heitu is wise. Lord Heitu, we will follow you. At this time only Lord Heitu can turn this desperate crisis around. They spoke one after another, wanting to prop up Fang Yuan and let him take the most dangerous vanguard role. But Fang Yuan sneered and scolded again, all of you shut up. Those who are clamoring to break out, you are all a bunch of idiots. Eh. The Gu masters who were praising Fang Yuan earlier stiffened, their expressions changing uncertainly. Those who were defending to the death showed mocking and gloating smiles. Sir Heitu, what do you mean? Jiao Long's expression was ashen, his tone gloomy and his gaze unkind. Whether we defend to the death or break out, we need to investigate the situation. Do you know how big this zombie horde is? If there is a large army hidden in the darkness, wouldn't breaking out be walking right into a trap? If this is all, you who are defending to the death can clearly escape early, but you want to wait for the smell of blood to attract more zombies, aren't you courting death? Fang Yuan's spit flew everywhere. Being scolded, no matter who it was, their expression would not be good. Qin Shuangquan asked darkly, then, sir, do you have any good suggestions? Fang Yuan stared angrily and pointed at Qin Shuangquan, so you fools, your brains are stuffed with shit. I have spoken for so long, but there are still people who don't understand. Of course we have to break out, we have to first try to break out. Investigative Gu masters, put in more effort. Qin Shuangquan's expression turned even uglier after being scolded by Fang Yuan, a ball of fire accumulated in his heart. But when Fang Yuan killed O Clan's father and son, it left a deep impression on him. He could only restrain the anger in his heart. Fang Yuan's domineering attitude made everyone dissatisfied, but at the same time, under such circumstances, such a domineering person gave them an indescribable sense of security. Soon, under Fang Yuan's manipulation, a small team was organized to break out of the encirclement. Break out in that direction. Fang Yuan pointed towards the southeast direction and said solemnly. Yes, Lord Heitu. Remember, reconnaissance is the priority, survival is the priority, if you can't do it, then retreat. Fang Yuan smiled and patted the team leader's shoulder. The team leader's heart immediately relaxed, his impression of Fang Yuan was no longer as hateful as before. The zombie horde neared the final line of defense, and the battle started. The breakout team rushed out 300 steps and helplessly retreated. Too terrifying, I found at least several hundred zombies in the darkness over there. The investigative Gu master reported with lingering fear. Everyone's expression slightly sank when they heard this. No worries, you guys rest first. Second team, you guys break out from that direction. Fang Yuan commanded. This team rushed out 400 to 500 steps and had no choice but to retreat. Densely packed zombies. The investigative Gu master's face was pale. Fang Yuan tried his best to let them rest, then said to the newly formed third team, go in that direction. But that direction is a valley. The team leader was somewhat puzzled. Slap. Fang Yuan slapped him, just go when I tell you to, why are you talking so much nonsense? The team leader was stunned by this slap, he did not dare to meet Fang Yuan's furious and fierce gaze, quickly turning around and breaking out in the direction Fang Yuan pointed. Fang Yuan formed 3 breakout teams, and after probing them one by one, they finally eliminated all possible locations. Now, only that high slope is left. If I am not wrong, Ding Hao is definitely hiding there. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, and continued to arrange the breakout teams. These people really don't want to give up. Ding Hao frowned, but soon relaxed, hee, if it was an ordinary zombie group, you guys might have broken out. Unfortunately, the owner of this zombie group is me. He secretly mobilized the zombies in the darkness to replenish their numbers, ensuring that there were no weak spots. At the same time, he arranged heavy troops at several locations. After a few rounds, the breakout team suffered heavy casualties. Enough, if we can't break out, don't sacrifice yourself for nothing. Sigh, it seems we can only defend to the death, everyone persevere until sunrise, these zombies are made of paper. Bullshit, we are about to succeed. This time I will personally lead the team, by Yin guard. Fan Yuan cursed, and forcefully tried to break out. The Gu Masters could only form a team due to his forceful attitude. 8 Gu Masters suddenly rushed out, with Fan Yuan leading the way, his huge strength combined with snow-silver primeval essence, as well as the sky canopy Gu, he easily broke out of the encirclement. Oh no, that place is a little weak. Ding Hao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He had not thought that Fan Yuan would choose this place to break out. Because this place was a dead end, and adding on the fact that he had constantly mobilized troops to deal with the breakout from other directions, the zombies in this direction were the least. We really succeeded. They broke out. The people in the camp behind him were dumbstruck. Although 5 Gu Masters had fallen in the process of breaking out, Fan Yuan and the other 2 Gu Masters had survived. We are saved, quick, quick, let's break out in this direction. The people in the camp cheered. Don't even think of succeeding. Ding Hao gritted his teeth, and quickly mobilized the zombie group to fill the gap. The people in the camp had yet to organize themselves, but the direction Fan Yuan had broken out from was already filled with white hair zombies. There were also 5 black hair zombies, and they pounced towards Fan Yuan and the other 2. The other 2 were instantly terrified. Follow me. Fan Yuan shouted coldly, and pounced towards the direction Ding Hao was hiding. The 2 panicked people had no time to think, and subconsciously followed. Humph, you didn't choose any other direction, but ran towards me. He, it seems even the heavens want you to die. Ding Hao's lips curled up, and he proudly looked at the 2 zombies beside him. These 2 zombies were tall, and their bodies were covered in green hair. They were green hair zombies, stronger than black hair zombies, and had the battle strength of 1,000 Beast King at night. After so many years, Ding Hao had only saved these 2 zombies. Go. He willed, and the 2 green hair zombies immediately shot out. 80 steps later, they collided with Fan Yuan and the other 2. Fan Yuan faced one head-on, and even though he had the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, he could only fight evenly, and both sides took several steps back. As for those 2 Gu Masters, they were being suppressed by the other green-haired zombie and were already in a precarious situation. Let me. He activated the jumping grass, and with a leap, he joined the battle. The 2 Gu Masters were overjoyed, and were about to thank Fan Yuan for his help, but suddenly, 2 spiral bone spears shot out. Swoosh, swoosh, the 2 Gu Masters were killed. Eh? Ding Hao had been paying attention to the battle, and did not expect such a change, and a huge suspicion rose in his heart. His distraction caused the movements of the 2 green-haired zombies to become sluggish. Next, Fan Yuan's words shocked Ding Hao even more. Ding Hao only felt a clap of thunder in his mind, making him dizzy. Who is this person? He actually found me and knows my name. It's impossible. All these years, I have been careful and never let the cat out of the bag. How could he find me? His mind was in a mess. The 2 green-haired zombies, as well as the black zombies and white zombies around the camp, were all motionless. The people in the camp did not expect this scene and were stunned. But Ding Hao immediately reacted and hurriedly gathered his mind. The battle in the camp started again. Fan Yuan saw that the 2 zombies did not continue to rush over. He knew that he had already succeeded halfway, so he shouted, Ding Hao, if you don't come out, you will regret it. Ding Hao hid in the bushes and mobilized the zombies to surround Fan Yuan. On the other hand, he gritted his teeth and asked, Who are you? How do you know my name? Fan Yuan coldly snorted, Of course it was my master, the 2nd zombie king. Ah? Ding Hao couldn't help but exclaim. The words master and 2nd zombie king were like boulders that suddenly fell into the lake in his heart. With a loud bang, huge waves were set off. He could not help but stand up and walk out of the bushes. He stared at Fan Yuan with shock and doubt in his eyes. Who are you? Ding Hao asked eagerly. Fan Yuan coldly snorted and said in a tough tone, Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? I am the eldest disciple of the 2nd zombie king. Hey Tuesday Ding Hao, I will count to 3. If you don't remove these 2 zombies. Hee. You are the eldest senior brother? Wait a minute, how does master know my name? Ding Hao's heart was full of doubts. But even so, he still called the two zombies back to his side. Fang Yuan's face turned serious and he scolded, "Who is your eldest senior brother? Master hasn't accepted you as a disciple yet, why are you shouting?" Ding Hao was scolded and could not refute. Fang Yuan's tone softened, "You talk to yourself in front of the stone tablet all day, how can master not know your name?" "Ah!" Ding Hao suddenly exclaimed. For the past few years, he had been alone, with only zombies as his companions. When he was depressed and in pain, then, he would hide in the last cave and talk to the stone tablet about his worries. He didn't expect that Fang Yuan would expose his privacy. I thought it was an ordinary stone tablet." Ding Hao stammered. "Humph, what level are you at? Of course you can't see the profundities of the stone tablet. How can you see through master's remarkable abilities?" Fang Yuan sneered disdainfully. In fact, even if a rank 9 Gu master looked at the stone tablet, they would not be able to see the profundities within. That was just an ordinary stone tablet. But in Fang Yuan's previous life, after Ding Hao had made a name for himself, he recalled his life of struggle and had once said this. Ding Hao licked his lips. Although he believed most of it, he still had some doubts. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, cupping his fists. "Lord He Tu, since you are master's disciple, then please show me the unique rigid heart gu of our inheritance." This was the rigid heart gu. It was unique to the zombie king bloodline and was shaped like a heart. It had 7 orifices and was as stiff as stone. It was rank 3 and was as cold as iron, as if made of bronze. The rigid heart gu could produce the rank 2 driving corpse gu, similar to the charred thunder bean mother gu that could produce charred thunder potato gu. The rank 2 driving corpse gu was also a consumable gu. It could be used on corpses and form zombies. But it had an advantage over the charred thunder potato gu, the zombies it created could grow to a higher level. For example, white hair zombies could grow into black hair zombies, and black hair zombies could become green hair zombies. Fang Yuan had the charred thunder bean mother gu, but he did not have the rigid heart gu. In the face of Ding Hao's request, he was not nervous at all. Instead, he confidently scolded, "Bullsh****. I'm carrying out a secret task arranged by my teacher. I'm following the caravan in disguise. How could I bring the gu with me? This rigid heart gu feeds on zombies, how can I get zombies under everyone's eyes?" This. Ding Hao was stunned. "What this, you think I can't kill you?" Fang Yuan timely revealed his snow-silver primeval essence. His rank 3 peak stage cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Ding Hao's pupils shrunk, he was only rank 3 middle stage. Fang Yuan continued, "Although our bloodline can control zombies and form an army. But controlling zombies requires mental control. If the soul is not strong, the mental control will be weak, and the number and quality of zombies you can control will be average. Although you have 2 green hair zombies, if you want to control them while fighting yourself, there will be many flaws. It's easy for me to kill you." Ding Hao heard this and licked his dry lips, taking a step back with some fear. "But..." Fang Yuan immediately changed the topic. "Before leaving, master told me that there is a Ding Hao in Mubei Mountain, and wanted me to inspect him to see if he had the qualifications to be accepted as a disciple. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to kill me before I even looked for you, humph." This, eldest senior brother, I didn't do it on purpose." When Ding Hao heard that Fang Yuan was sent by the second zombie king to inspect him, he couldn't help but panic. "Who's your eldest senior brother? You haven't obtained master's approval yet." "Humph, you don't doubt me now?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Ding Hao quickly cupped his hands and said with an embarrassed smile, "Eldest senior brother, since you know about the rigid heart gu's food and our shortcomings, no matter how stupid I am, I understand eldest senior brother's identity." Fang Yuan kept a straight face and didn't say anything, only looking at the 2 green hair zombies. Ding Hao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. With a thought, he sent the 2 green hair zombies away. Then, he walked in front of Fang Yuan, bowed, and said in a low voice, "Eldest senior brother, please forgive me. I just wanted to devour this group of people and accumulate enough zombies. I really didn't expect eldest senior brother to be here. If I had known earlier, I would have gone down the mountain to welcome you. I have long been determined to follow master. Heaven and earth can prove my loyalty." Fang Yuan softened his tone. Master knows your loyalty. Before I left, my teacher also instructed me to take a look at you on account of your admirable loyalty. Even if you didn't meet the standard, as long as the gap isn't big, it doesn't matter. I see. Ding Hao was overjoyed. But Fang Yuan's face darkened, and his tone was cold. You dared to slaughter the caravan and destroy my secret mission. Do you know how much hard work your second senior sister and I had to put in to sneak into this caravan? Eldest senior brother, I really didn't do it on purpose. Ding Hao's face was sad. His heart was just excited, but Fang Yuan's words hit the bottom. Second senior sister is also in the caravan? I will withdraw the zombies. What? Fang Yuan was furious. He bent his finger and knocked Ding Hao's head. Is your brain a mess? Can't you use your brain? Are you going to make me suspect by withdrawing the zombies for no reason? Idiot. Ding Hao covered his aching head and hurriedly nodded and apologized. Yes. Eldest senior brother is right. Eldest senior brother, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Fang Yuan pointed at Ding Hao. You've made a huge mistake, but since it was an unintentional mistake, I'll let it go. Next, you must do as I say and make up for your mistake. Ding Hao was scolded like a grandson, and he kept nodding and bowing to Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan did not make any requests. Instead, he asked, tell me the truth. How many white-haired zombies, black-haired zombies, and green-haired zombies do you have? Do you have blue-haired zombies? Ding Hao looked ashamed. I'm stupid. I've lived in Tombstone Mountain for almost 10 years, but I haven't raised a blue-haired zombie. I only have 3 green-haired zombies. I left one in the cave abode to guard and brought the other 2 with me. As for black-haired zombies, I have more than 120, and white-haired zombies nearly 4,000. Fang Yuan also expected that he didn't have any blue-haired zombies. After confirming it, he was slightly relieved. He purposely made a sound of surprise and casually said, you're not far from the standard. It's good enough to have 3 green-haired zombies. As for blue-haired zombies, I only have 2. As for the second zombie king's standards for accepting disciples, he was clear. The second zombie king had left more than one inheritance. In his previous life, he had accepted 7 or 8 disciples, and Ding Hao was one of them. Later, the second zombie king joined Yition Mountain. When the righteous faction besieged Yition Mountain, the second zombie king's disciples commanded the zombie army and shone brilliantly, forcing the righteous alliance to retreat. Ding Hao no longer had any doubts after hearing Fang Yuan's words. He looked at Fang Yuan with admiration in his eyes. Eldest senior brother, you're amazing. You actually have 2 blue-haired zombies. I admire you. Fang Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and showed an expression of being proud but deliberately suppressing it. Raising blue-haired zombies is both difficult and easy. Let me tell you, you first have to find the corpse of at least a rank 4 goo master. However, you have to try your luck and see if the corpse had used goo worms to raise its strength. If it had, it would at least be green-haired. If it is raised with fresh blood for a year or 2, it will have blue hair. I see. Ding Hao heard it and combined it with his past experience. He immediately knew that Fang Yuan's words were true. He quickly said gratefully, thank you for your guidance, eldest senior brother. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. He carefully observed Ding Hao's expression and knew that the other party had completely trusted him. Ding Hao was originally a family servant and had been hiding in Mubei Mountain for nearly 10 years to cultivate. He was an honest person and was really gullible. In fact, even a scheming person would be moved by Fang Yuan's words and would at least believe most of it. Since things have come to this, let's put on a show. If you do well, I will pass the inspection, Fang Yuan said. Ding Hao's eyes brightened and he quickly said, eldest senior brother, please say it. I will do my best to do it. Fang Yuan gave detailed instructions and charged back to the camp. With Ding Hao's secret cooperation, Fang Yuan safely returned to Xianxia's side. Everyone was surprised, happy, respectful, and in awe when they saw the expert Fang Yuan return of his own accord. From their point of view, Fang Yuan could have escaped, but he came back. It's my fault for burdening you, benefactor. Xianxia's face was full of shame and guilt. It's fine. You're just one of the reasons. Besides, Bai Yin is here too. Fang Yuan waved his hand and said this deliberately, making Xianxia and Xiao Dai even more moved. The zombies' attacks gradually slowed down and the situation fell into a deadlock. As time passed, Gu masters sacrificed themselves or zombies fell to the ground from time to time. 2 hours later, Ding Hao followed Fang Yuan's instructions and suddenly increased his momentum, breaking through the already perilous front line. There were only 30 or so people left in the caravan. They had to break through. They had the same opinion, everyone could see, if they broke through, there was still a chance of survival. If they stubbornly defended, they would definitely perish. Breaking through was a bitter struggle. They were surrounded by layers upon layers of white-hair zombies and black-hair zombies blocking their way. Don't protect these mortals anymore, they are a burden to us. Jiao Long shouted. Xianxia and Xiao Dai turned pale. Don't be afraid, I am here. Fang Yuan guarded beside them. The rest of the mortals were mercilessly abandoned, only the 2 of them were left. Jiao Long and the others did not dare to say anything, because they still had to rely on Fang and Bai's strength. The caravan moved with difficulty, and just as they were about to break through, 2 green-hair zombies suddenly appeared. Let's retreat. Fang Yuan pulled Xianxia and Xiao Dai and said in a low voice. Bai Ningbing's movements paused. Wouldn't they fall back into the encirclement if they retreated? But Fang Yuan had already retreated with Xianxia and Xiao Dai. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, looking at the empty space in front of her. She finally turned around and retreated with Fang Yuan. The caravan and the 2 green-hair zombies collided and a chaotic battle broke out. The green-hair zombies were as strong as 1,000 beast kings, and although the caravan had many rank 3 Gu masters, they were at the end of their rope. As they fought, the surrounding black-hair zombies and white-hair zombies also closed in, surrounding the caravan. On the contrary, Fang and Bai's pressure was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan retreated dozens of steps and began to break through again. Along the way, there were many white-hair zombies, but Fang Yuan charged left and right with extreme power. The white-hair zombies fell to the ground and died if they touched them. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. Was this Fang Yuan's true strength? These white-haired zombies are so weak. When she made her move, she immediately discovered something strange. The white-haired zombies that blocked their way were several times weaker than the ones they had encountered before, and they looked rather foolish. Without a decent offensive, he was just like a punching bag. Could it be that Fang Yuan had already seen through this flaw and was only making use of it now? Strange, these white-haired zombies all look the same. How did he discover these weaknesses? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Fang Yuan, however, was cursing in his heart. Before he left, he had told Ding Hao to pretend to be strong but actually weak. He had to act realistically. What was this now? Ding Hao was sweating profusely. There had never been a moment like this when he was so focused on controlling the zombie army. He was very nervous, feeling that he had ruined the eldest senior brother's secret mission. Guilt and worry made him try his best to cooperate with Fang Yuan's act. Previously, he didn't know Fang Yuan's identity, but now that he knew that he was his eldest senior brother, how would he dare to make a move? So powerful! Xiao Dai exclaimed. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were also shining. Fang Yuan galloped unhindered in front of them, and no one could stop him. He had a kind of invincible spirit. Who didn't love heroes? Which girl didn't have a Prince Charming in their heart? A hero who would save the damsel in distress. Xiao Dai had it, and so did Xianxia. At this moment, the master and servant looked at Fang Yuan's broad back, their hearts rippling. Although Fang Yuan was ugly, in their eyes, this ugliness exuded acute radiance. His bravery, his spirit, gave the 2 girls an inexplicable sense of security in their hearts. It made them want to rely on him, to rely on him. His acting is too fake, this coward. Fang Yuan wished he could kick Ding Hao until he had no descendants. His thoughts flashed like lightning, and he also thought of Ding Hao's mental state. Seems like this is the only way. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, and made up his mind. He suddenly removed the sky canopy goo, and charged towards a white-haired zombie's claw. Immediately, Fang Yuan's flesh split open, and he was injured. Good, that's it. Fang Yuan cheered in his heart. This was the best chance to gain Xianxia's trust. How could he let it go? Damn it. Bai Ningbing cursed and immediately left Xianxia and ran towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the Yanggu, and that was the key to her turning back into a male. She could not lose it. Oh my god. Ding Hao saw Fang Yuan injured, and he immediately shivered in fear. His heart was filled with self-blame and worry, and his face was panic-stricken, and he kept muttering to himself, I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it, eldest senior brother. Xianxia and Xiao Dai cried out together. Fang Yuan was suddenly injured, and they both trembled with heartache. What are you doing here? Go back and protect them. Bai Ningbing rushed over, and Fang Yuan shouted at her. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes instantly widened. She could see, this guy was deliberately injured, what a bastard. Don't go too far. Bai Ningbing's eyes twitched as she threw down this sentence. With Ding Hao controlling from the side, the white-haired zombie bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but it was all bark and no bite. Bai Ningbing kicked away a white-haired zombie, and rushed back to Xianxia's side. How is He Tu? Xianxia grabbed Bai Ningbing's arm and asked. He's fine. Bai Ningbing curled her lips. Why didn't you replace him? He's injured. Xianxia, who had always been gentle, said with a rare resentment. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched. She couldn't tell Xianxia that Fang Yuan took the initiative to get injured, right? Thus, she casually came up with an excuse. He's this kind of person, once he starts charging, he will never stop, unless he falls. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered, and slightly reddened. Xiao Dai covered her mouth, and her eyes were already moist. Looking at Fang Yuan again, the master and servants' hearts rippled. What kind of person was this? Fearless in the horde of zombies, charging forward with an indomitable will. Without a doubt, he was a hero full of sadness. Ding Hao saw that Fang Yuan was injured, and his heart trembled with fear, not daring to stop him. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan brought Xianxia and the other two out of the encirclement of the zombies. That's it? He smacked his lips in dissatisfaction, looking at the only injury on his body helplessly. It was such a good opportunity to perform, but he only got one injury. His acting was not good enough. But even if it was only one injury, it was enough to make Xianxia and Xiao Dai extremely worried. He Tu, are you okay? You're injured, the wound is so deep, it's all because of me. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. A lot of black blood flowed out. Lord He Tu, you're poisoned. Xiao Dai said with concern. Fang Yuan puffed out his chest, and with a deep voice, he said fearlessly, what's this small injury? The corpse poison is a bit troublesome, but I have the clear heat goo to detoxify it, you don't need to worry. He. He started laughing. On the ruins of the camp, flames soared to the sky. In order to cut off all means of retreat, and also to illuminate the camp, everyone in the caravan ignited whatever they could before leaving. Fang Yuan and the other three rushed out of the encirclement of the zombies, and found themselves in the outer circle illuminated by the flames. The flames shone on Fang Yuan's face, his chest, and his wound. He was smiling, his appearance was ugly, but in the eyes of the two girls, he exuded a different kind of heroic charm. They had once dreamed of a hero saving a damsel in distress, and the hero in their dreams was handsome and confident. To be honest, the image of Fang Yuan in their hearts was very different. But for some reason, the two girls felt that he was a true hero. He was confident, he was fearless, and his heroic spirit was unparalleled. Many years later, Xianxia would ask herself, how did Fang Yuan walk into the depths of her heart? Every time, she would involuntarily think back to this night. Behind them, zombies were everywhere, and the soaring flames shone on Fang Yuan's face. His face was full of burn marks, and when he smiled, he revealed his white teeth. His deep and dark eyes looked at her. The usually cold eyes, under the cover of the orange flames, revealed a kind of warmth. Save us! The people in the caravan who were deep in the zombie horde, saw the situation on Fang Yuan's side, and shouted for help. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Xianxia had already extended her hand, and grabbed his arm. You're injured, don't go, let's go. Do you remember what you told me before? Do what you can. Do what you can feel at ease. Fang Yuan laughed and patted Xianxia's hand. Don't worry, I don't want to go, I have no grudges with them. Let's go. However, it was also inappropriate to walk like this. What if someone knew that he killed Zhang Zhu, and shouted out in despair, what would Xianxia think? In truth, his worry was unnecessary. Xianxia and Chen Shuangquan, who knew, had already died in battle. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, and shouted, you guys hold on, wait until I settle them down, then I'll come and help you. Brother He Tu is righteous. I hope Brother He Tu will go and return quickly. If Brother He Tu saves my life, I'm willing to repay you with a large sum of money. The people in the caravan all shouted. Fang Yuan laughed, and looked at the master and servants' puzzled eyes, and said, give them some hope, I hope they can create a miracle. Sigh, I can only do this much. Fang Yuan's image in the hearts of the two girls suddenly became much bigger. Fang Yuan led the three, and ran along the mountain path. Under the moonlight, the mountain path was covered with frost and snow. According to the previous discussion, he also arranged for a group of zombies to block the path. The four rushed over, and Fang Yuan gave Bai Ningbing a look, and then stayed on the spot. You guys go first, I'll block these zombies, and catch up to you later. The two girls immediately hesitated, but under Bai Ningbing's persuasion, they ran all the way, and soon left Fang Yuan's sight. Fang Yuan waited for a while, and pretended to tangle with the zombies. Seeing that the time was ripe, he activated jumping grass, and crossed the zombies, and returned to Ding Hao's side. The battle was still going on. There were only 3 people left in the caravan. But what shocked Fang Yuan was that one of the green hair zombies was also destroyed. After asking Ding Hao, Fang Yuan found out that a Gu master had used a rare rank 3 detonation Gu. Eldest senior brother. Ding Hao quickly bowed, his face pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He had never tried to split his mind to control zombies at such a high intensity. Most importantly, cooperating with Fang Yuan's acting had exhausted him. In the past, when he commanded the zombies, they would either retreat or attack. It was not like today, when they attacked with bare fangs and claws, but had to attack empty space. After being hit by Fang Yuan, he had to control these zombies to stay still. Eldest senior brother, how are your injuries? I really didn't mean it, I have healing Gu here. Ding Hao quickly explained. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder, you are good, you are very hardworking. My injuries are not important, I took them myself. Now, put in more effort, and eliminate all these people. Yes. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Ding Hao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Turning around, he gathered his spirit, and pushed countless zombies forward. The 3 survivors knew that they were going to die, one closed his eyes and sighed, one scolded Fang Yuan, and one cried loudly. Under death, everyone's nature was revealed. The zombies drowned these 3 people, and Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Did anyone escape? No, definitely not. According to eldest senior brother's instructions, I also arranged a large circle of zombies outside. Ding Hao quickly replied. Very good, you have done well. Clean up the battlefield, be careful not to leave any traces. Yes, eldest senior brother. Ding Hao had ambushed caravans all these years, but did not expose himself, he had a certain level of skill. Cleaning up the battlefield was easy, and even Fang Yuan secretly nodded his head, pretending to be ordinary zombies attacking caravans. However, although he was older than Fang Yuan, he was not as experienced as Fang Yuan. During this period, Fang Yuan gave him a few pointers, and made up for his mistakes, which made him admire him. For example, Yuan stones could not be taken all, and had to be left behind, the zombies would not pick up Yuan stones. Another example was not to turn all the corpses into zombies, after all, there were deep and shallow zombie poisons, and could not be 100% turned into zombies. Eldest senior brother, please accept these Yuan stones. After a cup of tea's time, Ding Hao sensibly presented the Yuan stones he had obtained. Fang Yuan glanced at it, there were about 13,000 Yuan stones. He accepted them without hesitation, and put them all into tusita flowers. How was your harvest this time? Fang Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder, and asked warmly. Ding Hao's pale face showed excitement, the harvest this time is huge. I got 5 complete bodies, all rank 3 Gu masters. There are also over a dozen Gu master corpses, all of them have been nurtured. After turning into zombies, they are at least black-haired zombies. Ha ha ha, the harvest is good. Take good care of these black-haired zombies, there will definitely be new green-haired zombies. Ding Hao nodded repeatedly, his face full of admiration. This is the first time I have devoured a caravan. It is all thanks to eldest senior brother that you attracted beast groups along the way, weakening them. Ding Hao's harvest is all thanks to eldest senior brother. You are also not bad, you commanded. Well. But looking at your face, you have used too much energy, your mind is haggard, and your soul has already been injured, you need to rest for a while. In our lineage, the maintenance of the soul is very important. If the soul is not strong, the mind will be weak, and it will be harder to command the zombies. Fang Yuan smiled, his voice gentle. Thank you, eldest senior brother, for your concern. Ding Hao had been alone for the last 10 years, this was the first time he was so cared for by others, he could not help but be excited and moved. This agitation caused him to feel a strong dizziness, his body swayed, and if not for Fang Yuan supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. I am ashamed. My cultivation is not up to par, I feel dizzy and my mind cannot operate properly. Ding Hao barely managed to stand up. No worries, go back to the cave and have a good sleep. When you wake up the next day, although your head will be splitting, your mind will be mostly recovered, and you can freely command these zombies. Fang Yuan smiled. Yes. I have experience in this area, once I summoned too many zombies and almost fainted on the spot. Hee hee hee. Ding Hao laughed. I will be leaving soon, little junior brother, I have acknowledged you. Have a good rest, wait for me to return, I will bring you to meet master. By the way, where is that cave of yours? It is at the waist of the mountain, beside a Yin pond. It is very easy to find, the Yin pond is in the shape of a pentagram, very unique. Ding Hao was overjoyed, he quickly replied, eldest senior brother, do you really not want to come to my cave for a while? No, time is tight, I have a secret mission from my master. Oh no, someone faked his death, there is still a fish that escaped the net. Where? Ding Hao's heart shook, he quickly turned to look. The next moment, a bone spear pierced through his head. Plop. Ding Hao fell to the ground, a thick spiral bone spear pierced through his head. Blood and brain matter flowed along the spiral carvings, slowly flowing down. His eyes were wide open, his face frozen with disbelief. The smile on Fang Yuan's face gradually disappeared, he became expressionless. He slowly bent down, grabbed Ding Hao's feet, and slowly dragged him to the ruins of the camp. The fire was still burning, the zombies that had lost their master began to jump aimlessly. The corpses lying on the ground attracted them, tempted them. They crawled on the corpses, and began to gnaw and tear. Fang Yuan dragged Ding Hao's corpse, walking through the corpse-strewn battlefield, his ears filled with the sounds of zombies feasting. He threw Ding Hao into the fire, and quietly watched as Ding Hao's corpse slowly melted. The goo worms on his body also let out mournful cries, and were burned to death one by one. Once Xianxia was recognized by the Shang clan leader, she would be closely investigated by the Shang clan. This battlefield would definitely be of utmost importance. If Ding Hao was unfortunately caught, and interrogated to reveal the truth, then Fang Yuan would be in danger. Even though he was honest, easy to deceive, and a good pawn, compared to Xianxia, his value was far from enough. Moreover, it was dangerous, it was safest to abandon him. And the goo worms on him also had to be abandoned. As long as Fang Yuan brought them with him, second zombie king would be able to find Fang Yuan. Moreover, it would be extremely inconvenient for Fang Yuan to feed the rigid heart goo, and it would also leave traces for the Shang clan's investigation. As for these zombies, after losing their master, they all became ordinary zombies. After they finished gnawing on these corpses, a portion would stay here, while the rest would leave and wander around Mubei Mountain in search of blood and food. It was believed that after their treatment, the entire scene would be more realistic. Seeing Ding Hao's corpse burn to ashes, Fang Yuan slowly turned and left. In the night sky, the crescent moon hung high, the moonlight was like water. Xianxia stood on a rock and looked into the distance, her face full of worry. Brother He too, why isn't he back yet? Could something have happened to him? Little Butterfly echoed. How could something happen to him? Don't worry. Bai Ningbing leaned against a withered tree, thinking what was this Fang Yuan up to again. Time passed bit by bit. Xianxia became increasingly anxious, her brows furrowed tightly. Bai Ningbing also felt something was amiss. It had been at least 15 minutes. Did something really happen to Fang Yuan? She did not care about Fang Yuan's life or death. What she cared about was the Yanggu in Fang Yuan's hands. She could not help but feel a trace of anxiety in her heart. Half of this anxiety came from Fang Yuan's disappearance, while the other half came from the helplessness in Bai Ningbing's heart. Fang Yuan's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. With the Yanggu in his hands, Bai Ningbing had to hold back in order to deal with Fang Yuan. That is, if Fang Yuan acted shamelessly, she would not be able to find a way to deal with him. After traveling with Fang Yuan, she knew what Fang Yuan's character was like. Fang Yuan's cultivation was getting closer to rank 3, the agreed time was approaching. Bai Ningbing became increasingly anxious. Just as the three were discussing on how to rush back to support Fang Yuan, the latter finally appeared on the mountain path. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief, but when Fang Yuan walked in front of her, her heart jumped again. Brother He too, you're injured again. Fang Yuan purposely added a few more wounds on his body. He inhaled a breath of cold air. You guys just left and a green-haired zombie came. Luckily I ran fast. Let's go quickly, it might be chasing us now. Hearing his words, the other three naturally did not dare to stay for long. They hurried through the night. At this point, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved. He behaved himself along the way. After passing Mubei Mountain, they arrived at Twin Generals Mountain. This mountain was a pair of twin peaks, separated by a cliff valley in the middle, facing each other from a distance, giving off a majestic aura. Without the protection of the caravan, it was very difficult for the four of them to walk through the forest. Fortunately, the Blood Tear Mountain was just beyond the Twin Generals Mountain. Blood Tear Mountain had the Zhao family village, and it was no longer a barren mountain. There were signs of human habitation. The most difficult part of the trade route had already been passed, and the danger was greatly reduced. Fang and Bai were wanted by the Bai clan, so they naturally did not go to the Zhao clan. The four of them didn't stop. After passing the Blood Tear Mountain, they passed the Thousand Cavern Mountain, the Giant Mountain, and the Green Algae Mountain. During this period, Fang Yuan's cultivation rose from rank 2 upper stage to peak stage. During the whole journey, they only stopped at a remote village for a short while to resupply. The closer they got to Shangliang Mountain, the wider the mountain path, and the more pedestrians there were. Finally, one day, Shangliang Mountain appeared before their eyes. Phew, is that Shangliang Mountain? Xianxia placed her hand on her eyebrows to block the sunlight. She gazed into the distance and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Miss, we are finally here. Xiao Dai laughed and shook Xianxia's arm excitedly. Bai Ningbing was silent, and only watched. When we reach Shangliang Mountain, we will part ways. Miss Zhang, I have already repaid your kindness. Fang Yuan said. Ah? Xiao Dai exclaimed. She didn't expect Fang Yuan to say this, and stood on the spot at a loss. Xianxia's expression changed. She looked at Fang Yuan with her beautiful eyes, and her eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. These days, although Fang Yuan was quiet, he had already become her pillar of support. Now that he was going to leave, Xianxia immediately felt an emptiness in her heart, and she felt very disappointed. All good things must come to an end. Fang Yuan sighed. Indeed. Xianxia pursed her lips tightly, and felt a little breathless. After spending these days together, she understood Fang Yuan's character. This was a man who meant what he said and had a firm will. Let's go, this place isn't very safe yet. We will part ways at the city gate. Fang Yuan took the lead. The atmosphere of the group fell to a freezing point. Even the chattering Xiao Dai didn't say a word. The closer they got to Shangclan City, the closer they would part ways. Xianxia's footsteps unconsciously slowed down. Shangclan City was her destination. Logically speaking, success was close at hand, but now, she would rather not reach Shangclan City. But the journey was ultimately limited. They arrived at the foot of Shangliang Mountain. The tall city gate of Shangclan City was right in front of them. It was time to part ways. Fang Yuan stared deeply at Xianxia. He nodded and said 2 words. Take care. These two simple words caused Xianxia's body to shake. Fang Yuan turned and left. Wait. Xianxia gathered her courage and suddenly said. In front of the city gate of Shangclan City, people were coming and going, it was very lively. Xianxia's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Yuan, the crowd around her was surging. We will meet again. Benefactor, in your heart, you have repaid the debt of gratitude. But in my heart, you have saved me time and time again. Your kindness is as deep as the ocean and as heavy as a mountain. Benefactor, you said it before, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I will repay you. The young girl's tone was firm, revealing her determination. Fang Yuan smiled at her and turned to leave, his figure gradually fading into the crowd. Xianxia stood on the spot for a long time. Missy, they are so heartless, leaving just like that. Xiao Dai walked over and held her arm. They don't want to implicate us. Even in Shangliang Mountain, their demonic path identity cannot be exposed. Xianxia had a kind heart and always thought of others in a positive light. So that's it. Xiao Dai realized. Although they are demonic Gu masters, they are good people. I have decided, I will make a name for myself in Shangclan City. With my talent, I will definitely make a name for myself. Although I am a mortal and cannot cultivate, I can hire Gu masters to do things for me. In the future, I will definitely repay their kindness. Yes. Missy, I believe you. Strange, since you protected Xianxia along the way, why did you break up on purpose when we reached Shangliang Mountain? I have to remind you, we don't have investigative Gu worms, there are so many people in Shangliang City, don't go overboard if you want to play hard to get. If we lose them, we would be shooting ourselves in the foot, that would be a huge joke. Bai Ningbing stood beside Fang Yuan and reminded him with a sneer. Fang Yuan ignored him and watched Xianxia and Xiao Dai walk into the city before retracting his gaze. According to his previous life's memories, the moment Xianxia entered Shangliang City, Shang clan leader sensed her bloodline. But to confirm and investigate, the domineering Shang clan leader put all the members of the caravan that Xianxia joined under house arrest for investigation and interrogation. After finding out the truth and confirming Xianxia's true identity, Shang clan leader generously compensated the caravan with twice the amount of goods. Xianxia went from a mortal girl to the beloved daughter of Shang clan leader. This caused a huge commotion and became an interesting topic. Thus, he had to part ways with Xianxia. In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were too many Gu that could not see the light of day, especially spring-autumn cicada. Once he was investigated and his aperture was searched, he would be in big trouble. In a normal village, Fang Yuan was not worried about being exposed. Because usually, the clan leader with the highest cultivation was only rank 4. But here, Shang clan leader was rank 5, but not the highest. Shang clan had a supreme elder with rank 6 cultivation. If his consciousness entered Fang Yuan's aperture, no matter how well spring-autumn cicada was hidden, it would be discovered. There was another benefit to bidding farewell. In Xianxia's heart, it would make it seem like he had no desires and did not covet anything from her, deepening the impression that he was just repaying her kindness. In the future, when he meets Xianxia again, he would gain her trust. Actually, the fastest way to form a close relationship with Xianxia was to have sex with her. Fang Yuan could feel that Xianxia had a good impression of him. If he took her virginity, this future Shang clan leader would fall in love with him. Although Fang Yuan was ugly, his charisma had already moved Xianxia's heart. He knew that if he made a request, Xianxia would not reject him. But he could not use this method. Once he did so, he would be Shang clan's son-in-law, and would be kidnapped to Shang clan's war chariot. Fang Yuan could no longer act as he pleased, his every move would be watched by others, his hands and feet would be tied, and even his cultivation would have to be suppressed. If his cultivation increased too quickly, the bone-flesh unity Gu would be exposed. Once the bone-flesh unity Gu was exposed, it would cause a commotion in the world, attracting the greed of all parties. Fang Yuan was very clear, the bone-flesh unity Gu's terrifying value, even Shang clan could not monopolize it. If spring-autumn cicada was also exposed, those rank 6 Gu masters that were rarely seen, and even rank 7 Gu masters would jump out one after another. After reaching rank 6, a person's battle strength would change, and every Gu master would have the strength to contend against an entire clan. Once he had sex with Xianxia. After Xianxia confirmed his identity, be it her or Shang clan leader, they would both find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also a demonic Gu master, with an unknown origin. Investigations and interrogations were unavoidable. If he escaped, he would have to face Shang clan's pursuit and arrest warrant. This was on a completely different level from Bai clan's arrest warrant. Bai clan itself was in a precarious situation, and had no power, while Shang clan was one of the overlords of southern border. By then, Fang Yuan would only have one choice, and that was to escape southern border. Shang Yanfei sat cross-legged in the air, his whole body bathed in flames. The flames were scarlet like blood, quietly burning in the dark void. As Shang clan leader, he was occupied with clan affairs every day, and did not have much time to cultivate. But even so, with his unparalleled aptitude and comprehension, he was able to push his cultivation to rank 5 upper stage, and was only a step away from peak stage. Today's cultivation was about to end, the blood flame slowly faded, slowly converging, and finally returning to Shang Yanfei's long red hair. Without the light of the fire, darkness gradually spread, becoming the master of this place. But suddenly, Shang Yanfei opened his eyes, his pupils were blood red, his gaze like lightning, piercing through the darkness. Shang Yanfei willed and vanished into the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already in Shang clan's outer city. Noisy voices entered his ears, there were all sorts of stalls lining both sides of the street. The passers-by only saw a flash of blood. Flame as a handsome black-robed man with blood-red hair appeared out of nowhere. Oh my god, that scared me. Who is this? He dares to abuse Gu worms in Shang clan city? Many people looked at him in bewilderment, only a few recognized Shang Yanfei, but they did not dare to believe it. Shang Yanfei did not care about these gazes, following the bloodline connection, his sharp gaze landed on Shang Xianxia. The two girls were standing in front of a stall. Missy, this hairpin is beautiful. Xiao Dai took out a jade hairpin from the stall and placed it on Shang Xianxi's hair. Shang Xianxia forced a smile, after leaving Fang Yuan, she was in low spirits. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, was captivated by the bustling scene of the city and became lively again. Suddenly, Shang Xianxia sensed something and turned around. She saw Shang Yanfei at the first moment. In the crowd, the black-robed red-haired Shang Yanfei stood out like a crane among chickens, extremely conspicuous. But what attracted Shang Xianxia was not his appearance, but a mysterious connection and calling that originated from her bloodline. Without saying a word, the moment Shang Xianxia saw Shang Yanfei, she knew this middle-aged man's identity. This was her father. To Shang Xianxia, this word was so mysterious and so distant. It contained so much grief and sorrow, and had accumulated so much grief. When she was young, she had asked her mother countless times about her father. But her mother remained silent. And now, she finally saw her father. So this was the reason mother wanted me to come to Shang clan city before she died. She realized at once, tears falling down uncontrollably. The moment Shang Yanfei saw Shang Xianxia, he thought of her mother and understood her identity. Similar, they were too similar, this child's gentleness was exactly the same as hers. Shang Yanfei's heart ached, he seemed to see her again. That was on a misty spring afternoon, the willows by the lotus pond swayed with the wind. Under the shabby eaves, Shang clan young master Shang Yanfei met a Zhang clan young lady who was hiding from the rain. A gifted scholar and a beautiful woman, love at first sight. They poured out their hearts and pledged their love to each other. However, there was nothing one could do about the affairs of the world. Rivers and mountains and beauties were like fish and bear's paw. How could one have both? The young Shang Yanfei's heart was burning with a strong flame. This flame originated from a man's natural ambition for power and authority. Between ambition and tenderness, between responsibility and freedom, between the pressure of a powerful enemy and the promise of a beautiful woman, he finally chose the former and gave up on the latter. Thus, he defeated his brothers and sisters and ascended to the throne of Shang clan leader. Thus, he became a rank 5 Gu master and had countless beauties. Now, he had many sons and daughters. So, he could not find her, because Zhang clan and Shang clan had been enemies for generations. When one was in the Jianghu, one had no choice. The identity of the patriarch had helped him, but it had also shackled him. The king's every move would cause the winds and clouds to change, and he would receive the attention of the world. As the Shang clan leader, how could he ignore the clan's influence because of his personal feelings? These years, he had tried to convince himself, hiding his guilt and uneasiness, using righteousness and responsibility to numb himself. He thought he had forgotten everything, but when he suddenly saw Xianxia, those memories in the deepest part of his heart, those tenderness, came pouring down like spring rain, enveloping his heart. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, surging, blood was thicker than water, kinship turned into a long river. Shame turned this long river into a sea, instantly drowning and engulfing him. He took a light step forward, disappearing on the spot and appearing in front of Xianxia. Xiao Dai cried out in shock, the surrounding people cast shocked gazes. But the two involved did not sense it. "You, what is your name?" Shang Yanfei tried to speak, his voice was magnetic and filled with warmth. Xianxia did not reply. Tears streamed down from her beautiful eyes. She took a step back, tightly pursing her lips as she stared at Shang Yanfei, her gaze showing stubbornness. It was this man who hurt Mother's heart. It was this man who caused me to suffer discrimination and bullying since young. It was this man who captivated Mother's dreams. Even before she died, she was still thinking about him. It was this man, he is my father. At this moment, her emotions were surging, countless emotions mixed together, forming a violent whirlpool that swallowed her mind. She fainted. "Missy!" Xiao Dai, who was suppressed by Shang Yanfei's aura, suddenly woke up and screamed. But Shang Yanfei was faster than her, pulling Xianxia into his embrace. "Who dares to violate the city rules, using goo worms? Do you want to go to jail?" A group of city guards sensed something was amiss, cursing as they rushed over. "Ah, Lord Clan Leader!" Seeing Shang Yanfei, their expressions changed, kneeling on the ground. The entire street was in an uproar. You are actually Shang Clans." Xiao Dai stammered, unable to speak. Shang Yanfei grabbed Xiao Dai's arm, blood flames flashed, and the three disappeared. "Line up, one by one. To enter Shang Clan City, each person has to pay 10 yuan stone. Once inside, do not misuse goo worms, violators will be sent to jail for at least 7 days." The guards stationed outside the city shouted. On the wall of the city gate, there were many wanted posters. Some of the wanted posters were already old and yellowed. They were covered up, and only a corner of them was visible. Some wanted posters were brand new and were casually pasted on the wall. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing followed the crowd, getting closer to the city gate, and indeed found a wanted poster, issued by Bai Clan Village. Bai Clan Village. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but snort. "Please stop." The city guard arrived in front of Fang and Bai. The two wore ordinary clothes, looking like commoners. Bai Ningbing pulled down her straw hat. "This is 20 yuan stone." Fang Yuan was not nervous, handing over a money bag. After the guard checked, he immediately gave way. Although the city wall next to him was densely packed with wanted posters, it was convenient to look at and compare them. But he did not even glance at them. Those wanted posters were nothing more than a show. Shang Clan prioritized profits. As long as one could pay yuan stone, they could enter the city. Every day, large numbers of demonic goo masters would pass under the guards' eyes. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The loot that the demonic goo masters robbed would be sold in Shang Clan City. At the same time, if they wanted to replenish their goo worms, Shang Clan City was the best choice. It could be said that the demonic goo masters were one of the biggest pillars of Shang Clan City's prosperity. Of course, the demonic goo masters could not be too brazen, entering the city with great fanfare. After all, Shang Clan City was a righteous sect, they had to consider their image. The two walked past the tall city gate, and saw a wide street. The street was crowded with people, with tall and straight green trees planted on both sides of the road. Sunlight shone on the trees, and all kinds of noodle stalls, xiaobing, tofu pudding, vegetables and jewelry vendors were all huddled under the trees, setting up all kinds of stalls. The two walked for a while, and on both sides of the street, there were tall bamboo buildings, yellow mud houses, or brick houses with white walls and gray tiles. Shops, restaurants, inns, and blacksmiths appeared in front of him. "Brother, do you need a place to stay? Our place is very cheap, only half a yuan stone per night." A middle-aged woman walked up, her face full of smiles. Fang Yuan stared at her, and walked away without saying a word. His appearance was frightening, the middle-aged woman's heart jumped, and did not dare to pester him anymore, shifting her target to Bai Ningbing. "Brother, it is not easy to be outside. Our inn is good, we even have little girls at night. You want to go to the brothel street, that is not cheap. We mortals trade our lives for money in the outside world. Our hard-earned money won't make a splash in those places. Our inn's little girls are the best, cheap. Some were ripe peaches, and some were so tender that water could be squeezed out of them. What kind do you want, brother?" The middle-aged woman lowered her voice, her expression ambiguous. She looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's dressing, and mistook them for mortals. Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with black lines. "Scram!" she snorted, her voice chilling to the bone. The middle-aged woman's expression changed, her body stiffened, and she stopped on the spot. "So it is a female. Ha ha ha, big sister Zhang, you must have made a mistake this time." The surrounding people who were also trying to pull people up started to clamor. The middle-aged woman could only smile. Along the way, Bai Ningbing had improved greatly in terms of disguise, even the experienced customers mistook her. Four Seasons Restaurant. An hour later, Fang Yuan stopped in front of a 5-storied building. This building had white walls and black tiles, vermilion doors and pillars, the smell of wine wafted in the air, and the aroma of food permeated the air. It was a famous restaurant in Xianxia City. "Two customers, please come in." The waiter was very good at business, seeing Fang and Bai, he hurriedly walked over and invited them. The two had walked for half a day, climbing up the mountain, they were hungry, so they entered the restaurant. "Two customers, please sit here." The waiter led the way. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, "This hall is too noisy, let's go upstairs." The waiter immediately showed a difficult expression. "I won't hide it from you, there are indeed private rooms upstairs, but they are only open to Gu masters." Fang Yuan snorted, sending out a portion of snow-silver primeval essence. The waiter hurriedly bowed. "I have eyes but failed to recognize MT Tai, please go upstairs." At the entrance of the stairs, the waiter stopped, and a young and beautiful girl with a sweet appearance immediately walked over, saying in a sweet voice, "Two lords, may I know which floor you want to go to? Our Four Seasons restaurant has 5 floors. The first floor is for mortals, the second floor is for rank 1 Gu masters, and the third floor is for rank 2 Gu masters, with a 20% discount. The fourth floor is for rank 3 Gu masters, with a 50% discount. The fifth floor is for rank 4 Gu masters, with a free reception." Fang Yuan laughed. "Let's go to the fourth floor. Steamed lamb, roasted duck, steamed 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, stir-fried carp, assorted intestines, sesame butter rolls, honey yam, shredded fresh peach, 8 treasure ding, steamed bamboo slices, scarlet lips, camel hump, deer antler, bear paw, 3 fresh cassava soup, beeswax pork knuckle, 3 fresh shark's fin." After a while, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing sat in a private room on the 3rd floor. In front of them was a table full of delicious dishes. Fang Yuan took a pair of bamboo chopsticks and casually ate a few mouthfuls. He first ate the steamed bamboo slices, refreshing and invigorating. Then he ate a piece of shredded fresh peach, sweet but not greasy. Then he took the bear paw, tender and tasty. The steamed lamb was also crispy and tender, with some seasoning, the taste was even better. Bai Ningbing drank a mouthful of the 3 fresh cassava soup, her mouth was filled with saliva and the fragrance lingered in her mouth, her appetite was also aroused. "After being with you for so many days, it's rare to see you so generous." While eating, she did not forget to mock Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and did not reply, he knew Bai Ningbing's suspicions and impatience. He had been close to Xianxia, putting in all his effort to protect her. When they reached their destination, they purposely parted. Bai Ningbing could not see through this. And Fang Yuan was already at rank 2 peak stage, only a step away from rank 3. Back then, he and Bai Ningbing had set up a rank 3 agreement, and now they were at the final juncture. But of course Fang Yuan would not keep his promise. In his eyes, honesty was nothing more than a compromise made out of helplessness, or a beautiful disguise, a realistic mask. Fan Yuan was clear about this, and so was Bai Ningbing. So she was impatient. Because she had a premonition that this scoundrel Fan Yuan would definitely break his promise. But she could not do anything to Fan Yuan. The Yanggu was in Fan Yuan's hands, she had to act cautiously. Now that there was no pursuit from Bai clan, there was no beast tied, Fang and Bai ate at the same table, seemingly harmonious and warm, but in fact, their relationship was extremely tense. If they took another step forward, they would fall apart. And this step was when Fan Yuan officially advanced to rank 3. Once he advanced to rank 3, there would be no room for negotiation between him and Bai Ningbing, they would have to face each other head-on. How should he deal with Bai Ningbing? Fan Yuan pondered as he ate. It was impossible for his cultivation to remain stagnant. There would come a day when the conflict would erupt. The current situation was very delicate. Fan Yuan had the upper hand because he controlled the Yanggu, but in fact, Bai Ningbing also had a hold on Fan Yuan's weakness. She had traveled with Fan Yuan and had personally participated in the inheritance of the Whitebone Mountain. She had also personally witnessed how Fan Yuan had attracted the beast horde to attack the caravan. She knew too much. Compared with the potential threat of Ding Hao, Bai Ningbing was undoubtedly much more dangerous to Fan Yuan. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we don't have to worry about Xianxia anymore. However, my cultivation wasn't high enough. Perhaps the best time to kill Bai Ningbing would be on the trade route, but at that time I would still need to borrow her power to ensure my survival. Moreover, Xianxia was beside me, so it would not be easy to make a move. Bai Ningbing has always been secretly on guard against me. She also has the protection of ice skin jade bone, so she could not kill me in one strike. Moreover, her battle awareness is outstanding, and after this period of training, she has become even more ruthless. Fan Yuan's mind was churning, and at the same time, Bai Ningbing was also racking her brains. Ever since I left Qingmao Mountain, I finally have a chance to breathe. I must obtain the Yanggu and turn back into a man. If I directly snatch it, the chances of success are not high, unless I can kill Fan Yuan in an instant. But that scoundrel Fan Yuan, although his cultivation is only at rank 2, his overall battle strength is much higher. He is a freak, his battle experience is incomparably ruthless. Moreover, his thoughts are deep and ruthless, and he does all sorts of evil deeds. There is no morality that can restrain him, and he can do anything. More importantly, I have yet to find out his trump cards. But it is not that I do not have any advantages, his cultivation now depends on me. And I also know a lot of his secrets, maybe I can use these things to force him to compromise. Use poison Bao Gu, and sign an irrevocable contract with him. Other than that, I can also use plunder Gu, plunder Gu, miracle hand Gu and so on to steal the Yang Gu. Bai Ningbing was not stupid, she had been patiently observing along the way, thinking of her schemes. The two ate at the same table, separated by only 2 to 3 steps. They looked like good friends, but they were scheming against each other in their hearts. As the external pressure subsided, the conflict between the two of them became more prominent. In the relatively safe environment of Xiangclan City, they had the time to think about these things. But the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was troublesome. Fan Yuan did things without any qualms, but wasn't Bai Ningbing the same? In her philosophy of life, it was fine as long as she lived an exciting life. Wait, moral principles? What was that? The two of them were very similar, they both looked down on the world, had strong wills, thirsted for strength, and only believed in themselves. From other people's point of view, they were all damned demons, scum that harmed society, and their deaths were a blessing to the world. Precisely because of this similarity, the two of them felt it was troublesome. The most difficult enemy to deal with was often themselves. More importantly, they had a weakness in each other's hands. If they did not strike first and give the other a chance to breathe, the other side would be finished. The more they thought about it, the more they felt a headache. Bai Ningbing is not easy to deal with. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, he had too few resources at hand. Fan Yuan has no weakness at all. Bai Ningbing squinted, her gaze cold. The two could not think of any good ideas, and looked at each other at the same time. Their gazes collided in midair, and then looked away. The dishes in front of them were delicious, but their minds were heavy, and they could not taste it. Although there was a 50% discount, it still cost Fang Yuan 15 yuan stone. As expected of Xianxia City, the prices were not cheap. The two filled their stomachs and left the restaurant. Fang Yuan had just walked onto the street when he heard the discussions of the passers-by. Did you know? Just now at the southern gate, Xianxia leader actually appeared. How is that possible? It's true, he came and left quickly. The entire street was in an uproar. *T. What kind of person is Xianxia leader? Why would he appear on the street for no reason? Rumors spread, some said it was Shang Yanfei, others denied it. Fang Yuan chose the eastern gate, while Xianxia entered the southern gate. When this matter reached the eastern gate, it was already distorted beyond recognition. To Bai Ningbing, this was just a small rumor, she did not pay attention to it. The surrounding people quickly started to talk about other topics. But to an observant person like Fang Yuan, it was the clearest piece of information. He could not help but chuckle. It seemed that Xianxia's matter did not deviate from his memories. Now, he just had to wait for the fruit to ripen and fall on his head. Look, that's a flying blue whale, Clan's caravan is here. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. For a moment, the pedestrians on the street all stopped in their tracks at the same time, looking up at the sky. A huge shadow loomed over them. In the sky, a giant blue whale slowly flew over. It was not appropriate to call it flying, it was better to call it swimming. Flying blue whale, this was a giant beast that could roam freely in the sky. It lived above the eastern sea's 9 heavens, it had a gentle and peaceful nature. Gu masters often used whale enslavement gu to control it and use it for traveling. The flying blue whale's body was huge, like a small mountain, and the caravan hid inside its body as it flew in the sky. Compared to the caravan traveling in the forest, it was not only less dangerous, but also faster. But the flying blue whale had to eat thousands of kilograms of food every day. Unless it was a large clan, they could not afford to raise it. In the whole of southern border, only Yi clan had a flying blue whale. Yi clan was one of the overlords of southern border, its status was similar to Shang clan, and it had countless connections with eastern sea's forces. Truly breathtaking. Bai Ningbing sighed softly. She thought back to the Bai clan village in the past. If this kind of flying blue whale were to fall on the Bai clan village, the entire Bai clan village would probably be destroyed. The giant figure moved on Shangliang Mountain, and the flying blue whale slowly landed on one of the mountain peaks. Fang Yuan could see from afar that it opened its mouth, and countless black dots slowly moved out of its mouth. These black dots were Yi clan's caravan. But the distance was too far, he could not see clearly. Yi clan's caravan is here, it seems the market is going to be turbulent again. I heard Yi clan brought a rank 5 gu this time, and is going to auction it on Shangliang Mountain. Yi clan has connections with Eastern Sea, they must have brought many specialties of Eastern Sea this time, it is worth buying. The passers-by's topic had already completely shifted to Yi clan's caravan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing continued to walk upwards. Guyue village only occupied a corner of Qingmao Mountain, while Xianxia City almost covered the whole of Shangliang Mountain. In southern border, even the number 1 clan, Wu clan, did not have such a large mountain city. The whole Xianxia City had all kinds of buildings, bamboo buildings, mud houses, brick houses, shacks, tree houses, mushroom houses, caves, towers, forts, and so on. When these buildings were mixed together, it was as if Shangliang Mountain had been draped in a layer of colorful clothes. Xianxia City was the center of southern border's trade, it occupied the largest area without a doubt. But if anyone thought this was all of Xianxia City, they would be gravely mistaken. This was only the outer city of Xianxia City. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came to a huge cave. You two want to enter the inner city? Please pay 100 yuan stone each. The Gu master guarding here stretched out his hand and demanded. Just to enter, we need 100 yuan stone? Bai Ningbing expressed her shock. The space in the inner city is small, this is to prevent unrelated people from entering. At the same time, it is convenient to maintain public order. The Gu master politely explained. Fang Yuan paid 200 yuan stone and entered the inner city with Bai Ningbing. Although the inner city was built in the mountains, the streets were wide enough to allow 10 carriages to travel side by side. Once they entered, the human traffic decreased to less than half of the outer city. But Gu masters could be seen everywhere. Rank 1 Gu masters were everywhere, rank 2 Gu masters mixed in, and occasionally 1 or 2 rank 3 Gu masters. Ordinary mortals were few in number. After all, to enter this place, each person had to pay 100 yuan stone. Many Gu masters were unwilling to spend this money even if they had servants to serve them. The lighting in the inner city used a type of charcoal. Charcoal burned for a long time and did not produce any smoke. Fang and Bai walked an average of 100 steps, and they would see a hole dug in the wall, with a pile of charcoal burning inside. Although the heat emitted by the charcoal was not high, with so many charcoal burning continuously, the air in the inner city was still hot and dry. Unlike the outer city, where there were all sorts of buildings, it was very messy. The buildings here had a unified structure and looked similar, using red heat-resistant rocks. All sorts of side roads extended out from the two sides of the street. At the same time, every 500 steps on the street, there would be a huge pillar. The surface of the pillar had a spiral stone staircase that went around the pillar, with a railing on the outside. Through the stone staircase, people could go up or down to the streets of the next level. The inner city was not a normal city, it was three-dimensional. From top to bottom, there were countless streets and houses, all connected to each other, extending in all directions. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked towards the mountain. This was not their destination yet. At a certain place, there was a checkpoint. The Gu masters guarding it had higher cultivation, and the defenses were even tighter. Please stop, do you have a token? The guard stopped Fang and Bai. Shang clan gave out tokens with different authority to different people. This is our first time here. Fang Yuan said. Of course he did not have a token. In that case, please pay 200 yuan stone each. The guard said. Fang Yuan handed over the yuan stone, and the guard let them in. The two thus arrived at 4th Inner City. Shangliang Mountain had been under Shang clan's management for thousands of years. The entire interior of the mountain had been remodeled by Shang clan, roads were dug, buildings were built, and areas were laid out. Thus, the inner city was extremely large. From the inside to the outside, it was divided into 5 districts. The first inner city was also called the Central Inner City. It was the center of Shang clan's political power, and also an important military location. The second inner city, also known as the Family City, was only for Shang clan disciples to stay in. The third inner city had an elegant environment and fresh air. It was a high-class area. The fourth inner city was the middle area. The fifth inner city was a low-end district. Further out was the outer city, where there was a huge flow of people. Compared to the inner city, the management of the loading and unloading of goods was more chaotic. This kind of building structure was like a termite hill on Earth. The termite hill was 4 to 10 meters high, and the ants lived inside. The tiny tunnels were interconnected, and it was extremely intricate. As soon as the two of them entered the fourth inner city, they felt the air was moist and the temperature was dropping. The fourth inner city was a grade higher than the fifth inner city. Not only was the entrance tax doubled, but it was also reflected in other aspects. First of all, they did not use cheap charcoal, but planted a large amount of rank 1 grass goo. Its name was Moonlight Creeper. This vine leaf plant was attached to the walls on both sides of the street, spreading out and could be seen everywhere. Their rhizomes were dark blue, and the leaves were wide and large, emitting a faint blue moonlight. In one section of the tunnel, there were tens of thousands of leaves, emitting a gentle blue light. Because of the large number of vine leaves, the air here was moist, and water vapor spread. At the places close to the ground, it condensed into mist. The moonlight refracted in the mist, forming a light mist. It gave people the illusion that they were strolling in a fairyland when they walked on the street. The buildings here were decorated with carvings. There were artificial lawns, flower beds, and occasionally fake mountains, pavilions and so on. There were even fewer people on the road. Rank 2 Gu masters had already become the mainstream. After all, to a rank 1 Gu master, just the 200 primeval stones at the entrance was a huge expenditure. The most obvious feeling was that the streets of the fifth inner city were still very noisy. But here, it was much quieter. The two walked deeper into the city, and arrived at the city gate. Without a token, if you want to enter third inner city, you will have to pay 600 yuan stone. The guard Gu master leader was already rank 3. Fang Yuan handed over the yuan stone, and finally arrived at 3rd district. This place was different from 4th inner city. All the construction materials used were star stones. This stone was widely used by Gu masters to refine Gu, and could emit bright starlight in the darkness. The whole of 3rd inner city used star stones. Not only the buildings, even the streets were paved with stone slabs made of star stones. Looking around, there was a sea of starlight, and one's vision was clear, without the obstruction of the light mist. The air was also very fresh. Looking around, there were pavilions with red walls and green tiles. Bamboo forests and famous trees were transplanted, fake mountains were built, and even spring water was drawn in, causing water to flow. There were few people on the streets, it was quiet and pleasant, like a star palace. So rich and imposing. By Ning Bing estimated, just the cost of the facilities in front of them was a dizzying amount. Shang clan was the wealthiest clan in southern border. Some people said that a single leg hair was thicker than a person's waist. Although this was an exaggeration, it was not groundless. Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain, the whole of Shang clan city was a 3-dimensional mountain. Shang clan's businesses were spread all over southern border. How much wealth Shang clan had, no outsider could say for sure. But Fang Yuan at least knew, just the cost of building this 3rd inner city was comparable to the combined wealth of a dozen Guyue villages. At this place, even rank 2 Gu masters were rarely seen. Occasionally, the two would see a Gu master, almost all of them rank 3. This was Fang Yuan's destination. If he went deeper, he would reach 2nd inner city. But to enter 2nd inner city, it was not a matter of yuan stone, he needed a token issued by Shang clan. And this token had to be of a high standard. Tongyu shop. Fang Yuan looked at the signboard, and walked in. This was a shop that sold Gu worms. Esteemed guests, please have a seat inside. A young girl in charge of reception walked over and said softly. Her aura was revealed, she was actually a rank 1 Gu master. Although Fang and Bai were wearing mortal clothes, one was ugly and one was in dire straits, this Gu master girl still had a respectful attitude, showing her outstanding character. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were led into a private room. This was an individual room, with sandalwood tables and chairs, carved beams and painted rafters, and paintings hung on the pure white walls. The words were like dancing dragons and phoenixes, the strokes strong and firm. Through the window, one could see the courtyard, with green trees and red flowers, and the chirping of birds. The young Gu master girl served 2 cups of fragrant tea, and left. As soon as she left, an old man walked in. I wonder if esteemed guests, are you here to buy or sell? The old man was a rank 2 Gu master, he cupped his fists and asked with a smile. I want to buy and also sell. Fang Yuan raised his cup as he answered. The old man laughed, and 2 rays of light flew out of his body, floating in front of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. They were 2 bookworms. The bookworm was only a rank 1 Gu worm, but it was extremely precious, comparable to the liquor worm. Once it appeared in the market, it would be snatched up by people. Thus, it was often priceless. It was shaped like a silkworm chrysalis, and although it had a head, chest, and abdomen, its body was like a spindle, round and cute. Its whole body was pure white, and its surface seemed to be coated with a layer of enamel, giving it a glossy shine. Touching it, it was smooth and moist, like a high-quality porcelain. Bookworm was a storage-type Gu, similar to the tusita flower. The difference was, tusita flower stored objects, while bookworm stored intangible knowledge and information. Even if it self-destructed, it would only explode into a harmless white light. Please take a look. The old Gu master said. The 2 bookworms were refined by him, and could be considered as being lent to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang and Bai each mobilized a portion of snow-silver primeval essence, injecting it into the bookworm. The bookworm immediately turned into a white light, entering between the 2's eyebrows. Immediately, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's minds gained a wealth of information. These contents were deeply imprinted in their minds, as if they had been repeatedly recited. Bai Ningbing was secretly tongue-tied. Tongyu shop sold tens of thousands of Gu worms. There were so many of them that it dazzled one's eyes. Among them, there was no lack of rare Gu worms like bookworm and liquor worm. From low to high, it covered rank 1 to rank 5. Of course, there were no rank 6 goo worms. Every goo worm had a detailed introduction, explaining their effects. There was even a price, and for some higher-ranked, rare and precious goo worms, there were all kinds of token standards. This meant that goo masters had to have the token issued by Shang clan to have the qualifications to buy these goo worms. Fang Yuan needed to buy large amounts of goo worms. After roughly looking through it, he retracted his mind and called out the bookworm, returning it to the old man. Although he had tens of thousands of yuan stone on him, there was still a huge gap to buy these goo worms. The crucial point was not just money, some of the goo that he planned to buy also had token standards. Dear customer, what do you like? If you buy in large quantities, our Tongyu shop will give you a corresponding discount. The old man smiled. Seeing Fang Yuan and Bai Ning being snow-silver primeval essence, his tone became even more polite. Fang Yuan waved his hand, no hurry, I have goo worms to sell. Saying so, he summoned a bone spear goo. The old man was not surprised, there were many who came to Tongyu shop to buy goo worms, but there were also many who sold goo worms. He held the bone spear goo, and with just a glance, his face showed a trace of astonishment. He had never seen a bone spear goo before. Of course he had never seen one before. This was Grey Bone Scholar's unique goo worm, it was never sold in the market. Esteemed customer, please enlighten me. The old man's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists. Fang Yuan nodded, drinking a mouthful of tea, no problem, this is called bone spear goo, it is a goo worm of a clan. I will lend it to you, you will know once you try it. The old man tested it on the spot, muttering, this goo, although it is only rank 1 and is not well raised. But its attack is not bad, and it is unique, it is worth this price. 310, seeing the old man's figure, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Liquor worm's market price was 580 yuan stone, bookworm was slightly higher sometimes, reaching 600. Black and white boar goo was also 600 yuan stone. But these goo were all rare rank 1 goo, and because they were few in number, their prices were high. An ordinary rank 1 goo was around 250 yuan stone. And a consumable rank 1 goo like the vitality leaf was 50 yuan stone per piece. Setting the bone spear goo's price at 310 was already not bad. The old man from Tongyu shop did not try to lower the price. But even so, Fang Yuan had to raise the price as much as possible. To him, haggling was a skill that he had mastered in his previous life. After a few words, the old man had no choice but to raise the price by another 10 yuan stone. One bone spear goo, 320 yuan stone. Alright, let's go with this price. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and a bunch of light spots flew out of his aperture. 56 bone spear goo floated in front of the old man, scaring him a little. So many. He immediately regretted. Every increase of 10 yuan stone, he would have to pay close to 600 yuan stone. In fact, when Fang Yuan was at Baigoo Mountain, he had taken 200 bone spear goo. But along the way, due to the lack of food, most of them had died, and only this much was left. 56 goo, that is 17,920 yuan stone. I will order someone to bring the yuan stone over. The old man kept the bone spear goo. No hurry, let's look at this goo first. Fang Yuan smiled, and summoned a spiral bone spear goo. This is a rank 2 goo, it seems to be the bone spear goo. The old man showed a shocked expression. That's right, after the bone spear goo fusion is completed, you can obtain the spiral bone spear goo. It has a penetrating force and is quite powerful. Its power is quite impressive. Fang Yuan introduced in a timely manner. The old man tested it, and it was indeed as Fang Yuan said. He quoted a price of 780 yuan. After a few rounds of bargaining, Fang Yuan raised the price to 800 yuan per pill. He had taken good care of these spiral bone spear goo, there were 20 in his aperture. In this way, it was sold for a price of 16,000 primal stones. Let's look at this goo, 7,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan quoted the price and took out the bone spike goo. He continued with the introductions. The old man held the bone spike goo, but did not dare to test it carelessly, smiling bitterly. This goo is a rank 3 goo, but it deals 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 to oneself. When the bone spikes pierced through the flesh, it would definitely be extremely painful. To use it, a healing goo was needed. 7,000 is too high, 6,500 yuan stones, this number is just right. Let's not haggle. I'll give you a little more. Let's make it $6,700, Fang Yuan said. In the previous 2 rounds of confrontation, this made the old man realize how troublesome Fang Yuan was. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. Deal. That will be 40,620 yuan stone. Fang Yuan's eyes turned as he reported the exact number. The old man suddenly bent his back. He bowed towards Fang Yuan. Esteemed customer, I have never seen these goo worms you want to sell after so many years of managing the shop. Moreover, they are all interconnected. Layer by layer, they seem to be of the same origin. May I ask, esteemed customer? Do these goo belong to the same inheritance? Fang Yuan nodded. Anyone with discerning eyes can tell. That's right, I inherited an inheritance by chance and obtained these goo worms. The old man's expression turned joyful. In that case, esteemed customer must have the corresponding goo refinement recipe. Esteemed customer's luck is truly enviable. Why don't you sell these recipes to my shop as well? Fang Yuan frowned. The rarer something was, the greater its value. Bone spear goo, spiral bone spear goo, bone spike goo, not only he had them, Bai clan also had them. So be it if he sold them. But he had obtained the complete fusion recipe from Flesh Sack's secret chamber. It was the only one in the world. Such things could not be sold easily. As long as they are goo worms and recipes below rank 6, they are all valuable. But, how much yuan stone can you offer? Fang Yuan thought about it and asked. As long as the price was right, this recipe could be sold. He needed money. The 40,000 yuan stone he obtained from selling bone spear goo and the others was far from enough for his plan. The old man raised 2 fingers, 200,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan had sold so many goo worms, but it was only 40,000. A formless recipe, however, could be sold for 200,000. Teaching a man to fish was better than teaching him to fish. The method to catch fish was far more valuable than the fish itself. Because being able to catch fish meant that there would be an endless supply of fish. To Tongyu shop, with the recipe, it meant that bone spear goo and the others could be produced continuously. It would become a long-term trading point, with no other shops. Thus, the price of the white bone recipe would naturally be much higher. But Fang Yuan sneered, 200,000, you dare to offer this price? The old man's face turned red. This price was indeed too low. He immediately said, 300,000. Fang Yuan shook his head and was about to leave. The old man gritted his teeth, 500,000. This price is more reasonable. I will sell it to you for 680,000. Fang Yuan leisurely sipped his tea. The old man had a bitter expression. 500,000 is already my highest price. Esteemed customer, you sold so many bone spear goo, we can actually hire a recipe master to reverse engineer your recipe. It is already not bad to be able to sell it for 500,000. Fang Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. This recipe in my hands is unique in the world. At least 650,000, otherwise I will not sell. You are not the only shop in Xianxia City, am I right? Esteemed customer, you might not know this, but although there is more than one shop in Xianxia City, they are all under the jurisdiction of my young manager. Esteemed customer, if you cannot sell it here, you will not be able to sell it anywhere else. If you do not sell the recipe, I am afraid you will not be able to sell these goo worms. The old man cupped his fists, his tone was soft but firm, containing a hint of threat. Oh? Then I would like to try. Fang Yuan retrieved all his goo worms and stood up to leave. Esteemed customer, I will advise you nicely, please stay and sell it. The old man urged him to stay. Fang Yuan ignored him and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing could only follow closely behind. Esteemed customer, you will definitely come back to me. The old man sneered. After Fang and Bai left Tongyu shop. The moment Fang and Bai left, the old man came to the secret room and activated his primeval essence, shooting out a goo. This goo turned into a ray of light and entered the bronze mirror on the wall of the secret room. Ripples appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror, and a young man's face appeared. Subordinate greets young master. Seeing this young Gu master, the old man quickly knelt on the ground. What do you want? This young man was one of Shang clan's young masters, Shang Jibao. He was only 18 years old, the prime of his youth. But he had been indulging in wine and women for a long time. His face was thin, his skin was pale and his eyes were lifeless. The old man told him about Feng Yuan's matter. Shang Jibao's eyes shone with an excited and sinister light. Very good, he cried. Heaven never bars one's way. I was just worrying about how to keep my young clan leader position, but heaven sent me such a huge gift. I need to get this inheritance. With this great achievement, I will be able to pass this year's evaluation. I will do my best, but I am only in charge of Tangyu's shop, the other shops, I will arrange it, If these two want to sell their goo worms, they can only lower their heads to me. Shang Jibao snorted in disdain. 8 Treasures shop, I am sorry, the higher-ups have informed me that you want to sell goo. Please go to Tangyu's shop. Yuan Fong building, so it is 2 esteemed guests. If esteemed guests can sell the recipe, everything can be discussed. Stand-alone pavilion, you two are esteemed guests, I am doing business. Why would I chase away my guests? But I have no choice. After going to 3 shops, Fong Yuan did not manage to sell his goo worms. Haha. To think you would suffer such a setback. It seems that old thing was right, this is his territory. Bai Ningbing did not hold back on attacking Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was rejected several times, but his expression was still calm. Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei has many children, but there is only 1 young clan leader position, and 10 young master positions. Every year, Shang clan leader will conduct an evaluation to choose the young clan leader, and get rid of the worst among the 10 young masters. The vacated position will be filled by his other children. Bai Ningbing had a flash of inspiration, so it is like this. This means that this Shang clan young master is either competing for the young clan leader position, or protecting the young master position. Otherwise, he would not make such a big fuss. Fong Yuan clapped, this is Shang clan's 3rd inner city, we cannot use force here. Even if Bai clan's people come to capture us, they cannot do so here. To Shang clan young masters, the restriction is even greater. The evaluation is near, our every move will be watched by others. We are not in a hurry, let's find a place to stay first. Once they reached Shang clan city, they would not have to worry about food. At most, they would raise these bone spear goo for a few more days, and see who can outlast the other. At the same time, 1st inner city. Did you find out? Shang Yanfei stood by the window, looking at the scenery of the courtyard. This lady is indeed clan leader's flesh and blood. Furthermore, her soul was normal, and she wasn't possessed by someone. We have already contacted Zhang clan's clansmen and confirmed her identity. But there is something strange, she came to Shangliang Mountain with a caravan. But we could not find anyone else in the caravan with her. External clan elder Wei Yang reported. Xianxia did not speak, but sighed inwardly, oh heavens, thank you for giving me a chance to make up for my guilt. I have already let down a woman, I will not let down this daughter of mine. Xianxia sat in front of the table, looking at the rising steam of the tea, her eyes lost focus. From Xiao Dai, she learned of Shang Yanfei's identity. She did not expect her father to be the great Shang clan leader. A man with great authority, every move of his could affect the entire southern border. Then why did he not go and see her mother? Shang Xianci was naturally intelligent, she quickly understood why Shang Yanfei abandoned her and her mother. But even before her death, her mother still missed him. Shang Xianci's heart was filled with sorrow and hatred, but most of all, she was at a loss. She did not know how to face this father who suddenly appeared. But it was impossible to escape. Someone knocked on the door, "Sire, can I come in?" Xiao Dai immediately became nervous. Shang Yanfei smiled and entered the house. Xiao Dai hurriedly bowed, but Shang Xianci sat by the table, motionless, not even moving her eyes. Shang Yanfei also sat beside the table, his voice was extremely gentle, "Sire, how are you feeling now?" Shang Xianci was not an unruly person, she stood up and took a few steps back, bowing lightly. Shang clan leader need not worry too much, I fainted because I was too emotional, I have recovered now, I can hear and see clearly, I am fine now. Xianxia quickly waved his hand. He, you are fine, sit down and talk. Xianxia only called him Shang clan leader, such a deliberately distant tone made his heart ache. Xianxia sat down again. Xiao Dai reacted and poured some tea for Xianxia. Tell me, how have you been living these years? Xianxia gently looked at Xianxia. I'm doing okay. Xianxia's answer was brief. It was obvious that she did not want to talk about it further. On the other hand, Xiao Dai grumbled, Miss has always been ostracized by the clan since she was young. After Madame passed away, they became even more aggressive. They even wanted to annex our family's property. They were too hateful. Master, you have to uphold justice for Miss. Little Butterfly, pour your tea properly. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Little Butterfly. Xiao Dai immediately shut up and stopped talking. Xianxia suffered a setback but was not angry at all. His heart was filled with tender affection. He smiled. By the way, how did you get here? It's a long way from the Zhang family to here. Master. You almost couldn't see the young miss. Our journey this time was filled with danger. There were thousands of people in the caravan, but only the 4 of us were left. Fortunately, we met the help of Sir Hei-Tu and Sir White Cloud, otherwise. Xiao Dai couldn't hold it in and blurted out. Xiao Dai. Xianxia glared at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai could only shut her mouth again. Xianxia memorized the 2 names Hei-Tu and Bai Yun as he smiled and said, From now on, you will live here, it is very safe. When you are free, you can take a walk in the courtyard or the streets outside. You've just arrived here, so you're not familiar with the place yet. It's easy for you to get lost. I will send one of your maidservants over. She is familiar with the environment here. I'll be leaving first. You guys cultivate well. Xianxia could tell that Xianxia needed time to adjust himself. He had to give her time and space to adapt. Old Master is such a good person, although you are the Shang clan leader, you are so kind. Miss, he is your biological father after all. Xiao Dai advised as she watched Xianxia leave. I know. From the first time I saw him, I understood Mother's good intentions. Before Mother died, she told me to come to Shangliang Mountain, but she didn't say anything. Because she wasn't sure if he would recognize me as his daughter. Although he did recognize me now, I didn't feel good about it. Everything happened so suddenly. Miss, no matter what, no matter where you go, Little Butterfly will always be by your side. Little Butterfly sat in front of the table, grabbed Xianxia's hand, and encouraged her. Xianxia nodded, moved, and put her other hand on Xiao Dai's hand. Of course, it would be even better if Miss could stay. After all, this was a Shang clan. Oh my god, glory, splendor and wealth are at your fingertips, Miss. Even Zhang clan is not fit to carry Shang clan's shoes, Miss. Xiao Dai made a face as she shouted. You. Xianxia was angry and amused at the same time, she felt helpless towards Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai giggled, her laughter slowly infected Xianxia, dispelling some of the depression in her heart. Xianxia walked out of the room, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. He was dressed in a black robe and had blood-red hair, his face was handsome, his eyes flickered with cold light, his habitually pursed lips revealed his resolute and decisive personality. He was Xianxia, this generation's Shang clan leader. He was vicious and merciless. For the position of clan leader, he had forced 2 brothers and 1 sister to commit suicide. He was decisive in killing. When he had just ascended to the position, a remote village thought it was too far away and attacked a Shang clan's caravan. He stood his ground against the opinions of the masses and spent a huge amount of resources on an expedition, slaughtering everyone in the village. He beheaded all the captives who surrendered, piling up their heads into a small hill, and placed them in front of the elders who opposed the expedition. He was ruthless. After ascending to the position, he consolidated his authority, promoted his trusted aides, and suppressed those who disagreed. At once, he established more than 10 external clan elders. In just 3 years, he was the only voice left in the entire Shang clan's higher-ups. He had great foresight and talent in management. After so many years, Shang clan's caravan had expanded by more than 3 times. More than 100 clans expressed their allegiance to Xiang clan, becoming an enormous hidden force. He appointed people based on merit, even his own children were no exception. Originally, Xiang clan had 15 young master positions. After he ascended to the position, it was reduced by a third. What was even rarer was that he had outstanding talent with a great aptitude, and while he was in charge of the clan, his cultivation also continued to rise, making others jealous and envious. This was Xianxia, the man who stood at the peak of the southern border's mortals. Subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. A young female Gu master bowed towards him. Tianlan, from today onwards, you will serve Lady Xianxia with all your heart. Understand? Xianxia said coldly. Subordinate understands. The young girl nodded. When you are around Lady Xianxia, pay more attention and ask around. Miss Xianxia may not like to talk much, but the servant girl beside her is very outspoken. She is your breakthrough point. I want you to find out how they came to Shangliang Mountain. Yes, subordinate understands. Alright, you can go now. Subordinate takes her leave. Tianlan was an orphan Xianxia adopted, she was loyal and could be used without worry. She was also very capable, and 3 days later, she completed her mission. Hey Tu Baiyun? Demonic Gu Master. Xianxia rubbed his chin. If this is true, I have to thank the two of them properly. But to prevent other possibilities, I need to investigate again. Thinking of this, Xianxia called Wei Yang, go find these two, one is He Tu, the other is Baiyun, a male and female, demonic Gu masters. Their appearance is. Third Inner City. It has already been 3 days, have those two been living in Nanqiu Garden? Yes, young master. From that day onwards, they have been living in seclusion. At most, they would come out to buy some milk from cows and sheep. Subordinate guesses that the milk is used to feed those Gu worms. Damn it. Xianxia gritted his teeth, his gaze was like a knife, wishing he could crush Fang and Bai. The evaluation was about to begin, and among the 10 young masters, he was the last. If he did not have any results, he would definitely be eliminated. Xianxia had many children, but there were only 10 young master positions in Xiang clan. Between ordinary children and young masters, Xiang clan's treatment was like heaven and earth. Young masters were the center of attention, they could control one of Shangliang City's businesses, they had limitless glory and great profits. Young clan leaders were even more incredible. But if they were ordinary children, their treatment was no different from ordinary clansmen. Xianxia had already experienced the power of a young master, if he was to return to the life of an ordinary child, he might as well die, thus, he had to get that inheritance. Not only did he have to get it, he had to lower the price. The lower the price, the better his results would be. But Fang and Bai were stubborn like rocks, not willing to lower their heads to him. If this was 4th Inner City or 5th Inner City, he could play some tricks and force them to lower their heads. But these two were staying in 3rd Inner City, even if Xianxia had 100 guts, he would not dare to use force here. This can't go on, they are wasting time, but I can't. Looks like I have to go personally, humph. The more Xianxia thought, the more restless he became. Finally, he brought a group of confidants to Nanqiu Garden. Nanqiu Garden was a garden for esteemed guests to stay in. In 3rd Inner City, there were no inns, only small gardens like this one. Staying here for a day would cost 30 yuan stone. 10 days would be 300, in a month, it would be close to 1,000 yuan stone. Nanqiu Garden's price, in 3rd Inner City, was considered cheap. Some large gardens cost 100 yuan stone a day. And some special gardens, even if you had yuan stone, you would not be able to stay, you had to have a Shangclan token. In Shangclan City, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Especially in 3rd Inner City, the prices were very high. When Xianxia brought his men to visit, Fang and Bai were playing chess in the pavilion beside the lotus pond. Xianxia snorted, and said in an indifferent tone, "You two sure are in a good mood, why didn't you go to other shops to ask?" What is there to ask? Those who want to buy will naturally come here, don't you think so? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. You. Xianxia was furious, Fang Yuan's attitude made him very unhappy. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions with difficulty, and said arrogantly, I see that you two have it tough, forget it, 500,000 yuan stone it is. Are you happy now? 500,000 yuan stone? Hee, not selling. The lowest price is 650,000. Fang Yuan glanced at Xianxia before turning his gaze back to the chessboard. Xianxia's eyes squinted, walking a few steps to Fang Yuan, and threatened in a low voice, "You two demonic goo masters, still pretending. I've already investigated your background, this inheritance was snatched from my clan, right? I heard you even killed by clan's two young clan leaders? I advise you to stop while you're ahead, and quickly sell it. Let me tell you, these few days, a Thai clan group has already arrived at Shangliang Mountain, and are investigating your whereabouts. Tell me, if I tell them you are here, what will happen?" "Oh? Then go ahead and tell them." Fang Yuan laughed. "You." Xianxia pointed at Fang Yuan, unable to endure it anymore. "Let me tell you, 500,000 yuan stone is enough to show my sincerity. Other than selling it to me, do you have any other choice?" "None. This is my territory, you better understand the situation." Right at this time a light descended from the sky, turning into a goo master. This goo master looked around, and slightly bowed, saying to Fang and Bai, "Sirs He Tu and Bai Yun, I am Wei Yang, under orders from clan leader, I invite you two to second inner city for a chat." What? Lord Father wants to meet them? Xianxia felt a bolt of lightning striking him, his eyes opened wide, showing a terrified expression. Xianxia turned pale with fright. Suppressing the price was against the rules, if he was found out, he would be severely punished. This was an organization. Once one was in a high position, they had to follow the rules of the organization. The rules of the organization were used to protect the interests of the upper echelons, even though many organizations claimed to represent the interests of the majority, it was just a gimmick. Thus, the higher one was, the more they had to follow the rules. In contrast, the middle and lower echelons could be corrupted. Of course, at the upper echelons, the benefits of the individual and the organization were closely intertwined. Often, the organization's benefits represented their own benefits. Xianxia was only a fake upper echelon, he was one of the 10 young masters of Shang clan, he was the center of attention, but his true authority came from his father. Thus, he was just a rootless duckweed. This meant that when he violated the rules, the punishment he would receive would be even harsher. Because many people were watching him. Impossible, I had already investigated before coming here, and even spent a lot of yuan stone to buy information on them from Fengyu Manor. These two are demonic goo masters, and are wanted, they are stray dogs, why would Lord Father summon them? Xianxia felt this was unthinkable. It was like a tycoon was making things difficult for two beggars. Suddenly, the imperial edict came, these two beggars were summoned by the emperor. The reason why Xianxia dared to suppress Fang Yuan was because he saw that they were alone, he wanted to cover the sky with one hand and do this in secret, no one would know and it would be foolproof. Of course, there were risks in this. But to protect his young master position, Xianxia had to take the risk. These two people clearly have no background at all. How did they get involved with father? Damn it, has the world gone crazy? What should I do? If the two of them leak this matter out, my young lord position is definitely finished. Kill them? No, that was courting death. In third inner city, I have no chance. Now that I have father's attention, it is even more impossible. Most importantly, these two bastards, he is rank 3 peak stage. How can I live like this? In an instant, Xianxia's thoughts moved like lightning, trying to think of a solution. His eyes moved around, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This time, it was too much. Damn it, what else can I do? What else can I do? He roared anxiously in his heart. Shang clan leader is summoning us? What's the reason? Fang Yuan expressed his confusion. Bai Ningbing was even more confused. What was going on? She first suspected that it was Fang Yuan's doing, so she cast a glance at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan's puzzled expression confused her. She couldn't help but think that she and Fang Yuan had always been inseparable. If Fang Yuan wanted to do something, how could he hide it from her? Furthermore, what kind of person was Shang clan leader? He stood at the peak of the mortal world. Even with Bai Ningbing's pride, she had to admit Xiang Yanfei's power and influence. But why do I feel like something is wrong, as if I have overlooked something? Wei Yang smiled. Don't worry, if Shang clan wanted to harm you, why would they need to go through so much trouble? This is a friendly invitation. The clan leader is very interested in the two of you. It is our honor to be summoned by Shang clan leader. We can set off immediately. Fang Yuan threw away the chess piece in his hand and stood up. Xianxia was anxious. He quickly said, 650,000 yuan stone, we have a deal. Fang Yuan glanced at him and smiled. Sorry, I do not intend to sell the recipe. Xianxia's face turned pale, his mouth was dry. He looked at Fang Yuan with a pleading gaze. I was too impatient, please forgive me. The price can be negotiated. After you return, we can discuss in detail. We can have a good talk. Fang Yuan smiled faintly without saying a word. Who would want to talk to you? But temporarily stabilizing this person could prevent him from doing anything out of desperation. It would reduce some trouble. Thus, Fang Yuan nodded. If Shang clan young master is sincere, I will look forward to it. Xianxia's expression relaxed, revealing a grateful and joyful expression. It was like a person who was about to fall off a cliff, suddenly grabbing onto a tree on the cliff. All right, I will wait for you. He quickly said. Esteemed guests, please. Wei Yang extended his hand. Please. Following Wei Yang, Fang and Bai arrived at the second inner city. Bai Ningbing was looking forward to the luxurious second inner city, but here, she was shocked and disappointed. The second inner city was mainly made of stone houses. It was extremely simple, even inferior to the fourth inner city. However, she quickly realized something, and her expression became solemn. It had always been, it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, but easy to go from frugality to extravagance. Shang clan was as wealthy as a mountain, but abided by simplicity. This was not being stingy, but to maintain the vitality of the entire clan. Wei Yang brought the two to a private residence. Esteemed guests, why don't you have some fruits here? Lord Clan Leader has just come out of closed cultivation and is handling some matters. He will be here soon. This is the clan leader's private residence. Please stay here and do not casually walk around. I will take my leave. There was no one in the private residence. Wei Yang left, leaving Fang and Bai here. The two of them waited here for a full 6 hours, but did not even see the shadow of a ghost. Wei Yang said they could have some fruits, but where were they? There wasn't even tea. For the first hour, Fang Yuan sat on a wooden chair with a wide back. For the second hour, he muttered to himself. Gradually unable to sit still, showing an anxious expression. By the 6th hour, he was visibly restless and pacing around the house. Humph, who is this Shang clan leader? He wants us to wait here. Where is he himself? Such arrogance. Fang Yuan paced back and forth, his tone indignant. Can you sit down? My eyes are going blurry, can't you just cultivate in peace? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. This was not like the usual Fang Yuan. This is strange. Do you think Shang clan leader really wants to see us? Fang Yuan frowned. How would I know? I was the one who wanted to ask you. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes, asking suspiciously, did you do something bad and offend Shang clan? Fang Yuan snorted, I have been with you for a long time, you still don't know me? There is no one in this private residence, it makes me feel uneasy. Let's go out and take a look. Bai Ningbing thought about it, standing up, all right. Fang and Bai walked out of the house. This courtyard was not big, and there was nothing strange about it. At the same time, in first inner city. In the study room, colorful smoke coiled and rose in front of Xiang Yanfei, showing Fang and Bai's image. Wei Yang, what do you think of these two? Xiang Yanfei sat, testing his trusted aide. Wei Yang pondered, from what I can see, these two are demonic goo masters. According to the information, they are rank 3 peak stage at such a young age, their talent is unparalleled. Among these two, He Tu is more straightforward and has a strong drive. Bai Yun, on the other hand, has a deep mind and is more shrewd. He Tu, Bai Yun, these names should be fake. Your analysis is good. In that case, you will be in charge of receiving these two in these days. Let's test their skills and probe their background. Xiang Yanfei finished speaking and withdrew the colorful mist. He was only concerned about Xianxia and had no interest in Fang and Bai. He already had a preliminary understanding of the personalities of these two people after a little probing just now. Combining with the information he had, Shang Yanfei had a rough impression of them. Demonic Gu masters were not all crazy people. These two were not bad, maybe because they were young, but one could clearly feel their pride. Usually, people with principles were people with lofty and unyielding character. First impressions were very important. Honestly speaking, Shang Yanfei had a good impression of Fang and Bai. But he was a cautious person, and people who could sit in his position were all cautious. He was still waiting. Waiting for the people he sent out to investigate to return. Waiting for everything to be confirmed and stable. Deal with it like this, go ahead. Shang Yanfei waved his hand, and from the tall stack of documents on the table, he took out the top one. He had only been in closed cultivation for half a month, and there were already so many matters piled up. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked around this private residence, and indeed, there was no one. The two were hesitating whether to go out and take a look, when Wei Yang turned into light and arrived. Both of you, Lord Clan Leader is busy and cannot leave. This meeting can only be cancelled. He apologized with a sincere expression. What? You want us to come and go as you please? Fang Yuan was indignant. Bai Ningbing was silent, not saying anything. Wei Yang smiled, both of you are esteemed guests, how could the Shang clan chase our esteemed guests away? To express his apologies, Lord Clan Leader has specially ordered me to receive you too. I have already booked a banquet at Xianxia restaurant, I hope you two esteemed guests will come. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other, before Fang Yuan said, coincidentally, we are hungry, let's go fill our stomachs first. Xianxia restaurant was one of the top restaurants in Shang Clan City, occupying an entire floor of third inner city. The style was elegant, the dishes were sumptuous, and there were specialized gu masters as chefs, using special gu worms to cook. Thus, the dishes they made were all top-notch delicacies that could not be obtained through ordinary means. The meal lasted for over 4 hours, there were over 100 dishes, each with their own specialties. The wine was exquisite, and the aftertaste was endless. But Bai Ningbing did not eat much, as she was worried about the Shang clan leader's invitation. During the banquet, she tried to probe Wei Yang, but Wei Yang was a cautious person, and kept his mouth shut. Instead, Fang Yuan ate until his mouth was full of grease, he drank too much, and started to shout loudly, as if he had forgotten all of his anger and dissatisfaction earlier. Wei Yang looked at Fang Yuan drinking wine from a wine jar, and then at Bai Ningbing, who was only drinking water, and immediately felt that the ugly Fang Yuan was more adorable. After the meal, Wei Yang sent the two back to Nanqiu Garden. On the second day, Wei Yang came to Nanqiu Garden as expected, and invited Fang and Bai to tour Shang Clan City. Our Shang Clan City is the largest city in the southern border in terms of area. Shang Clan has operated here for thousands of years, and the whole Shanliang mountain has been remodeled. Here, there are tens of thousands of shops, and hundreds of thousands of people live here. You two haven't eaten yet, let me bring you to a famous breakfast shop first. This way please. Fang and Bai followed Wei Yang, walking down the stone stairs. After about 3 floors, they came to a shop called Early Spring. 1,000-layer agate cake, crab roe bun, golden field pancake, snow porridge. Shang Clan City is divided into first, second, third, fourth, fifth inner city, and outer city. If we arrange it from top to bottom, it can be divided into many zones, such as food zone, gambling zone, nursing zone, brothel zone, and so on. Wei Yang introduced. This is the food zone, there are many restaurants, and most have gu master chefs. There are countless delicacies here. This is the nursing zone. Many gu masters have too many gu worms, and can place them here to be nurtured. Fees are charged according to the situation. Normally, a rank 1 gu costs 80 yuan stone a month. We are now at the gu fighting zone. This is purely a gu fighting zone, gu masters cannot fight, and can only control their gu worms. If you two have a suitable gu worm, you can give it a try. This is the brothel zone, the place with the most brothels in Shang Clan City. Many gu masters come here to relax. The two of you are also traveling merchants, so you must know the immense pressure that comes with traveling. Here, you can find women, men, and even Gu masters. Why, are you two not interested? With Wei Yang, the local tyrant, leading them, Bai Ningbing's horizons were broadened. Xianxia City was bustling with activity, making one forget to return home. A day was too short, and Xianxia City was too big. Even if the three took a quick tour, they could not even cover 1% of Xianxia City. On the third day, Wei Yang came again to entertain Fang and Bai. This is the substitute refinement zone. The two are Gu masters, and naturally know the difficulty of refining Gu worms. To us, the biggest fear is encountering stubborn wild Gu worms, or Gu left behind by famous experts. The higher the rank of the Gu, the harder it was to refine. Back then, Empress Wu Ji spent 11 years to refine a rank 5 dragon strength Gu. Hence, substitute refining is very necessary, and there has always been a market for it. This is the auction area. Small auctions would be held here every day. Every week or two, there would be a medium-sized auction. At the end of every month, there would be at least one large-scale auction. The items that appear in auctions are usually good stuff. This is the martial arts area. There are more than 80 large and small martial arts arenas. This is always the most lively place. There was a single-person battle stage for Gu masters to practice their Gu worms. There was a double battle stage for Gu masters to spar with each other. There are also many people fighting in the martial arts arena. Just like what Wei Yang said, the battle zone was the liveliest place in Xianxia City. It was noisy here, and people were coming and going. Rank 3 Gu masters were everywhere. Big brother Wei, why are you here? A young man in the crowd immediately called out when he saw Wei Yang and quickly walked over. This man was about 27 or 28 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but gave off a strong aura. Little Xiao, I heard you fought your way to 3rd Inner City. Well done. Wei Yang patted the young man's shoulder, encouraging him. Yes, I recently advanced to rank 3 middle stage, and my battle strength also rose. Speaking of which, I have to thank Big Brother Wei Yang for your guidance, otherwise I wouldn't be where I am today. The young man thanked sincerely. Your talent is not bad, you can still do it without me. You are not even 30 yet, but you are already rank 3 middle stage. You are much stronger than me back then, haha. Wei Yang laughed. The young man looked at Wei Yang with a gaze of worship. Big brother Wei Yang, how can I compare to you? Back then, you were only rank 3 middle stage, but you were already a hero in 3rd Inner City. At 25, Lord Clan Leader took a liking to you, and recruited you. Now that you are a clan elder, how many external elders are there in Shang Clan? As long as you work hard, you can do it too. Wei Yang encouraged the young man. Next, he turned around and explained to Fang and Bai, the battle zone is a way for Shang Clan to recruit external talents. Back then, I fought my way from 5th Inner City's battle zone to 3rd Inner City, and defended the arena for 18 rounds, before being recruited by Lord Clan Leader. Back then, Shang Yanfei was not the clan leader yet. Wei Yang was taken in as a confidant, and after Shang Yanfei ascended, he was promoted to an external elder. Bai Ningbing immediately understood. No wonder the battle zone was so popular. Shang Clan was a huge clan, and needed manpower in many areas. Just relying on the clan members, they could not handle the situation. Every generation of Shang Clan young masters would recruit a certain number of demonic Gu masters. If this demonic Gu master became the clan leader under a young master, then they could be appointed as an external elder, and enjoy the treatment of a clan elder. Gu master cultivation required large amounts of resources. Most demonic Gu masters did not have the stable resources provided by the clan, and lived in poverty. Only by relying on the clan could they have a better life. Wei Yang was a successful example in front of them. In Shang Clan City's battle zone, there were large numbers of demonic Gu masters. To rely on Shang Clan and become righteous, to become like Wei Yang, they fought and climbed up. Battle zone, this place is filled with my memories. Gentlemen, are you interested in sparring with me? Wei Yang suddenly suggested. Brother Wei, you want to go? Little Zhao's eyes shone with excitement and joy. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. Alright, then let's experience it. Fang Yuan had already expected Shang Clan to probe him, so he went with the flow. Brother Wei, you don't come here often, this place has been renovated. Let me lead the way for you, Little Xiao volunteered. Wei Yang nodded, all right. Little Xiao continued, Brother Wei, what kind of place do you want? Forest, mountain, plains, or desert, lake? Wei Yang, however, turned around and asked for Fang and Bai's opinion, esteemed guests, please choose. Some Gu masters specialized in mountain battles, while others specialized in desert battles. The battle environment was a very important factor in the outcome of a battle. We can choose a place here? What kind of places are there? Bai Ningbing asked curiously. Little Xiao saw Wei Yang address Fang and Bai as esteemed guests, and did not dare to be negligent, immediately introducing the places. Third Inner City's battle zone, there were tens of different kinds of places, covering almost all the common battlefields. After Bai Ningbing heard it, he could not help but feel eager, then let's choose the Flagstone Field. The Flagstone Field was the most common battle zone, without wind, snow, rain, sand or any other environmental factors. Specially made black flagstones covered an area of 100 feet. Look, it's Elder Wei Yang. It's Elder Wei Yang, it's him. Although he only has B grade aptitude, he managed to walk out of the battle zone. Back then, I even competed with him. Wei Yang seemed to be very popular, his appearance in the battle zone attracted many people's attention. But Wei Yang was a low-profile person, using his authority as an elder, he temporarily sealed this battle zone, forbidding others from watching. Only Little Xiao was left. Wei Yang walked to the center of the field. According to the normal rules, both sides have to declare their cultivation level, and measure the treasure light. But we are only casually sparring, there is no need for that. Both of you, please make your move. Listening to his words, he actually wanted to challenge both Fang and Bai by himself. Little Xiao stood outside the field, excitedly clenching his fists. Back then, Brother Wei defeated the strong with his rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Of the 18 matches, almost every match was a classic. Right now, he is already rank 3 peak stage, I need to observe this battle carefully. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other, and suddenly moved, pouncing towards Wei Yang from both sides. You want to fight in close combat? Wei Yang stood on the spot, not moving. His body shone with a faint golden light, forming into a battle armor that covered his entire body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing charged forward, activating spiral bone spear Gu at the same time. Several bone spears rotated rapidly, piercing through the air and shooting towards Wei Yang. What Gu is this? Wei Yang was slightly astonished, this was the first time he had seen a bone spear Gu. He did not dodge, wanting to test the power of the spiral bone spear, and took 3 hits. The faint golden light armor shook for a while, but managed to hold on. This Gu is not bad, it has a penetrating force and is good at breaking through defenses. Wei Yang was not flustered, activating his primeval essence and the light armor became strong again. Here I come. He shouted, grabbing at the air with both hands, and 2 blades of light condensed in the air, shining brightly. It's here, Brother Wei's blade light Gu. Little Xiao saw this and shouted in excitement. Wei Yang grabbed the 2 blades, his gaze sweeping around as he chose to charge towards Fang Yuan. Blade Light Gu and Sword Shadow Gu are equally famous, they are the rank 3 Gu with the strongest attack. Seeing Wei Yang charging over, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Blade Light Gu might be strong, but he was not afraid. Jumping grass. 2 spring-like grass grew out of his feet, he stepped on the ground and compressed it to its limit, causing Fang Yuan's speed to increase sharply. Canopy Gu, Flying Bone Shield. Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of white armor, and at the same time, 3 white bone shields flew out, revolving around his body. Good timing. Wei Yang shouted, charging towards Fang Yuan and slashing with both blades. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he raised his right fist and punched. Wei Yang's eyes flashed with astonishment, not expecting Fang Yuan to fight so valiantly. 2 blades of light slashed down, and the white bone shields flew up to block. The blades of light cut the white bone shields into 2, and landed on the Canopy Gu's white armor, causing a dazzling white light to burst out. At the same time, Fang Yuan struck Wei Yang's abdomen. Although it did not break the faint golden light armor, the huge force sent Wei Yang flying. Bai Ningbing arrived just in time, and with a swing of her arm, several spiral bone spears shot towards Wei Yang. Her attacks were ruthless and decisive, as if she wanted to kill Wei Yang. Wei Yang was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, and before he could stabilize his body, the spiral bone spear came crashing down. The spiral bone spear pierced through the air, emitting a shrill sound as it shot out like lightning. At such a close distance, Wei Yang could even see the spiral carvings on the tip of the bone spear. These spiral bone spears, although their attack is not bad, and have drilling power, they are only rank 2 Gu after all. There is no need to worry about them. But it is only a rank 2 Gu after all, there is no need to worry about it. At that moment, Wei Yang's thoughts moved like lightning. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes were cold as ice. Wei Yang wanting to fight both of them provoked her pride. The spiral bone spear can only restrain them. I do not have enough Gu worms. To subdue them, I need to use my fists and legs. She was a genius. Earlier, when Fang Yuan sent Wei Yang flying, although it was only one attack, Bai Ningbing had already seen Wei Yang's weakness. Wei Yang's strength had not been permanently modified by Gu worms, he only had the strength of a normal person. This weakness could be exploited to its fullest potential. Bai Ningbing stepped forward, following behind the bone spear, raising her leg and kicking fiercely. Brother Wei. Little Xiao, who was observing the scene, could not help but feel nervous at this sight. If Wei Yang was restrained by the bone spear, Bai Ningbing would have a chance. At the same time, Fang Yuan was also rushing over. Wei Yang was at a disadvantage. He. At the crucial moment, Wei Yang laughed lightly instead. Seeing that the spiral bone spear was about to hit him, suddenly, his body shone with white light, as he turned into a ray of light and escaped. There is indeed such a Gu. Fang Yuan squinted. Such speed. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, feeling shocked. Almost at the next second, the spiral bone spear pierced through the stone slab, stabbing into the ground. Bai Ningbing could not stop her momentum, and with a loud sound, she smashed the stone slab. Spider web-like cracks spread all over the stone slab. Brother Wei's rainbow light Gu. I thought he did not have time to use it, but it turns out he was waiting for that moment to escape, causing the enemy to miss. Excellent, this is a psychological blow to the enemy. Little Xiao saw through the trick behind it. Seeing that the enemy was about to be heavily injured, but the enemy escaped so easily, from hope to disappointment, anyone would feel a huge psychological impact. As the white light dissipated, Wei Yang's true body was revealed. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown 180 feet away. He had already crossed more than half of the martial arts arena and was now facing Fang and Bai. Seeing this speed, Bai Ningbing could not help but hesitate. With this rainbow light Gu, Wei Yang could leave and fight whenever he wanted. Without a doubt, he was already in an invincible position. Rainbow light Gu was a rank 3 Gu, it could allow a Gu master to turn into light and escape. Among the rank 3 movement type Gu, it was known as the fastest. In contrast, between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one only had jumping grass, and the other didn't even have a movement Gu. Wei Yang's speed was something they could only look at but not catch up to. In terms of movement, Rainbow Light Gu gave Wei Yang a huge advantage. Once this Gu was used, even though Fang and Bai were working together, they were forced into a passive situation. Gentlemen, this is the Rainbow Light Gu. Although it is only a rank 3 Gu, in terms of speed, it surpasses many rank 4 Gu worms. It was so fast that the Gu master using it could not react in time. This is its first weakness. To use it, one needs to use it together with the Lightning Thoughts Gu or a Flash of Inspiration Gu. Otherwise, by the time the Gu master reacts, they would have already flown too far away, or even crashed into the wall. Wei Yang spoke, actually speaking about the Rainbow Light Gu's weakness. Its second weakness is that it consumes a lot of primeval essence. Among rank 3 Gu, this level of consumption was already above average. It has a third weakness, I won't say it, you guys can guess. Is it because strength Gu cannot be used to increase strength? Bai Ningbing continued. This time, it was Wei Yang's turn to be surprised. He then showed an expression of praise. Lady Bai Yun is really smart, not bad. If a Gu master uses Gu worms to change their body, for example to increase their strength, it would be hard to use the Rainbow Light Gu. The primeval essence consumption would increase, and more seriously, the light transformation would fail. destroying the rainbow light goo. Unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing heard his praise and her expression turned cold. Her gaze was like ice as she stared at Wei Yang with killing intent. Hey, I'm warning you, don't call me lady. Ah? Wei Yang's expression froze. Did I say anything wrong? Don't tell me the term lady is a taboo for her? What a strange taboo. Wei Yang sighed inwardly, but said apologetically, please forgive my offense, Lady Bai Yun. Veins popped out on Bai Ningbing's forehead. She gritted her teeth. Don't call me that either. Oh, then. Sir Bai Yun? Wei Yang observed her expression as he carefully chose his words. Bai Ningbing's expression relaxed. Wei Yang's lips curled into a smile, continuing, then sirs, it is my turn to attack. Bring it on. Fang Yuan patted his chest, shouting, scaring Bai Ningbing who was beside him. Your Excellency He Tu is truly heroic. Take this. Wei Yang praised, and just as he finished speaking, he turned into a white light, charging towards Fang and Bai. Facing such speed, Fang and Bai did not even have time to blink. This rainbow light passed through the gap between them, arriving behind them. The white light dispersed, turning back into Wei Yang. He held two blades of light, slashing towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one on the left and one on the right. Before the blade even hit, Bai Ningbing felt her skin tighten. She immediately knew that her ice muscles alone could not block this blade, and quickly retreated. Fang Yuan gave a light shout, not dodging. He activated the sky canopy goo and flying bone shield, punching forward. The blades of light first hit the spinning white bone shield, breaking it. Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan's fist was about to hit his chest, but the difference of a millimeter was like 1,000 li. The streak of light suddenly came to a stop. The whole attack was as fast as lightning. In less than a few seconds, Wei Yang had already moved from one side of the battle stage to the other, crossing a distance of 600 meters. Again. Fang Yuan shouted, the battle intent in his eyes blazing like fire. Wei Yang turned into light again, arriving in front of Fang and Bai in the blink of an eye. Bai Ningbing could not take it head-on, and could only use spiral bone spear, but Wei Yang's speed was too fast, the bone spear missed. Fang Yuan could only take the hits passively. Other than the first time, his fists had not hit Wei Yang again. At once, the white rainbows on the battle stage refracted continuously, like pinballs in a sealed box. On the other hand, Fang and Bai could only try their best to resist, completely losing the initiative. This is big. Brother Wei's true strength? Too amazing. Little Xiao could not help but feel dazzled. Wei Yang's speed was astonishing, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. After a few more minutes, he stopped, laughing. If you two want to compete in stamina, targeting my rainbow light goo's weakness of expending primeval essence, then I'm afraid you are wrong. I still have a light source goo. It is a support type goo. Its only use is to reduce the primeval essence expenditure of light type goo worms by half. Damn it. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan spread his arms. I'm done, I can't beat you. Big brother Wei Yang, we admit defeat. Wei Yang laughed heartily, cupping his fists. Thank you for letting me win. Little Xiao saw that the battle was over, and immediately walked over, excitement still lingering on his face. Big brother Wei is really amazing, but it is also amazing that you two could last for so long. You two might not know, but my big brother Wei might only be rank 3 peak stage, but he has outstanding battle strength. He is the third general under Lord Shang Yanfei. People call him White Light Swordsman. If it were me, I might not even last 20 rounds. A loss is a loss, it is no big deal. Wei Yang, after I have a suitable goo, I will compete with you again. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. Ever since she was young, the arrogant her had never lost so badly. She was naturally feeling gloomy. Little Xiao saw that Bai Ningbing called big brother Wei Yang by his name, and his expression became slightly unhappy. Fang Yuan stood at the side. Big brother Wei Yang, you held back, I can feel it. Heh, after I buy some useful goo, I will spar with you again. Although I lost this time, I am not feeling good. Next time, big brother Wei, please use your full strength, don't worry too much. Ha ha ha, brother He Tu is a straightforward person. This time, it was my fault. Next time, I will use my full strength. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. That's right. Big brother Wei Yang, I accept my loss wholeheartedly, I will treat you to wine today. Little brother Xiao, come too, tell me more about big brother Wei's heroic deeds. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan laughed. Little Xiao felt that although Fang Yuan was ugly and missing an ear, he was very pleasing to the eye. Compared to that eccentric guy called Bai Yun, he was much more agreeable. Good. Little Xiao laughed, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I know a newly opened restaurant, the prices are cheap and the food is good. I cannot let you two treat me, I will treat you. Big brother Wei, please come. Fang Yuan stared, how can that be? Little Xiao is half a host, you two are guests, let little Xiao treat you. Wei Yang tried to smooth things over. Fang Yuan thought for a while, all right. You treat this time, I will treat you next time. I have no money on hand, after I sell the recipe and have money, I will treat you two to a good meal. To speak the truth, I have just arrived here, and have been shocked by the prices in Xiangclan City. These words were a bit mischievous, and he was also honest about his lack of money, causing Wei Yang and little Xiao to laugh lightly, feeling that Fang Yuan was a straightforward man. Only Bai Ningbing knew Fang Yuan's acting skills, and was already used to it. During the meal, the three drank and chatted, and introduced themselves, getting closer to each other. Only Bai Ningbing drank the water, doing as she pleased, enjoying herself. Little Zhao's name was Xiao Yan, 27 years old, an expert in fire-type goo worms. Recently, his cultivation had advanced by a small realm, reaching rank 3 middle stage. That was how he broke through 4th Inner City's battle zone and arrived at 3rd Inner City. Hei Tu and Bai Yun are just fake names, my real name is Guyue Fangjing, she is Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan pretended to be drunk, revealing some information. They had Bai Clan's arrest warrant, as long as Shang Clan investigated, this matter could not be hidden. Fang Yuan might as well say it, and give a magnanimous impression. Xiao Yan was moved. He and Wei Yang were demonic goo masters, Fang Yuan telling them his real name, this was a heart-to-heart gesture. Guyue Fangjing? Hearing Wei Yang's report, Shang Yanfei frowned. Guyue's surname was very special, Shang Yanfei searched his memories and quickly found the origin. Guyue clan, one of the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain, with hundreds of years of history. Qingmao Mountain. Shang Yanfei's eyes brightened, thinking of a piece of information from half a year ago. Qingmao Mountain suffered a mysterious attack, and in one night, it turned from a green lake to a land of ice and snow. No one knew what happened on Qingmao Mountain. Even now, the ice and snow covering Qingmao Mountain had not completely melted. But from all sorts of traces, people could see traces of a great battle between goo masters. Right now, Qingmao Mountain's destruction had become a mysterious event, and was widely spread in the southern border. As for the cause of all this, there were many different opinions. But to some people, the traces on Qingmao Mountain were too obvious. The secret of the 10 extreme physiques, to the higher-ups of the goo master world, was already half public information. The moment Shang Yanfei got this information, he guessed that this was caused by one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. If so, then Guyue Fangjing's origin can be explained. Mubei Mountain's investigation team also sent back a letter, there are no suspicions. Shang Yanfei quickly drew the outline of the entire event in his mind. Then, there is only one question left. Why did they conceal their identities and hide in the caravan? Shang Yanfei had already guessed many possibilities, but this matter was still under investigation. Right, you sparred with them, how were their skills? Shang Yanfei asked. Wei Yang's expression turned solemn, respectfully reporting, heavenly talent. In time, these two will definitely surpass me. Oh, you gave them such a high evaluation? Shang Yanfei was a little surprised. Wei Yang nodded, continuing, although they used goo worms to conceal their aura, to be able to last so long in battle, they should at least be rank 3. And from their age, we can deduce that they should have a great aptitude. Shang Yanfei laughed, but Wei Yang, you have to know, a great aptitude is only a type of talent, it does not represent everything. Wei Yang, you only have B-grade talent, but you are my external elder. All these years, how many A-class people have died in your hands? Hee, you are the best proof. In an ordinary mountain stronghold, it was already an amazing thing to have an A-grade talent. But to Xiang clan, a great aptitude was very common. Firstly, it was because the clan was large and had many clansmen. Secondly, he could recruit demonic Gu masters. Demonic Gu masters who could stand out in the battle stage would definitely have good aptitude. Thirdly, Xiang clan's wealth was like a mountain, they had the ability to purchase aptitude-changing Gu. I am indebted to Lord Patriarch's praise, this subordinate does not dare to accept it. Wei Yang humbly replied, this subordinate also understands this logic. Because of this, I am even more certain that these two are not ordinary people. The two of them are extremely talented in battle, and they have a natural sensitivity to battle situations. It's as if they were born for battle. Their Gu worms are incomplete, but relying on those 2 or 3 Gu worms, they manage to persist for so long, it is truly surprising. In terms of temperament, the two of them are very resilient, even in a disadvantageous situation, they were not discouraged. Under the pressure I exerted, they were able to break through and adjust themselves, their coordination became better, their footing became more stable, their improvement was extremely obvious. Specifically, there is a difference between the two. Guyue Fangjing has a straightforward nature, peerless courage, he can charge head-on and has an innate spirit. As for Bai Ningbing, she is quick-witted, always planning before making a move, and has been trying to find my weakness during the battle, her gaze is sharp. Especially Guyue Fangjing, after I said that I have the light source Gu, he admitted defeat calmly, his magnanimity far surpassing ordinary people. Lord Patriarch, these two are like young tigers in Pingyang Hill, and young dragons in Shallow Beach. One young and one Yin, one fierce and domineering, the other soft and scheming, they are a perfect combination, shining like twin stars, reflecting off each other. If we can recruit them and make them work for Xiang clan, it would be a great thing. Xiang Yanfei was moved. Earlier, he did not put Feng and Bai in his eyes, but after hearing Wei Yang's words, his interest rose. Wei Yang, you have followed me for so many years, I trust your foresight. But you do not need to belittle yourself, even if they grow up in the future, they might not be able to match you. You are restricted by your aptitude, otherwise, with your talent, you would be even more outstanding than now. You do not need to worry about it, if there is a rebirth Gu, I will help you keep it. Xiang Yanfei said. Rebirth bone could raise a Gu master's aptitude, it was extremely precious and had great value. Wei Yang was so moved his eyes turned red, this subordinate will never forget tribe leader's kindness in nurturing me. I, Xiang Yanfei, will not mistreat anyone who follows me loyally. You can go now, continue to entertain them these few days, probe their thoughts towards Xiang clan, and see if we can recruit them. Yes, this subordinate understands. 3 days later, Nanshou Garden. In the guest hall, Fang Yuan and Xiang Yizi sat facing each other. Fang Yuan was leisurely enjoying his tea, while Xiang Yizi's expression was ugly. These few days, I have come to find you with sincerity. But the price you offer is actually getting higher and higher. Originally, it was only 65 yuan stone, increasing by tens of thousands every day, but today, you are asking for 800,000. Are you toying with me, treating it as entertainment? Xiang Yizi felt extremely stifled, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If it was before, he would have already lost his temper, and smashed the cup in his hand on Fang Yuan's face. But not now. Why? Because this guy can reach the heavens. I wonder what their relationship with Lord Father is. These few days, Wei Yang had been entertaining these two, accompanying them as they strolled around the city. Who was Wei Yang? He was known as the Third General, and was Lord Father's trusted aide. His actions, most of the time, did not represent himself, but Xiang Yanfei's inclination and will. But why were these two fellows who had popped out of nowhere treated so courteously by Lord Father? Xiang Yizi could not understand. After the incident, he started investigating crazily. But it was useless. He was just a young master, his influence was limited to Shangclan City. He did not have as much influence as Xiang Yanfei. Without any results, Xiang Yizi could only guess. Why did Lord Father express goodwill to them? Was it because of the inheritance in their hands? No, an inheritance could revitalize an ordinary clan, but Xiang clan was different. Unless it was a rank 6 Gu Immortal's inheritance, it was just icing on the cake. Or was it because they were talents? No, there were so many loyal demonic Gu masters in the battle stage, they wanted to join Xiang clan, and they were all good fighters. Even father did not like them. Why would he like them? Anyway, Xianxia could not see anything. After the two guesses were eliminated, a thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that one of them was father's illegitimate son, that Xianxia, the current young clan leader? Wasn't he father's illegitimate son? But when Xianxia thought about it, he felt something was wrong. The bloodline was extremely important. Once Xianxia was discovered, he was protected. Unlike these two in front of him, Xianxia thought hard, but made no progress. Because of this, he was even more wary of Feng and Bai. Often, the unknown was the scariest. Feng Yuan sensed that these days, this young master Xianxia was getting more and more restless and impatient. This was what he wanted to see. Every time he increased the price, he did it on purpose. If he increased it from 650,000 to 800,000, the negotiations would definitely collapse. But by increasing it by tens of thousands, it would wear down Xianxia's resolute opposition. The time was ripe. Feng Yuan put down the teacup in his hand, smiling. Every item has its value. To others, this is just a Gu master inheritance. But to you, it is the last hope to protect your young master position. Since it is so, then the price should be higher. As the assessment gets closer, the value of this inheritance will increase. Thus, I increase the price every other day. Isn't that something I should do? Now that the price is too low, how can I live up to this last hope? How can I live up to the important position of Shang Clan Young Master? After all, only Shang Clan Young Masters can compete for the Young Clan Leader position. When Xianxia heard this, his eyes twitched in anger. Feng Yuan was threatening him. He was raising the price. How could he be so shameless? Xianxia wanted to chop Feng Yuan into pieces. But when he thought of the position of young master, he finally forced himself to endure it. You have a good plan. If I spend 800,000 to buy it, it will be a loss, and my evaluation will be lowered. The elders in charge of the assessment are not fools. Thus, I cannot buy it at this price. Feng Yuan had expected Xianxia to say this. His lips curled up into a smile. So I have a good idea. On the surface, I will sell it to you for 650,000, but in reality, you will give me 800,000. You will keep your young master position, and I will sell it at a good price. Isn't that a win-win situation? Xianxia's expression changed, staring at Feng Yuan. You want me to fake the accounts? Absolutely not. If I am found out, no matter when, my young master position will be revoked, and I will be severely punished. Feng Yuan frowned. You can't say that. Who said it is fake? I sold you the recipe, that is the same thing. But you are kind and generous, you think I am an upright person, so you gave me some yuan stone as a gift. These two matters are not related at all. At once, Xianxia looked at Feng Yuan in a daze, not knowing what to say. Xianxia left with a heavy heart. Before he left, he told Feng Yuan that this was an important matter, he needed to consider it carefully. As long as he was considering, it meant that he was close to success. Feng Yuan had already seen through this person, he knew that the deal was done. At that time, he could even increase the price. Of course, he was hesitating now, he could not increase the price to provoke him. Once he had made up his mind, it would be a piece of cake for him to increase the price. 2 days later, Xianxia appeared in front of Feng Yuan with a haggard face. I agree, we will do as you said, we have a deal. He gritted his teeth, hesitating for a long time before saying this. Trust me, you will remember this decision in the future. Come, let's drink. Feng Yuan smiled, pouring a cup of wine for Xianxia. Xianxia raised his cup and drank it all. What kind of lousy wine is this? After drinking, he frowned and cursed. This is the cheapest rice wine. Young master, I do not have the money to buy good wine. Feng Yuan laughed lightly. You will have the money soon. Huff. Xianxia breathed out heavily. When he was considering, he was in a dilemma, it was very painful. But after he made the decision, he relaxed completely. Alright, I have prepared the contract, take a look. Feng Yuan handed over a document. Xianxia took a look and stared angrily at Feng Yuan, slamming the table and shouting, 950,000? You actually raised the price again. Last time, you said 800,000, it has only been a few days and you raised it by 150,000? You think I am rich enough to rival a country? Bastard. Do you think I stole my primordial stones? Fang Yuan was calm, he smiled, it has been 3 days, the price will naturally rise. It is not like you don't know. Xianxia's veins were bulging, he jumped up from his seat, you think I am easy to bully? I do not have that much money. You're asking for 950,000 for a mere inheritance. You really dare to demand an exorbitant price. Don't be impatient. Extreme anger is harmful to the body, young master. This is not a small inheritance, it concerns your position as a young master. Think about it, every year, a young lord would be eliminated. How many people are waiting anxiously down there? Fang Yuan's tone was unhurried. Hearing about the position of young master, the furious Xianxia immediately lost his composure. Looking at his expression, Fang Yuan also knew that this figure of 950,000 was probably too much for him to bear. Thus, he took a step back and said, all right, then 900,000 yuan stone it is. I'll take it that I'm afraid of you. Xianxia slowly sat down. He had only been in office for a year, and he also had to take care of the evaluation. The amount of yuan stone he had actually pocketed was no more than 400,000. Without a doubt, after this transaction, his 1 year of hard work would go down the drain. It wasn't easy for him to earn a small fortune, but it was all gone. But this concerned the position of young master, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. He was silent for a while, before nodding, then 900,000 yuan stone it is. But I don't trust a paper agreement. We need to make a poison baogu. Fang Yuan showed hesitation on his face. What, are you afraid? Without the poison baogu, how can I be sure you won't run away with the money? This must be done, there is no room for discussion. Xianxia's attitude was firm. Fang Yuan had actually expected such a situation. Since that is the case, I will go first. Fang Yuan stretched out his left hand. Xianxia revealed a smile, summoning the poison baogu. The poison baogu was a purplish-red worm, only the size of a finger, it had a menacing mouth and was a rank 3 consumable goo. It flew to Fang Yuan's left index finger and bit it. Immediately, a heart-piercing pain assaulted Fang Yuan's nerves. Fang Yuan endured the pain, and started to read the contents of the document. After he finished, the poison baogu doubled in size from the size of a finger, absorbing a large amount of Fang Yuan's heart blood. Next, the poison baogu flew to Xianxia's fingertip and started to suck blood. Xianxia held the document, using a trembling voice to read the contents. The poison baogu doubled in size again. His face was pale from the pain, he grimaced in pain as he breathed in, this damned agreement, why are there so many words? Can't you write less? You don't have anything else to add? Fang Yuan shook his head. Xianxia's lips curled up, showing a smile. But his face was twisted, making his smile look sinister. Bam! The poison baogu that was filled with blood suddenly exploded. But there was no blood splattering, instead it turned into countless red light spots. The light spots flew towards Fang Yuan and Xianxia, like raindrops falling into a lake, entering their bodies. This meant the poison bao was in effect. If the contents they read did not match their true intentions, the poison baogu would self-detonate and turn into a pool of blood. In such a situation, it meant that one or both of them had broken the vow, causing the poison baogu to fail. Seeing this, Xianxia's smile became even wider. He looked at Fang Yuan, we have already sworn the poison vow. If you change your mind in the future, and do something that goes against the vow, then you will turn into a pool of blood and die. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, only asking, where's Yuan stone? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders, don't worry, how would I dare to go against the poison vow? Here. He took out a goo. This goo was like a ball, like it was made of crystal, translucent and palm-sized. There were clouds in the ball, as if they were sealing white clouds. This white cloud had a peculiar shape, like an old man with a walking stick and a hunched back. The old man's white hair drooped down, he had a sage-like aura, the wrinkles on his face were vivid, and he was smiling kindly. This was a primeval elder goo. It was specially used to store yuan stone. As the saying goes, everyone has their own specialties. The primeval elder gu was only a rank 3 gu, but it could store 1,000,000 yuan stone. There are only 870,000 yuan stone in here. I will find some time to gather the remaining 30,000 yuan stone for you. Xianxia showed extreme reluctance as he handed the primeval elder gu to Feng Yuan. Inside, there were 600,000 from the merchant's payment. The remaining 270,000 were almost all of Xianxia's personal assets. After Feng Yuan received it, he cooperated with Feng Yuan's refinement. The primeval elder gu changed owners, and the cloud and the ball immediately changed. The old man inside was originally facing Xianxia. But now, he changed his direction, and started smiling at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan moved the primeval elder gu casually. As long as he changed directions, the cloud and the ball would change, and the old man would always be smiling at Feng Yuan. Actually, this primeval elder gu was quite interesting. If the yuan stone inside was low, the old man would frown. If the storage was moderate, the old man would be expressionless. The more yuan stone there was, the happier the old man would be. Xianxia saw Feng Yuan fiddling with the primeval elder gu, and understood that Feng Yuan knew how to use this gu. He snorted, "This primeval elder gu is worth a lot, I cannot give it to you for free. I got this primeval elder gu from the auction, it cost me 6,600 yuan stone." Feng Yuan nodded. Rank 3 gu were priced in the thousands in the market, and the primeval elder gu was rare, it was definitely worth this price. He immediately took out the yuan stone and gave it to Xianxia. Xianxia used an ordinary storage gu to store these yuan stone, and felt very unhappy. These were supposed to be his yuan stone. Forget it, as long as I can keep my young master position, everything is possible. I will earn back the yuan stone, and this guy who raised the price and threatened me will die a horrible death. Xianxia was not a magnanimous person to begin with. Feng Yuan took all his money, and the remaining 30,000 yuan stone, he had to borrow money from all over the place. White bone recipe's normal price was 600,000, but Feng Yuan sold it to him for 900,000. Xianxia pinched his nose. After suffering such a huge loss, he hated Feng Yuan to the core. The remaining 50,000 yuan stone, I will give it to you in 3 days. You and I will know about this, we cannot let a third party know. Even your companion cannot, you better not try to take advantage of this loophole. It is useless. Xianxia stood up to leave, he could not take it any longer. Looking at Feng Yuan's ugly face for a second longer, the anger in his heart would accumulate a bit more. There are no loopholes in the agreement, you saw it too, didn't you? Feng Yuan's expression was indifferent. Xianxia snorted coldly. He was born in Shang clan, and was influenced from a young age, and had been in charge of the shop for a year. Even if there were loopholes, they could not hide from his eyes. I don't think you dare to go against the oath. He sneered in disdain, turning around and leaving. Feng Yuan did not take it to heart, he knew Xianxia's mood right now, and could understand. As for the poison oath, he did not intend to go against it. The poison oath gu's restriction was very strong. Otherwise, it would not be widely used by gu masters. It could not be leaked to an unknown third party, that was a definite no. Any loopholes, it was a joke with one's life. Just like earlier, Feng Yuan gave Xianxia 6,600 yuan stone. It seemed like this was an unnecessary action, it could have been deducted from the remaining 30,000 yuan stone. But he could not. The poison oath stipulated 900,000, so Xianxia had to take out 900,000 yuan stone and give it to Feng Yuan. This was the hard and fast rule. 3 days later, Xianxia collected 30,000 yuan stone and gave it to Feng Yuan. And Feng Yuan also gave him the recipe. Of course, the most valuable bone flesh unity gu's recipe could not be sold. Xianxia only knew about the bone spear gu, spiral bone spear gu and others. After looking at the recipe, he found many other recipes used the bone spear gu as the foundation. He was satisfied with this, and his mood became slightly better. Feng Yuan then sold the bone spear gu, spiral bone spear gu and bone spike gu to him. According to the original selling price, it was 40,620 yuan stone. As such, the result of this transaction was that Feng Yuan's wealth increased by 934,020 yuan stone. Adding on his previous savings, he had a total of 945,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan stored most of the Yuan stone in the primeval elder gu. Of course, to prevent accidents, he also stored some on him and in the tusita flower. At this time in my previous life, I was still in a caravan, I had 50 to 60 Yuan stone at most. But now, I have close to 1,000,000. Fang Yuan compared it to his memories, and could see the huge advantage of rebirth. Of course, he was taking a huge risk. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Giving does not mean you will get something, but to get something, you need to give something. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shang clan's investigation ended, and Wei Yang brought Shang Yanfei's invitation. Esteemed guests, my lord clan leader has arranged a family banquet, and ordered me to invite you. Family banquet? This moment has finally arrived. This small courtyard was where Shang Yanfei had set up the family banquet. It was an open-air banquet, and because it was inside the mountain, there was no need to worry about wind or rain. The courtyard was not luxurious or elegant, it was even slightly run down. There were more than 10 tables in the courtyard, forming a circle. It was already starting to feel crowded. There were some fruits and snacks on the tables. There was also a sign indicating whose seat this was. 3 people had already arrived and sat down. Big brother, why did Lord Father gather us this time? Shang Chaofeng threw a red fruit into his mouth as he asked vaguely. The eldest Shang Qianxia was sitting upright with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he opened his eyes slightly, saying in a low voice, Lord Father just came out of closed-door cultivation and thought of us, so he held a family banquet. What is so strange about that? Big brother's words are reasonable, but when did Lord Father hold a family banquet without any important matters? Don't you feel that there are too many tables here today? Shang Pu Lao added. Shang Chaofeng snickered, but Shang Qianxia closed his eyes again. Shang Pu Lao's eyes flashed. He was in charge of the brothels, he was the most well-informed. Actually, he had already faintly heard the news. He was about to continue speaking when his ears moved. Someone is coming. The 3's gazes turned to the door of the courtyard. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and 3 people walked in. Wei Yang was in front, followed by Fang and Bai. Fang and Bai had been to this courtyard before. It was the private residence that they had been summoned to. This private residence belonged to clan leader back then. When he was still a young master, he was suppressed by the other young masters. Lord clan leader retreated in order to advance. He gave up the young master position and became an ordinary clansman. When he was in dire straits, he lived here. After clan leader succeeded, to remind himself and the younger generation, he preserved this place. The family banquets have always been held here. Wei Yang opened the door as he introduced. Next, he noticed the 3 people in the courtyard. Oh, so the 3 young masters have arrived. Shang Qianxia, Shang Chaofeng and Shang Pu Lao all stood up, cupping their fists towards Wei Yang. Elder Wei Yang, greetings. Wei Yang was one of Shang Yanfei's 5 generals, an important official of Shang clan. As long as the young master wanted to compete for the young clan leader position, he would have to go through Wei Yang's evaluation. Greetings, young masters. These 2 are the honored guests invited by the patriarch today. Wei Yang cupped his hands, his expression calm. He was an elder, and his status was even higher than the young master. He was also an important official, so he wouldn't try to curry favor with these young masters. Please sit here. Wei Yang led Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing to their seats. Shang Qianxia and the other 2 looked at each other, and they noticed the surprise, bewilderment, astonishment, and curiosity in each other's eyes. This was a family banquet. When had they ever invited strangers? Who exactly were these 2 people? His seat was even closer to Lord Father's main seat than ours. Wei Yang also sat down, smiling as he continued, let me introduce, this is Shang Qianxia, clan leader's eldest son, currently in charge of Shang clan's care farm. This was the 4th son of the clan leader, Shang Chaofeng. He was in charge of all the Gu battle arenas in Shang clan city. This is Shang Paleo, he's in charge of all the brothels in the romance district. Shang Qianxia had a strong physique and a deep voice. It was obvious that he was a calm person. He was the oldest, close to 30 years old. Shang Chaofeng had messy hair and a high nose bridge, giving off a wild aura. Shang Paleo was the most delicate and pretty. He had a thin body and a pale complexion. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes and a romantic bearing. He was clearly a playboy. Xianxia greets the two esteemed guests. Xianxia cupped his fists and greeted. Wei Yan did not introduce Fang and Bai. The three young masters were astute people, they naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. The three young masters are right, I am He Tu, this is my companion Bai Yun. Fang Yuan introduced. These two names were clearly fake. This made the three young masters even more uncertain of Fang and Bai's origins, they could only laugh it off and gloss over the situation. As the banquet approached, more young masters arrived. There was Shang Pai Xiu, who was in charge of the gambling stone, Shang Suni, who was in charge of the silk shop, Shang Fu Shi, who was in charge of the auction house, and Shang Bai Shi, who was in charge of the substitute training division. There was also Shang Yizi, whom Fang Yuan was already familiar with. Wei Yang introduced them to Fang and Bai. When these young masters saw Fang and Bai, they all showed strange expressions. They sat down, the more people there were, the more they talked, the more lively the small courtyard became. When the banquet was about to start, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a young master rushed in. This person was tall and thin, he had thick eyebrows and fierce eyes, he was Shang Bai Shi, in charge of Shangclan City's city guards. The city guards handled disputes, mediated conflicts, maintained order, they were the busiest. After exchanging some pleasantries with Fang and Bai, before Shang Bai Shi sat down, a flame flashed on the main seat, and Shang Yanfei appeared. Shang Yanfei wore a white robe this time, the corners of his sleeves were embroidered with gold. His blood-red hair spread out recklessly, reaching his waist. Coupled with his extremely handsome face, it formed a unique aura and charm. We greet Lord Father. The young master stood up and half-knelt on the ground, greeting in unison. Lord Tribe Leader. Wei Yang stood up. At the same time, Fang and Bai also stood up and paid their respects. Sit. Shang Yanfei reclined on the wide-back chair, casually waving his hand. Immediately, a dazzling rainbow-colored light spread out, resembling raindrops or clouds. The light landed on everyone's table, turning into exquisite delicacies. The fragrance of the dishes permeated the entire courtyard. Fang Yuan immediately recognized this as gourmet food box gu. Shang Yanfei's unique rank 5 gu, used to store delicacies. The state of the delicacies when placed inside would be the same state when taken out. Fang Yuan had worked hard in a caravan in his previous life. After Guyue village was destroyed, he had no one to rely on. At that time, Etian Mountain suddenly rose up, demonic path gu masters formed an alliance, their momentum was huge, touching the bottom line of the righteous path. All the large clans allied and attacked Etian Mountain. One of the leaders of the alliance, Shang Yanfei, used this gourmet food box gu to reward the army. With just a wave of his sleeves, tens of thousands of people were rewarded with delicacies, greatly raising the morale of the alliance army. From then on, gourmet food box gu became a symbol of Shang Yanfei, becoming an interesting topic of discussion among the people. At that time, Fang Yuan relied on his advantage as a transmigrator to become a small leader, joining a caravan and being in charge of escorting supplies to the Righteous Path Alliance army. He personally saw Shang Yanfei use the gourmet food box gu. The sky was filled with rainbow-colored light, it was dazzling and dazzling, illuminating the heaven and earth, it was a grand sight. To think that in this life, I could see this gourmet food box gu years in advance, and at the same time, I became a guest of Shang Clan. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. There was a sharp contrast between his previous life and this life, this was the huge advantage of rebirth. And this advantage of rebirth came from spring-autumn cicada, it was the accumulation and result of his previous life's hard work. Shang Yanfei laid out the dishes and said to the children, "Today, we have two esteemed guests here, all of you have to go up and toast them. Xianxia, you are the eldest, set an example." Lord Father had personally instructed them, although the Shang clan young masters were suspicious, no one dared to delay. Shang Qiangyao immediately stood up and raised his wine cup, saying in a deep voice, "Qiangyao toasts the two esteemed guests." The moment he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. Fang Yuan accompanied him with a cup of wine, but Bai Ningbing still only drank water. Among these young masters, Qiangyao was the oldest, he was close to 30, and his appearance was quite mature. At first glance, one would think he was 40. In contrast, his father Shang Yanfei was like a young man in his 20s. If father and son stood side by side, it would be an interesting scene. Before the banquet started, I had already chatted with the two esteemed guests. This is the first time we met, and we had a pleasant conversation. If the two esteemed guests have time, you can come to my place to play. Gu battles are definitely interesting. Shang Chaofeng also stood up. Fang Yuan smiled. Although this was the first time they met, he had a good understanding of Shang Chaofeng. This person loved to fight and win, and his personality was also a little sinister. In his previous life, he almost became a Shang clan young master, and had once been Xianxia's greatest hindrance. Fourth brother's Gu battles are too bloody, it's better for beauties to dance and dance. Shang Pu Lao retorted, and then toasted Fang Bai, his peach blossom eyes shining. This junior would like to invite the two esteemed guests to have a good chat. If we have time, we will. Fang Yuan said these polite words, and drank with a smile. This banquet, in his eyes, was a celebrity banquet. Most of these Shang clan young masters would have their own performances in Southern Border in the future. Shang Yanfei had many children. These people were able to stand out in the fierce competition. They naturally had outstanding abilities. They could be called dragons and phoenixes among men, beautiful jades among rocks. Moreover, they all had different personalities and styles of doing things. Right now, they were gathered together, like bright pearls, emitting bright and dark radiance, reflecting each other's beauty. Eldest son Shang Qianyo, second son Shang Baizi, fourth son Shang Chaofeng, and eighth son Shang Pu Lao. Ninth son Shang Baishi had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. He seemed to be using some goo worm. Every time he breathed, 2 puffs of pale yellow smoke would come out of his nose, lingering around him. 10th son Shang Baishi had a short and fat body, and did not seem to be eye-catching. But Fang Yuan knew that his body contained great strength. But in terms of strength, he was several times stronger than him. 12th son Shang Baishi later married into Tai clan, and became the publicly recognized second divine investigator after Tai Shuileng. 13th son Shang Fushi was quite intelligent, and when the Righteous Alliance attacked Yitian Mountain, he offered many plans, causing the demonic Gu masters to suffer greatly. And 21st son Shang Paixiao, he was the youngest, a late bloomer. Many years later, Shang clan declined, and he joined the demonic path, becoming a notorious demon in Southern Border. Father, sorry, I came late. While toasting, the courtyard door was pushed open, and a young girl walked in. She was Shang Qiwen, ranked 16th, and was in charge of the battle stage. Her eyes were lively, her face was like a peach blossom, and she had a lively nature. She was a beautiful woman. Seeing that everyone had toasted, Shang Yanfei also raised his cup, facing Fang and Bai. Thank you both for protecting Xianxia along the way, allowing me to have a new daughter. Daughter? The group of young masters all revealed shocked expressions as they looked at each other. Shang Yizi came to a realization, slapping his forehead, so it was like this. Because of this, father treated these two with respect. The mysterious veil was removed, and Shang Yizi looked at Fang Yuan with deep hatred. He was no longer afraid. Now that I know your background, I will slowly deal with you two bastards after I get through this assessment and catch my breath. At once, the courtyard was silent. Shang Yanfei smiled, looking around, giving everyone time to accept the news. Fang Yuan cooperated, showing shock, realization and suspicion, muttering, "Don't tell me?" "That's right." Shang Yanfei looked at him, nodding. "It is the Zhang clan's young lady who protected you two on the journey. She is my daughter. From the moment she stepped into Shang clan city, I sensed her bloodline, and now we have reunited." Zhang Xianxia. Bai Ningbing blurted out. Shang Yanfei laughed heartily. He, she is no longer surnamed Shang, but Shang. You two saved my daughter's life. You are our Shang clan's benefactors. Thus, you are worthy to toast to our family. Just as they spoke, the courtyard door was pushed open. The young female Gu master Tian Lan was dressed like a servant. After opening the door, she returned to Shang Xianxi's side. "Missy." Xiao Dai looked at the courtyard full of people, feeling timid. "Let's go in." Shang Xianxi let out a breath of turbid air. Under everyone's gaze, she walked into the courtyard. Suddenly, her footsteps stopped, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. She saw Fang and Bai. "It really is her." The moment she saw Xianxia, Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk to pin size, she was completely shocked. In the entire place, no one could understand the shock in her heart. The shock in Bai Ningbing's heart was not from Xianxia, but towards Fang Yuan. She was extremely intelligent, and the moment Xianxia appeared, she came to a realization, finally realizing Fang Yuan's true motive. Xianxia was Xianxia, thus he had been protecting her. How did he know her identity? Was this all part of his scheme? At once, Bai Ningbing's thoughts surged, waves of shock rose in her heart. Brother He Tu, Sister Bai Yun, why are you here? Xianxia stared at Fang Yuan, her eyes shining. Cir, I said I would give you a surprise, right? Xianxia smiled warmly. Xianxia bowed, thank you father, this is the happiest day since I came to Shang clan. After these days of confusion, she had already accepted that Xianxia was her father. After these days, she accepted that Xianxia was her father. Even though Xianxia still had resentment and hatred towards Xianxia, the deep bond of kinship was something that the kind-hearted her could never sever. Shang Tian-like. Xianxia was, Tian is of God. Xian Tian is father, one. And is. Xianxia turned around and explained to Fang Yuan with a panicked expression, Brother He Tu, I did not lie to you on purpose. Before, she said, she other than to, mother had asked me before. I only understood her painstaking efforts after meeting you. These words struck Bai Ningbing's heart like a bolt of lightning. Her blue eyes narrowed into a line. Her heart was filled with extreme shock and doubt. Even Xianxia doesn't know her identity? Why? Why does Fang Yuan know so clearly? Originally, Fang Yuan was shrouded in a layer of fog in her heart, she could not see him clearly. Now, the fog in Bai Ningbing's heart deepened, Fang Yuan became even more mysterious and unfathomable. So that's why, I was wondering why Shang clan treated me so well. So that's why. Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed, then slowly shook his head, sighing, to think that you are Shang clan leader's daughter. Brother He Tu, can you forgive me? Xianxia clenched her fists, asking nervously. Xianxia frowned slightly, from his daughter's tone and expression, this kid seemed to be important in her heart. Fang Yuan laughed, it's all right, why would I blame you? Those who do not know are innocent, in fact, I lied to you too. What? Xianxia was stunned. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, He Tu and Bai Yun are just aliases. Xianxia immediately smiled, saying softly, I guessed this long ago. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated for a moment, but still clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. I am ashamed to say this, my real name is Guyue Fangjing, this is my companion Bai Ningbing. Guyue Fangjing. Xianxia muttered this name for a long time, remembering it in her heart. Xianxia's smile became wider, he admired Fang Yuan's honesty. In fact, he had already investigated in detail. Although the Guyue village was destroyed, Shang clan's influence was immense, they still obtained a lot of information from Jia clan. The Guyue village indeed had a person called Guyue Fangjing, and this youngster had a great aptitude, he was being nurtured as a young clan leader by Guyue clan. Similarly, there was also Bai Ningbing, who was already designated as the young clan leader of Bai clan. Both of them were known as geniuses. As for why they disguised themselves and infiltrated the caravan, this was easier to investigate. Because of an inheritance from Baigu Mountain, the only two young masters of Bai clan died in the hands of Fang and Bai. At the same time, they took away most of the inheritance. The arrest warrant issued by the Bai clan was the best proof of this. So it was like that, to speak the truth, I was just thinking about it. Shang Pulao laughed. This child congratulates Lord Father. Shang Bai, she said. If there's any trouble, tell big brother. Shang Qianyao looked at Xianxia. This is great, I have another sister, coming to this clan banquet was worth it. Shang Qiwen said with a smile. The young masters recovered from their shock and offered their congratulations. This is a joyous matter for everyone, because you have gained another sister. Shang Yanfei's gaze swept over his children, he was very clear about their mental state. Xianxia's appearance is undoubtedly a threat. From now on, there is one more person competing for the position of young master. Back then, wasn't Xianxia father's illegitimate son? Right now, he is Xiang clan's young clan leader. Actually, there is no need to worry, Zhang clan is a vassal of Wu clan, and has a feud with Xiang clan. Xianxia has no foundation, she is easy to deal with. The young masters had smiles on their faces, but they had different thoughts in their minds. There was no familial love in the royal family. The throne involved supreme interests, and even kinship would be defeated by these interests. Xiang clan was the overlord of southern border, whoever ascended to the position of clan leader would be one of the few decision-makers of the entire southern border. Having a high position and authority, reaching the peak of immortal world, the benefits were naturally huge. Which generation of Xiang clan leader did not rise to the position of clan leader after a fierce battle of wills? Xiang Yanfei was an experienced person, he knew the inside story. Thus, he felt even more pity for Xianxia. Now that Xianxia's identity was revealed, although it was to protect her, it also caused her to fall into a struggle. Come, sit beside me. Xiang Yanfei patted the seat below him and said. Yes. Xianxia answered, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and nodded at her. Xianxia walked over and sat beside Xiang Yanfei. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai, the two servant girls, stood behind them. This scene was seen by the children, they all had different expressions. They had never seen their father love a child so much in their lives. Even the illegitimate son Xianxia did not receive such treatment. All right, sit down. Xiang Yanfei waved his hand, looking at Fang and Bai. He spoke, Guyue Fangjing, by Ningbing, you two saved my daughter and escorted her here. Our family is very grateful for this, tell me what you want, as the clan leader of Xiang clan, I will do my best to satisfy you. The young masters couldn't help but cast envious gazes towards Fang and Bai. This was the gratitude of Xiang clan leader, the promise of one of southern border's overlords, it was as important as a mountain, but Fang Yuan shook his head, Lord clan leader, we only protected young lady Xianxia because of her kindness. That kindness has been repaid, we are even. When he said this, everyone showed a surprised expression. Shang Fushi quickly reacted, squinting his eyes as he praised the ingenuity of this answer. Fang and Bai saved Xiang Yanfei's daughter, Xiang Yanfei would definitely reward them handsomely. If such a contribution was not rewarded, how would outsiders evaluate Xiang clan? If Xiang clan young masters were in danger in the future, who would save them? Xianxia saw that Fang Yuan did not want the reward, she became anxious and said to Xiang Yanfei, Lord Father, actually, big brother He too lost a lot of wealth during this journey. Xiang Yanfei was an astute person, before Xianxia finished, he understood his daughter's intention. She was asking for money for Fang and Bai. He nodded, since you two are Gu masters, I will give you 1,000,000 yuan stone to express my gratitude. Hearing this, many young masters almost drooled. Although they controlled many businesses in Xiang clan city, under the watchful eyes of the public, and with the annual assessment, they could not fill their pockets. Xianxia had talent, but he was too greedy, causing his business performance to be in danger. Fang Yuan shook his head again, to speak the truth, I once pulled a tooth out of a tiger's mouth, and snatched an inheritance. Now that I sold the recipe, I do not lack yuan stone. Oh, is that so? Xiang Yanfei looked at Xianxia with deep meaning. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat in fright, his mouth was dry, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. How could Xiang Yanfei not know about Xianxia's matters? Even if the accounts were fake, he could guess some clues. But Xianxia was his son, although he violated Xiang clan's rules, as long as he did not expose it, it could be considered his ability. At his level, he had already understood, obeying the rules was not an ability, true ability was to break the rules and enjoy the benefits, but not get punished. True ability was to break the old order and create new rules, enjoying the benefits all the time. Xiang Yanfei took the chance to give Xianxia a warning, and then, he suggested another reward. Xianxia only heard half of it, but her eyes shined brightly. End of chapter 274. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.